Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is a Quincy's fairy tale in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 6, Reaper. Bitch please, I'm a stern ritter. On the outskirts of the town of Clover lay one solitary building. Grand in design yet possessing enough isolation due to the surrounding forest, it had been chosen by the guild masters of Fiore as the location for their annual meeting. Makarov Dreer had been so looking forward to the event, hoping to enjoy time with the friends he held in good standing while the more serious proceedings would no doubt go on, yet now could the master of fairy tale simply shake in horror. In his hands was a magical letter, one that had displayed the ever-cheerful countenance of one Myra Jane Strauss. She had relayed to him a simple message, one that stated that Urza Scarlet, Natsu Dragneel and Grey Fullbuster had decided to join together. Further on had it also provided the information that the newcomers Bambietta Basterbine and Lucy Hartfilia had decided to tag along with them as well. Also had Mirajana's message spoke of Happy joining the group as well, the cat never far from its friend, yet by that point Makarov was in such a state of shock that he was not completely sure he had heard that part. While Mirajana's bright smile had never faded from the recorded message, Makarov's own cheerful demeanor had vanished all but completely. Gone was an older gentleman enjoying the company of his friends, replaced instead by a quivering individual full of fear. Visions of chaos danced through his head, property damage unheard of, madness beyond the scope of even Gildart's abilities. Makarov could hear his fellow masters speaking to him, his friends clearly concerned thanks to the look of utmost horror that had no doubt overtaken his face. Yet he could not hear them. No. All he could hear was the devastation that those he considered his fairy tale family might inadvertently bring about. They were good kids, yes, and they meant well, but that did not always keep their surroundings safe during the heat of battle. Then there was the newcomer that poor Lyusica had warned him of so dearly. I can't. Makarov did not finish his sentence at first, the small statured wizard falling onto his back, his body shaking with fright. I can't believe it. That trio could really level a city if they're not careful. And that Bambi girl. Makarov forced himself into a state of composure as best he could, his breathing steadying. I can make it back to the guild in a day's time once this meeting comes to an end, he told himself in an attempt to calm down. I just hope those crazy kids don't cause too much of a ruckus before then. Urza. Stop this crazy thing. There's no time. Innocent people could die if Lullaby is played. Bambietta Basterbine was beginning to take back any bad feelings she held towards Natsu Dragneel for throwing up on her boots not once but twice. The Dragon Slayer was a victim of motion sickness and now she too was beginning to feel the same way, if only because she had opted to ride the magic mobile not shotgun but atop its roof. It had all been towards getting under Grey Fullbuster's skin even the slightest bit, yet now was Bambietta beginning to wish she had simply let him do as he pleased. For as the vehicle had entered the town of Ashibana, Urza had only been pushing it harder and faster. The situation had already been grim but now it was potentially even more serious. The fairy tale wizards had gone after the train that the lullaby artifact had been upon, only to find those who had been riding it stranded beside the train tracks. The local military had been there as well and all the talk had been about how a group led by a scythe-wielding individual had stolen the train for their own purposes. Urza Scarlet had known then and there that it was the work of Erriger the Reaper, no doubt the rest of Eisenwald by his side. Now they had both Lullaby and an expedient means of transportation. That was precisely why Urza had pushed her magical reserves to the limit, forcing the magic mobile to propel itself along the train tracks at incredible speeds, leaving Bambietta to shriek in fear as the wind swept by her. Now the fairy tale wizards had come to the town of Ashibana, the next stop on the train's schedule. It had perplexed Bambietta that the Dark Guild had taken a means of travel that would make their destination so predictable, leaving her worried despite herself. Pulling herself forward across the magic mobile's roof once more, the wind still clawing at her cloak, the Quincy began to speak to Urza once more and gave voice to her concerns. Hey! She began to shout. You know the Eisenwald guy Natsu fought must have told Erriger that fairy tale is after him, right? Urza's voice remained impassive, yet it was still displaying traces of the wizard's own irritation at not stopping this crisis before it had gotten so out of hand. What of it? What if it's a Tradash? The Quincy's statement was cut short then, Bambietta and Urza both noticing smoke pouring upwards into the blue sky from a building not far away. Bambietta could only sigh. Now what? Urza began to push harder then, the magic mobile picking up more and more speed, cutting down the space between the vehicle and the apparent disaster up ahead. Bambietta began to grip down tightly then, knowing a full stop was no doubt in her future. The Quincy did not relish the thought of her own momentum continuing when the vehicle came to a stop. The thought of her body propelling forward at unimaginable speeds at the forefront of her mind, Bambietta began to focus on her Hirenkyaku. Surely it would allow her to mitigate if not complete avoid a rather unorthodox landing on the pavement. Yet then, as the magic mobile approached a group of onlookers looking at the smoking building, did Urza gracefully bring the vehicle to a slow stop, leaving Bambietta both surprised and grateful. That's a miracle even Gerard couldn't offer, Bambietta said under her breath as she breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks, Er. The Quincy could only blink in confusion then, realizing that the armored wizard was no longer occupying the driver's seat of the magic mobile. Looking around, Bambietta took notice of a railway official standing before a gathered crowd and speaking through a megaphone to them. Please return to your homes. The man was shouting. Ashibana station is closed until further notice. We ask that you please move a — Then did Bambietta notice Urza standing behind the man, the wizard quick to get his attention. If I may interrupt, she began to say, what exactly is going on here? Why would I just go and tell you, lady? Then it happened right before Bambietta's eyes. Urza suddenly lunged forward, headbutting the official so hard that he propelled far and away, no doubt unconscious. Bambietta's jaw all but dropped at the sight of it, watching as Urza simply moved to another railway official, all but putting the fear of God into him. What exactly is going on here? Then, once more did Urza deliver a headbutt, not even giving this individual the chance to speak up. Bambietta continued to watch on in mixed amounts of fascination and horror as Urza began to make her way through any and all officials that were within eyesight. Only when she heard the voice of Lucy did the Quincy's concentration divert away from the madness. If you ask me, her method of questioning isn't exactly helpful. Bambietta looked down then and could see Lucy outside of the magic mobile, the arm of a motion-sick Natsu draped over her shoulders, the fire dragon slayer barely able to move. Well, that's Urza for you, Gray offered up, the ice wizard also out in the open again. She's always had her own unique way of getting things done. Where the hell are your clothes? Bambietta screamed, staring at the mage's boxers. Oh, why do I even bother? It appears that Eisenwald's train arrived at the station before we did. Urza shouted, standing amidst a veritable sea of unconscious railway workers. Erriger and his men have taken the building as their own. Yeah, definitely sounds like a trap, Bambietta whispered, all the while looking at Urza's handiwork. Though I don't think this Erriger guy has any idea what he's getting himself into. Urza's gaze suddenly shifted towards Bambietta, yet as far as the Quincy could tell it contained no anger or irritation at her comment. Still did the armored mage speak in a questioning tone however. What exactly do you mean? Bambietta felt herself on the verge of taking a step back, wondering if she was next in line for a headbutt from Urza, but it never came. Only then when she realized that she was in the clear did the Quincy answer, her voice still showing signs of being ever so intimidated. Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Trying to put her best foot forward, Bambietta marched forward then, her target the Ashibana station itself. She began to crack her gloved knuckles, a slight smirk forming on her face. Anyway, Bambietta began to say as she glanced over towards those she had to consider her allies, shall we go take care of these Eisenwald creeps? I know I'm just dying to see what this so-called Reaper has up his sleeve. Oh, and Lucy? I almost forgot my hat. Yeah, well, the celestial wizard began to say with no hiding her hesitant mannerisms, I don't think you're going to want to wear that ever again. The Quincy's eyes widened, glancing away from Lucy's nervous expression to the sick dragon slayer that was by her side. Oh hell no, he didn't. Hey, Gray suddenly interjected. It was either my shoes or your hat, and I'd rather he puke in or on something other than my Sunday best. Bambietta flinched for a moment then, her brain nearly cracking under the insanity she was listening to. Then she simply pointed a finger at Gray, unable to contain herself any longer. You're not even wearing your shoes anymore. My hat had to be sacrificed for clothes you were going to be stripping out of? What the hell? Is Happy with us? Natsu asked groggily. "Aye, sir." Happy shouted as he hopped out of the magic mobile. "And I found an awesome hat, just like the cranky girls." Bambietta glanced then to Happy, seeing that the blue cat was indeed wearing her hat. She should have been mad, and normally she would have been just that, but she knew what was in her hat and no doubt going to be atop Happy's head soon enough. Also, she could not lie to herself, the cat did look adorable trying to wear a cap that was far too big for him. "Oh, you poor little furble you." Then, as if like clockwork, did Happy's eyes widen. "Something's in this hat. Get it off. Get it off." Bambietta moved towards Happy then, whipping what had once been hers off his little head. Without a care in the world she tossed aside what had been her favorite article of clothing, knowing that it was beyond saving now. "Natsu." Urza stepped forward then, the armored suddenly breaking into a spring that brought her into the station. The others from Fairy Tail were quick to give pursuit, Lucy doing her best to drag Natsu along and Happy flying not far behind. While they were not forthcoming at first, Urza began to say, "Those who work at this station did inform me that the local military has already responded to Eisenwald's brazen actions here. Maybe they would have been more forthcoming if you hadn't been knocking each and every one of them out," Bambietta muttered under her breath. "Is something the matter, Bambietta?" The Quincy turned her attentions forward then, taking note of Urza looking her way. Again, she was not showing any signs of anger, no, but still was Bambietta just the slightest bit nervous. "No, no. I'm cool, you're cool, we're all cool. I'd like to think we could provide backup to the military unit," Urza said, turning her attentions forward, "but if they have not left the station in victory or defeat by now then I fear the worst." Then, as if fate had been beckoned by Urza's concerns, the group soon came upon a grisly sight. Soldiers lay atop the stairway towards the central hall of the station. Broken, bloodied, and battered, there was no movement among them. "They're all dead." Lucy whimpered, the celestial mage stopping in her tracks for a moment. Bambietta did the same, though hers was a very different reaction. It was not an uncommon or new sight to her, no. Dark forces brutally murdering those that opposed them was something she was very much intimately familiar with. Yet once more did the reactions of those around her tear at her very being. "I swear that Eisenwald will pay for their savagery," Urza hissed, not giving herself more than moments pause at the sight of the carnage. "Let's keep moving. We can honor those who have died after we know Aragorn has been stopped." Lucy was still not moving, however, leaving Bambietta to force her forward as best she could. The Quincy reached out towards the one she called a friend, gently touching the shoulder that was not supporting the battered Natsu. "Hey, are you going to be all right?" "No, Lucy was at a loss for words, her body shaking slightly. "I knew that Fairy Tail wasn't going to be all fun and games, but this is. How could somebody do something so horrible?" Bambietta could say nothing in response. The Quincy knew she could offer up an explanation born of her past experiences. Of how some simply possessed an insatiable desire, of how they could revel in a bloodbath of their making. That, however, would simply frighten the mage even more. Instead could the Quincy only offer a false smile as she moved in front of Lucy and looked at her. "It's going to be all right, you hear me?" Lucy was not entirely, "Yeah, I guess, I just dash. We'll keep you safe, Lucy." It was something that Bambietta had wanted to say yet she had not gotten the chance. No, instead that statement had come from the barely there dragon slayer that was trying to get over the ride from Magnolia. "Yeah," Bambietta stated, slamming a closed fist near to her heart. "Me and the Vomit Comet there will keep you safe, Lucy. So have no fear." "What exactly is going on here?" Bambietta heard Urza speaking behind her and in response the Quincy began to turn, willing to either allow Lucy to give voice to her fears or do it herself if need be. She never got the chance. Urza's forehead suddenly collided with Bambietta's own. The Quincy stumbled backwards in response, yet still did she refuse to lose her footing. "Motherfa why?" Bambietta changed tones quickly, from irritation to simply question. The Quincy rubbed her throbbing forehead with one hand as she stared directly at Urza. "Why do you keep head-butting people in the face?" Urza said nothing, instead simply glancing at Bambietta's other hand, perhaps noting the fingers that were twitching. It was a reflex to be sure, a defense mechanism where Bambietta had very nearly summoned her sword to her. Yet the Quincy had held back that instinct. However, she too took notice of Urza's staring. It simply baffled Bambietta once more. "Lucy," Urza said, turning to face the mage, her voice softening slightly, "I know what you've seen must be hard to process, but we have to push forward." "Yes," Lucy said with a confident nod. "We can't let Eisenwald do this to anyone else." Bambietta was impressed by the sudden burst of self-assured confidence in Lucy's voice. She had to admit, Urza was good at drawing out others' inner strengths. Despite Natsu and her own attempts, Lucy had still been fearful. Yet now she was a different individual, all thanks to the armored mage of few words. "I don't think we have anything to worry about," Bambietta said as the group began to move forward again, still rubbing her sore head and wondering if it would be pertinent to leave Blood Venet active at any time Urza was nearby. Still did the Quincy remain flippant. "Eisenwald won't stand a chance if Urza just goes and uses her head." "I appreciate your faith in me," Urza replied, perhaps not even noticing the sarcasm-laden voice of Bambietta's, "but it will be some time before my magical output has returned to normal. Still, I will do what I must." Bambietta cringed slightly then, wondering just how deadly this woman could be at full strength. She had an inkling, yes, one born from both glimpsing her power and now taking a hit from her, but the Quincy was beginning to wonder if it had simply been a mere drop of water that had been produced by an unseen ocean. Nonetheless, the time for talk and thinking was over. The members of Fairy Tale soon found themselves within the main chamber of Ashibana Station, and awaiting them was quite the reception. "I bid you welcome, Fairy Tale flies. Step into our parlor." Before the wizards, the cat, and the Quincy was what Bambietta could only guess was Eisenwald. Several dozen mages standing in utter confidence of their abilities. "There's so many," Lucy said, her newfound determination shaking just the slightest bit. "So many punching bags," Bambietta said, her own determination remaining as strong as ever, "so little time." Urza, however, simply paid the group no mind. Her interest lay elsewhere, with the one who had spoken as they had entered the room. She glanced upwards then, and her fellow Fairy Tale members followed along. Soon enough did they all catch sight of an individual hovering in midair, gravity unable to hold him down, no doubt to his magic. The gray-haired man was dressed in tattered violet robes, his bare chest adorned with markings no doubt signifying his allegiance to Eisenwald. Yet it was the scythe he carried by his side that led Bambietta to know exactly who she was seeing now. Yet she was not particularly impressed. "Erriger the Reaper." "You callous fiend," Urza said as she looked towards Erriger, her own confidence never wavering. "Whatever you're planning to do with Lullaby, it won't come to pass. I swear it." Erriger simply laughed in response, leaving Bambietta to wonder if he even had the slightest inkling as to whom was speaking to him. Then did one of the mages of Eisenwald step forward, his eyes focusing entirely on Natsu. "Hey, punk," the dark-haired man in white began to say, "we got a score to settle. It's your fault the boss got cross with me. I suppose I should put an end to the Fairy Tale wizard that got away, don't you think?" "Don't lose your head, Kageyama," Erriger said quite sternly. "It was your mistake in not finishing off such a worthless pest after all. But don't worry, you'll get your chance for payback soon enough. We all will." Bambietta could not help but smile then, her eyes focusing entirely on the ace of Eisenwald. It was quite clear to the Quincy what his motif was, and it amused her greatly. She was about to speak up then, however Urza beat her to the punch. "Your threats are meaningless, Erriger," the armored mage said, her eyes never shifting away from the scythe wielder. "As for your plans for Lullaby Dash." "Ah yes, Lullaby," Erriger said quite simply. Then did the man suddenly move in midair, tracings of wind coming alive around him as he darted around the higher alcoves of the chamber. "No doubt you know by now what it is, yes." "Ancient and terrible death magic," Urza simply replied. "The power only a monster would crave." Bambietta let those words set in her soul for a moment, the Quincy remembering well how she had all but considered taking this power for herself. It was dark, yes, but she had already allowed herself to be steeped in the shadows of the Vandenrijk once before. It would give her control over her fate and any who would dare to think they could rule over her. Then there was the fact that this lullaby could simply make a lovely gift to bestow to His Majesty if she ever found a way to return to the world she had once called home. Yet now she was beginning to wonder about herself. She was with Fairy Tale, yes, but was Eisenwald simply more fitting for someone who had drenched herself in her enemy's blood time and time again? "You wound me!" Erriger suddenly cried out, as if echoing one of the many thoughts working its way through Bambietta's own head. The Quincy looked up then and watched as the scythe-wielding mage continued to move about in the empty air. But yes, that is the true nature of lullaby. Yet how its magic is employed is the most delightful part of it all. From his worn robes did Erriger produce what could only be lullaby. It appeared as if it had been forged from mere wood, brown in color, yet to Bambietta it looked like a simple flute. Simple, perhaps, if not for the three-eyed skull that adorned one end. Clearly could Urza see what it looked at as well. "You don't mean dash?" "Yes," Erriger shouted. "Lullaby is just as you would imagine it. Its song will kill any who listen to it. All will perish in the wake of its melody." Bambietta had to admit, that was a rather awe-inspiring power indeed, though a dreadful one. "But that's not all," Erriger said once more, the scythe-wielder landing atop a post in the station's main hall. "Tell me, Fairy Tale flies, what does every train station possess?" "Well now," Bambietta began to offer up with a rather unbecoming grin, "there's usually meanies behind the ticket booth who won't give you a price break no matter how much cleavage or leg you try and show off. Then there's the turnstiles that seem to never work most of the time so you have to jump them, though that's kind of fun actually. Oh right, then there's, trains. They're awesome." "I humbly disagree," Natsa whined from atop Lucy's shoulder. Erriger simply shifted his gaze away from Urza and towards Bambietta, the man clearly irritated. "Either you're just trying to be a pain in my back teeth or you're simply an idiot. I'm not sure what's worse." Urza, however, was quick to catch on to Erriger's plot, taking notice of the speakers that hung from the pole he was standing on. "You intend to broadcast lullaby?" Erriger began to laugh then, the man's shoulders rising and falling with each and every one. "Exactly. So many witless fools have flocked to the area around this station, their curiosity overwhelming them. And in the end it has only led them to death." Then did Erriger begin to wear a cruel smile, a glint of pure madness in his eyes. "Perhaps if I were to raise the volume of this station's broadcast system I could even kill everyone in Ashtabana. Oh yes. I can't think of a more fitting accomplishment for a Reaper of Souls." "A Soul Reaper, huh?" Bambietta whispered to herself. "How delightful. What gives you the right to choose who lives and dies?" Urza shouted, her eyes all but locking with Erriger's own. "What do you hope to gain from killing the innocent?" "The innocent?" Erriger could not help but laugh further. "There is no such thing. All I see are fools that cannot fully comprehend the freedoms they take for granted. Perhaps if I were to cull their ranks, others would begin to appreciate what they have. Or perhaps, they will no longer remain so ignorant to the plight of others. Others who have lost the rights they so desperately miss." "What are you talking about?" Bambietta asked, the Quincy unable to hold back her own interest. She could feel it, sense it, the level of deep-rooted despair within Erriger's voice. Then she began to recall what Urza had spoken of on the train. "Wait, you're kidding me. How the hell is taking innocent life going to get back your rights?" Bambietta stopped then, questioning herself and not Erriger now. Had the Quincy not fought against the Soul Reapers out of revenge for being slaughtered? Had the Vandenreich not been formed with the need for vengeance for their murdered brethren of 1,000 years past fresh on His Majesty's mind? How then could she judge Erriger himself? The Quincy had fought for a measure of vengeance for their ancestors being killed for the crime of protecting themselves from hollows. Now she was face to face with a group looking to kill in the name of their lost rights as well. "It doesn't matter anymore," Erriger said, giving Bambietta a fleeting glare and nothing more. "The past is the past. What has been lost can never be regained. But revenge, that is what I can offer my brethren. The Reaper has come for Ashtabana and there's not a thing you Fairy Tale flies can do to stop me. Revenge, yes, Bambietta could understand that. The Quincy had obtained power to save themselves from hollows when the Soul Reapers could not. Yet in the end all they had experienced was further bloodshed, the Soul Reapers killing them centuries before Bambietta herself had been born. Yet all those years later had the atrocities continued. Quincy hiding in the world of the living, only to be slaughtered or captured by Soul Reapers, as if instructed by a cold and calculating devil who worked behind the scenes. In the end her parents had fallen to that fate, leaving a young girl to find salvation through the grace of her own personal savior, a god in the flesh. Bambietta had pledged herself to Wywak and the Vandenrijk then, hoping to exact revenge on the Soul Society that had wronged her. So yes, revenge was something she could understand. However, there was one rather large difference between the Sternritter and the forces of Eisenwald. "You fools," Bambietta said, her voice low for a moment. Then did it burst forth, very nearly filling the room. She pointed at the teeming masses of Eisenwald before at last turning to Erriger himself. "You jerks want revenge? Well fine. Be my guest. Go find whoever kicked Eisenwald out of official matters and sing them a tune, whatever. But leave the innocent out of it." Bambietta could see it then, unwavering expressions of dedication to their cause forever remaining on the faces of Kageyama and his fellow wizards. Erriger, however, seemed quite irritated, if only for a moment. Yet it was when Bambietta turned to face her fellow fairy tale members that she was truly horrified. Lucy, Gray, Happy and even the sick Natsu were staring at her in shock. Urza, however, was simply exuding an icy stare. "What?" Bambietta asked, nervously rubbing the back of her head with one hand. "Was it something I said?" Erriger was composed once more, yet his megalomania continued. "Eisenwald now has the power to wipe away the sins of the past. Once that is complete we shall control our fates and the future as we see fit." "I guess I can still relate," Bambietta whispered to herself. "You people are completely insane." Lucy shouted, her harsh judgment hitting Bambietta as well. "Before us stands a new age of darkness. But a fool such as yourself won't be around to see it." Kageyama suddenly slammed a hand down on the station floor, tendrils of shadow issuing forth. They sprung up then, lunging for Lucy. Bambietta saw it coming and began to move, to protect her roommate, when suddenly Natsu sprang into action. The Dragon Slayer moved away from Lucy's shoulders, swinging out a flame-covered hand that shattered the attacks and dispelled the shadows. "Hey, you're that dude from Eisenwald I fought on the train!" Natsu exclaimed, the Dragon Slayer no longer showing any signs of motion sickness. "I thought I recognized that foul stench when Lucy dragged me in here. Guess we've got ourselves a party now, huh?" "No, Natsu!" Lucy shouted. "These are the guys we have to fight. Like I said," the Fire Dragon Slayer slammed his fists together, "we got ourselves a party. Oh yeah, I like him still." Bambietta could not help but smile, the Quincy slamming a fist into an open palm. "Let's rock, baby. This is the best fairy tale has to offer." Lucy shouted, trying to instill whatever concern she could into Eisenwald. "You ready for a beating?" Erriger only laughed once more, the ace of Eisenwald flying upwards. "I leave these flies to you, my faithful allies. Show them the terror that is the Dark Guild Eisenwald." Then he was gone in a flash, air currents and wind moving through the space he had once occupied, as if filling the void that had been left. "Great," Bambietta mused. "So the Soul Reaper cosplayer can use Shunpo. That's just super." "Natsu, Gray," Urza began to say, "I need you two both to go pursue Erriger. He cannot be allowed to reach the broadcast room, no matter the cost. With your combined strength I am certain that Erriger will have no chance." Natsu and Gray could only glare at each other, anger in their eyes. Bambietta sighed in response, once more knowing that things would clearly never change. Yet this time they did, Urza taking notice of their rivalry. She glared at them then, gritting her teeth before speaking. "What did I just say? Best of friends, working together for the greater good." Gray shouted. "Aye, sir," Natsu added. Then they were off, leaving Urza to stand beside Bambietta, Lucy, and Happy. "They're going after Erriger," Kageyama said softly, turning to face one of his teammates in Eisenwald. "Rayuli, let's go. The mage with the pink hair and I have some unfinished business." Rayuli suddenly issued forth whips from the sleeves of his coat, the cords wrapping upon the banister of the station's upper level. He flew upwards then, disappearing out of sight to the other floor. Kageyama, meanwhile, simply disappeared into the shadows beneath him. I swear, that Eisenwald kid would have been a natural for the Vandenreich, Bambietta said to herself. She then turned to Urza. That's going to mess things up, huh? No, the armored mage replied simply. We'll take care of them after we settle things with the rest here. The three of us against an entire magical guild. Lucy said in fear. A dark guild at that. What about me? Happy asked. Like I said, Lucy began to reply, the three of us against an entire dark guild. I'm sorry, my pretties, one of the Eisenwald wizards began to say, my mom always said not to hit a girl, but you three ain't going to be so easy on the eyes once we're done with you. Bambietta was ready and willing to reply back with a quip, yet Urza was quick to action. The armored mage had raised a hand forward, a magical seal appearing in the palm of her hand. This ends now. As if appearing from thin air, a broadsword formed in the palm of Urza's hand, the mage making certain to point it towards her influx of opponents. Oh, so that's what Levi meant by saying my power was kind of like hers, Bambietta said in awe. Neat. Is that a magic sword? Lucy asked, completely mystified. I swear on my honor, Urza began to say, her tone never shifting for even a second, that your med plot will not succeed. Oh, we're shaking. One of the members of Eisenwald retorted. We've got plenty of magic swordsmen too, you know. True to his word, several members of Eisenwald began to summon blades to their hands. They then charged Urza without any fear or hesitation. The group descended upon her, yet Urza did not waver in the least. She swung the flat edge of her sword out once, then twice, striking those that were approaching. It was quick, it was efficient, the force of the blows sending the men careening backwards as if they had posed no challenge to Urza at all. Then did Urza leapt forward into the fray herself, landing amidst a dozen of Eisenwald's forces. With one quick movement she swung her blade out yet again, sending them flying from the force alone. Then did the trio of wizards in the back resort to other methods, firing magical energy from the palms of their hands. It did them no good, however, Urza simply leaping into the air to evade the attack with a grace befitting one known as Titania. Bambietta and Lucy both watched on in awe, taking note of Urza's sword vanishing and being replaced by a spear. Again did the mage leap into fray, bringing the weapon to bear with precise attacks, once more sending her foes away with sheer strength. Yet then did the spear vanish as fast as it had appeared, replaced by twin swords. What the heck kind of power is that? Lucy asked. It's called Requip, Happy began to explain, leaving Bambietta to begin to feel like an audience to the situation unfolding. Urza can summon magic weapons whenever she needs. You ain't seen nothing yet, though. Urza's just getting started. And yet I thought you said she made her enemies bleed, Bambietta mused quietly to herself, watching as Urza switched to a massive axe. She's so damn good she's beating them down without even inflicting any fatal wounds or even drawing a hint of blood. Well, now it's my turn to kick some butt. Lucy shouted, pulling forth one of keys. Open the gate of the giant crab. Cancer. Oh God, what kind of freak is this going to be? Bambietta waited and watched, the Quincy ready for just about anything now. What she was greeted with then was an impeccably dressed man with hair braided into red cornrows, several crab legs protruding from his back. In his hands were twin pairs of scissors, the hands appearing as if they were the pincers of a crab. Okay, so I was wrong, Bambietta said in shock. I so wasn't ready for that. Hey, baby, the celestial spirit said, looking at Lucy, you want me to fight these bad dudes for you? Oh yeah, Lucy answered. And take them out with style. Cancer was glad to oblige, the spirit charging forward then and there. He tore through a barrage of Eisenwald wizards, appearing behind them. Bambietta simply watched in morbid fascination, the Quincy sure she was hearing the sound of scissors snipping left and right the entire time. Then it happened. As Cancer appeared behind the wizards, their weapons began to fall to pieces, as if cut apart. Yet then did their hair do the same, leaving the men bald and in shock. Well, I won't lie, Bambietta said, trying to fight off any disbelief, it was strange but effective. That was quite impressive, Urza said, watching from afar. Oh, thanks, Lucy replied bashfully, the celestial wizard surprised by the sudden compliment. Then did she whisper under her breath. All right, I so totally made points with Urza. However, Urza continued, I do find it rather insulting how that crab spirit refers to you as baby. And there go my points, Lucy whimpered. Well then it looks like it's my turn to score some points for the newbies. Bambietta reached out with her hand, allowing her short sword to appear in her hand. Then did she begin to whisper. Two can so play this game, Urza. Well, kind of. Bambietta leapt into the fray then, using Hiron Kyaku to appear amidst the remaining members of Eisenwald. Having already witnessed two of Fairy Tale's own battered their compatriots, this group was quite hesitant to attack another. Bambietta glanced away for a moment, noticing that Urza and Lucy each were still laying waste to the others in Eisenwald, then did she turn back to her own little group. Oh come on now, Bambietta all bit cooed, placing the index finger of her free hand against her lower lip and tugging against it gently. Just because my friends are totally mangling your guild, don't go and chicken out against little old me. I promise to show you boys a good time. Bambietta brandished her sword then, letting the light flash against its spiritual metal. The Eisenwald guild members were hesitant, yet little did the Quincy know it was not solely due to the weapon. No, it was the looking of glee present on Bambietta's face that left their blood running cold. Let's have some fun. Bambietta went on the offensive then, swinging her sword out and towards the nearest opponent. Yet that was when it happened. A flash. A glimmer. A transcendent burst of memories playing through her. Of Hollows and Arankar alike falling to the ground of Hueco Mundo, dead, or dying. Of Soul Reapers being cut down in the prime of their afterlives. It was how Hashwalth had trained her in the art of swordplay after all. Cut off limbs, go for the head, aim for the heart, tear out the throat, those were the lessons he had drilled into her without hesitation or repose. To fight in any other fashion with her sword was completely alien to Bambietta. She simply knew of no other way. The moment a blade was within her grasp it was like she became another person perhaps, or simply allowed herself to fall under the sway of the darker impulses the life of a stern ritter had encouraged and valued. For the time being, however, Bambietta had a very different family and a very different set of rules she had to work under. Her hand quivered for a moment, her sword vanishing then, returning to the particles that it had formed from. The Quincy allowed blood venet to flow through her body, knowing it could protect both herself and her opponents. At least now she could fight with her bare hands and not worry about playing too rough or causing any inadvertent death. Well, will you look at that, an Eisenwald wizard said, brandishing the dagger he held in a reverse grip. I guess she got cold feet. Poor Gi dash. He never finished the sentence, Bambietta's fist slamming into his face with enough force that he fell upon his back, completely out cold. Cold feet? No. Bambietta looked to the others then, motioning for them to come closer. But I guess I can't have a cold heart anymore either. Consider yourselves lucky. Those from Eisenwald began to inch forward then, slightly hesitant to engage the Quincy after what she had just done. That only prompted Bambietta to yawn. Okay, fine, she said, stretching her arms up for a second. I'll just have to bring the fight to you. Bambietta did just that, launching herself forward. It was controlled chaos then and there, poetry in motion. The Quincy bobbed and weaved, striking out and dropping one Eisenwald wizard after another. An elbow strike to the face to one, a jumping kick administered to the face of another, a fist burying itself into the stomach of yet another. On and on it went, Bambietta working her own brand of magic, fists and feet flying out in every direction as she controlled the tempo of the brawl she had instigated. She had found her groove now and nothing could quite take her out of the veritable trance. Oh, swing, and a miss. She exclaimed as she swiftly dodged to the side, allowing a battle axe to slam down to the ground beside her. Care to try again? Another wizard of Eisenwald struck from behind then, swinging a short sword low, hoping to cut Bambietta's feet out from under her. The Quincy was quick still, hopping up, and leaving the weapon to slice through nothing but thin air. Strike two. Bambietta said with a smile. Then did she pause and glance away for a moment. Wait a minute. I have blood venet. Silly Bambi, dodging is for the defenseless. The wizard with the axe struck again, swinging the weapon downwards towards Bambietta. She let it connect this time, the weapon colliding with her shoulder with a loud smacking sound. "Now I got you!" the wizard shouted with some twisted sense of satisfaction. "Oh, this was the highlight of your day?" Bambietta asked with a shrug that gently moved the axe resting atop her. "So sad, too bad." "What the hell?" the Eisenwald member said in shock, staring at the edge of his axe, taking note that it had done no damage or even drawn the faintest amount of blood. "You're a demmed monster. A demmed adorable monster, thank you very much," Bambietta said as she gripped down on the axe with a blood-venom-empowered hand. She then began to push it away gently. She shoved it aside then, allowing it to hit the floor hard. Before the wielder had a moment to retaliate, the Quincy decked him in the face, just as she had done the first victim of this battle. Then, however, did she take notice of Urza stealing glances her way despite her own battle still going on. "Serious," the Quincy whispered, "take a picture. It'll last longer. You're wide open." Bambietta barely reacted, instead simply reaching up and blocking a downward strike from a sword with her forearm. She turned around then, glaring at the Eisenwald wizard who had attacked her from behind. "No," Bambietta said, looking his way with cruel intentions, "you are." The Quincy kicked forward then, catching the man in the groin with a ferocity he had not encountered before. He dropped his weapon in response and collapsed, leaving Bambietta to glance towards the other then. "Oh, I bet you think you're pretty cute, fighting dirty like that," one of the other wizards said, trying to keep himself brave despite the circumstances. "Please," Bambietta replied, "didn't I just establish that I'm adorable?" Bambietta turned then, taking note of a dark mage casting a spell at her. The blast of magical energy covered the distance quickly, yet it was to no avail. The Quincy simply raised her arm up, the beam striking the palm of her hand and dissipating not long after. "Oh, you better not have singed a fingernail underneath these gloves," Bambietta offered up, "otherwise I'm going to be rather cross with you." "Impressive work, Bambietta," the Quincy suddenly heard some speak from a distance. She turned then and caught sight of Urza dropping another dark wizard before speaking once more. "Your skills in hand-to-hand combat are indeed a sight to behold." "Yes," Bambietta said under her breath as she punched away a sword strike with a closed fist. "Points scored." "You and Lucy both are rather impressive," Urza continued to say, striking down several more Eisenwald wizards with a warhammer. "However, this battle is taking longer than I would wish. We have to take care of those scoundrels going after Natsu and Grey." "And how do you propose we end this quicker?" Bambietta asked. Oh, she had her own ideas of how precisely to do that, to use lethal force, but the Quincy had to imagine that Urza was not accepting such notions unless under truly trying circumstances. "There's many left, an annoying fact," Urza said, letting her weapon vanish in a burst of light, "but I'll end this soon enough." Bambietta watched in awe then, magical energy beginning to pool around Urza, fragments of it dancing about her body. Then did the woman's armor become light itself, fading away. Nothing could be seen, no, but the Quincy could not keep herself from going red in the face despite the magical energy obscuring Urza's body. Did she just pull a Grey? The Quincy's spiritual sense came alive then, her vision finding itself wrapped in sights that may well elude others less aware of such forces. The world seemed to change around Urza, as if the very forces of magic were being drawn to her. The wizard was reaching out then, her fingertips brushing against the power and creating ripples as her hands began to drop. Then did her arms suddenly extend outwards, a magical seal flashing for a moment. The light around Urza began to fade at last, leaving the mage standing before both friend and foe alike in a very different armor than before. It was a pure vision to say the least, silver plating all around her frame, a white dress hanging from her hips. Yet it was the sharp-edged metallic wings that hung from Urza's broad back that truly took hold of Bambietta's attention. For but a brief moment she could remember her own Valstern-Dyke, an ability she was missing so very much now. Then did Happy mysteriously appear by Bambietta's side. That's what makes Urza so special. Nobody requips as fast as her, not to mention there are very few who can requip anything more than simple weapons or cloth. But she can summon all kinds of nifty magical armors at the drop of a hat. It's a technique that's called the Knight. Yeah, thanks for the info, Kitty, Bambietta grumbled. I'm sure the viewers at home are thrilled by your wealth of knowledge, but this isn't a spectator's sport. Bambietta whirled around, kicking away an Eisenwald wizard that was daring to get close to her. Yet then did she take notice that he was the only left, the others clearly going after Urza now. Seriously? Bambietta said with a slight edge of irritation. What a bunch of dumbasses. The Quincy stomped a foot slightly and turned to watch the carnage about to unfold, folding her arms across her chest as she did so. Fine, fine. I'll be a captive audience. Twin swords appeared within Urza's armored hands then, the wizard staring down those of Eisenwald who dared to challenge her newly revealed power. She swung the weapons to her sides, the wizard's armor allowing her to propel up into the air. Urza was no longer under the mercy of gravity and she stared down at her foes. Now then, she began to say, dance, my swords. Around Urza did several ornate blades appear, all of them hovering in the space near her, as if they too could not be held down by gravity. Then did they begin to spin around the armored mage, moving so fast that they appeared to simply blur into a circle of pure magical energy. Bambietta could only watch on in utter fascination then, the Quincy unable to remember seeing a technique quite like this. Oh no! One of the Eisenwald wizards began to scream. It's her. It has to be her. We're doomed. We have to warn Erriger. Another shouted. He's the only one of us that can dash. Circle sword. Urza swung her blades forward then, commanding the legion of blades around to do her bidding. They flew outwards then, striking down Eisenwald wizards one after another. Yet still were the blows damaging yet not fatal, leaving a pile of unconscious foes in Urza's wake. Bambietta had to admit that she was impressed. Is this what I felt earlier? No, this is just the beginning, isn't it? Only 2 members of Eisenwald remained then, the duo standing in fear of Urza herself. Yet one began to crack under the pressure. His hands began to come alight with magical energy and he lunged for the armored mage. Fine. You're dealing with me, woman. Byard, you fool. The other member screamed. Do you have any idea who that woman is? Urza simply sidestepped the attack of the man known as Byard, striking him down with ease. She then turned to the last one standing. She began to power down, shifting back to her standard armor. Yet that did nothing to alleviate the man's worries. He began to whimper, you're Titania. The queen of the fairies. Bambietta only looked in simple shock, having not expected such a spectacle. Wow, wish I had that reputation. Sooner or later. Lucy, meanwhile, was caught up in the moment. That was so cool. I think I may be in love. Oh? Bambietta asked, moving closer to Lucy and leaning an arm down on her shoulder. Smitten with the haughty in armor are we? Lucy glanced over then, her expression losing its composure. No, it's like that dash. Lucy and Urza, Bambietta began to giggle, sitting in a tree. Bambi, please. To hell with this. I'm out of here. The 2 mages turned then, no longer lost in their moment of amusement and embarrassment, and took notice of the last Eisenwald member beating a hasty retreat out of the main hall. Oh no you don't, you big ball of evil, you. Bambietta began to summon her Quincy bow, taking aim down the corridor at the man. Yet then did she feel someone's hand gently pushing down on her straightened arm. Urza. He's probably going to report directly to Erriger about who I am, the armored mage said. You and Lucy should follow him. Me? The blonde asked in surprise. Urza found herself snapping slightly then. Just do it. Don't let Erriger's dreams come true. Whatever it takes to not make you angry. Lucy was running off then, in pursuit of the Eisenwald wizard that Urza had let go. Yet Bambietta was staying put, her eyes on the wizard. Urza took notice of that then and glared her way. Just do it. Or you'll headbutt me again, right? Bambietta asked. Though I imagine you're a little too worn out for that sort of thing. Urza said nothing then. Look, I get it, Bambietta continued, noticing she still had an opening. You're the best. But even the best needs help every once in a while. Between the magic mobile and busting out that armor, you're probably all tuckered out. Again, nothing. Look, we're both a fairy tale, right? Bambietta began to ask. I'll be honest, the last thing I'm interested in is leaving a teammate alone when they might not be able to defend themselves. Been there, done that. Been abandoned, hated that. So you're going to be stuck with me until you recoup. And what of Lucy? Urza asked, the armored mage unwilling to be forthcoming with the Quincy for the moment. Aren't you abandoning her? Oh, she's not alone, Bambietta retorted. She's got crabs. Oh, and pervy bulls. Not to mention that masochistic maid she introduced me to yesterday. She's the furthest thing from alone. She'll be fine. Then did Urza began to shake slightly, the mage dropping to one knee. I suppose I did overdo it a bit after all. But I'm not worried in the least, Urza began to say, because I know I can count on Natsu, Gray, and Lucy. Oh, and what about little old me? Bambietta asked, the Quincy keeping herself tense for any potential attack that may come. I'm so totally going to take that Aragorn guy on if he starts gunning for you now. Yes, I do believe I can depend on you as well, Urza replied. Well, that's good to hear, Bambietta said in return. Makes me all warm and fuzzy inside, considering how much you've been watching me like a hawk today. I assumed you might notice. Well, I did start to wonder if there was something on my face, Bambietta quipped, but I have to believe you had bigger reasons than that. It was nothing. Yeah, Bambietta replied with no hidden amount of sarcasm. The long pause definitely made that sound legit. Once more did Urza say nothing, at least at first. Master Makarov asked that I keep an eye on you. Okay, between this emblem on my hand being a radar in case I cause problems and now you being told to keep a close eye on me, the Quincy began to say, her voice cracking slightly, I'm really starting to feel like I'm not welcome or trusted. Such nonsense. Urza forced herself to stand then and moved close to Bambietta, placing a hand on her shoulder. If you were not welcome within Fairy Tale, then the Master would not have given you the right to wear our emblem proudly. But you still don't trust me. Trust comes in time, Bambietta, Urza continued to say. And while I do not understand everything about you, I do not see any reason to believe that my trust is misplaced. Funny, the Quincy began to say, I feel the same way about Fairy Tale. But, trust only opens your heart to betrayal. Is that right? Urza's eyes narrowed for a moment, wondering what exactly had prompted that statement. Yet when the mage saw Bambietta turn to face her, Urza got her answer. The skin beneath the Quincy's eyes was red, as if she had fought against a need to express sorrow with tears. It was not a threat of any sort, simply a bitter recollection. But that's just a thing of the past, Bambietta said solemnly, trying to smile. So anything we can do to keep busy while we wait for the others to take care of Aragorn? Urza paused for a moment. Yes, actually. For the townsfolk of Ashbana it was a day truly out of the ordinary. Theirs was a rather unassuming spot on the map of Fiori, and rare was it that anything particularly extraordinary occurred there. That was precisely why so many had gathered at the train station to check out the commotion that was going on. It had been a peculiar day, yes, but now was it going to continue its parade of oddities? Hey look, one of the residents began to say, her eyes drawing up away from the entrance of Ashbana station, there's somebody on the balcony. All eyes were cast upwards then, the populace taking note of a scarlet-haired woman adorned in armor. People of Ashbana, Urza began to shout into a microphone, I suggest you vacate this area immediately. Despite her power having temporarily lost its luster for the time being, the Fairy Tale wizard knew there was little she could offer to the battle against Eisenwald. Yet still was she determined to play a part in saving the lives of Aragorn's intended victims. A dark guild has taken this place for their own, she continued, and they intend to broadcast a deadly spell over the loudspeakers. I beg each and every one of you to inform those you see and to run as far as you can. Save your friends. Save your families. Save yourselves. Urza sighed then, taking note of the mass panic that ensued, the civilians running in absolute fear. It was a terrible sight perhaps, but a necessary one if they were to survive this day. Yet the one railway official atop the balcony did not particularly agree. Lady, what the heck do you think you're doing? Why would you scare the hell out of everyone like that? I'd rather watch them flee in fear than simply die on the spot, Urza answered simply. In fact, I suggest you run as well. If you have family, You need to get them out of Ashbana immediately. The railway official simply stood in shock. Are you CRA-? Hey! An amplified voice suddenly screamed directly into the man's left ear. What are you, deaf? When Titania tells you to run, you run. Got it? Good. Now get moving. The railway official fell to the ground then, rubbing his ear as Bambietta continued to shout at him with a megaphone all her own. Bambietta, Urza began to say, I suggest you cease your talking into that megaphone or he may truly become deaf. Oh, my bad. The Quincy replied, moving the megaphone away from her face while wearing a sheepish grin. So I see your plan worked. Yes, Urza said as she watched a mass influx of people pouring through the streets of Ashbana and moving far away from the station. Shame it went so well, Bambietta said softly. I was so hoping I'd have to chip in too. I was all ready to start screaming my pretty little head off. People of Ashbana, run away this instant or you're all going to die. That would have been a hoot and a half. The Quincy looked towards the railway official who was now taking his leave as fast as he could. Oh well. I still kind of got that out of my system. I suppose that's good to hear, Urza began to muse as she looked down at the emptying town, though now I can't help but what Aragor's next move will be. Hey, Urza. No doubt that man will lose heart once he learns that we've denied him the majority of his potential victims. Urza. What? The armored mage turned then, taking note of Bambietta glancing back towards the Ashbana station building they had just been inside. Yet it was what the Quincy was staring directly at that left even the S-class mage in shock. It was wind. Wind in its most violent form, whipping about with such force that it was completely visible, as if a tornado had consumed the train station itself. What sorcery is this? Urza began to ask, the wizard's hands tightening into fists. Aragor, you dash. You know, I always wanted a chance to fight Titania, a voice suddenly said from behind. Bambietta and Urza both turned in response, catching sight of Aragor hovering in the air, his scythe resting atop his shoulders. How unfortunate then that I do not have the time do so. Aragor. Bambietta began to summon her bow yet it was too late. The dark mage's hand suddenly came alive with magic, a gust of wind slamming into her and the weakened Urza with such force that they were pushed into the barrier around Ashbana station. Damn it! Bambietta shouted, finding herself and her ally back within the building and left to look at the veritable tornado before them both. It's not over yet. Urza was quick to her feet, running forward. Yet as her armored hand made contact with the barrier she was thrown back, a small gasp of pain escaping from her. You fool! Aragor shouted, making sure he was heard over the sound of his wind. One cannot simply walk through my magical barrier unless I allow it. The winds will shred your body to pieces if you try. You scoundrel, Urza said as she began to stand once more. What is the meaning of this? Bambietta sighed. Okay, so I was right. It was a trap. This totally blows. Curse you, Aragor, Urza murmured, the armored mage watching as he vanished from sight. So you weren't targeting the station after all? Oh, I was indeed, Aragor replied. Capturing you meddlesome flies was simply a happy result, but a necessary one. I cannot have you or anyone else interfering. Urza's eyes narrowed. Interfering with what? Aragor simply smiled down at Urza then, the assassin's gaze one of utter confidence. You'll see soon enough. Bambietta could see it then, the wind wizard beginning to move away, as if ready to leave those he had trapped. The Quincy was uninterested in that then. She knew it well enough, yes. She had confided in ones who pledged themselves to the dark and perhaps this man was no different. Bambietta knew it well enough, that many an individual who indulged in such dark desires was arrogant to a fault, ready and willing to do anything to meet a challenge presented before them if it had dared to wound their ego. After all, was she so different? Please, the Quincy began to say, shrugging her shoulders and shaking her head, I wouldn't worry, Urza. This puts barely seems the type to even have a master plan. Is that what you think? Aragor stopped moving then, his gaze settling upon Bambietta. The potential fool is perceiving me as a fool? Well now. Don't blame me, Bambietta replied with a smirk. You just hardly seem the deep thinker type, you know. How transparent. Erriger simply chuckled then. I suppose this is where you expect me to prove you wrong and explain exactly what I'm plotting, yes. Bambietta's arms dropped to her sides then, the Quincy slumping forward in annoyance. That was the general idea, yeah. And still I am left to wonder if you are simply trying to irritate me or are just that dumb, Erriger mused. I suppose it doesn't matter. Nothing matters anymore. Especially not you fairy tale flies. Bambietta chided herself for her foolishness. She had hoped to goad Erriger into revealing just what he was after, but clearly he was not quite the type she had grown used to within the Vandenrijk. He was playing his cards close to his chest, something more akin to his majesty than any simple stern ritter. Still was Bambietta persistent. Whether she was simply trying to show off for the illustrious Urza Scarlet or to simply puff up her own ego, she was not sure. Oh come on. Share with the rest of the class, you silly shiny dash. Then did the Quincy pause, taking note of the simple fact that Erriger was removing from his robes the lullaby flute. The man was bringing it closer to his lips then, no doubt intent on ridding himself of two who dared to oppose him. Bambietta began to move then, summoning the power of her bow and intent on shooting Erriger down. The Quincy knew that she no doubt had no chance of shooting through the barrier of wind, yet she was going to try. It was simply better to live on her feet than die on her knees. Yet then did Bambietta remembered well the words Makarov had spoken to her not long ago. Of how there would no doubt come a time that she would be in a situation where it was her life or another's that would end. Yet that was not all she remembered. The Quincy promised herself she would do her best to not enjoy taking this man's life if she got the chance. Yet then did Erriger stop, a moment's hesitation forcing him to move Lullaby away. No. Not like this. Far be it for me to deny the queen of her fairies and her little sidekick a proper and deserving death. Bambietta flinched then and there. Sidekick? Why, you bare-chested bastard. Urza suddenly stepped forward. What are you plotting now? The same as before, Erriger continued. However, I do hope to fight you at your very best, Titania. Not this spent shell that stands before me now. Bambietta could tell then that this Erriger was rather observant, having realized that Urza was spent for the moment. She tensed up then, wondering if he would still go back on his word and attack despite his claim. Yes, Erriger continued. When we fight, I want to see your face contorted in anguish and sorrow, with a merciless rage. And soon I shall have provoked such feelings in you. Urza stood steadfast, never letting her voice raise or lower in response to Erriger the Reaper's madness. She simply began to repeat herself. What are you plo dash? I'm sick of you being so vague, you big blowhard. Bambietta suddenly screamed. Either tell us what you've got planned or just stop being so cryptic and fly the hell away, alright. A low hiss slipped from between Erriger's lips, the man glaring at Bambietta once more. You were correct before, you know. Perhaps you are smarter than I give you credit for. Bambietta blinked. Huh. I see no innocents, Erriger began to reply, simply victims that may need to die on a mission. Yet the target of Lullaby's spell will not be them, not today. No, it was exactly as you said before, fairy tale fly. Bambietta tried to remember back. What did I say again? Oh, you mean dash. The ones who will suffer under the magic of Lullaby of those who have basked in the light while condemning my guild to the shadows. You fiend, Urza began to say, realization dawning on her. You don't mean dash. You have no need to fear for the Magic Council, Erriger retorted. They are beyond my reach for now. However, do you know what town is next in line from this train station? Yeah, no, Bambietta whispered. I'm just the newbie to this world. Urza. No. The armored mage's eyes went wide. Clover. Yes, Erriger replied with a sadistic grin. The only expedient way to reach there is through this train station. And now that it's cut off and you flies are trapped, I can move on without being impeded or stopped by you or anyone else. And what's so important about this Clover place exactly? Bambietta asked. Master Makarov, Urza began to whisper. It's where the guild masters of Fiori always meet year after year. Urza snapped then, her face contorting with rage. You heartless dastard. Yes, that's the look. Erriger cackled, his own face contorting with a twisted sense of joy. Once the guild masters who bask in the light are dead, I will return, Titania. Then you can show me the monster you will have become. Wallow in despair and let your rage consume you. Arrogor. Urza screamed outwards then, her armored hands curling into fists. Yet it was to no avail, the ace of Eisenwald simply vanishing into thin air then, his cruel laughter fading not long after. Only then did Urza calm herself. We have to stop him. For Master Makarov's sake. For all the others. Well, let's get to it then, Bambietta said as she moved forward. You're the queen of the fairies, right? I'm sure you've got a nifty little armor that could waltz right through this silly little barrier. Urza reached out, allowing her armored fingers to brush against the wind. Sparks flew for a moment, the pressure forcing the mage's hand to move to the slide. Yes, I do. However, to use it to its full extent would require me to be at full strength. Then rest up, Bambietta said. We're not going anywhere until then, unfortunately. I may not, Urza began to say, but you can. Bambietta could only blink. Say what? You did say you could teleport earlier, yes? Urza asked. Bambietta blinked again. What now? When you offered to get Natsu off the train on our way here. Then did it come to the forefront of Bambietta's thoughts. Oh yeah. That. She laughed nervously then, her right hand playing with a lock of her hair. Well, you know, we were pressed for time then and I didn't quite have the opportunity to explain it in great detail. I can't actually teleport. So you simply possess high-speed movement? Yeah, pretty much, Bambietta replied. I kind of gather energy by my feet and it allows me to move in the blink of an eye. Again, it would have taken way too long to explain during that mess. Urza nodded. High-speed movement. Okay, when you say it like that I guess I could explain it accurately and quickly. Bambietta very nearly dropped her face into the palm of one of her hands then. Well, at least it's a unique power, right? I suppose I should have realized it sooner, Urza mused, speaking absent-mindedly. It did seem similar to what my flight armor is capable of. Bambietta sighed. Okay, so not that unique. Darn it. Then did the Quincy snap to attention. Oh yeah. Arrogor. There's got to be a way through this cursed wind. Urza bit her lower lip then, trying to weigh any and all options present to her. Then did one come to mind. There's a chance that those of Eisenwald have seen Arrogor employ this technique in the past. They may know how we can break through it. Oh. Bambietta grinned then. So we just have to play a little rough with them? Sounds like fun. No, Urza. Stop. Bambietta spoke with little enthusiasm as she watched Urza continue to yell at Bayard, the armored wizard holding him by the lapels of his shirt. The Quincy could only fold her arms across her chest in annoyance, mumbling under her breath while she did so. This is no fun. Why do I have to play the part of the good cop? Bambietta glanced around then, taking note of the restrained members of Eisenwald, all of them tied up. The Quincy began to wonder if she should go against Urza's wishes and play hardball with one of them. Yet she remembered well that the armored mage was the one with a terrifying reputation around here, not her. Someday soon Bambietta would have to earn such a status, she knew that much. You think I'd help you? Bayard rasped as he looked up at Urza. You and your friends aren't going anywhere. No one in Eisenwald knows how to break through Arrogor's barrier. You're lying, Urza said simply. Bayard began to sweat a little then. Okay, fine, so the guild master does. But even if I knew, I'd never tell. You official guilds are going to understand our pain, make no mistake. Hey, Urza. Bambietta and her compatriot glanced to the side then, taking note of Grey Fullbuster fast approaching. In response did Urza grow cross. Grey, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be with Natsu. Grey flinched, his approach slowing. We had to split up, but never mind that now. We've got bigger problems. The guy from Eisenwald I was fighting pretty much told me everything. Their real target is Dash. Clover, we know, Bambietta interrupted. I so totally made Arrogor spill the beans, yeah. That's just how I roll. And we still can't get through his barrier, Urza hissed as she dropped Byard. Yeah, I saw it through the windows on my way back, Gray said as he began to move closer. Then did he pause, noticing that Urza was holding her right arm tightly. Urza, you didn't try to force your way through. Yes. It was a simple answer, the mage offering up nothing else. Wait. Bambietta began to move closer then. Urza. When I overheard the guild members back at the pub they spoke of a man named Kageyama, Urza began to say. He was their choice to break the seal on Lullaby in the first place. Maybe he can do the same to Eriger's wind magic. Isn't that the guy Eriger shouted at earlier? Bambietta began to ask. The one who went after Gray and Natsu. Well, I didn't fight him, Gray replied. Then Natsu must be Dash. Urza began to move then. We need to find him and Natsu now. Bambietta and Gray gave chase as well, leaving the battered and broken Byard alone. The man began to look towards the wall then, his gaze growing quite serious. Karaka, you can come out now. From the wall a magic circle appeared and thus did Karaka move out from it. The rotund wizard sighed. Just look at you. I told you not to fight Urza Scarlet. Look where it got you. Shut up and listen, Byard growled. You need to find Kageyama before they do. Please don't make me, the green-haired wizard begged. You know I'm not a good fighter. Calm down already, Byard continued. This is a simple task. You just need to kill Kageyama before they force him to break Eriger's barrier. Then our ambitions will be unstoppable. Well, I guess Natsu must have run into Kageyama. Bambietta continued to run beside Urza and Gray, the Quincy taking note of the mild shaking that was occurring around the train station. It was clear that a battle was taking place, leaving Urza to quicken her stride. Bambietta, the armored mage began to say, perhaps now would be a good time for you to use that high-speed movement we spoke of earlier. Why doesn't she just teleport? Gray asked. I don't actually dash, Bambietta stopped and scowled. High-speed movement, here we go. Then did the Quincy propel herself forward, energy building upon the solace of her feet. Each step left her vanishing and reappearing in a flash, covering massive distance across the station. The rumbling of battle grew more intense with each movement, leaving Bambietta to know she was getting closer. Then did she come upon her intended destination, catching sight of Natsu standing triumphant before a downed Kageyama. The Eisenwald wizard was slumped against a wall, clearly defeated. Not bad, Natsu muttered to himself. I managed not to mess up the whole building this dash. Move. Bambietta shoved Natsu out of the way, catching the fire dragon slayer completely off guard. He fell to the side then, allowing Bambietta to charge towards Kageyama. The Quincy smiled, knowing that now she had the chance to play the bad cop. You and me, punk. We need to talk. I ain't got nothing to say to you, Kageyama hissed quietly, the man trying to regain any semblance of strength. Trash like you dash. Bambietta's fingers suddenly dug into Kageyama's throat, the Quincy lifting the mage off the floor and pinning him to wall. Now you listen good, she began to say, her voice low, her eyes narrowing. You're going to break the barrier that your false death god of a boss set up, or so help me dash. What? Kageyama retorted. Is the fairy tale wizard going to play rough? Please, someone from a guild that enjoys the light doesn't have the stones to dash. Kageyama gasped then, Bambietta's fingers tightening. She leaned in close then, staring directly into his eyes as she whispered. You think you understand true darkness? Well, let me show you what I was like before I joined Fairy Tale. Just do what she says, man. Natsu interjected. Lady be crazy. Urza and Gray soon entered the room as well, taking note of the situation. The armored mage was all but ready to draw a sword and threaten the Eisenwald wizard into breaking the wind barrier, but she could see that Bambietta had already beaten her to the punch. Kageyama, meanwhile, could see the inherent darkness that lay within his tormentor's eyes. The young wizard began to fear for himself then, knowing he had only one choice at this point. He could only hope that Eriger had bought himself enough time. All right, I'll do it. Good, Bambietta loosened her hold then and began to move away. Was that so hard, Shadow Boy? Kageyama began to rub his throat then, trying to regain his composure. But you fairy tale flies will still be too la dash. Then did Kageyama's boast transform into a scream of pain. Bambietta and the others simply looked on in horror, a magic circle having appearing across the man's torso. Worse still, however, was the hand extending out from it, having clearly pierced the Kageyama's body. Then did it pull back, leaving the Eisenwald wizard to fall to the floor. That allowed Bambietta to clearly see then the man from earlier, the one who had retreated from the battle with Urza, Lucy, and herself. His was a shaken face, the man clearly overwhelmed by the action he had just taken. Kageyama, the wizard, Karaka, whimpered. "I'm sorry, but I dash." Bambietta stared wide-eyed for a moment, shock overwhelming her. Had this man betrayed one of his own simply to protect Aragorn and Eisenwald's plan? "Don't you die on us." Urza suddenly moved forward, grabbing hold of Kageyama and speaking directly to him. "You're the only one here who can dispel Aragorn's wind barrier." Gray moved closer then, taking note of the situation. "I think we're losing him, Urza." Urza would have none of that. "Hang on, do you hear me?" Bambietta simply continued to stare at the quivering man projecting himself from the wall with his magic. Little did she know that Natsu was doing the same. Yet soon did she take notice, the Fire Dragon Slayer's voice beginning to come to life. "He was your friend. How you could do that to him? He was a member of your guild and you tried to kill him. Is that how you dark guilds treat each other?" Bambietta heard it well, the indignation apparent in Natsu's voice. She could not speak, not now and not for herself, but the Dragon Slayer was clearly giving voice to her own objections to the abominable action she had just witnessed. Then, at long last, did she speak. "You bastard!" Bambietta leapt forward then, Hiron Kyaku bringing her towards the Eisenwald wizard. She grabbed Karaka's tunic with both hands and began to pull the man from the wall. With one quick motion she brought him to the floor, slamming his back against the rough surface. Then did Bambietta throw out her fist, aiming for his face. Karaka cried out as her knuckles dragged across his soft flesh, the blow very well loosening teeth. Over and over again did Bambietta strike, losing herself in the moment. Emotion had overwhelmed her then, the Quincy lost in her own rage and despair. She no longer could see the Eisenwald wizard. No, all she saw was one who had betrayed her in the harshest manner possible. Yet with each blow from her fist did that image change. First she saw Giselle, then Candace, then Lil Tato, then Meninas, before at last revering back to Giselle once more. "All of you!" Bambietta screamed, raining down another strike. "I hate you all! How could you do that to me? How could you betray me?" Bambietta was completely awash in her own bitter memories, her heart and soul consumed with rage while still her eyes wavered with sorrow. She could feel it, slight hints of tears at their corners, but her hatred fought them off. Her fist descended towards Karaka once more, his face still appearing as Giselle's own, a cruel smile etched upon it. Then did Bambietta stop, a low gasp escaping from her. In an instant, in one quick flash had Giselle's face vanished. Yet it was neither Karaka's own that peered back, nor a delusionary image of any of those Bambietta had once considered her own friends. No, what looked back at her was simply her own face. Upon it was a dull expression of boredom and disinterest, blood dotting the flesh around it. Bambietta began to say, unsure of just what was going on her thoughts a jumble. "You. I hate." Bambietta Basterbine. The sound of her name being spoken by Urza pulled the Quincy from the brink, her mind and soul snapping back to reality. Now she simply stared down at Karaka's own bloody and bruised face, the results of her enraged handiwork. "I'm sorry. So sorry." The Eisenwald wizard whimpered, finding it hard to speak. Bambietta began to feel herself going numb then as she stood and turned away. Those of Fairy Tale were looking at her in shock, all save Urza. That one was simply staring sharply. "Bambi, are you okay?" Natsu asked. Bambietta did not know what to say. Her shoulders began to slump and she gently reached across her side with her right hand, clamping down on the opposing arm as she looked down at the floor. "No." Urza stared at Bambietta a moment longer, though the armored mage knew she had more pressing issues at the moment. "Kageyama, stay with us." It's no use, Gray said, trying to compose himself and rationalize the situation for Urza. He's already unconscious. Then did the stress begin to overwhelm Urza for a brief moment. The stress brought about by Aragorn's plans, by Bambietta's moment of rage, of everything going so very wrong. She began to shake Kageyama then. He's our only expedient way out of this situation. We can't let him die. Urza, there's no chance he can use his magic when he's in such rough shape, Gray continued. He will if I force him to. From the doorway to the room did Lucy and Happy simply watch on in shock, having arrived on the scene at last. The celestial wizard watched as Bambietta simply stood alone, shivering slightly, a barely conscious man lying at her feet while Natsu was simply staring at her in shock. Urza was simply shaking another Eisenwald wizard violently, Gray shaking his head in response. Happy, Lucy began to say, I think this might be a case of really bad timing on our part. Aye, sir, that blue cat replied with a low hush. Bambietta began to move away then, the Quincy resting her back against a wall as she continued to glance down at the floor. She began to whisper to herself then, mumbling over and over again until at last Lucy moved closer to her roommate. Bambi. This is how dark guilds treat each other, the Quincy whispered, her hands tightly squeezing the opposing arms. Natsu said it himself. Natsu, Lucy said, turning to look at the Dragon Slayer despite her not being entirely sure what was going on. Look what you did. Huh, me. Natsu said in return. But it was that green-haired jerk who tried to kill one of his own. What did I do? Nothing, Bambietta said softly as several locks of her hair fell forward and began to cover her face as she continued to look down. You simply spoke the truth. Eisenwald is full of monsters who betray their own. Was the Vandenreich was the same? Yes, full of monsters. And I was. Bambietta's teeth grit together then, her lips curling back as her body began to tremble. Her fingers began to slip away from her arms and curl into fists then. Enough. The Quincy voice was low still, yet traces of rage played out through each and every syllable she uttered. To hell with Eisenwald. To hell with Aragorn. To hell with all of this. And to hell with myself. Bambietta began to move then, a grim determination burning itself into her face. Lucy tried to reach out, hoping to stop her friend, to try and help her in any way she could, but Urza was the quicker of the two. Bambietta, the armored mage said as she stepped into the space between the Quincy and the room's exit. What's going on? Bambietta did not look forward, instead insisting at keeping her head low still. She chuckled slightly, not out of actual joy or even from being nervous. No, it was a slight laugh issuing forth from a briefly unhinged mind. I'm going to stop Aragorn, Bambietta said, her voice monotone. Urza did not allow herself to flinch, such a reaction unbecoming of her, yet still was she surprised by Bambietta's mannerisms and tone of voice. Have you forgotten the magic barrier? Bambietta said nothing for a moment, finally forcing herself to look at Urza with a wavering expression that deep down the Quincy hated wearing at such a crucial time. Even if it kills me. Bambietta began to move to the side but Urza simply shifted so that she was in her way once more. I can't let you leave like this. Oh, Bambietta retorted. Because you and Makarov really can't trust me. That's not it, Urza replied sternly. You're my friend, Lucy said as she moved in closer from behind. Don't do this. Don't be such an idiot, was all Gray could offer up. Natsu is the only fool we need charging headlong into things he can't handle. Yeah. The Dragon Slayer added in. Hey, wait a minute. You and Natsu are friends, right? Happy began to say. And don't you want to see him fight Urza when this is all said and done? Bambietta took a deep breath, the Quincy unsure of how best to respond to this situation she found herself in. She was used to friends who would vanish without a trace, leaving her to curse them and fend for herself in the heat of battle. This was decidedly different, yet it was tearing at her heart all the same. That however was precisely why she had to go through with it. She was of another world, Bambietta unable to comprehend ever truly fitting in here. The Quincy simply felt she did not deserve such luxuries. I've got nothing left to lose. Bambietta turned then to look at Lucy and the others and offered them a brave face, a confident yet false smile spreading across it. I kind of lost my head already thanks to the Vomit Comet Dragon Slayer after all. You shall not pass, Urza said staunchly. Oh, Bambietta said, glancing back towards Urza, I think my Hiran Kyaku might disagree. Then did Bambietta vanish from sight, her speed propelling her around Urza and towards the door as fast as she could go. Yet the Quincy did feel a moment of stress then, taking note of the armored mage's eyes tracking her, an arm reaching towards her direction. It was unbelievable, yes, but all for naught. The Quincy was gone in an instant, leaving Urza's diminished reflexes unable to catch her. Gray, Urza began to say. I need you to start tending to Kageyama's wounds. I won't let him die on Fairy Tail's watch. And what about Bambi? Lucy asked, the celestial mage worried tone carrying through the room. She is one of us, Urza replied simply. The same applies to her. Bambietta stood before the wind barrier, her eyes tracing its movements. Her spiritual senses were alive now, taking note of the magical components of the force, leaving the Quincy to understand the power that was at play here. You can do this, Bambi, the young woman said to herself, taking deep breath after deep breath. And if you can't? Oh well, this world is too damn good for you anyway. You deserved worse. Bambietta closed her eyes then, focusing on the power that was hers and hers alone in this realm. Magic began to flow towards her, converting into spiritual pressure. Then did it course through her flesh, blood venae becoming active. No, it's not enough. Bambietta forced the power to grow stronger, trying to burn her will into strength. Yet she had to wonder how well that could possibly go for one who was seeing death as a welcome possibility. Still did she begin to reach out with a hand then, her gloved fingers moving towards the wind barrier as spiritual power flowed through her veins. Then did the currents of wind push her fingers to the side, very nearly dislocating the Quincy's wrist. Bambietta stared at her bare forearm then, taking note of the faint blue glow that was her power. I can't do it. Not like this. Bambietta's hands began to tighten then, the Quincy shaking slightly as she bared her teeth in a snarl once more. I've already died, she began to rasp. It won't happen again. I am beyond such a worthless death. I am Stern Rittery, Bambietta Basterbine, of His Majesty's esteemed Van den Rijk. I thought you were part of Fairy Tail. Bambietta's resolve suddenly shattered for a moment, the Quincy looking back to take note of Lucy and the others entering the room. You can't do this, Urza said. Please, wait until we can get Kageyama back on his feet or for my powers to reach their apex. You're all too good for me, Bambietta whispered before at last letting her voice raise high enough to be heard by those she spoke of. You're all underestimating my power. Bambietta let herself focus then, her determination giving light to the blood venae that flowed through her very being. The light burst forth from her skin then, so brightly that it even shone through the Quincy's clothing. Just watch me. Bambietta screamed. I'm going to live right to the very end. Then did the Quincy move forward, not giving any from Fairy Tail the chance to stop her. Hiran Kyaku sent her forward into the barrier. Yet despite the howling winds did the young woman hear Lucy's voice. Bambi. There was a momentary flash of pain that issued forth across Bambietta's senses, her sight consumed by an instance of swirling madness all around, chaos echoing in her ears. Then it was over, the Quincy on the other side of the magical wind barrier. Bambietta exhaled then, having not even realized that she had ever begun to hold her breath. She felt pain across her body, blood venae having been pushed to its absolute limits. There were tears in her uniform, her cape ragged, slight cuts that had managed to burn through the defensive power of the Quincy. However, she was alive. Bambietta began to smile then and turned towards her friends behind the wind barrier. Oh, she began to say with apparent glee, looks like we got ourselves a badass over here. Bambietta Basterbine, Urza said simply, making certain that her voice could be heard over the high winds. I trust you. Don't you worry your pretty little S-class head, Bambietta replied. I'm going to kick that poser Soul Reaper's ass from here to, whatever the next town over is called. Urza was willing to trust Bambietta despite her reservations about the outburst that had just occurred. Yet there were other concerns. I trust in your power, yes, but do not throw your life away. Bambietta stopped any further bravado, the Quincy unsure of what Urza was getting at. Use your speed, the armored mage continued. Get to Clover ahead of Aragor and warn Makarov and the other guild masters. They will stop Aragor. But you don't think I can, do you? I do not know, Urza began to say. But I do not wish to see the life that I dash. Then there was silence, leaving Bambietta deeply confused. She shook her head, unsure of what Urza had been about to say. Yet there was one weapon the Quincy used when faced with utter confusion, more confidence. I'll do it your way, Urza. Then Bambietta began to turn, her Hiran Kyaku taking her out of sight. As she moved through the town of Ashabana with bursts of speed, the Quincy began to whisper to herself. Yeah, I'll do it your way, Urza. I'll go warn the guild masters over in Clover. But if I run into Aragor along the way, well, I guess then we'd just have to fight, huh? Aragor the Reaper was in the sky, his body traveling at incredible speed, the wind by his side. The individual was moving parallel to the train tracks that would lead him to the town of Clover. Now he was above a rocky canyon, one that the tracks were suspended high above. Fog was blanketing the abyss, leaving any who dared glance at it to wonder if it was simply bottomless. Yet now was Aragor simply smiling. The dark wizard could see Clover far up ahead, his eagle-eyed vision catching sight of his intended destination. Revenge is within our grasp, my comrades, he all but cackled. Soon those who bask in the freedom we have been denied will die. Aragor began to push himself further then, his speed increasing with each passing moment. The assassin could barely contain himself, visions of murder and destruction dancing across his mind's eye. Yet then he suddenly stopped, a flash of blue light piercing the sky before him. It flew up higher and higher, leaving the man to follow its trail until the bolt of light vanished. What the hell was that? Oh, just a little present from me to you. A voice shouted from below. Aragor began to turn, casting his gaze upon the train tracks below him. Then did he catch sight of Bambietta, the Quincy standing battered and injured, yet still holding her translucent bow in hand. Aragor began to all but snarl then. The fairy tale fly who cannot shut her mouth. Man, Bambietta all but whined. I sent that gift airmail and you still didn't receive it. Really ticks me off, you big turd blossom. Aragor said nothing, simply turning away from Bambietta and flying towards the town of Clover once more. Oh no you don't. Bambietta grew cross then at being ignored. Hiran Kyaku took her forward, propelling the Quincy along the suspended train tracks. She appeared well ahead of Aragor and she primed her bow once more. Damn it! Aragor's movement was cut short by another arrow flying through the air. Once more did he glare down at Bambietta, the woman now not behind him but directly in his way. You just don't know when to quite. Oh I'm sorry, Bambietta said with a smile. That's just not a lesson I ever learned properly. I've wasted more than enough time on you fairy tale flies, Aragor replied, the man beginning to reach into his robes. And you are not the queen of the fairies, so you don't deserve a good death. 1. Give me time, Bambietta shot back both verbally and physically, firing off an arrow that Aragor dodged. And 2. I've already suffered a bad death once before. It won't happen again. Aragor said nothing then, simply dancing through the air to dodge any arrows of light as he withdrew Lullaby from his robes. He moved the instrument of death towards his lips then, fully intent on killing Bambietta with the least amount of effort. Arrows weren't helping her, not now, but Bambietta had a feeling she knew what would. It was a weapon she was hoping she could use to its full potency. Words. Hey, Reaper dude. The Quincy shouted. Don't go killing yourself on my account. Aragor paused for a minute, holding Lullaby at bay. What are you talking about now? Oh, I've just been thinking it over, Bambietta said as she began to pace on the train tracks, keeping a close eye on Aragor as she began to fold her arms across her chest and began to nod occasionally. And if I've got a good handle on this death magic of lullabies, then it's supposed to kill all who hear its melody, correct? You've heard right, Aragor replied. I suppose I've underestimated the fly's brain power. See, that's the kind of crap people always try to lay on me, Bambietta said as she still paced. Even my old friends made it very clear to my face and behind my back that they thought I was just plain stupid. Maybe they were right. I never was the sharpest arrow in the quiver, but the smarts I do have make me a nightmare for people like you. People like me? Erriger asked. What are you getting at? You know, Bambietta answered, looking up at Erriger with a mean-spirited smile. People who really piss me off. And I've got the battle smarts to make them pay for it dearly. As if I'd waste my time battling you, Erriger retorted. One note and you'll be dead, you worthless fairy tale fly. No, 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 Bambietta said, waving an index finger up towards Erriger. Don't go dying on my account, dumbass. Again, Erriger began to hiss, what are you getting at? And again, Bambietta shot back, anyone who hears that melody dies. What of it? Well, you're going to be the guy playing it, right? Bambietta asked. Aren't you going to be in earshot of your little melody of death? Erriger simply said nothing, his thoughts coming to a complete stop. His body remained frozen in time, even the wind around him stopping as if caught up in the moment. Wow, Bambietta said in shock, I guess you really didn't think this plan of yours through, did you? Well, if you're that afraid of death, you could always force one of your subordinates to play the lullaby on your behalf. Then did Bambietta begin to rage, her bow coming back into existence once before, pure power radiating off it. You dark guild son of a bitches seem to love killing your own when it suits your demmed needs. Erriger's attentions were snapped back into the moment then, the Eisenwald wizard taking notice of yet another arrow heading directly for him. He moved briskly to the side, the weapon of pure light narrowly slipping past his body. The hair on the back of Erriger's neck began to stand then, his body tingling slightly in response to the close proximity he had just shared with the Quincy's spiritual attack. Bambietta, meanwhile, simply stared up at the self-styled Reaper, breathing heavily for a moment as she tried to get herself back under control. The momentary flash of anger began to fade, the young lady once more shifting back to her more sarcastic mannerisms, barbed words her weapon of choice. Sorry for the outburst, she said. But it'll probably happen again during our little fight. That's just me, you know? Anyway, Bambietta began to shrug, I bet that Zeref guy totally botched making lullaby. It's defective. Bambietta's last statement began to echo out across the valley then, ricocheting across the stone outcrops of the cliff sides, leaving Erriger to hear her words over and over again. The man simply wanted to play the flute, to use lullaby to end this battle without lifting a finger in actual combat, yet now he was a little worried. Dying was not his concern, no, he was fine with ending his life if it meant the other guild masters would perish alongside him. That was a sacrifice he was willing to make to ensure Eisenwald's vengeance would be obtained. Yet he could not dare take that chance against one such as this Bambietta if it meant he could not see this plan through to the bitter end. His face contorting with rage, Erriger slipped lullaby back into his robes and began to bring his massive scythe to bear. To hell with my life. We will fight, you fairy tale fly. But remember this, when death is entreated, the battle has already been decided. Oh, scary words from the false Shinigami with the bad haircut and the ugly tats, Bambietta retorted, her confidence never wavering. I am Erriger the Reaper. The Eisenwald wizard screamed as he began to fly towards Bambietta. You will show a death god the proper respect. Yeah, whatever, Bambietta said as she braced for the battle she so richly desired. I've fought the real deal and you ain't got nothing on the doggy. I have no idea what madness you're babbling about, Erriger screamed as he moved in close and brandished his scythe, but it doesn't matter anymore. Bambietta's eyes focused not on Erriger himself but the weapon that was his, the blade of the scythe most especially. It was clear as day what this assassin for hire was intending, to cut Bambietta's head clean from her shoulders. There was blood venet to fall back on, yes, and Bambietta already had it activated, but she was not foolish enough to test its power under such lethal circumstances. This Erriger was not merely an untested opponent but clearly the best his guild had to offer going by his title as the Ace of Eisenwald. There was no telling if his power could potentially pierce through blood venet. Thus, as the blade was mere inches from Bambietta's neck, she reacted with reflexes befitting a stern ritter and leaned back as far as she could. Yet still did her eyes widen as the blade enveloped her eyesight for a moment, passing directly across her fast. The moment of danger passed, Bambietta pushed herself forward then, ready to launch a counter-attack of her own. Yet then did she gasp in pain and fell further forward not of her own accord. So weak, Erriger cackled, the point of his scythe digging into the back of Bambietta, right beneath one of her shoulder blade. Did you really think I wouldn't be prepared for an opponent to dodge? What kind of fool do you take me for? Bambietta felt it, the stabbing pain upon her back, but she was simply counting her blessings. Blood venet had strengthened her body in accordance with her wishes, and though it was not at a potency she had hoped for, it was still enough to avoid a fatal blow. The Quincy had not been inclined to take a strike if she could help it. She had hoped to avoid putting her blood venet to the test against a potentially magical weapon she knew nothing about, yet she could only be content that her wound was simply a happy accident. Yes, there was pain, but it was simply unworthy of her fear. So that's it, huh? Bambietta asked, not allowing herself to flinch any further. You managed to dig your silly little toy in me, what, not even close to a freaking inch? And now you think you've won this battle? How ridiculous. Aragorn's eyes opened in surprise, the self-styled mage's confidence faltering ever so slightly. What? I see it now. Bambietta began to stand up right then and looked over her shoulder at Aragorn. Her eyes were wide with maddened glee, a sinister smile curling her lips back. You're absolutely nothing. How? Aragorn pulled his scythe back and took use the wind to put some distance between himself and Bambietta then. His shock quickly gave way to fear and he brought the weapon to bear once more. How dare you? You're not worth my time, Bambietta said simply, raising her materializing bow. And you're certainly not worthy of Urza Scarlet, you big blowhard. Aragorn lunged forward then. We'll see about that. Bambietta simply sneered. Yeah. Sure. Whatever. She let loose with an arrow then, aiming directly for the approaching Aragorn's torso. At this range the Quincy knew that him dodging was no doubt impossible. Yet then did she hear Aragorn shout, a magical circle appearing before him. Storm wall. There was a burst of power then, one that obscured the space before Bambietta. The Quincy strained her eyes for a second, trying to peer through the smoke that seeped outwards from the collision of strength. Then it approached, the scythe and Aragorn not far behind it. He swung the blade to the side then, hoping to strike Bambietta from such an angle that the lack of injury would matter little. He could still force her to move if not cause any real wound, and he was intent on forcing her off the suspended tracks and into a fall that would send her towards the depths of Clover Canyon. However, Bambietta was quick on the draw. The Quincy's bow faded away then, a solid sword taking its place. She brought it up to her side, keeping her free hand pressed against its back edge to brace it. Sparks flew then as the scythe impacted against the short sword, Bambietta's feet firmly planting themselves on the tracks. She stood her ground as best she could, fully intent on parrying the attack. So you're a requip specialist, are you? Aragorn asked, pushing further with his scythe and trying to take the advantage for himself. Yeah, sure, Bambietta replied as she focused entirely on the man's weapon, let's go with that for now. Perhaps you won't make such a poor substitute for Titania after all. I don't know whether to be offended or flattered, Bambietta continued, the Quincy gritting her teeth as she tried to push away the scythe. But I do know that I have no use for praise from the likes of you. Pushing both her hands as hard as she could, keeping blood venet active, Bambietta enunciated her words with action, finally shoving Aragorn's scythe to the side. Free from the pressure, the Quincy was quick to act, swinging out her left hand. She grinned as she heard the sound of the impact, taking notice of Aragorn stumbling away from the sudden backhand. Then did the Quincy press her advantage, surging forward with Hyrenkyaku. Her fingers wrapped around Aragorn's face tightly, Bambietta pushing him down until the back of his skull slammed into a wooden board of the train tracks. Aragorn, to his credit, managed to keep his wits about him. He could see the rage apparent in the Quincy's face, though he was unsure of what precisely had provoked it. Perhaps she was simply upset that he dared to threaten her guild master, yet there seemed to be a darker reason behind it. Whatever it was, he did not care in the least, not when his life was on the line. Aragorn could see Bambietta pulling back with her other hand, the sword vanishing as she let the fingers close into a fist. The Eisenwald wizard quickly made several small motions with his left hand before slamming it into Bambietta's chest. Stormbringer. A burst of wind pushed out from the palm of the man's hand, slamming into Bambietta with such force that she was thrown up and away. The Quincy gasped in pain from the sudden influx of wind, trying to regain her composure as she felt herself go airborne and out of control. Erriger, meanwhile, simply began to stand up once more and watched as Bambietta was thrown about within the miniature tornado of his creation. He brought his left hand outwards then, extending his index and middle fingers forward until at last the wind ceased. Then did Bambietta begin to fall, helpless. Grinning, Erriger launched himself into the sky then, gripping his scythe with both hands. Bloodlust danced within his steely gaze, the assassin knowing that victory was in his grasp then and there. "Your life ends now," Erriger screamed, whipping the blade around and preparing for the killing strike. "The Grim Reaper has come for you, fly." Bambietta tried her best to remain aware of her surroundings no matter how chaotic they may have been. She could hear Erriger and once she glanced down the front of her body she could see him fast approaching. "Yeah, that's right, come closer again." Bambietta drew upon her powers and brought her bow to the ready. "We're going down together." An arrow fired then, forcing Erriger to halt his momentum and deploy his defensives once more. Storm wall. It was irritating to Bambietta that she had once more been denied a successful attack, but she was at least happy that she had put her opponent on the defensive with relative ease yet again. Now all she had to do was allow Blood Venet to absorb her impact against the train tracks and then she could stand and fight once more. Yet it was in that very moment that the falling Quincy caught sight of the tracks beginning to shoot her. Damn it! Bambietta moved on instinct then, reaching out with one arm, her fingers finding delicate purchase in the metal frame that made the scaffolding of the suspended rail bridge. She cried out then, her arm and shoulder screaming in pain from the sudden force they were subjected to. The Quincy's body swung forward then, slamming into the metallic support structure. "That was too close," Bambietta mumbled as she glanced down at the foggy abyss below her. "Yeah, still missing those wings right now." "Wings, huh?" "Yes, I suppose not all fairy tale flies can actually defy gravity." Bambietta glanced up then, glaring towards the confident Erriger. The dark wizard was staring back down at her, his scythe at the ready. Yet still did the Quincy never let her ego descend into self-pity. Not now, not when she was in the heat of battle. "I guess you could say I've had my wings clipped," Bambietta said with a scowl. "Sucks, I know. For one of us, yes." Erriger began to lean forward then, propping his left arm on a bent knee while he held his scythe back. "Tell me, do you know the history behind Clover Canyon?" "Sorry, I'm new to the area," Bambietta answered. "But if I lied and said yes, would you be willing not to bore the hell out of me with some trivia?" "Legend tells that it's so deep that its treacherous walls may well extend from the abyss itself," Erriger replied, leaning forward just a little more. "Perhaps you'd like to test theory yourself." "I'll pass," Bambietta said. "Though I get the feeling that you're not the type to take no for an answer, or to allow begging to change your mind." Erriger chuckled. "What gave it away?" "I've dealt with your type before," Bambietta replied darkly. "It never ends well." "Then far be it for me to do things differently." Erriger stamped down with his foot then, smashing his sandal against Bambietta's struggling fingers. Bambietta felt nothing, Blood Venet keeping her safe from harm. Instead she began to reach up with her dangling arm, trying to find more leverage to support herself. "Damn you!" Erriger screamed, swiping his scythe across the edge of suspension bridge and across Bambietta's fingers. "Fall!" Bambietta cringed then, pain radiating across the back of her hand, yet still did Blood Venet protect her from lasting harm. She continued to reach up with her other hand, yet then did she hear something from Erriger that made her blood run cold. Stormbringer. Another tunnel of violent, compressed air slammed into Bambietta, forcing the Quincy to completely lose her grip then and there. She flew away from the train tracks, a scream all that remained as Erriger watched her fall into the fog. He sighed slightly then, turning his head to look towards the way to Clover. "Soon it will all be over," he said softly. "Perhaps my death will do for Eisenwald what my life could not." He began to move then, his body shifting into the air and propelling itself through the wind once more. "This is stupid." Bambietta Basterbine hated it all. She had joined the Van den Rijk due to promises of both camaraderie with a new family and vengeance against those who had stolen everything from her. They had been offered by one who was a veritable god in the flesh, a being who radiated power and commanded respect. Yet ever since that day she had joined Wywak by his side, all Bambietta had experienced was day after day, week after week, month after month of lessons. Today's continuing lesson was one she hated the most. It made no sense to the little girl, a fact that she always made quite clear to Sternritter and Robert Accutrone. I already have angel wings thanks to His Majesty, the little girl whined, so why do I need to be able to make Hiran Hirankia whatever it is work like this? Robert could only sigh, the older man realizing once more that Sternritter was still his most difficult student. Yet despite his moment of despair, his better nature prevailed. He was a patient man after all, having managed to train even Basby and Masked Masculine in the finer arts of the Quincy. He would succeed here as well. At least that was what he told himself every day Bambietta came to the training grounds to work with him. It's a rather simple technique actually, Robert said, taking his glasses off for a moment so that he could rub his eyes gently. All those in the Vandenrijk can perform it under even the most trying of circumstances. I know. Bambietta all but shouted, her angered expression simply giving way to tears. Candy keeps saying I can't do it right because I'm dumb. Robert placed his glasses back across the bridge of his nose and moved towards Bambietta then. As she began to run her hands across her face to wipe away the tears, Robert knelt down before her and gently placed in Bambietta's fingers a handkerchief he had removed from the breast pocket of his coat. Thank you, Bambietta said meekly as she used the cloth to dry her face. Do you think I'm an idiot? Robert shook his head slightly then. Every Quincy, every Sternritter, has their own speed that they work at. It's not a matter of intelligence or raw talent. We all simply get where we need to be at our own pace. Bambietta continued to sniff back then, trying to compose herself. This will be our little secret, Robert said softly, but even Sternritter J had much difficulty comprehending this skill. Now he is one of the best within our ranks when it comes to the usage of it. But he's a meanie. Bambietta protested. And his haircut looks so dumb. Yes, well, I suppose that may be true. Robert sighed once more as he placed a hand gently on Bambietta's shoulder. I believe you can master this technique if you put your best foot forward. Bambietta sniffled one more time. Really? Robert nodded. No more tears. Then did Bambietta hand back the cloth and Robert folded it into his pocket as he stood. Now then, reach out with your senses. Bambietta took a deep breath then, the Quincy feeling the energy coursing through the world around her. It was in the floor, the walls, the ceiling, and even the air around her. Her skin began to tingle in response, almost making Bambietta giggle. All right, Robert said with no hint of reservation. Now I want you to focus on the space before her. Concentrate on the energies there and force them under your control. Make them do as you wish. Solidify the spiritual power and make it tangible. Do not stand in awe of that which cannot be seen. Subjugate it instead. Bambietta bit down on her lower lip as her face furrowed. She could feel the energy encircling in the space of her choosing, but she could not make it come together. Then did Bambietta exhale, allowing her held breath to slip away from her. The energy began to lose consistency, the particles flowing away to follow their paths of their own erratic choosing. This is impossible, Bambietta whispered. Robert moved behind Bambietta then, placing both his hands on her shoulders. Try again. Only this time do not work so hard. You need to relax your body and soul. Strain yourself and the technique will never be at your beck and call under any circumstance. No, I don't want to waste my time anymore. Robert sighed. He did not wish to play this card, but he knew now he was clearly going to have to offer something to Bambietta if he was going to ever get her to fulfill her potential. If you promise to keep trying, he began to say, I'll tell you the answer that you've been pestering me about ever since you came to the Vandenrijk. Bambietta's eyes suddenly lit up. The young girl turned her head up towards Robert, a curious expression beaming from her face. This was a question that had been plaguing her ever since becoming a Sternritter and meeting the senior members. Robert especially had been the quiet type, never speaking of his own talents. You'll tell me what the letter His Majesty gave you does. If that's what it takes, Robert replied, yes. Oh. This is so exciting. Bambietta looked forward once more. You got yourself a deal, mister. Robert took a deep breath. Alright then, now listen well, Bambietta. You're going to try again this instant and I will not deny you the fact that it will be hard. You may fail this time. You may fail the next and the next. But you must never stop trying to better yourself. The young Bambietta did not know what to make of what Robert was saying. Huh. Never mind. Robert became all business then. Concentrate. Bambietta did as her teacher asked, once more pulling and pushing on the energies before her. This time she did it gently, knowing that to be forceful, to strain herself and the environment to the breaking points, would accomplish nothing. Then did she begin to draw similar power around her own body, letting it flow to the soles of her feet. Now, Robert said. Step forward. Bambietta did as he asked, tentatively moving her right leg out, bending it at the knee. Then did she smile, watching as her foot touched down on an invisible surface before her. The Quincy's eyes widened with absolute joy and Bambietta quickly moved her other foot forward to join the other. She turned then to look at Robert, standing atop what appeared to be nothing but thin air. Bambietta began to say, her voice wavering. I did it. I knew you cowl dash. Robert was cut off then, Bambietta leaping forward and wrapping her arms around him. Thank you. Thank you. Bambietta, do you know why people sometimes fall when they pursue their goals? Robert asked as he gently patted Bambietta on the top of her head. The young girl offered an honest response. No. It's because it gives them the chance to rise up once more. Bambietta's eyes snapped open then, the Quincy taking in her present surroundings. Fog was all that was around her, her body plummeting into what Erriger had promised was an endless abyss. Well, screw this crap. Bambietta knew it now more than ever. She was a stranger in a strange land, yes, but she was also a veritable newborn with her powers. Now, under both duress and stress, was she beginning to recall the lessons of decades gone by. She let herself relax despite her situation, allowing herself to reach out to the power around her. Spiritual pressure, magic, it did not make a difference to her. She would harness it, she would make it truly her own and take complete dominion of it. Come on, Bambietta hissed, once more forcing her nerves to calm. Work. Bambietta could feel the space beneath her beginning to shift and transform, the energies coalescing. She let similar power flow into her body to match it. The Quincy smiled then, but it only lasted an instant. Her body hit the invisible force, her life saved for only a moment. Her lithe form hit hard, blood vein doing what it could to alleviate the impact, but still did she roll off, the invisible platform not nearly big enough to support her body. Well hell, that sucked. Bambietta focused once more, tugging at even more energy this time. Her momentum continued as she focused on the empty void beneath her once more ready to meet it. Then she hit the much larger barrier, gasping as she did so. Bambietta lay on her side then, breathing deeply as she all but hovered in midair. Oh, wouldn't Robert be proud of me, Bambietta whimpered. I swear, if I get back home I'm so making him hold up his promise of telling me what his epithet does. Maybe it was the nag? That would make sense. Bambietta began to crawl back onto her feet, her body enveloping in the approaching fog. She could see its light then, the telltale traces of energy beneath her feet becoming slightly visible under the moisture. Well now, Bambietta said with a smirk crossing her face, slowly looking back up, it's time for round 2, you faux Shinigami. It's almost time. Erriger was once more making his way to his objective, the assassin's flight taking him ever closer to the end of Clover Canyon. Then it happened. Once more did an arrow suddenly pierce the space before him, putting a stop to his movement. However, unlike last time, this one had not ascended but descended. What? You know, a voice called out from above, gravity can be a real bitch. Erriger turned his attention skyward then, taking note of his fairy tale opponent hovering high above him. Yet it was not quite like his own technique. It was almost as if she was simply standing on the air itself. But now, Bambietta said with a grin, gravity is my bitch. Erriger only grew enraged. You damned fly. And don't even think of sneaking a peek up my skirt. Bambietta said as she pointed a judgmental finger at Erriger. Then did she take a deep breath. Oh yeah, I got black tights on now, so I've got nothing to worry about. Hey, Wait a minute. Bambietta's face suddenly went red. Oh, I hope no Soul Reapers were looking up at me while I was fighting the doggy. You, Aragorn began to say, you're completely insane. So says the half-naked death god who's willing to throw his life away on some insignificant little revenge scheme. You'll pardon me if I don't take your opinion on what makes someone insane seriously. Though yeah, I probably am crazy as hell. That turn you on or something? Because, well, no offense, but you're not my type. Aragorn simply stared up at Bambietta in disbelief. Insignificant. That's what you took from that? Bambietta shrugged. Yes, I said it. Don't like it? Oh well. Aragorn began to become enraged then. My guild, my comrades, they have had to live in the darkness. All because of those who could not accept us for what we were and exiled us there. They will pay for their sins even if it costs me my life. Bambietta grew cold in response, her expression losing its luster as she began to walk down to Aragorn one step at a time. I get it. Aragorn was taken back. What? My old guild was forced to live in the shadows as well, Bambietta said. All thanks to those who considered themselves our betters. Don't you dare. Aragorn began to curse. Don't you dare speak as if you understand me. Bambietta felt it in herself, the conflict. There was a part of her that almost wanted to let Aragorn do as he pleased, to see his plan come to fruition, but there were things holding her back. There's just one problem, Bambietta said. One difference. My guild was cast aside because we protected ourselves when those in power wouldn't. And all you people did was kill for money. Silence. Aragorn snapped then, swinging his scythe forward. Bambietta simply vanished, leaving the blade to tear through nothing but thin air. She appeared behind Aragorn then, once more standing atop thin air. But I guess, Bambietta said softly, her voice losing its composure for a moment, I'm even worse than you. I've dash. Shut up. Aragorn swung his weapon around again, yet once more did Bambietta evade the attack with Hyrenkyaku. We're both worthless monsters, Bambietta said, appearing near Aragorn once more. The only difference is I fought my hardest to live, while you're intent on sacrificing your life. I guess that must be a Shinigami thing. Aragorn flinched. You. I wanted to live, you want to die. Bambietta shrugged. In the end I didn't quite get my wish fulfilled. And I'll be damned sure that you don't either. Die, you damned fairy tale fly. Aragorn lost it completely then, swinging his scythe out with such ferocity that even Bambietta was surprised by it. Surprised, but not prepared. She allowed blood artery to overtake her body, sacrificing any and all defense for simple power. It mattered not, her sword coming into being within her right hand. Then she swung the blade out, allowing it to meet the scythe head-on. No. Aragorn watched in complete shock and awe as his weapon was cut in half, the shattered remains of his blade plummeting into the ravine. It can't be. So sad, too bad, Bambietta said without a hint of hidden ego. She glanced down towards the abyss and waved. Bye, Mr. Scythe. You witch. Aragorn began to scream then. This isn't over yet. Wow, Bambietta said with a sigh. Talk about lousy lines. Storm mail. Aragorn continued to yell, bringing his arms in a cross shape in front of his torso. A magical circle appeared for an instant, when suddenly coming into existence and encircling the man. Well now, Bambietta said, not allowing herself to show any fear. You're just full of surprises. At least this will keep things interesting. The wind began to fade then, leaving nothing but a vortex surrounding Aragorn's entire body. All Bambietta could see within it was the darkened shade of the man's body, his eyes glowing directly through the magical wind. Oh my, how intimidating. Bambietta could not help but sneer in contempt. Please, I walked through your last wind barrier like it was nothing. This'll be a piece of cake. Allowing blood vein to flow through her very being once more, Bambietta charged, her right fist propelling forward. Yet then did she cry out in equal parts surprise and pain, Aragorn's winds forcing her flying back. She was quick to recover, however, her feet skidding across a makeshift invisible platform. What's the matter, Fly? Aragorn asked, his voice howling alongside the vortex that covered him from head to toe. This barrier is much more compact than the last. All this power condensed into a much smaller surface area. I don't know or care how you penetrated my last barrier, because you'll never be able to pierce this veil. Bambietta's eyes simply narrowed in response to the challenge. I'll just have to try harder. By all means, Aragorn replied. Try. You asked for it. Bambietta's bow ignited within her hand again and she took aim. Don't say I didn't warn you. An arrow of light shot forward then, aimed directly for Aragorn's torso. Bambietta knew this shot would take him down if it hit and she was confident that it would. Yet when the arrow made contact with the swirling mass of winds it began to shift off course. Then did it fly off into the distance, leaving Aragorn unharmed. Well, this blows, Bambietta said to herself. I'm not sure if that pun was intended. Let's just say it was, okay. Bambietta kept her eyes locked on Aragorn then, waiting for him to make the next move. She could only hope that she had the means to counter it. We've got you now, Aragorn. What? Bambietta glanced over Aragorn's shoulder then, the Eisenwald wizard glancing back as well. They both were then able to see Natsu Dragneel fast approaching, hanging on to Happy for dear life. The cat's wings were flapping wildly, a rather enraged expression on his face. Bambietta could not help but laugh. Oh, Happy looks so mad. I bet you didn't know my little buddy could go Mach speed, did you? Natsu let go of Happy then, allowing his momentum to propel him towards Aragorn. The Dragon Slayer's foot became lit up with flames then. Fire Dragon's Claw. It was an impressive, if unique, entrance, that much Bambietta had to admit. Unfortunately it amounted to very little. Natsu's flames completely faded away on the spot, leaving him to harmlessly bounce off of Aragorn's windshield. To Natsu's credit, however, he managed to land on the train tracks with his feet and was quick to catch Happy. Bambietta glanced down then and could see that the blue cat was exhausted, no doubt having pushed himself too hard to achieve the speed he had used to get here. The Quincy did not want to admit it, but it did tug at her heart. The poor little guy is all tuckered out. You okay, Happy? Natsu asked, gently cradling his friend. Yeah, Happy replied, closing his eyes for a moment. I'm just so tired. Don't worry, Natsu said as he lay Happy down softly to the platform, I can handle everything from here. You again, Aragorn said, glaring down at Natsu. Foolish Dragon Slayer. My powers can smother your power with ease. Fire can never hope to defeat wind. I guess we won't really know that for sure until I try. Natsu began to slam his fists together, activating his flames once more. I've got a fire in my belly and wow, Bambi, you can fly. Natsu's power faded then and there, the Dragon Slayer glancing up towards Bambietta, keeping a hand above his eyes to block any rays from the sun. Well, not exactly, Bambietta said simply. Still awesome looking though, right? Yeah. Natsu answered. But how about you sit this one out? I want a shot at Dash. Hell no. Bambietta suddenly appeared in front of Natsu with the power of Hyrenkyaku. If he beats me, then take your best shot. Until then you can stand here, watch and wait your turn. Natsu could only sulk. That's no fun. Wait, Bambietta suddenly said, the Quincy showing signs of confusion. How the heck did you get out here? I thought the wind barrier had you all locked up tight. Oh, we had an idea after you left actually, Natsu explained. See, Lucy remembered that some maid in her employ could dig holes. So she dug us a tunnel underneath the building and to the outside. Pretty cool, right? Oh, yeah, Virgo, Bambietta replied. And where's everyone else? I guess they're coming here in the Magic Mobile, Natsu explained. I'm not sure really. Me and Happy just kind of took off on our own. Of course you did. Bambietta sighed. Wait, I walked through that barrier for nothing. Well, you looked pretty cool overcoming it, Natsu said with a smile. Okay, so I scored some badass points. Yay me. Now watch me go score some more. Bambietta turned her back on Natsu then. As she began to walk towards Aragorn, the Quincy started to whisper to herself. This is a fight reserved for monsters after all. You don't have a place in it. Aragorn continued to look down at Bambietta, his bemusement catching up to him. You are truly a fool. 2 flies, no matter how weak, would have better chances at dealing with the spider before you. You just had to go and say something like that again, didn't you? Bambietta leapt upwards then, standing atop an invisible platform of her making. Creepy bastard, I hate spiders. They freak me out. Bambietta lunged then, letting her emotions flow into her power. She had gotten through the barrier using Blood Vene and Hiron Kyaku, and she was determined to do the same here despite Aragorn's boasting. Her fist hit the windy shield with incredible speed and the Quincy grit her teeth in response. She could feel it, the wind tearing at her knuckles, shredding her white glove as she continued to push forward. Her arm was screaming at her, begging for her to pull back, to cease her attack, but she was unwilling to listen. All she did then was scream with all her might, trying to push forward. Yet it was simply proving to be a hopeless strategy, the wind barrier proving Aragorn's earlier claim correct. The Dark Wizard simply sighed, knowing that the advantage was his and his alone now. It was a welcome relief, yes, but also a sad fact that this battle was going to be so very easy now. Stormbringer. Bambietta braced herself then, prepared to be pushed away by Aragorn's attack as punishment for her own defiance. Yet this time did the tornado come from below, enveloping her body. The Quincy was thrown about then, having trouble maintaining her position underneath the cruel maelstrom. Natsu, happy groaned, trying to lift himself up off the tracks, aren't you going to help her? She's got this, Natsu said with the utmost confidence. Trust me. The Dragon Slayer watched then as Bambietta was buffeted around by the force of the attack, but he was not worried in the least. He had fought her before and he could see she had already grown since their brief scuffle. That was a fact that left the Dragon Slayer curious about a rematch. Though first he would have to contend with Urza in the promised battle they had agreed upon. Aragorn, meanwhile, knew he could no longer play around at all. He had to finish this Quincy quickly, then take care of the young man with the pink hair. No doubt if these two had been freed from his barrier, then the others would be here soon as well. He could not dare to fight all of them in rapid succession, especially not Urza Scarlet. Weakened or not, she was a foe worthy of his admiration and fear, and he too would be in a weakened state if he had to deal with her after all these other flies. To that end he cut off the power to his Stormbringer spell then, allowing the winds to die down. It was a potent spell but not one he could count on to end this fight. No, to bring this to a close he would have to activate a spell of much more destructive potential, one that he could only use when his Storm Mail skill was in full effect. Bambietta, meanwhile, simply created a platform to stand on, her legs wobbling, her eyes all but spinning. I think I'm going to hurl. The Quincy glanced down towards Natsu then, an inkling in mind. Turnabout's fair play, she began to say, but that'd be too mean. Hold it in, Bambi. Puking in mid-battle would so not be cool. Aragorn, meanwhile, simply brought his hands together. Storm Shred. Bambietta saw it then, several dozen strands of wind moving away from a large magic circle in front of Aragorn. They held such power within them that the very magic was lighting the sky with each blade of wind, leaving Bambietta to seize up with fear. She began to move then, relying on the power of Hiron Kyaku. The barrage of the storm shred continued, yet Bambietta managed to keep herself free from further harm, crisscrossing through the open sky, from spiritual platform to spiritual platform, never staying in one place for long as she approached Aragorn. She had a different plan for action now, the Quincy reaching into her coat pocket. Aragorn, meanwhile, simply grew irritated with the lack of success that was his current attack strategy. You've pushed me too far, fly! He screamed, as he flew up away from Bambietta, gaining altitude above her as he did so. The wizard then began to draw upon his powers with erratic arm movements. Allow me then to grant you a death worthy of the displeasure you've forced on me. Bambietta drew closer, hoping to finish her plan of attack before Aragorn did his. She could see him raising his wind-covered arms into the sky before suddenly pushing them towards her. Oh damn it all! Behold a magic that can rend the very heavens themselves. A magic circle appeared before Aragorn, the violent emblem crackling with raw power. Emerabaram. A massive gust of wind suddenly surged forward. Its concentrated strength slammed directly into Bambietta, its magical properties ripping and tearing at her body. She tried to stand up to it, yes, but it was to no avail. The Quincy simply fell back, her body hitting the train tracks with incredible force. Yet the magic of Aragorn's attack was not done, the wind slicing directly through the support structure, leaving shards of metal and wood to fall into the canyon. "Now it's your turn, Dragon Slayer," Aragorn said as he lowered his body down until his feet came into contact with the bridge. "I wonder if you'll fare any better than your friend." "My turn," Natsu said smugly. "I wish, but I don't think your fight with Bambi is just over yet." Aragorn's eyes widened. "What?" "The bad guys seem to say that a lot if you ask me," Bambietta said as simply lay battered on the train tracks, blood vein having held up tremendously under the pressure it had just been subjected to. "I guess I should know." "That's not possible," Aragorn screamed. "You should be nothing but a bloody smear." "Whatever," Bambietta said as she forced herself to sit up. "You could leave me a fine red paste on the wall and I'd still keep coming back to fight you, got it?" "You damned fly," Aragorn hissed. "Why won't you fairy tale flies fall?" "Oh, I fall a lot," Bambietta said as she made it to one knee. "But you know what the best thing about it is?" "Damn you," Aragorn began to draw on his powers once more. Bambietta forced herself to stand then, breathing heavily. "It just gives me the chance to rise back up and try again." Bambietta lunged for Aragorn then, Hiron Kyaku taking her forward as she screamed in defiance of both the Dark Wizard's power and ambition. She pulled back her right hand, once more allowing it to become a fist that glowed with the energy of blood. "This again." Aragorn could not hide his contempt. "How pitiful." "We'll see about that." Bambietta's punch connected suddenly with Aragorn's barrier once more, the Quincy's scream of rage changing to one born out of absolute agony. The cloth of her white glove began to tear away completely into the wind, blood ripping away from her hand as well. It was decidedly different from before, Aragorn could tell that much. The last time his shield had kept Bambietta at bay, yet it had not caused her any lasting harm. Now however was the flesh of her hand being torn apart. "Try as you might, you cannot succeed. You're just wasting your time." Aragorn held his position firm, yet the wizard was content in the knowledge that his wind barrier concealed his face from those before him. He was confident in his power, yes, but this woman was pushing his buttons in so many ways, both in terms of his strength of body and character. She had no hope, no chance to break through his barrier, yet she was pushing against it nonetheless. "I'll do with my time as I damn well please, you dumbass." Bambietta grit her teeth then as she began to push harder. Scum who would sacrifice the lives of their subordinates don't deserve to get what they feel they deserve. Aragorn could see it, then the wind of his barrier shifting, Bambietta's continued raving filling his ears. He knew what she was saying, yet he had no idea what exactly had provoked such ire on her part. "Not you." Then did the Eisenwald wizard beginning to see the bloody knuckles of her fist piercing through the currents. "And not me." Bambietta had been willing to sacrifice it all to get through Aragorn's barrier, casting off the protection of blood vein for the pure power of blood artery. Now her hand was a bloody mess, flesh shredded, but it was worth it if she could land one empowered blow now that she had pierced Aragorn's shield. Yet the agony coursing through her right arm was too much for her to bear. Her bloodied fist stopped mere centimeters away from Aragorn's face. The Dark Wizard gasped for a moment, seeing how close he had come to defeat. Yet then did he grin. "Nice try, fly, but now it's dash." Then did Aragorn hold his tongue, watching as Bambietta opened her ravaged hand. Several small magical capsules fell from it, no doubt having been gripped tightly in the palm of her fist. The lids on the capsules were loose, a strange liquid that glowed with power spilling out. Bambietta pulled her hand out from Aragorn's storm mail, a trail of blood dancing in the wind as she did so. She stepped back then, mumbling a Quincy chant as she did so. Then did she stare forward, her voice booming. "It's time you reap what you sow, Aragorn." Bambietta smiled, having held that line in since the moment this battle had started. Her Quincy spell long since complete, the makeshift Jinto capsules she had left in the wind barrier suddenly burst forth with explosions. She could hear Aragorn cry out in pain within his own defenses, bursts of light echoing forth so greatly that they shone right through the dark matter of the storm mail. Then did it fade, leaving a battered and broken Aragorn, his eyes white and wide with shock, to simply fall to the ground. From his robes fell lullaby, the flute rolling away on the tracks. Bambi, Natsu said, repeating what he had said back in Ashibana, you alright? Me. The Quincy said, looking back to him. I'm just dandy. Kicked his ass and dash. She took note of the Dragon Slayer and Happy both not staring at her face but her right hand. Bambietta raised it up then, staring at the shredded, bloody mess that it had become. She cringed slightly, a strange and repulsive memory suddenly playing out in her mind. She could picture it for a moment, a man in black robes slicing the arm off completely, only for it to be reattached and healed by another. Then did the Quincy shake her head slightly, closing her eyes for a moment as if she was trying to shake off the past. It did not matter in the slightest. Don't worry about it, Natsu. My little Jinto capsules can do more than just blow up jerk-ass wind assassins. With her good hand did Bambietta produce another capsule from her coat pocket. She undid the lid with her mouth and began to pour the spiritual liquid onto the damaged flesh that composed her right hand. It stung horribly but she pressed on, her whispers forcing the liquid to glow and infuse itself into her flesh. Ravaged skin and scarred tissue began to fade then, leaving behind only dried blood as a sign of the damage that had been done by her reckless attack. See? Bambietta said as she rose the hand once more, moving her fingers about without even a momentary trace of pain. Good as new. That's pretty cool, Natsu said. Maybe with you around I can fight more carelessly all the time. Happy simply sighed. That doesn't seem like such a good idea, Natsu. Sir, Bambietta added on, smirking slightly. Now then, about this stupid flute that's caused us all so much trouble. Natsu. Bambi. Both fairy tale members turned in response to their names, Happy growing distraught that no one called out to him, and they took notice of Urza driving the magic mobile across the train tracks. Lucy, meanwhile, was poking her head out the window, waving towards them. Well, Bambietta simply said. The gang's all here. Shame the party just came to a close. My bad. Urza slowed the magic mobile then, bringing it to a complete stop. Natsu, she began to say. You defeated Eriger. I wish. The Dragon Slayer answered. But I just kind of had to sit this one out. Urza glanced toward Bambietta then. You deliberately disobeyed me? The Quincy's eyes went wide. Hey now, I was so totally heading to Clover to warn the guild masters. But, you know, me and Eriger were on the same path, so we kind of bumped into each other and dash. Damn it, Bambietta. Urza pulled herself away from the magic mobile, her legs shaking slightly. Lucy was quick to her side, trying to help the S-class wizard remain on her feet. All who watched could tell that supplying the magic mobile with the vast amounts of power it had needed to perform as well as it had this day had taken quite the toll on the wizard. For that one brief moment did Bambietta feel guilty, though that only irritated her deep down. Urza, I dash. Enough. The armored mage simply looked at Bambietta with a worn expression upon her face. I'm just content to see that you survived. Survived? Bambietta said with a smile of renewed confidence. I totally wrecked this guy. Eventually. Gray was the next to exit the vehicle, staring at the results of the battle. Nice work, rookie. Bambietta could not help but continue to smirk. Well thanks, you left your coat and shirt back in Ashibana, didn't you? No, Gray glanced back towards the seating of the magic mobile and sighed in defeat. Yeah, I guess I did. Then did Bambietta take notice of a bandaged young man exiting the vehicle. She recognized him quickly as the shadow wizard that had been all but betrayed by his group. You joining Fairy Tale now or something? Well then, rookie, let me explain to you the pecking order that's in place. You defeated Eriger. Kageyama asked simply, his face consumed with shock. That's impossible. Possible and kind of easy, Bambietta said, waving her right hand towards Kageyama. See? Not a scratch on me. Now that this is settled, Urza began to say, I suggest that we all go to Clover and report to Master Makarov and the others what has transpired. Oh, we get to meet the other guild masters? Bambietta asked, a little glee in her voice. That could be fun. Yeah, I don't know about that, Natsu said with a sigh. It's just a big stuffy event. Hardly my kind of party. Gray looked towards Bambietta then. Don't listen to him. It can't be that bad. Though just brace yourself for some oddballs. Oh yeah, Bambietta said with a raised eyebrow, like we're a bunch of normal folks. That's right, Natsu suddenly whispered towards Gray. She hasn't met Master Bob of Blue Pegasus yet. Yeah, that should be interesting, Gray replied. He always makes a big first impression. Then did it happen? While the members of Fairy Tale were lost in conversation, Kageyama made up his mind. The Eisenwald wizard slipped into the driver's seat of the magic mobile and slipped on the SE plug. Without any fear or hesitation he propelled the vehicle forward, driving right past the Fairy Tale Guild members. Erriger! Kageyama began to shout. What you started I'll finish. His shadow powers came alive then, a tendril whipping out and snatching the discarded lullaby and bringing it into the young man's possession. Watch and weep, you flies! Kageyama screamed as he began to drive towards Clover. I'm going to massacre those cretins in power. Hey! Natsu shouted in return. What the heck, man? We saved your life and this is how you repay us. Bambietta simply watched in shock, the Quincy quick to get irritated. That idiot. She ran forward then, Hiran Kyaku taking hold of her feet. One step after another and soon was the Quincy catching up with the vehicle. She leapt for all she was worth then, her feet touching down in the driver's section up front. What the hell? Kageyama stared in shock at Bambietta's presence. How did you dash? Give me the dim lullaby. Bambietta reached out, intent on taking it from Kageyama by force, yet then did she notice the young man's fear suddenly growing. It was simply not just her he was afraid of this instant. It did not take long for the Quincy to realize what may have just happened. She could feel the wind in her hair and she was quick to look over her shoulder. Sure enough, Kageyama had lost control of the magic mobile in his panic and driven it right off the tracks. Now it was plummeting into Clover Canyon. Kageyama simply screamed while Bambietta only sighed. Don't go pissing your pants, you moron. She grabbed Kageyama by the shoulders and quickly leapt away from the falling vehicle and landed atop a spiritual platform. Bambietta did not say a word then, simply bounding from one foothold to another until at last she was back atop the train tracks. She took from the shocked Kageyama the lullaby then, throwing the young man harshly to the ground. What the hell is wrong with you? Bambietta screamed, her temper flaring. Those Eisenwald bastard tried to kill you and you still want to go through with their plan. How dumb can you dash? Bambietta paused then, the Quincy's rambling suddenly dragging from the depths of her own soul desires she possessed as well. Did she not want to return to the Vandenrijk despite what had happened? Damn it. The Quincy simply sat down then, letting her legs dangle over the edge of the bridge. We're both idiots I guess. Kageyama simply pulled himself up, staring at Bambietta's back. He thought of it then, to push her off, to take back lullaby, but then she spoke once more. Don't even try it, kid, the Quincy said simply. When I'm around jerks like you, I just seem to feel like I'm walking on air. Literally, I mean. And as for this creepy little thing. Bambietta pulled lullaby before her, staring at the three-eyed skull that adorned its craftsmanship. She had considered wanting this power for herself, if only to give her leverage over the world around her, but now she was beginning to reconsider it. Then did the eyes of the skull suddenly glow, a strange power within them. In disgust, Bambietta threw the flute out into the open air. Then did she summon her bow to her. What are you doing? Kageyama screamed. That's dash. A waste of all our damn time. Bambietta let loose an arrow then and its aim was true. The weapon of light quickly collided with the lullaby flute, reducing it to nothing but ash. A burst of violet energy erupted then but it too quickly faded away, leaving behind no trace of the magical artifact's existence. There. Done. What am I supposed to do now? Kageyama continued to scream. Eisenwald lost everything because of people like you and now dash. Just shut up, Bambietta interjected. You think you've lost everything? Look, I hate to play the victim card here, but I'm pretty sure I've had it much worse than you. And look at me, moving forward. Then did Bambietta frown. No, I was just trying to move backwards. What are you talking about? Like I said, Bambietta answered, we're both utter fools. Bambietta stood then and looked down at Kageyama, her face cold and showing little sign of emotion for the moment. People like us need to move forward, even if it hurts. The doggy, Erriger, you, me. We can't be throwing our lives away for such worthless pursuits. After all, what's the point in winning if you end up dying? Bambi. The Quincy turned then, taking notice of Lucy and the others fast approaching on foot. The Quincy could not help herself, smiling broadly as she watched them approach. Yeah, I just need to move forward, she said softly, becoming lost in the moment. And if I fall in the process, I'll just have to stand back up and try again. Time moved on, the weary members of Fairy Tale having made their way to the town of Clover on foot. They had been welcomed into the meeting place of the Fiori Guild Masters with open arms, and once the events of the day had been recalled and discussed, the Magic Council had been contacted so that the military could be sent to apprehend those from Eisenwald. It was a cause for a celebration, and several wizards were doing just that. Natsu, Cray, Urza, Lucy, and Happy were partaking with conversation with the guild masters present. Bambietta, meanwhile, was standing away in the distance of the massive room. It was not that she had no interest in conversing, that was far from it. There was just one in particular she wanted to talk to, and she was biding her time. Finally, the Quincy sighed in relief as she watched Makarov end his conversation with one of the guild masters, a gaunt older man wearing sunglasses, and thus did Bambietta make her move. She approached quickly. Master Makarov. Ah, Bambietta, the old man said as she looked up at her. How are you holding up? Fine, the Quincy answered before asking a question all her own. Why did you ask Urza to watch over me? My child, whatever are you talking about? Bambietta raised an eyebrow in response to her question being greeted with another. She said you told her specifically to keep an eye on me. Now that's peculiar, the older man replied. I haven't seen Urza since she left for her S-class mission some time ago. That was right before you showed up at the guild hall, actually. Bambietta was only more confused then. Still, the Quincy would not let that become irritation, not here of all places. Oh well, she said with a shrug. Maybe I just misheard her. Whatever the case may be, Makarov said, you did an exemplary job today, Bambietta. There's no telling how much devastation could have been caused if Lullaby made it to Clover. Bambietta could not help but go red in the face. Well, that's nice of you to say and all, but she lowered her head slightly then, her facial expression growing somber. Thank you, Master Makarov. It does an old man proud, Makarov continued, knowing that he won't have to worry about dealing with the Magic Council over this incident. It was true enough, Makarov having very nearly gone into shock when he had known that some of his most troublesome wizards had banded together. Yet now he was simply at ease, the possible crisis having been averted by the most unlikely of individuals. Well, don't think this means I'm the type to play nice, Bambietta said. I did kind of wreck a fair portion of Oaktown while you were Bambietta caught herself then, trying to smile as she changed the topic. Oh, I'm just so happy we were able to save you and the other guild masters. Makarov simply let the subject go for now. Well then, I suggest you mingle among the crowd. Have some fun, live a little. Oh, Bambietta said with a smile, I plan to live a whole lot actually. As for mingling. The Quincy began to turn then, her eyes settling on Urza Scarlet. The woman was talking with Lucy, yet the Quincy was quite intent on entering that conversation herself. She had questions she needed to ask of Urza, ones she hoped would be answered honestly this time. It's time I get a straight ANS. Oh my, aren't you just precious? Bambietta's eyes suddenly widened, her spiritual powers alerting her to a rather interesting presence behind her. The Quincy began to turn, only to find herself suddenly hugged by a rather overweight and bald individual who was very clearly wearing lipstick and a necklace. Well now, Bambietta squeaked out, feeling as if her life was very nearly being hugged right out of her, aren't you friendly? Ah, Bambietta, Makarov suddenly said. Allow me to introduce you to Bob, the guild master of Blue Pegasus. Bambietta's eyes widened. Bob. Oh, Makarov, you do seem to get the real lookers in your guild, though I guess this one can't compare to those fire and ice users. Lucy, Urza, Natsu, Bambietta whimpered. He's too close. I can feel the stubble on his chin. Somebody. Anybody. Help. Chapter 7, Who is Bambietta Basterbine? In the town of Arrow lay a rather majestic building, its ornate designs carved into pale marble that gleamed in the sunlight. It was marvel to behold to any that might come across it, a beautiful structure that transcended all around it. A fitting status for the building, for it was home to Fiore's Magic Council. It was composed of those who oversaw the guilds of the kingdom, passing down rulings from the government and casting their own judgments when proven a necessity. It was generally a quiet and calm setting, yes, but now was a time for concern amongst its members. A meeting was in session, the 9 members of the council standing within the main chamber. For but a moment there was silence until at long last the wizened orc began to speak. Eisenwald has been defeated, he began to say, lightly stroking his grey beard, but it is merely one victory in a sea of chaos. More and more dark guilds continue to act so brazenly. I'll never understand how Eisenwald managed to obtain even a fragment of Ziref's power, the pale and gaunt Yahima offered up. It was sealed away from prying eyes, wasn't it? So how could they have even found it? Michello simply sighed. A curious matter indeed. The sort of political corruption that would have allowed them to even learn of its location could very well extend to the highest levels of our society. Perhaps even one of our own. That sounds to me like baseless conjecture, the youngest member of the council, Seagrain, interjected. Whatever the case may be, Fairy Tale was quite useful in putting down this act of criminality. And to think that this council has labeled them nothing more than a nuisance. I find that rather ironic, don't you all? They defeated an entire dark guild with only a handful of their own, the next youngest, Altair Milkovish said slyly, covering her mouth for a moment with the sleeve of her uniform. That was quite a stunt they pulled, one that worked to all our benefit. However, most intriguing of all, Seagrain added, his arms folding across his chest, is the report filed by Fairy Tale's master, Makarov Dreer, implied. It appears that one of his own was able to destroy Lullaby with veritable ease. Leiji, well known for his outspoken nature, lost his cool then. That's impossible. Lullaby was said to have been created by Ziref's employment of curses. They would have to be in the realm of one of the wizard saints to do such a thing. Or, Altair began to say, her voice coy as ever, perhaps this wizard simply possesses a magic that we do not quite understand. Much conversing began to occur then, those in power arguing amongst themselves in confusion and anger, leaving the blue-haired Seagrain to grow frustrated himself. You all may not be willing to accept it, he began to say, biting his tongue in an attempt to speak out of turn and no more, but that fact may very well be the fact of the situation. Leiji snapped nonetheless. You 2 upstarts have always been causing a ruckus any chance you get. Now you're trying to tell us we owe Fairy Tale our thanks and that there may be a magic out there that we don't understand. Leiji, that's enough, Belno said softly yet with a commanding tone nonetheless. Is magic not a sea of endless possibilities? Is there nothing left for even this council to learn of? Leiji hissed through grit teeth, but he began to step back and calm his nerves. Fine, I will hold any further objections. Thank you, Lady Belno, Seagrain said politely. We were fortunate for Fairy Tale intervening out of the goodness of their hearts. Would it not have been a disappointment to the kingdom of Fiore if one or all of us had to step down from our positions of power to save face in light of Lullaby's usage becoming public? Yet then did Org himself grow cross. That does not change the fact that Fairy Tale's destructive tendencies have caused far too much grief for us all. And now you ask that we simply be content that such a guild may possess a magic that is capable of destroying curses? That we should sit idly by when an out-of-control guild may hold in their possession a magic that is beyond our reasoning? Then perhaps, Seagrain began to say with a smile, we should take this opportunity to discuss the matter with Fairy Tale personally. This is completely unacceptable. Broken and battered, that was the state Bambietta Basterbine was left in. She had gone into battle with Erriger the Reaper with the intent to prove herself and stand victorious. Now however was she left defeated at the bottom of Clover Canyon. Bones shattered, vital organs no doubt ruptured from the uncanny fall, yet still did the Quincy cling to life. I lost? Me? No, I'll dash. Poor Bambi. Bambietta felt it then despite her weakening state, the presence of those growing closer to her. For a moment she felt nothing but relief, seeing those she had allowed her heart to open up to, no matter how slightly, approaching. Then did shadow fall upon the Quincy. Lucy Hartfilia, Natsu Dragneel, Grey Fullbuster, Urza Scarlet and Happy, they were all looking down at her broken body. Upon their faces were expressions of nothing but worry and concern. Yet then did they change, a strange and malevolent glint in Lucy's eyes. Poor Bambi, she said softly as she began to kneel down, the celestial wizard's eyes never drifting away from staring into Bambietta's own. Fairy tale can't have you go away like this. Bambietta felt her skin begin to crawl, the Quincy's breath beginning to catch in her throat. Then did the fingers of Lucy's right hand touch down atop Bambietta's chest, gently tracing down from a collarbone. The Quincy began to hyperventilate then, glancing down staring at the hand, taking note of the guild emblem that was upon it. Then did the emblem vanish, leaving Bambietta's eyes to widen in shock. She moved her gaze up towards Lucy's face then, only to find a very different one facing her. A twisted expression, one captured in a cruel smile and a wretched glow of the eyes, those were the telltale manifestations of stern Ritter Z. We'd miss you, Bambi, Giselle Buell said, her voice dripping with the venom of betrayal. No. Bambietta began to scream, her voice rising past the ravaged body that was her own. Tears began to flow from her eyes then, the Quincy begging in any way that she could. Please, Giselle, don't dash. Fingers pierced flesh then and there, finding their way around the heart within Bambietta's chest. In response all Bambietta could do was scream, her eyes glazing over in the red haze of agony. Yet still did she look at Giselle then, taking note of the woman's shifting appearance. For a brief moment she was Lucy, then Giselle, then back again, the image flickering as if Bambietta's mind was playing tricks on her. The unstable images of Giselle and Lucy began to say, their voices fused into one, would miss you, Bambi. Then did Bambietta's eyes close, her world fading to black as her screams of agony were the only thing left to accompany her. Bambietta's eyes opened then quite suddenly, the Quincy finding herself staring up not at friends willing to kill her but instead an empty ceiling. It was a disconcerting sight for but a moment, the barren white surface leaving the Quincy to wonder if that was all she had left. Then did she breathe, the sensation of air moving in and out of her mouth leaving Bambietta to understand she was well and truly alive. Nothing more, nothing less. Alive thanks to the mercy of strangers, those who did not know her or owe her anything. Just a dream. It was a whisper and nothing more, Bambietta's voice low and hoarse. Yet she saw it still, a glimpse of those she had once considered friends, all of them staring down at her with treacherous intent. She whispered again in turn, though this time her voice was laced with disgust and rage. Fuck that worthless world. Bambietta began to sit up then, her blankets falling atop her lap. The Quincy was quickly beginning to question her choice of words then. Did she not want to return to her own world? Did she not want to avenge herself on those that had wronged her? Did she not want to return to His Majesty's service? Did she not have faith in her own world? Did she not expect it to get better upon her return? Bambietta shrugged slightly, looking at the simple home she had now. The Quincy wanted to return to the life she had led before, and yet this world was so strange, so tranquil, calming to her soul even now. Then did she shake her head, the young woman determined to remember and understand the futility of such desires. She was stern Ritter of the Vandenrijk. The trappings of this life around her were unsuitable for one of her station. It was as simple as that, wasn't it? Bambietta bit down on her lip, the Quincy at last forcing herself to turn her gaze around. She could see it then, Lucy sitting at her desk, full dressed for the day, her back facing Bambietta. She could see that her roommate was leaning over the desk, perhaps writing something. That gave Bambietta the moment she needed, a brief passage of time was all it took. Her mind shifted from its own dark and depressing thoughts, finding something else to focus upon. The Quincy slowly slipped her blankets off and turned her body. Her feet quietly touching down on the floor, she stood then and began to make her approach. Hey, roomie, what are you up to? Bambietta took notice of Lucy's back suddenly straightening, followed quickly by the sound of rustling paper. "Oh, nothing," Lucy replied sheepishly as she looked over at Bambietta. "Nothing at all?" "Right." Bambietta ran her hands across her forehead, pushing aside any locks of hair impeding her vision. Then did she lean over Lucy's shoulder and glance at the papers the celestial wizard had been writing upon. "Oh, is that a diary?" "No, no," Lucy stammered. "Nothing of the sort, hey." Bambietta quickly snatched one sheet of paper out from under Lucy's hands and skipped away. "Nice handwriting," the Quincy mused as she hopped up on her bed playfully. Her eyes began to scan over the paper then, yet she was still mindful of her surroundings. "Bambi, give it back." Lucy moved in close, reaching out to take back the paper, yet the Quincy vanished from sight. "Oh, it is a diary. Let's see what we've got here." A slight giggle escaped from Bambietta as she appeared on the other side of the room via Hirenkyaku. She placed a hand on the side of her face for effect and began to read aloud. "Oh, my heart still skips a beat whenever I think about what a big event I was involved in. I heard that the authorities arrested most of the members of Eisenwald that were involved. Bambi." Lucy stepped forward again, but the Quincy was quick to pull her vanishing act once more, appearing back on her bed. Yet this time her voice was rather solemn as she continued to speak. "The part that scares me is the fact that Erriger got away and no one knows where he is." Bambietta looked towards the irritated Lucy then. "You're scared of him wanting revenge, huh?" Lucy moved in close and successfully took back the paper from Bambietta. "What if he wants revenge? Then I guess I'll just have to kick that phony Soul Reaper's butt all over again." Bambietta answered, a sly grin spreading across her face. "So don't worry your pretty little head, Rumi. I've got your back." Lucy simply sighed. "Nothing ever phases you, huh? Hey." The celestial wizard took notice of Bambietta once more vanishing from the bed. Lucy turned quick and could see Bambietta once more over by her desk, another paper in her hands. "Bambi." The Quincy began to scan over the sheet of paper then, her smile quickly fading. She placed it back down on the desk and simply looked at Lucy. "Bambi." Then did the Quincy simply vanish from sight once more. Lucy heard it, the sound of a drawer opening and closing quickly. She turned around, only to catch sight of a Bambietta vanishing with Hirenkyaku, leaving the space from her dresser empty once more. "Wait, Bambi." The celestial wizard heard the door to the apartment suddenly open and close, and she realized that she was alone now. Lucy had a feeling she knew what had happened, yes, but she was still intent in making certain. She moved towards her desk then, taking hold of the sheet of paper that Bambietta had last read. Darn it! Lucy read her own words well. Of her speaking her feelings of those she had met since joining Fairy Tale. Bambi, I dash. Bambietta, dressed all in white, her nightwear left behind, was not thinking quite clearly as she walked through the teeming masses of Magnolia citizens. The Quincy was lost in thought, yes, but it was a jumbled mess. Still did she continue to walk forward in a way, all but ready to use Hirenkyaku to put some distance between herself and Lucy if the wizard were to give chase. The Quincy simply had not time for apologies or explanations. Bambi. The Quincy heard her name, and in response did she do just as she intended, letting her body move forward at a quickened pace, the powers gifted to her by her bloodline taking effect. Soon she was allotted a modicum of peace and quiet as Hirenkyaku slowed down, leaving her to appear and stop in another section of town. There, however, did the silence come to a close, Bambietta hearing the ringing of bells. She looked around then, and in response did Bambietta's eyes widen. The Quincy could only look in awe as she stood before a rather grand cathedral, its ornate design towering above her. She craned her head in response them to get a good look at it, taking note of the moving bells within its towers. Bambietta took a deep breath then, trying to compose herself. Her shoulders began to slump slightly then, the Quincy trying to rationalize the thoughts going through her head. She was about to step forward, to enter the cathedral, but she stopped just short of its doors. No, she said softly. Somebody as messed up as me has no right being in there. Then did Bambietta vanish once more, Hirenkyaku at her beck and call once more. Lucy Hartfilia was looking all around now, the celestial wizard worried for her roommate. She was moving quickly through the crowd of Magnolia citizens, trying to catch sight of the telltale signs of her white uniform, anything to let her know she had found her friend. Yet all the while she knew this would prove difficult, Lucy understanding that Bambietta's unique powers, magic or otherwise, would make her impossible to catch if she did not want to be found. "Bambi," she began to say, whispering under her breath, "I'm sore dash." "So am I." Lucy turned around then, catching sight of Bambietta behind her. She reacted on instinct, reaching out to hug her roommate and friend. Bambietta, meanwhile, simply did not move. She only glanced away slightly, looking to the ground. "Lucy," Bambietta began to say as she pushed the woman away from her, "you were right, okay? The truth just hurts is all." "No, I shouldn't have wrote anything like that," the celestial wizard argued. "It was just dash." "Your diary," Bambietta replied. "That's what I get for sticking my nose in where it doesn't belong. Bambi dash." "Bambi's a nice friend, if a little scary," the Quincy began to say, reciting from memory what she had read, "but the worst part is she seems a little messed up emotionally. I wonder what happened to her in the past." Lucy said nothing, simply wrapping her right hand across her left arm as she glanced down. Those were her words, paraphrased almost too accurately, and she could not argue against them. Bambietta simply began to walk a slight distance away, sitting down on a bench overlooking the canal that ran by the street. She glanced down at the water before motioning towards Lucy. The celestial mage moved closer then and sat next to Bambietta. Then did she wait for the Quincy to speak. Bambietta began to open her mouth in response but nothing issued forth. She tried again, wanting to speak but unable to do so. Thus did the two simply sit in their own self-inflicted silence. Bambietta began to grow angry with herself now, the Quincy knowing that there was a part of her that wanted to tell Lucy the truth, to let her know everything, but she was afraid. She was a monster, one that had been a part of nothing more than a group composed of such beings. That much had been made quite clear to her during the Eisenwald situation, yet still did she want to go back to that. However, to admit any such feelings to someone who clearly wanted to be her genuine friend would be tantamount to throwing her current life away. Bambietta glanced slightly towards Lucy then, taking note of her face. There was a slight smile there but the Quincy knew it would fade if Lucy learned the truth of who she was living with. Then would Bambietta have put herself in the position of a well-deserved betrayal. Then, as if in response to that, Bambietta saw a flash, a change. For one brief moment was Lucy's face supplanted by Giselle's own, as if the nightmare had become reality. Then did the hell leave behind only paradise, Lucy's face taking center stage once more. "I told you before," Bambietta began to say, "that my friends from another guild betrayed me, right?" Lucy reached out then, placing her hand gently on Bambietta's own. "You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to." There it was. The out, the emergency exit, the escape from this conversation that she had started. Bambietta so desperately wanted to take it, to be free of this moment that she had ensnared herself in, yet she was unwilling to sit idly by and allow her inner misery remain buried. "They were my friends," she began to say, her voice cracking slightly. "My friends. And when I needed them the most, they..." Lucy felt the silence return, the celestial wizard watching and taking notice of Bambietta's lower lip trembling. Then did the Quincy take off her hat with one hand, the other running through her dark hair. The hand stopped then, pausing as it pressed against the back of her neck. "You saw what happened to Kageyama back in Ashibana," Bambietta said, her voice and face both trembling, a strange light in her eyes. "Those Eisenwald bastards tried to kill him. His friends. His damned friends. And mine. They were. They." Bambietta's face began to contort then, her rage beginning to overtake her. Lucy felt a slight hint of trepidation in response to it but she refused to move. She knew she had nothing to fear from Bambietta, they were friends after all, but still was it unnerving to see nonetheless. Then did Bambietta's voice stabilize, her expression growing dark and distant, no emotion present in her in that instant. "I hate them all." Then there was silence once more, Lucy unable to find anything she could say to offer comfort, Bambietta simply left to mull over the implications of her own statement. Yet in the end did Lucy finally come to a conclusion, of any offer of comfort she could provide. "Hating them won't bring you peace." I know that, Bambietta said quietly, her eyes suddenly narrowing. Killing them would. Then did Lucy grow very afraid, the young woman feeling a shiver run across her flesh. Bambi. The Quincy turned to look at Lucy then, taking note of the fear etched upon her face. In turn did a sensation of guilt play across Bambietta, then in her cold expression quickly faded. Lucy, I'm sorry. I just... Bambietta stood then, clutching her hat with one hand. You're too good for me. You, Natsu, Urza, fairy tale. You're all better off casting aside such filth like me. Bambietta began to move then, the Quincy all but intent on using Hiran Kyaku to leave behind Lucy once again. Yet then did she feel a hand against her own, the grip tight. Bambietta bit down on her lower lip in response to it, knowing exactly what was happening. She turned then and could see Lucy looking up at her. Bambi, the celestial wizard said, holding tightly, don't go. Not like this. Bambietta tried to keep her composure then, yet even her voice was slipping. Lucy. We'd miss you. I'd miss you. Then did Bambietta's eyes widen. Those words again, the same as spoken to her long ago by one who had taken from her something most precious. Lucy, let me make one thing very. I like you. Levi too. Natsu's okay, and I guess Gray too. And Makarov and Urza, I respect them. But as for Fairy Tale itself and everyone else in it, I can't give a damn. I won't. Lucy lowered her gaze then. That's fine. Just, don't leave like this, all right? You, Bambietta began to ask, you wouldn't ever. No, I already know the answer. You're not that type of person. What? Lucy replied, trying to fight back any tears. What are you afraid of? It's not important, Bambietta said. I already know you wouldn't betray me like they did. Of course not. Lucy shouted. I'm your friend. I don't know what they did to you exactly, but I swear I'd never do anything to hurt a friend. Like I said, Bambietta sighed, you're all too damned good for me. But... The Quincy pulled Lucy up then and wrapped her arms around the celestial wizard tightly. I'll stay, all right. Slowly did the door to Bambietta and Lucy's apartment open, the two of them stepping in. The two were lost in conversation, having moved past all the sorrow and jubilation that they had experienced outside. Now they were simply conversing like two old friends, nothing more. So you're into writing, huh? Bambietta asked as she took off her hat and hung it on top of the coat rack near the door. Yeah, I guess, Lucy said as she began to move into the apartment. I doubt I'll ever be up there with the greats like Zequa Melon, but I hope to have at least one good book down written at some point. Well, Bambietta began to say, going by that diary dash. It's not a diary, Lucy said sternly, looking back at Bambietta. It's personal, okay. Bambietta flinched slightly. Look, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have overstepped my bounds. No, it's just... Lucy could not finish the sentence. Instead she moved over to her desk and began to shuffle through the papers. You only saw the last ones. I wrote so much more and... Well. What's wrong? Bambietta watched as Lucy waved her hand out, showing what had been the first sheet that she had wrote on. Dear Mom. Bambietta quickly went red in the face. Reading a girl's diary, that she was willing to mess around with. She had done it many, many times with her old friends, though sometimes that had led to some rather horrifying discoveries. Lil Tato's apparent crush on Stern Ritter C being the least strange thing she had learned from those knowledge escapades. The worst had regarded Giselle, of course, leading Bambietta to never even dare to discuss the differences between the male and female anatomy with her fellow Quincy. To read a diary, that was fair game, yes, but to intrude on a daughter's candid message to her mother? That was something Bambietta had not dared to do intentionally. Now she could only feel shame for her mistaken actions, something she was not entirely used to. Look, I really am sorry. It's all right, Lucy said. You'd probably be the only one who actually reads it anyway. The Quincy furrowed her brow at that peculiar statement. What do you mean? Just, forget about it, Lucy said, the celestial wizard becoming withdrawn for a moment. Then did she suddenly perk up. Say, you want to do some shopping? I got to say, this is a pretty good pad you two got going on for 70,000 jewel. Bambietta and Lucy both turned suddenly at the unexpected voice. They were then greeted with the sight of Gray exiting their kitchen in his boxer shorts, a glass of ice water in hand. "Hey!" Lucy shouted, forcing Gray to back up with her patent Lucy kick. "Nobody is stripping in this apartment but me and Bambi." "Oh my," Bambietta whispered underneath her breath before at last speaking at a typical register. "It's his thing, Lucy. Outside of some quick-drying cement or a really nasty staple gun, I don't think he'll ever stay in his clothes for very long." "Wait." Lucy suddenly got very confused. "Are you the one taking this calmly now? And I'm the one getting temperamental?" "Hey," Bambietta said with an unassuming shrug, "I dealt with all sorts of strange fellows at my old guild. It takes me a little to get used to the quirks, but I'm used to eventually getting used to them. I never would have survived with my sanity intact back home if I hadn't figured out that much." "Sanity intact?" Gray asked, his voice displaying some signs of judgment. "Oh no you didn't." Bambi's right hand shot forward then, having closed into a fist. "General weirdness I'll tolerate, but half-baked insults? No thank you." "Hey!" Gray shouted, stepping back again and waving an arm in protest. "At least let me say why I'm here before you go picking a fight." All right, Bambietta said with a sigh. "What a killjoy. I came here to remind you both," Gray began to say, "today's the day." "Day for what?" Bambietta asked, clearly confused. Lucy, meanwhile, had a slight inkling. "You don't mean Dash?" "Yeah," Gray replied. "Urza's going to fight Natsu, just like he asked her back at the train station." "No way!" Lucy screamed. "Bambi, let's go Bambi!" Lucy looked around blankly, taking note that her roommate had all but vanished. She looked to Gray then. "Don't ask me," the half-naked ice mage said with a shrug. "One minute she was there, the next not. She's quick on her feet, that one. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0. Bambietta burst through the doors of Fairy Tale, the Quincy finding herself greeted by an unnatural silence. Those within the building were simply staring in silence, all their eyes trained on Natsu Dragneel and Urza Scarlet. "All right, you ready?" the Dragon Slayer was saying, standing tall with one foot propped up the table seats before Urza. "Because I've got a fire in belly for sure this time." "Yes, I suppose I have kept you waiting long enough," the armored mage simply responded, trying her best to enjoy the food sitting atop the counter before her. "You have my utmost thanks for the assistance you provided in defeating Eisenwald, so I will have the rematch you asked for." Then did Urza suddenly look towards the master of the guild, Makarov, simply sitting beside Myra Jane Strauss at the main counter. "However, I do believe we need permission for such a contest of wills." Urza nodded then towards the older man, obtaining his attention. "Master Makarov, if you would allow us this sparring contest." "I suppose I can," Makarov simply responded, "however, I do request that you and Natsu take it outside for the sake of our guild hall. And do be mindful of the property around you." "Yes, master. And you have my thanks." Then did Urza turn back to Natsu, to formally accept the challenge, only to find him being confronted by Bambietta. That drew Urza's attentions and she simply returned to enjoying her meal, all the while watching the two converse. "Are you crazy, Natsu?" Bambietta all but shouted. "Look, I know you're tough and all, but there's no way you're going to beat her. You're just pissing in the wind here." "Wind?" the Dragon Slayer replied, raising an eyebrow as he did so. "But she's Urza, not Aragorn." Bambietta could not help herself, bringing the palm of her right hand to cover her face for a second before pointing its index finger at Natsu. "Listen, I know you want to prove yourself and I get that, but there's no point in getting yourself involved in a sparring contest that you can't hope to win. But you wanted to fight me before, didn't you?" "Okay, that was mean." Bambietta's eyes twitched for a brief few moments, her mouth nearly falling open in horror. "But I'm going to let that one slide because I bet you didn't think that comment through." Natsu simply scratched at the top of his head. "Think what through?" Bambietta sighed. "That's what I figured." Then did she snap and became defensive. And besides, that was different. I thought I could beat you. And I think I can now that I totally wrecked that Aragorn guy. Oh yeah. Natsu's eyes lit up. Then win or lose, I so want a rematch after I fight Urza. Yeah, like there's going to be anything left of you to fight after that. Bambietta folded her arms across chest and looked away from Natsu, a grunt of frustration escaping the puffed-out cheeks of her face. Then did she glance towards Natsu. Though I do kind of want a second round sometime. It's a deal. Natsu said with an infectious smile upon his face. So you going to root for me? Bambietta relaxed her guard then and sighed. I suppose I could root for the underdog. That's what I like to hear. Then did Natsu turn to face Urza. You read dash. He never got the chance to finish the sentence, Urza having long since completed her meal and moving beside Natsu. With one swift motion had she wrapped an arm across his shoulders and pulled him close, inadvertently slamming Natsu's head against her armored torso. The stage of battle is set. Urza shouted as she pointed towards the door and began to guide Natsu to it. Bambietta, meanwhile, watched as the rest of Fairy Tail, Makarov excluded, began to follow the duo outside. The Quincy merely stood her ground for a second, Myra Jane appearing before her. Don't you want to see the big fight? Big fight. Bambietta could not help herself and laughed. Look, I don't mean to cruel to Natsu but he doesn't have a ghost of a chance against her. Oh come on, Myra Jane said, grabbing Bambietta by the hand and running her towards the door, it'll be fun. Menina's the second strikes again, Bambietta whispered under her breath. Oh well, I suppose I should root for the underdog in person. Makarov, meanwhile, simply sat upon the counter. He began to reach for his beverage of choice and took a sip before sighing. Kids these days. Then again, was I any different at their age? I probably gave Master Precht a heart attack some days. Bambietta quickly found herself standing beside Myra Jane, all of Fairy Tail encircled around the chosen street outside of the guild hall. In the center stood Natsu and Urza, the two of them locking eyes. That's right, Dragon Slayer, Bambietta mused. Drag it out with a stare down. The more that goes on, the longer you'll be conscious. They're really going through with this crazy idea. Bambietta and Myra Jane both turned then to find Lucy having forced her way through the crowd. Hey there, Lucy. Myra Jane said cheerfully. Well, they have to go through with it anyway, Elfman said, her voice booming from behind the ladies. If they don't, their manhood will come into question. Little brother. Myra Jane said softly. Urza's not a man. And let's get one thing straight, Bambietta began to add, I'm not manly either, you big lug. So don't you dare even make with that humor today, you hear? Shouldn't we be worried? Lucy asked gently. This could tear Fairy Tail's strongest team apart. The strongest team? Gray was completely confused as he approached. You, Urza and Natsu. Lucy shouted back, growing irritated. Bambietta was quick to becoming upset as well. Hey now. Lucy. Oh, and Bambi. The Quincy smiled and nodded in response. That's more like it. We're the strongest team. Gray couldn't help but smirk a little bit. Yeah, right. What moron fed you that load of bull? Myra Jane suddenly began to cry then, covering her face with both hands. Bambietta simply dropped her face into the palm of one hand due to aggravation. Smooth move, Gray. The ice mage grew flustered then, gently patting Myra Jane on the back in penance for his mistake. You're not a moron, Myra. I mean it. Damn, I'm the only moron here. Listen up, Elfman began to say, I won't argue that Natsu and Gray are tough little fellows, but neither one of them is the strongest this guild has to offer. Some are probably as strong as the two of them combined. And Urza's one of them if you ask me. Levi suddenly said, standing beside Shadow Gear. Or anyone else here for that matter. Hey, Levi. Bambietta moved quick, positioning herself between the petite mage and her two teammates. So you and me are in agreement that Natsu is so totally going to get roasted in this fight, right? And what makes you so sure? Jet asked, growing annoyed with the newcomer's flagrant attempts to take Levi from the group. Since when are you the expert, huh? Yeah, you only got your butt kicked by Natsu, Droy added in, leaning over Bambietta's shoulder. You didn't get wrecked by Urza yet, so how could you possibly tell? Because, numbnuts, Bambietta said, growing angered by the lack of respect granted to her personal space, I can sense energy. Wait, what? Jet could not remember a time hearing of such a magic before. Oh, sure, he had heard of some being able to get a sense of scope from another's power if it was issued forth and held back with no restraint, but to simply sense it even in a dormant state? That was simple madness. Droy was equally confused. How the hell can you do that? Bambietta shrugged, unwilling to give the two men the truth behind her status as a Quincy. I don't know. But what I do know is how your power ranks compared to mine. Then did Bambietta begin to laugh a little bit. Oh, she said, quite suddenly, you two are totally serious about that level of power. I think I need to laugh even harder. She did so then, the Quincy holding her belly as she fell into the moment. She only stopped when she heard Levy speak to her. Bambi, please, the young woman pleaded, can't we all get along? You, Jet and Droy are all my friends, so please, for my sake. Bambietta sighed. Okay, fine. Quincy's honor. Do they really have to fight? Lucy whimpered. I don't want to see either of them lose. Come on now, Rumi, Bambietta said as she moved up to Lucy and slid an arm over her shoulders, relax and enjoy the show. If Master Makarov is fine with it, and not threatening death for infighting, then shouldn't we be okay with it too? I guess so, the celestial wizard answered with some depression still evident. I suppose I shouldn't be so surprised you're interested in watching this brawl. Oh, I'm a fan of violence, whether as a spectator or as a particide. Bambietta suddenly cut off, leaving Lucy to glance towards her friend and take notice of a rather dour expression on her face. Bambi. It's nothing, the Quincy said, lightly shaking her head. Nothing at all? But you look like you're about to see our dash. No, Bambietta interrupted. She's not worth it. Not again. Never again. The air grew heavy around Lucy then, the wizard trying not to pry any further than she may have inadvertently done so just now. Put me down for Urza. Bambietta and Lucy both turned then, catching sight of Kana accepting Jewel from Happy, a scoreboard behind her. It was clear as day that it was tallying some form of betting in favor of the battle that was about to come, but neither fairy tale woman could believe what the blue cat had just done. Happy, Lucy said in shock, you're betting against your friend. Bambietta grit her teeth slightly, glancing at the board behind Kana and taking notice that all were voting in Urza's favor. You, cat, Bambietta said, trying to compose herself. He's your friend and this is what you do. Lucy began to grow nervous then. Hey now, it's just a silly little bet, Bambi. It's not worth getting this bent out of shape over. The Quincy took notice of a scared expression upon Happy's face and she began to grow ashamed of what she had just done. Bambietta gingerly touched the side of her head, shaking it lightly as she did so. I'm sorry, I just... Bambietta crouched down then and carefully reached out to pet Happy between his ears. I didn't mean to scare you, little guy, she said softly. This is all for fun, right? Aye, sir. Bambietta stood then and looked at Kana. Put me down for the Dragon Slayer. Wait, the dark-haired woman began to say, did you finally try some alcohol or something? No, I'm perfectly sober, the Quincy answered. I just know if I was fighting a losing battle I'd want at least somebody in my corner. Okay, fine, Kana said as she took the jewel from Bambietta. I guess at least one person has to vote for the underdog. Make that two. Kana looked up again and saw Lucy reaching out with a paper domination of jewel. Put me down for Natsu. Okay, Kana sighed. Well, look at us, Bambietta said with no hidden amount of satisfaction. Just the two of us throwing our money away. Aren't we just special? You've got Natsu's back, Lucy said, and I know I've got yours. Bambietta felt it then, a desire to smile. The Quincy fought against it however, not wanting to appear out of her element. Still did she feel her lips beginning to tug upwards, as if they had a life of her own, yet she managed to stave off any outward appearance of happiness. Let's just watch our money go down the drain, all right. Make that 3 for Natsu. Bambietta was left in surprise then, catching sight of Levy handing over some money to Kana. The madness, the Quincy began to say, is spreading. What have I done? Then did Happy begin to scamper back over to Kana. I need to change my vote, Kana. Bambietta raised an eyebrow at that one. Oh. Even if he's going to lose, it's mean of me to vote against my bestest friend, the cat explained. That and you kind of scared me. I'm sorry, all right? Bambietta felt her heart drop within her chest a little bit at that statement. She tried to smile then, hoping to not intimidate the cat any further. But I'm glad you're sticking by your friend there. So we all ready to watch our money go down the drain. The Quincy turned back towards the center of attention, the showdown between Natsu and Urza. The two wizards were looking across the street at each other, the both of them polar opposites. Whereas Natsu was clearly excited at the prospect of battle, Urza was simply standing before him calm and composed. Bambietta was far from surprised, having already experienced a glimmer of the power this woman possessed. Urza was a veritable monster in all respects, yet she had only visible witnessed a shard of that strength during the Eisenwald encounter. Now however was she curious to see Urza's full potential, yet she knew in her gut that Natsu would not be the one to draw it out, even if he boasted of his prowess. Still, Bambietta hoped she got a good show nonetheless. This time it's going to be different, the Dragon Slayer said, slamming a fist into an open palm. You may have beaten me when we were kids, but I'm all fired up now, Urza. Yes, I do believe you've grown stronger, Natsu, the armored mage simply said, a content smile on her face. I'm happy to see that being the case. Perhaps I will have to use this then. Bambietta watched as Urza's power began to spread outwards from her body, just as it had back at Ashibana Station. The magical energy arced around her form, coalescing and taking shape. Gone was the standard garb she wore, leaving the warrior to stand before Natsu clad in red and gold armor. Oh, that's just fair, Macau Konbold said as he simply looked on in awe. Come on, Bambi, give Natsu a little chance, will you? You misunderstand, Urza said sharply, looking the older man's way. Natsu is stronger than you think. I am simply honoring his power the only way I know how. Okay, anybody willing to get the newbie up to speed? Bambietta asked. Yeah, make that two of us, Lucy added, the mage simply keeping her eyes locked upon Urza's new uniform. That's the Flame Empress armor, Levy began to explain. It gives Urza mastery over flame, particularly with the blade that accompanies it, but it also makes her highly resistant to the element as well. Okay then, Bambietta said, glancing back towards the amount of jewel that Kana had collected from her and everyone else. Easy come, easy go. Don't be like that, Natsu said as he looked over his shoulder at Bambietta and the others. I can win this. Believe it. Bambietta only shrugged. Yeah, okay. Go get her, Natsu. But she's totally going to kick your butt. No way. I can totally take anything she can throw at me. I told you so. Bambietta simply sat at the counter within the guild hall, staring at Natsu. The Dragon Slayer was resting atop the table, clearly worse for wear after the fight with Urza. Now he was simply trying to forget the pain, an ice pack resting atop his head. Yet just like the ones from before, its contents were quickly melting under his own body's Fire Dragon Slayer temperatures. You don't have to tell me twice, Natsu replied weakly. Oh but I do. Bambietta said with a big smile. I've never seen such a one-sided fight last so long. Every time I thought you couldn't come back up for more, you did. And then she wrecked you again. It was hilarious. Then did Bambietta grow calm, her tone much more serious. But really, she said then, you've got heart, Natsu. It's kind of hot, really. The Dragon Slayer glanced at Bambietta then, clearly confused. Huh. Speaking of hot, Bambietta said, grinning slyly as she stood up and moved around the Dragon Slayer. I think you need another ice pack. Maybe we should have Grey just stand by you. Natsu shook his head. Another ice pack will do. Okay then. Bambietta made her way towards the main counter, looking towards Myra Jane. Yeah, I think the hothead's due for another. The silver-haired woman simply smiled as she turned to the, coming right up. Perhaps I was too rough on Natsu. Bambietta turned then, taking note of Urza approaching. The Quincy did not know what to say, Bambietta still intimidated by this woman's demeanor and strength. She tried to think up something to say, taking note of Urza glancing her way now, the woman clearly having communicated with her directly. "Oh, don't worry about it," Bambietta said sheepishly. "He and I fought one time, so I know he's tough. I kind of lost that fight actually." Then did the Quincy's expression shift slightly, growing dour. "I used to be so much greater. Is that right?" Urza turned completely to face Bambietta then, her voice unassuming yet still possessing an edge comparable to one of her blades. "Perhaps you would like to speak of this greatness you once possessed." Bambietta all but felt her heart skip a beat in response, the Quincy unsure of how to best respond to Urza's request. The woman was intimidating on her own to say the least, especially with Bambietta having to deal with the fact that Urza's apparent interest in her was shrouded in mystery. She had clearly lied about Makarov's orders, leaving the Quincy uneased. Yet there was much more to it than that. To speak of her sordid past in any great detail would spell no end of trouble. Then did Bambietta give pause for a moment. Yes, she knew her involvement with the Van den Rijk would be a black mark to those she called her friends now, but why would she care? Was there even a small part of her ashamed of her old life? The Quincy shook off those thoughts in the blink of an eye then. That was simply an absurd notion, nothing more. She wanted to simply return to His Majesty's side if at all possible, to be the stern Ritter he had taken under his wing. How could she even dare question the choices she had made so long ago? Yet still was there a part of her that tugged at her innermost thoughts. "No, I wasn't great, not at dash. Members of Fairy Tale, may I please have your attention?" Bambietta lost her moment of introspection then, turning towards the doorway as all the other members of the guild, even Urza, were doing. "What the hell is that?" Bambietta could only stare wide-eyed at the individual who stood within the hall's entrance now. It was human in shape, clad in black and white robes, and yet the head appeared quite amphibian. "This cannot be good," Makarov simply said with a dejected sigh. "I have come on behalf of the Magic Council," the creature said. "Please listen to what I have to say with the utmost courtesy." A hush fell upon the Fairy Tale wizards then, leaving Bambietta to wonder just what was going on now. Yet she had one particular question, one that she leaned over the counter towards Myra Jane to ask. "That's a frog person, right?" Bambietta based her bine. The Quincy never got her answer from Myra Jane, the Quincy turning to face the Magic Council representative. Bambietta then simply pointed towards her own face, clearly in shock. "Me. You are hereby required to report to the Magic Council for questioning." Well, this certainly sucks. Bambietta was alone now, something she did not particularly enjoy. She had been led away from the Fairy Tale Guild by the Frog Ambassador, all the while listening to Natsu's wild protests dying down in the background, and taken to the Magic Council's Fiori branch building. Now she was simply left to sit at a table in the veritable darkness, a soul light shining down upon her and her alone. Thus had that continued for several minutes on end, leaving the Quincy to grow antsy. Bambietta began to fidget in her seat a little bit, both mind and body simply refusing to stay perfectly still. She truly hated the waiting game, patience never being her strong suit. Her mind was on edge, especially the mystery of what this Magic Council wanted of her exactly weighing heavily on her mind. It was bad enough she was concerned about Urza, now she had this to contend with as well. Then, as if sensing that the Quincy's mind was at the breaking point, did the entire room come alive with light, leaving Bambietta to find herself facing a group of several older individuals. Some of them, she had to admit, actually fit the depiction of a wizard that she had actually come to expect, the man with the wizened grey beard especially. If not for the potentially dire circumstances she was in, the Quincy would perhaps have grinned a little bit at the sight of them. Yet then did she take note of two individuals seated to the left, neither of them matching their comrades. They appeared quite young, perhaps similar in age to those Bambietta had befriended in Fairy Tale. Neither possessed the grace, wisdom, or civility that the others appeared to have in spades, instead displaying a countenance of arrogant youths and nothing more. It was hardly what Bambietta had expected to find on the council that Myra Jane had spoken so highly of. Bambietta based Urbine of Fairy Tale, the wizened older man sitting in the middle began to say, "The Magic Council has many a question for you. Sir. The Quincy's face contorted the slightest bit, Bambietta shaking her head a little as she did so. She had not meant to say that, no, but it was clear that Happy was becoming a bit of a bad influence on her. The older man either did not notice or care. He simply continued. You may refer to me as Org. Now then, you are a most curious individual, Bambietta. The mission reports we received in regards to the Eisenwald crisis state that you destroyed Lullaby. Oh, that little old thing. The Quincy tried quite hard to act as casual as possible. That's nothing curious, no sir. It was easy to destroy. Nothing to worry about. Easy you say. Org glared down at Bambietta directly then, his eyes narrowing. Yes, that is precisely why you are most curious. Bambietta bit down on her lower lip in response, cursing through her inner thoughts. Come on, it can't be that big of a deal, right? Lullaby was a powerful curse made by the great and terrible wizard Zeref, Org began to say, and while it has been subdued in its demon form by wizards of impressive strength, not even a wizard saint would be capable of destroying it. That was precisely why our predecessors had it sealed away hundreds of years ago. And yet you destroyed it ever so easily. Bambietta simply did not know what to say. She had destroyed the cursed flute, yes, but she had not done so to cause any such problems like this. It simply seemed like the right thing to do at the time. She had simply assumed that it was the end goal that Urza Scarlet saw, a task that she no doubt could have performed with ease. Perhaps even Natsu could have incinerated it with his flames. It had never even dawned on the Quincy that she had performed an act out of the ordinary. Org suddenly sighed then, his shoulder slumping slightly. I suppose the real question we have for you is simple, Bambietta Basterbine. Who are you exactly? Bambietta was left in stunned silence then, the Quincy not sure how to best answer such a question. She knew the answer, yes, but to speak it could cause an unimaginable amount of problems. She was so many things, past and present, after all. A member of Fairy Tale. A friend. A roommate. A Quincy. A stern ritter. Most damning of all, however, was one descriptive term that Bambietta knew fit her full well. A murderer. She did not care, that was what she told herself, yet she knew those before her would. They would judge her, condemn her, perhaps imprison her. Yet still did Bambietta know she had to offer some form of explanation. She had learned it well enough during her tenure in the Vandenrijk, during her time serving Wywak. To disrespect authority was a fool's game. Bambietta began to say, knowing that she had to start somewhere, a Quincy. There was a brief discussion amidst the council members then, leaving Bambietta to wonder just what was going on. She had expected those of this world to not know of her privileged bloodline, yet now she was left to ponder if this realm had its own Quincy. It appears that Altair was correct, Org suddenly said, the private discussion ending. You do possess a form of magic we are not familiar with. Please then, Miss Basterbine, enlighten us of your abilities. I have to explain them. The Quincy could not help but sigh, knowing that a more demonstration would be so much easier. Well, okay then. I guess you could say I draw in the magic around me to fuel my own strength. Preposterous. One council member wearing a hood said as he rose from his seat. No such wizard on the continent is capable of such a feat. Calm yourself, Lady, the blue-haired young man said softly. Whatever the truth is of her powers, we will ascertain it this day. So, Org began to say, his tone sincere yet stern, you are a magical parasite. Bambietta could not help but flinch, her thoughts growing dark for a second. This was just as it was back in her world, the Quincy being looked down upon by those in power. To be judged harshly, to be prosecuted for their peculiar form of strength. Perhaps then it did not matter what world she was in, what place she attempted to call home. Perhaps there was simply no place anywhere for an individual such as herself. Yes, Bambietta said softly, that's an accurate description of what a Quincy is. And what does a Quincy do with the power they've subjugated and stolen? Org asked, his tone becoming increasingly more belligerent and harsh. It's a rather long list, Bambietta began to say. Not that I can do it all yet, but I'm working on getting back up to snuff. The blue-haired youth looking down upon Bambietta interjected then and there. Is that a fact? How interesting. You're not even as strong as you say you can be, yet you still destroyed one of Ziraf's own artifacts with ease. Bambietta was beginning to lose her temper then, yet still did she do her best to keep it under wraps. All right, I'm a little confused here. What exactly is the big deal? What makes anything this Ziraf guy did even remotely special that me destroying his stuff a big deal? Surely you jest, Org said simply. There is not a wizard alive who does not at least know of the atrocities that Ziraf committed. And I'm a Quincy, Bambietta replied, and I'm not from around here exactly. Org raised an eyebrow at that statement, yet he held his tongue on that matter for the moment. Perhaps it is worthwhile for you to know why we are so concerned. Ziraf was a practitioner of the dark arts, and in turn all he worked with was magic that was fueled by negative emotions. Bambietta blinked. Negative emotions. Yes, Org continued. His curses were born from the humanity's worst traits. Anger and hate, sorrow and despair. They were the ingredients of his magic, nothing more. Even the purest of emotions could be led astray and fuel Ziraf's creations. Bambietta simply nodded, starting to understand. Oh, so they're like hollows. Then did Bambietta quickly cover her mouth with her hands, wishing she had kept herself quiet on that front. Hollow. The blue-haired youth seemed quite confused then, yet at the same time intrigued. Do tell, Miss Basterbine. Well, that is to say, the Quincy began to stumble upon her words, unsure of what she could do to get herself out of this predicament. They're the souls of the dearly departed who can't find any peace in death. Org simply nodded. You speak of ghosts. What foolishness. Leiji began to say, once more raising his voice. Does she dare expect us to believe such fairy tales? I ask that you calm yourself once again, Leiji, the blue-haired youth said, once more opposing his fellow council members' outbursts. Perhaps there is some truth to her claim. This world is full of mysteries even we cannot yet explain. You would believe her, Seagrain, Leiji said dejectedly. You're always siding with the next generation. That's why I'm a part of this council, Seagrain simply responded. To offer up a differing perspective to those who have been among its ranks for far too long. Enough, Org said, trying to bring the situation back under control. He then looked down at Bambietta once more. So these hollows, as you called them, your power was crafted and forged to fight against them. Yeah, I guess you could say I'm kind of spiritually attuned. Bambietta had no idea what she was trying to go for at this point, yet she continued on nonetheless. We Quincy pretty much can purge their essence with their powers. I guess. So your magic can wipe out the negative forces that comprise these hollows as well as curses. How intriguing. Org glared down at Bambietta then. I suppose we have nothing to fear of the Quincy then, if your power was created to protect. Yeah, Bambietta replied with a half-hearted smile, that's what we're all about. A new magic we've not heard of, one capable of destroying curses, an older woman sitting upon the council began to say, as well as an entire clan not known in Fiore. Bambietta Basterbine, where is it you come from? Bambietta could only blink, the Quincy having truly dreaded such a question being raised. There was truly no good answer. Where I'm from. Yes, Org said. The Magic Council has done extensive research into your name, and we could not help but find it amusing that there is no record of your existence. A Bambietta Basterbine simply does not exist on any form of paperwork, at least not until your confirmation of joining Fairy Tale occurred. Don't you find that interesting as well? Bambietta took a deep breath, trying to keep herself calm. She would have to do something, anything, to placate the Magic Council. A false story perhaps. Yet how could she hope to do that when she had no knowledge of the world she was in? She knew of Fiore, but that was all she had to go by. The Quincy sighed then, knowing that the truth was clearly her own option. To speak of the world from whence she came, perhaps even of the atrocities she had committed in the name of her god there. Perhaps they'd lock her up for such actions, or simply cast her into some foul pit, declaring her completely insane. There was no telling what would be the case, yet Bambietta knew she had to speak the truth. There was simply no other way. I'm Dash. I apologize for the interruption, a voice said from behind, but there is someone here who wishes to speak on this Bambietta Basterbine's behalf. The Quincy had not been expecting that, not in the least. Bambietta had simply expected to be on her own, to face this enemy with no support at all. It was clearly how those she had considered her friends would have done such things. Yet it was clear she had true allies here. The Quincy simply breathed a sigh of relief, hoping for the best. The amphibian attendant of the Magic Council began to move to the side, allowing a woman to enter the chambers. The very sight of her led Bambietta feeling her breath catch within her thought. "Pardon the interruption," Urza Scarlet said simply as she walked forward, "but I feel it is absolutely vital that I speak on behalf of my fellow fairy tale wizard." Bambietta did not know what to say, what to feel. She simply glanced back towards the Magi Council and could see they were clearly agitated, though some showed it more than others. All save Seagrain, the blue-haired youth simply smiling slightly. Bambietta could only find that unnerving, though she could not put her finger on exactly why. "This is outrageous," Leiji shouted, his temper flaring once more. "Remove her from this chamber at once." Silence. Org began to grow impatient then as well. "Urza Scarlet of Fairy Tale, do you have pertinent information in regards to the matter at hand?" Bambietta knew she could not possibly be able to offer anything in her defense, so why then was Urza here? "Yes," the armored mage said, surprising even the Quincy, "I believe I do." "And why must you offer up such information yourself?" Org questioned. Can Bambietta Basterbine not speak for herself? "Yeah, I kind of can," Bambietta mumbled, yet she knew that she was in between a rock and a hard place. The Magic Council was clearly looking for answers she could not willingly give, while Urza was still her same odd and intimidating self. "But I'll shut my yap." Urza nodded, all the while Bambietta folded her arms across her chest in a huff. Only then did the armored wizard begin to speak, taking a deep breath first to clear her throat and thoughts. "You all know full well of the Tower of Heaven." Bambietta did not, yet she could clearly see a visible reaction among those in the council, the older members whispering among themselves. Then there were Seagrain and the dark-haired woman by his side, neither showing any true reaction at all. That led Bambietta to wondering what was going on once more. Urza continued to talk, ignoring the council's rambling amongst themselves. Bambietta noticed it then, the armored mage taking deep controlled breaths as if forcing the words forward. "When I was brought to the tower by a Ziref cult, there were many there before me. So many, yet none of them were broken in spirit enough that they could not cherish a newcomer in great need. And yet..." Urza's shoulders slumped then, the woman looking towards Bambietta then and there. "Bambietta was there before I was. In time I learned from others that she had been forced to slave away in that wretched hell since she had been a true child. Time was cruel to her and she had lost all memory of where she had come from. She could not even remember who she was." Bambietta simply stared at Urza, understanding quickly what this woman was getting at, what game she was playing, even if she did not know what this Tower of Heaven was. It almost sounded like a theme park to the Quincy, but she could understand from Urza's reluctance to speak of it that it was something entirely different. "That damned tower again." Org rubbed his eyes gently before staring down at Urza. "I suppose we are fortunate that it was abandoned during the rebellion of years gone by. The atrocities those Ziref worshippers committed were simply unforgivable." "Yes," Urza said both simply and sharply, "they were." Bambietta felt a shiver run down her skin then, her spiritual senses awakening to whatever deep-rooted emotions Urza was experiencing with her soul. Yet then did the Quincy realize it, having Urza's presence to compare it to. She simply could not feel any presence radiating from the Magic Council. Still did Bambietta know now was not the time to ask any further questions of her own. "I have allowed you permission to speak, Urza Scarlet," Org suddenly said, his voice curt, "so I do suggest you make your point clear and concise." "She had no name and no memory," Urza said, her own tone growing solemn in response to the sharp tongue of the council member, "and I felt she needed a name." Bambietta simply did not know what to say. Even she was beginning to fall for Urza's deception. Yet she could see something among those in the council that caught her eye. The one known as Seagrain's eyes were narrowing ever so slightly, as if this topic was a source of frustration for him, no matter how slight. Org, however, continued to speak. "Bambietta Basterbine was your choice? A rather unique name, but I suppose I should not expect anything less from one with a reputation such as yours." Urza bit her own tongue, unsure of if she should take that phrase as an insult or judgment. It was an easy name to remember. She deserved that much. Bambietta could not help herself, a slight smile beginning to tug against the corners of her mouth. Yet then did it fade quickly, the Quincy beginning to wonder once more if she truly did deserve what fairy tale had to offer. So she escaped from the Tower of Heaven, as you yourself did following the successful rebellion, Org said, his gaze never wavering as it focused on Urza. So many children lost in this world since that day. Perhaps it was simply fate that at least two who survived that ordeal came together once more in fairy tale. Bambietta was impressed, that much was true. She had assumed Urza Scarlet simply a woman bound to the rules and the law, yet here she was being rather deceptive to help another. For reasons the Quincy could not explain, it was warming her reborn heart ever so slightly. I do not believe in such thing as fate, Urza simply responded to the Magic Council. Bambietta noticed then the woman's eyes shifting slightly, as if they were settling upon one individual beyond Org himself. We make our own futures, for good or for ill. Be that as it may, Org interrupted, dragging Urza's attention back to himself, the information you have provided only explains where she was nearly a decade ago. The question of where she was in that time and how she came to possess the magic she has now is still the heart of this matter, Urza Scarlet. Bambietta no doubt knew that Urza had a planned story for this, that much was for certain, yet the Quincy was not so inclined to simply watch the deception play out. She appreciated the unexpected assistance, yes, but there was the matter of her pride as a pure-blooded Quincy. I can explain that, Bambietta said, catching even Urza off guard ever so slightly. After I left the Tower of Heaven I had no family. My parents were killed by those. The Quincy's voice paused for a second, Bambietta's teeth gritting as true rage seeped into her voice. My parents were killed by, my hometown burned to the ground by those bastards. Bambietta bit her lower lip in frustration, having not dared to imagine any sort of truth would mingle with the lies she had intended to spread. Her anger was threatening to overwhelm her, giving the Quincy nothing but contempt for the soul reapers of another world. Then did she gasp, suddenly feeling a gentle touch upon her shoulder. She turned slightly to the side, catching sight of Urza's armored hand upon her. Then did the hatred dissipate for the moment, allowing Bambietta to speak freely and with no negative emotions clouding her mind. I wandered aimlessly, with nowhere to go, Bambietta continued, and that was when he appeared. He? Org questioned. And who might this man have been? My savior. Bambietta questioned, the Quincy suddenly wondering how she could dare to disrespect the god who had given her life purpose so many decades ago. Yes, my savior. He took me in when I had lost everything. Helped me find a purpose. He taught me everything I know about being a Quincy. Org looked down at Bambietta, his eyes narrowing. Was this man a Quincy? He was more than that, Bambietta answered, glancing down to the table before him. So much more. He helped make me what I am today. And for that I dash. What was this man's name? Org interrupted. Where is he now? How could he have found a way to destroy so easily what Ziraf created? He's dead, Bambietta answered, the Quincy unsure of the final fate of whom she spoke of. Still she had to go along with what she was thinking and feeling now. Yes, he's dead. What, Org began to repeat, was his name? Does it matter? Urza Scarlet interjected. If she says that he is no longer dash. It matters a great deal. Org suddenly raised his voice, glaring at Urza. If such a wizard found a magic that could destroy a curse of Lullaby's magnitude so simply, then the Magic Council deserves to know what other knowledge he passed down to this woman. We deserve to know who he was. Bambietta began to think then, knowing full well His Majesty's name yet still unsure if she could dare speak it under such circumstances. To use her lord's name within a lie, it was tantamount to pure sacrilege. Yet then did Bambietta remember one particular thing from a time since long past. Giselle Guel had not been able to properly pronounce Waiwaka's name for the longest time. It was right up there with how she kept spelling the word pain as pain. Yes, that error was the loophole Bambietta needed to keep her lie intact while preserving her faith. His name, she began to say, was Jahabak. And how did this Bak die? Org continued his interrogation. Surely Quincy you hold such reverence for could not be fell so easily. It was a dark guild, Bambietta answered quietly. Their leader was a cruel man. An old man. One who held within his hands a magic equal to the sun itself. They killed each other in their battle. The power of the sun. Seagrain simply said, glancing down at Bambietta with the utmost curiosity. Such a power would very well dwarf even the greatest of fire wizardry. A lost magic perhaps. I wandered about after that, Bambietta continued to say, with nothing left to live for. A heavy silence hung down upon the chamber, Bambietta fidgeting slightly, her body shivering quite slightly as the thought of what she had endured. And then? Org simply asked, the elder having no time for pity at this time. Urza considered her options, the mage wondering if now was the time to speak up. She knew full well she had the answers that both Bambietta and the Magic Council sought, yet still did she find herself hesitating for a moment, poor Lyusica's words from weeks gone by staining her memories. I will help this girl, but I wish to make it clear to you the danger she might possess. Should she reveal a darker side upon her resurrection, then I will not hesitate to do what I must in that situation. Urza had caught sight of that darkness perhaps, having witnessed Bambietta's lashing out against the Eisenwald wizard that had attempted to murder one of his own, yet was that enough to leave her truly concerned for this woman's mental stability and morality? She simply was unsure, and that was something that did not sit right with the S-class wizard. Yet did Bambietta begin to speak, surprising even Urza. I remember little, she began to say, thanks to the spell I was put under, thanks to one of the Dark Guild's own. Bambietta began to grit her teeth, her body trembling ever so slightly. I remember the pain, the humiliation, and then, more pain. A flash of steel against flesh. After that, Urza felt her mind flinch, yet she kept her body still. I was saved, Bambietta said, looking up at the council, trying to keep her expression calm. Not from the grace of God, but from someone who wished to save me. Urza kept her eyes on Bambietta solely. Then, the armored mage left to wonder just how much of their initial encounter this woman remembered after all. She brought me back from the brink, Bambietta continued, and then told me that I could find a home in Fairy Tale. And this woman, Org continued to question, who was she? Bambietta paused for a moment, trying to remember the name. So much had happened to her since coming to this world in the warped state she had been in that her memories of that time were not entirely meant to be trusted. Yet then did it come back to her, leaving the Quincy to question how she could forget her personal savior. Poor Lyusica. Urza felt herself relax then, understanding at least how far back Bambietta's memories seemed to be extending. The senior mage watched then as the Magic Council began to converse amongst themselves once more, their attentions drawn away from both herself and Bambietta for the moment. Bambietta Basterbine, Urza Scarlet, Org said, finally turning his attentions to the two mages. You are quite fortunate that a few of our own are enamored with Fairy Tale's reputation. However, you are more fortunate that Yahima here is perhaps more familiar with your guild than any who have ever been within our ranks. If poor Lyusica has faith in you, another older gentleman, Yahima, said as he moved forward, then I have the utmost confidence that this council has nothing to fear of you or your powers, Bambietta Basterbine. Faith, that was a phrase Bambietta had not expected to be bestowed upon her by those who clearly dwelled within the light. She who had been forced to live within the confines of shadow had come to expect such things only from others who dwelt in mutual darkness. This was so unnatural, so alien to Bambietta that she did not know how to properly respond. As if looking for guidance, for reassurance, she glanced towards Urza Scarlet. The mage was looking towards her as well, a certain shine upon her eyes. It was rather comforting to Bambietta, and in turn did the Quincy begin to chide herself for her momentary thoughts. This was not alien to her, far from it. She had found herself amidst those who called Fairy Tale their home. They had accepted her, they had welcomed her, they had taken her in when she had nothing. There was no more living within the darkened corners of this world or the next, there was simply basking in the radiant light of the guild. Then did Bambietta's mood suddenly grow dour. She was within the light, yes, but she knew that all it did was cast long shadows in the end. Hers was a particularly long one, a creature born from the darkness within her heart and soul. She was not deserving of such acceptance, not one who was hoping to return to the shadows and stand among the darkened souls that composed her fellow stern ritter. Urza was simply too perceptive for the Quincy's own good, catching note of the slightly shifting expression and body language she was beginning to exhibit. Bambietta. The Quincy caught sight of Urza through the corner of her eye, noting the hint of concern in her eye. Another undeserved emotion, nothing more. It was too good to be true, yes, that was what Bambietta told herself. No one could be this sincere, this caring, this perfect. Not the Soul Reapers, not the Van Denryck, and especially not this fairy tale. They did not know the truth of Bambietta, that much she allowed herself to feel. They did not know the depths of depravity she had allowed into her life. If they did, then clearly this false pretext they presented to her would be gone like so much ash, lost like tears in the falling rain. They would hate her, fear her, despise her. They would turn upon her, just like the Soul Reapers did the Quincy, just like Bambietta's friends had done when the mood suited them. There was no hope of true friendship, of camaraderie. There was only a means to an end, nothing more. They would betray her someday if they knew the truth, or she would betray them first and return to whence she came. Bambietta looked to face Urza then, the Quincy forcing her storming thoughts to calm, her expression remaining blank and serene despite the chaos within her soul. "I'm fine, Urza." Bambietta Basterbine, Org said, suddenly stepping in front of Yamaja and looking down at the Quincy. "The Magic Council has learned what it needed to. You are free to return to your guild. This inquiry is at an end." Then did Bambietta simply watch in amazement as those who composed the Magic Council began to fade away, leaving behind no trace of their existence. "Okay, that was strange," Bambietta said simply. "Projection magic," Urza said in turn. "They were broadcasting from Era, nothing more." "Oh, that's nice," Bambietta grumbled. "I'm not good enough to meet face to face." Urza glanced down at the Quincy and could see that she was quite cross, her arms folded across her chest, her face clearly showing signs that she was fuming. In turn did Urza do her best not to chuckle, not even slightly. "Let's return back to the guild hall, Bambietta." Bambietta sat up then and began to follow Urza through the chamber's door. Soon did the darkness of the room fade away, leaving the Quincy to close her eyes slightly in response to the onrush of light that was issued forth from the main hallway. "Damn, this is too bree-dash." Bambietta's words were cut short then, the Quincy bumping into Urza's armored chest. She stumbled away and rubbed her nose, it having bounced off the metal plating. "Hey, Urza, warn me the next time you are going to stop in front of me." Bambietta quickly regretted her burst of attitude, expecting to be chewed out by Urza for it, yet that never came. Instead she could hear Urza breathing a slight bit harder than earlier. Worse, however, was the sense of foreboding that was suddenly seeping through the mage's magical output. "Urza." Bambietta glanced over Urza's shoulder then and could see a man leaning against the left wall of the hallway, his eyes focused on the red-haired wizard. It did not take long for Bambietta to recognize this man for who he was, having seen him only moments ago. Urza, meanwhile, began to speak in a hushed tone. "See Grain. It's been such a long time," the blue-haired man began to say, his lips curling slightly upwards, "since we could talk like this, Urza. You two know each other?" Bambietta asked innocently enough, though quite perturbed by Urza's sudden change in mood, tone, and disposition. "You could say that," Grain simply answered for Urza as he moved away from the wall and began his approach. "Though clearly not as well as you two do. Urza and I simply have a mutual acquaintance." Bambietta could still feel it, the sense of dread enveloping Urza. It was wrong, so very wrong to the Quincy. She had already seen Urza as a force of nature, as a wizard deserving of fear and perhaps respect. How then could she be so disturbed by this man before them both? Then there was Grain himself. He was clearly a magic projection, just as he had been in the council chamber, yet still could Bambietta feel something off about him. This time, however, was not something born from her spiritual senses. No, it was simply the way he spoke, the way he carried himself, the look in his eyes. They were all telltale signs of a man who had grander aspirations than those around him. Of a man who felt he was beyond reproach. Bambietta knew his kind far too well. "So you're from the Tower of Heaven as well," Grain said as he began to look towards Bambietta. I'm so glad to hear another managed to escape as Urza did. What? Bambietta was so confused then, unsure of what this man was speaking of. Had Urza and the Magic Council not spoke as if everyone had left this tower years ago? What are you saying? Seagrain simply moved closer, his even tone never slipping for an instant. Perhaps the event was so traumatizing that you do not remember what happened. Or Seagrain suddenly turned his attentions to the silent Urza. Perhaps it was all simply a brilliantly constructed facade, the blue-haired man continued, his eyes narrowing. Oh, Urza, lying before the Magic Council a second time. Such a naughty woman you are. Bambietta looked towards Urza then, her own discomfort at this conversation beginning to seize her heart. A second time. Seagrain suddenly looked back at Bambietta and she could only feel as if his eyes were trying to peer into her soul. It simply began to chip away at the Quincy's nerves, leaving her to wish she could simply lash out at this man. Yet she knew that would not do, not at all. To strike one in power would be a foolhardy thing when she did not possess the power to fight off the entire world. Yet also to strike one who was not even there in the flesh would be an even greater offense, an action that would cast Bambietta as a fool. That she would not allow. Yes, a second time, Seagrain began to answer. That accursed tower seems to make Urza always speak with a forked tongue. It's rather amusing if I do say so myself. Then did Bambietta grow even more irritated, the feeling seeping into her tone of voice. What the hell is so special about this tower? Nothing you need be made privy to, Seagrain said, his eyes narrowing. It's the past, that's all it's ever been. However, you clearly know nothing of it, so I do have to wonder why Urza would lie so blatantly on your behalf. It's rather curious. Urza, meanwhile, began to grow tired of Seagrain's verbal undressing of the situation, and thus did she turn his own words against him. It's nothing you need be made privy to, Seagrain. The man simply laughed. Not long and deeply, but he did laugh. It was short and concise, a momentary lapse in his character that left Bambietta simply on edge. She watched as Seagrain moved back towards Urza, the man suddenly reaching out with his hand. His fingers began to brush against Urza's chin, gently moving her face up so that her eyes locked with Seagrain's own. You wound me, Urza, he said quite casually, his mirth no more. I wish only to look out for your well-being and your own good, nothing more. However, I will ask in return that you speak not of the Tower of Heaven ever again to those doddering old fools on the council. Did you not make that promise to me once before? Urza was unwilling to talk at first, leaving Bambietta to once more be thrown off by the hesitation this woman was clearly experiencing. The dread was still enveloping her body, though now it was joined by sheer revulsion. Yes, Urza at last said, her voice low and controlled. I will do what I can to finish that matter for you, Seagrain said then, just as I promised all those years ago. I will do all that I can to secure your future, as well as the future of all those who suffered at that tower, but clearly that is not enough for you if you were willing to broach such a subject for this woman beside us. What of it? Urza asked, her own sense of defiance coming back to her. Allow me to offer an added incentive, Seagrain began to answer. Never speak of that tower to the Magic Council under any circumstance ever again, and I'll keep myself quiet about how this Quincy was never there in the first place. Bambietta began to feel her skin crawl then, feeling as if she had become part of some twisted game this man was playing. That was something she did not appreciate in the least. You know, she began to say, glaring at Seagrain, tell the damned council whatever you want. I'd rather not be indebted to someone like you. My, aren't you a feisty one? Seagrain returned Bambietta's glare, yet his expression seemed to be that of one composed of nothing but curiosity. Though I suppose Urza would find herself in such company thanks to being a part of fairy tale. Seagrain, that's enough. Both the blue-haired man and Bambietta were caught off guard then, Urza's voice startling them both. The armored mage turned to face Seagrain then, her eyes pure and steady, her expression not allowing itself to show a hint of hesitation. I'll speak no more of the council, but I do expect you to do as you promised. Seagrain could not help but smile, nodding his head as he looked towards Urza. You have my word, Urza Scarlet. I'd hate to imagine the council punishing you for such deceptions after all. They may simply lock you away for far too long. I wouldn't want that. Bambietta watched as Seagrain moved close to Urza, the man all but draping his head atop her left shoulder. Then did he whisper, leaving Bambietta to strain to hear his next words. In that moment did the Quincy wish that she had not made the effort. I'd miss you, Urza. Then did Seagrain fade from sight, his magical projection leaving both Bambietta and Urza with only each other as company. While the latter was simply unmoving and wrapped in silence, the latter was letting her emotions flare up in response. Bambietta's teeth came together, her lips baring them as her hands began to curl into shaking fists. Don't tell me, the Quincy began to whisper, her voice raising with each spoken word, don't you dare tell me that man is your friend. Urza was quiet, her expression belaying nothing of what she felt. Then did she look at Bambietta, her tone exhibiting no emotions. It's none of your concern, Bambietta. The hell it isn't. The Quincy suddenly screamed. I don't know what it is going on between you and that creep, I don't even really know what this Tower of Heaven is, but thanks to you I'm a part of it now, aren't I? Urza said nothing at first, the woman shifting her gaze away from Bambietta. He and I are not friends, let's leave it at that. Like he said, we just have a mutual connection, that's all. Bambietta could hear it, the strange sense of bitterness within Urza's voice. More to the point, however, she could still feel the waves of despair issuing forth from the woman's magical power. There was no hiding her true feelings from the Quincy, yet the true motive behind them would clearly have to remain a mystery. Bambietta could tell well enough that to speak of this Tower of Heaven had been painful for Urza, yet still she had done so to help the Quincy in her time of need when faced with the Magic Council's interrogation. Bambietta began to clear her throat, knowing that she had to do what was next to come. Urza, the Quincy paused then, quickly growing frustrated. She did not like failing at something, not even this, and she forced herself to try again. Urza, Once more did her body resist her command, leaving the Quincy to bite down on her lower lip in frustration. Urza, meanwhile, could at least tell what Bambietta was trying to do and spoke in turn. You're welcome. Altair watched simply as the still and quiet Seagrain began to stir, the man's eyes slowly opening. He turned from his chair slightly to face the dark-haired woman, a grin upon his face. I suppose that went as well as you wanted? Altair asked simply. Better than expected, Seagrain answered as he sat up and moved across his office. The man glanced out the window then, his eyes settling upon the landscape of Era. I never dared dream Urza would speak of the Tower of Heaven to defend another, though I suppose it was an effective lie. The amount of truth she mixed into that grim fairy tale of hers no doubt made it more believable to those fools we've left ourselves surrounded with. And to think she'd be so cruel as to say that she gave a name to that Bambietta woman, Altair said slyly, a slight laugh escaping from her. That must have hurt you deeply. You speak out of turn, Altair, Seagrain responded, his expression hardening for a moment as he placed a hand against the glass pane of his window. I suggest you remember your place in this partnership of ours. My apologies, the woman said in return. I'll make sure I keep that in mind from now on. See that you do. Seagrain simply kept his eyes upon the town before him. It took much effort in getting Lullaby to Eisenwald without revealing our hand, yet that plan failed miserably. And all because of this. Quincy. You think this Bambietta woman is the one we heard of before? For our sakes, Seagrain began to reply, I hope so. Chapter 8, Look Out S-Class, Here Comes Bambietta. Hello, fairy tale. Bambietta watched as all those within the guild hall turned to face her, for one brief moment stopping all that they were doing before returning to it. It was short, it was concise, but having all eyes on the Quincy was precisely what she had needed. If there was one thing Bambietta Basterbine appreciated, it was being the center of attention. The apparent friends she had made did not hurt either. Hey, Bambi. Levy said as she approached. I'm glad to see you in good spirits despite Dash. The solid script mage's talk began to trail off, but Bambietta was quick to finish what she had started. Ever since the Magic Council dragged me off for questioning. No worries. The Quincy did her best to smile broadly. I'm back and now I'm tanned, rested, and ready to rock every single mission on that board over there. Don't you think that's a little much right after you helped fight Eisenwald and Dash? Levy never got her chance to finish her sentence. The wizard left in the proverbial dust as Bambietta vanished from her eyes. Levy turned around as quick as she could and could see the Quincy's appearance shimmer into existence before the job request board. I'm so glad Natsu can't do that. Levy sighed and began to walk over to her friend then, trying to keep her company. So you want to go out on a mission together or something? The rest of Shadow Gear kind of took a mission without me, so I'm free. Ah. Bambietta turned to look at Levy, a mischievous expression evident. The Bambi Force is back in action? That's great. But I just wish you could have been there last time to see me kick that faux pas Shinigami's butt all over Clover. It sounds like you had fun, Levy replied, thrown off a little by Bambietta's sudden bout of youthful abandon. I'm so happy. Oh, it was a blast. The Quincy continued. He thought he was hot shit but I showed him. Heck, you could say I took the wind right out his sails. Levy simply blinked, unable to react in any other way. Oh come on. Bambietta pleaded, ruffling her hair with both hands. That was funny, right? Sheesh, tough crowd. Anyway. Bambietta slipped an arm over Levy's shoulders, drawing the solid script mage close as she looked back at the job board. So what you want to do, Levy? I see that the volcano demon is still up for grabs. That could be fun. Oh yeah, Levy whispered, a nervous laugh escaping her lips. That sounds like it'd be a blast. Bambietta glanced towards Levy then, noting the hesitation playing throughout her body language. Okay, we can do something a little less scary for you. Though to be honest, I really want to go beyond that sort of thing anyway. Are you crazy? Levy asked. Okay, dumb question. Bambietta grinned in response. You're learning. But that's an A-class mission. You can't possibly want to dash. Do an S-class one? Oh hell yes. Bambietta's grin only grew. It should be a piece of cake if you ask me. No offense, Levy said, wondering if she was pushing things too far, but you couldn't beat Natsu before and he's not even S-rank. Bambietta frowned, but only for a second. Don't worry your pretty little head, Levy. I'm better now. Just ask that Aragor dumbass. Oh wait. You can't. He ran off with his tail between his legs after his whole plan went to hell thanks to me. Look, it's not that I doubt you or anything, Levy said softly, glancing about with some nervous trepidation, but S-class missions are no joke. Especially fairy tale ones. Bambietta furrowed her brow in response. What are you talking about? Well, it's nothing much, Levy began to reply, but the first master of fairy tale was quite adamant about not ever having a wizard die within what she created, so lay down rather strict rules about what it takes to be in top wizard in fairy tale. Again, Bambietta repeated, the Quincy starting to piece it together, what are you talking about? Well, it's just fairy tale's A-class standards are probably the rest of Fiori's opinion of what makes an S-class wizard. Bambietta simply stared at Levy then, a full minute passing before the Quincy could even blink. Another moved forward before she could even speak. Then did Bambietta gently bring her hands down upon Levy's shoulders, a gleam in her eyes. You mean I'm technically an S-class wizard already? Let me guess, Levy began to say, her eyes betraying her suspicion, you're thinking of leaving fairy tale so you can be at the top of the pecking order somewhere else. Ah, is little Levy afraid the Bambi Force is going to lose its leader? Bambietta slipped an arm around her friend's shoulders, pulling her in close. Don't even get a gray hair worried about it. If I'm going to be top dog somewhere, it's going to be among Fiori's best and brightest. Otherwise, what's the point? Well, that's some weight off my shoulders. So how about a little more typical mission for today? Bambietta sighed. Fine. But no dog walking. The last one I dealt with pissed all over my pride. Okay. Levy simply shook her head slightly. No dogs then. Unless it's a corgi, Bambietta said, suddenly lighting up. They're so cute. Once more was Levy confused. Well then, how about this one? Bambietta followed the extended index finger of Levy, taking note of the job request she had pointed. Oh, an escort mission for a wealthy merchant? That could be fun. You never know what kind of bandit you'll get to beat the snot out of on that sort of job. Yay, Levy said meekly, her voice hardly expressing much joy at her choice. I figured you'd like it. What can I say? Bambietta could not help but flash her teeth. I've always been good at seeing the glass half full, of violence. That's just. That is. Levy could only shake her head in response, smiling slightly herself. I guess I should expect nothing less from you. Aha! Bambietta suddenly exclaimed, pulling Levy in closer. I knew my being adorably violent would be a good thing in the long run. At first it's all running and screaming, but eventually it's all oh and ah, am I right? Oh, you two looking for a mission? Bambietta glanced over her shoulder and could see Natsu and Happy both fast approaching. Yeah, but I already went out on a mission with you. I know, everyone wants a piece of the dubem and all that. Because I love you to bits, Bambi. Bambietta paused then, her expression completely falling apart. For one brief moment she found herself not in the fairy tale guild hall but instead within the ruins of the Soul Society. Before her was a familiar yet haunting face. Then it was gone, as quick as it had appeared. Bambietta looked at Natsu, noticing that the Dragon Slayer was clearly concerned, so she did her best to smile. Today is all about me and my favorite written word wizard, okay? Then did Bambietta's eyes suddenly light up, the Quincy's smile losing its falsehood and becoming genuine. Unless you want a rematch, Natsu. I'm game. Oh look. I seem to have picked out the Volcano Demon mission. Levy shouted in a panic, the woman desperate to end this sparring match before it even began. Let's go kill it, Bambi. A rematch, huh? Natsu simply smiled, his youthful spirit at the ready. I guess that would be fun and all. But maybe this time we could pick a place a little less chilly. Come on, Bambi, Levy said, tugging on the Quincy's arm. Time's wasting and that volcano demon isn't going to kill itself. How about the woods right outside the town? Bambietta asked Natsu as she stood her ground. Well, maybe that's not such a good idea. I know of at least one bear that would be really mad if we made a forest fire. You're friends with a bear? Natsu's eyes simply lit up. That's so cool. Sir. Happy exclaimed, the cat finally taking flight so as to perch himself atop Natsu's shoulder. And that totally was lost on you. Bambietta simply sighed, realization dawning upon her. That's right. I'm not in Kansas anymore, but you won't get that one either. Let's go, Bambi, Levy said, the wizard all but standing atop her heels as she pulled back on the woman's arm with all her might. Let's go wreck some stuff, all right. Fine, Bambietta said, finally giving in to Levy's concerns. Volcano Demon, Fire Dragon Slayer, it's a hot time either way. But Bambietta turned back to face Natsu, intent and on reminding him that they'd have a battle again at one point or another. She was completely prepared for him to be as energetic as ever in response, yet all she was greeted with was an apparently tired wizard. Hey, Natsu, Levy suddenly said, a yawn escaping her. You all right? The Dragon Slayer said nothing, simply pitching forward, his eyes closing. Happy was quick to fly off of him, the cat unwilling to drop along his friend. Natsu. Snap out of it. Whoa, wait a minute, Natsu. Bambietta's eyes widened as the Dragon Slayer fell upon her, Natsu's face landing atop her chest. The Quincy flinched in anger, her right eye twitching in response to the brazen action. Personal space, you little dash. What's going on? Levy yawned again, the solid script mage snuggling into Bambietta as she began to at last drift into blissful sleep. Okay, what the hell? Bambietta whispered as she held the two slumbering fairy tale mages close to keep them from falling. I can't possibly be this boring. Getting sleepy, Happy said softly as he began to descend atop Bambietta, his wings fading away. The cat landed atop her hat, curling up like any other pet and closing his eyes. Bambietta simply stood there in shock, keeping Levy and Natsu close yet as Happy simply made himself at home atop her head. The Quincy blinked in astonishment a few times, looking around the guild hall to take notice that several other wizards were falling asleep as well. Okay, so maybe I am that boring. Bambietta felt it then, the slight tug of sleep beginning to prey upon herself as well. She yawned then, trying hard to speak despite the feeling. Seriously. I slept good last night. Bambietta's eyelids began to flutter slightly, the Quincy resisting the sudden bout of drowsiness. She could tell quite clearly that it was far from natural, all those around her clear evidence that such was the case. Yet then could she see a few still standing. Master Makarov was yawning slightly, the guild master simply sitting atop a counter, his arms folded across his chest. Then there was Urza Scarlet, the warrior wizard clearly struggling yet still awake despite what Bambietta could only imagine was a spell being cast. Is someone targeting Fairy Tail? Bambietta could feel her head beginning to drop forward slightly, her body begging to succumb to whatever magic was at work, yet then did her senses begin to sharpen, her spiritual nature finding itself shocked by a power fast approaching. It was just as when Urza had come to the guild the day before, perhaps even greater. In response did Bambietta's heart begin to race, another powerful being clearly about to be in her midst. Yet the nature of the power was so very different than Urza or even Lax's own. This one seemed to hold back on itself, as if it had little desire to show its true colors to any around. Despite that, however, it could not hide the strange sense of despair that flittered about the edges of itself. Bambietta's eyes began to close but only for a moment. The Quincy forced herself to open them wide and in turn did she catch sight of a newcomer at the entrance of the guild hall. Clad head to toe in dark colors, his face obscured by wrapped cloth, this newcomer began to walk forward. He passed between the sleeping masses, yet Makarov made no move. He was not a threat, that much was clear, but Bambietta was on edge nonetheless. Then did she watch as Urza, still struggling to stay alert and awake, looked towards this mysterious individual. Mistogan. This man, this Mistogan, paused for a moment, glancing towards Urza. For one brief moment did Bambietta feel the power radiating change slightly, as if there was something, anything, to be had there. Then did the crack in his hidden nature mend itself, Mistogan moving towards Bambietta once more. No, not towards her, the Quincy could tell that well enough. The man was simply coming closer to the job request board. Bambietta had to suspect then that this individual was also a member of Fairy Tail despite his odd way of going about things. However, her biggest concern was something many others would consider a rather trivial matter. Don't, you dare, take my volcano demon mission. Mistogan came ever closer, pausing for a brief moment to glance at Bambietta, the Quincy struggling to keep her eyes open at all. Your power isn't much, the masked wizard said, his tone low and ominous, not even comparable to Urza's own, yet still you managed to fight my spell. Interesting. Bambietta's temper began to flare a slight bit then, the statement regarding her level of strength nothing more than an irritation. Guess. I'm just too attuned to this kind of bullshit, huh. Mistogan said nothing, simply staring at Bambietta with eyes that peeked out from beneath the strands of blue hair slipping from out under his mask. What? Bambietta whispered, her eyes beginning to flutter shut, the spell beginning to truly prove too much for her. Take a picture. It'll last longer, creep. You're not from around here. Curious. Mistogan turned away from Bambietta then, grabbing hold of a job request paper and walking towards Makarov. Bambietta could see the older man nodding his approval, leaving Mistogan to walk away out through the guild hall doors. Only then did Bambietta begin to feel the sudden onrush of sleepiness fade away. Levy was beginning to stir, as were all those around the guild hall. What happened? The solid script mage began to ask, her voice groggy. Oh, I think we just got a visit from a real creep, Bambietta began to answer. Mistgun or something like that. Oh, Mistogan, Levi yawned as she pulled away from Bambietta. Yeah, he always does stuff like this when he comes to get a mission. Well, that just makes me so much feel better. Bambietta began to move forward then, only to take notice that Natsu was still fast asleep and leaning against her. Okay, that's going to be annoying. Then did she hear happy purring, the cat still curled up atop her head. Bambietta sighed. That too. You'll have to forgive that masked freak, a voice boomed from above, he's rather shy. Bambietta recalled the voice well, having already once conversed with it. The douchebag from before? The Quincy glanced upwards then, careful to hold Happy so that he did not fall to the floor, and could see Laxus glaring down at her from the upper floor, a lit cigar in his mouth. Then did Bambietta feel Natsu perking up, the Dragon Slayer suddenly glaring towards Laxus as well. "Come down here and fight me right now." Bambietta could not help but flinch in response to her close proximity to Natsu's sudden outburst. "Geez, tone it down, will you? Urza already stomped you, you want that to happen again?" "That's right, Pipsqueak," Laxus said with a hearty laugh. "If you couldn't handle her, what makes you think you even have a shot against me? And what, pray tell, is that supposed to mean?" Bambietta suddenly felt a chill run across her skin, the Quincy hearing the angered tone of Urza coming behind her. "It's quite simple," Laxus suddenly shouted, throwing his arms to the side. "I'm the best damn thing in this guild, bar none." Now Bambietta began to grow angry, recalling well the last encounter she had experienced with this man. "Then how about you come down here and put your money where your mouth is, if you can take that nasty cigar out of it first?" "Yeah, what she said," Natsu added. Laxus only grinned in response. "How about you two upstarts come up here, huh? I'm not so inclined to lower myself to our pitiful level." Bambietta flinched, her eyes narrowing. "Okay, that's it. I'm going to shove that cigar so far up your dash." Bambietta's words were cut short, the Quincy finding herself and Natsu both grabbed by a rather large hand. "Pernida? Here." Bambietta glanced over her shoulder and could see Makarov glaring at her and Natsu both, his arm having very clearly grown via his magic in allowing him to restrain the two. "I'm sorry, but neither of you is qualified to go to the second floor." "Oh come on, Master Makarov," Bambietta pleaded. "All I want to do is put that cigar of his where it belongs." "He is speaking out of his ass after all." Makarov said nothing, but the Quincy could almost see him trying to restrain himself. Either anger or perhaps he saw some amusement in her comment as well. The world would never know. "I can go up there," Urza said, walking forward. "Would that please you, Laxus?" "Fine by me, sweetheart," Laxi said, his grin never fading. "The king of the fairies versus the queen. That does sound more fun than fighting either of those two jokers." "That's enough, Laxus," Makarov said, his patience at its end. "You will provoke your family no more in my presence." "Family?" Bambietta did not know what to make of that statement, leaving the Quincy to stare at Makarov for a second. She could not help but find no understanding in how he could consider a mere group of allies as a family. It went against everything she had come to expect from the Vandenreich. "Well, this place is as dysfunctional as an actual family." "Sure, whatever," the young man said, his eyes glaring down at his grandfather. "But let's make one thing clear. I'm not going to give up being the strongest. Not to Urza, not to Miss Doggan, and not even to that man." Bambietta watched as Laxus moved back out of sight atop the second floor, leaving her to scowl. "That guy's a real S-class prick." Time moved on, night falling across Magnolia, and Bambietta was taking a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. She had intended to hunt down the volcano demon and make some money alongside Levy, but that had all gone down the drain. The blue-haired mage had talked her friend into trying to mingle among those at Fairy Tale instead. It had gone well enough at first, though there were a few moments that the Quincy had almost lashed out. Particularly the time Gray had challenged Natsu to a fight, having lost his pants in the process of standing up. It would not have been so jarring, Bambietta growing used to his habit, if not for the garment landing atop her head. Then there had been the brief attempt of Lokes to flirt with Bambietta, once more leaving him to be struck down verbally if not physically. Still, Bambietta could not deny she was actually having fun among this quirky group that dared call itself a family, yet she could not understand it still. However, the matter currently at hand was taking her utmost attention. The Quincy's blood pressure was starting to fall at last, the bold maneuver she had just pulled leaving her a little frazzled. "I complete this and it'll show that Laxus and everyone else here that I'm no slouch." Folding the S-class mission request into fourths, Bambietta slipped the paper into her coat pocket and began to mutter under her breath. "Thank goodness for Hirenkyaku. Bet Laxus didn't even notice me upstairs taking this request, or when I slipped some thumbtacks on his chair for later. If he's going to a pain in my ass, then fair is fair." Hey, Bambi. The Quincy turned to look and see Levy fast approaching. She seemed happy as always, something that Bambietta could not help but admit was rather infectious. Then again, she began to mumble, maybe it's just the thought of Laxus having a bad moment that makes my heart sing. Look, I know you wanted to go out on a mission today, Levy said as came close, but I hope you had fun today. Oh yeah, I got up close and personal with Gray's pants. That was nice. Then did Bambietta grin. Okay, fine. Yes, I did have a good day. Levy smiled, an honest one. That's good. I'm happy to hear you are enjoying being a part of this family. There it was again. That word. It tore at Bambietta's thoughts, leaving the Quincy to question it all. Family, huh? Bambi? Levy asked, growing concerned. Is there something wrong? No, nothing. Bambietta looked towards Levy then. But I do have a question or two and maybe you can answer them. Well, all right, Levy said, slightly nervous. I'll give it a shot. Oh, I'm sure my little wordy wizard knows what's up, Bambietta replied as she wrapped an arm across Levy's shoulders. It's just some of the crap that Laxus guy was saying. I know Urza and he are S-class, and clearly Mistogan is, but who the heck is the old guy he was whining about? Oh, that's Gildarts Clive, Levy answered. Though I'm not sure what Laxus was getting at about saying he'd never lose his top spot to him. Now Bambietta was intrigued. Why's that? Well, Levy began to say, there's a lot of debate about who's stronger between the likes of Urza, Laxus, and Mistogan. But there's no question that Gildarts is stronger than all of them. I guess he'd be considered double S-class. Bambietta's eyes suddenly widened. You are so lucky I'm not drinking anything right now because I would have spit it all over you in shock. Double S-class? And what kind of magic does he have? Well, it's kind of complicated I guess. It's called Crash and it kind of lets him destroy everything he comes into contact with. Bambietta could only nod her head in approval, a slight smile forming. What? He blows it up. Not quite, though I guess it could look that way to someone watching him use his magic. I think I'm in love, Bambietta continued. So when do I get to meet him? Probably never, Levy continued. He kind of takes missions that take sometimes over a year to complete. The Quincy quickly went slack-jawed. Are you freaking kidding me? That rank, that kind of power, and he takes that long to do things. Hey, Levy began to retort. Do you honestly think he takes missions the average wizard could handle? I guess not, Bambietta answered. But about Mistogan. If he's S-class, then why did he bother with the mission board down here? Well, Levy started to say, just because he's in the upper echelon, it doesn't mean he has to always go for an S-class mission. Besides, rumor has it he and Laxus do not get along well, so he probably likes to avoid the top floor. Someone doesn't get along with Laxus. Bambietta gasped. That's a surprise. Look at this. I'm going to have a heart attack because of that incredible surprise. Levy could not help but chuckle, yet she still composed herself. You should have seen the look on Jet and Droy's faces the one time Mistogan snatched up all the B-class missions. He got them all done in a week or two and they were left trying to complete one A-class mission to pay for their rent. What about you? Bambietta asked, surprised by her own concern. I got by, Levy answered. But it wasn't so funny, that part of it. Well, you'll never have to worry about that again, Bambietta began to say. Someday you're going to have the best of the best as your friend. Count on it. For Lucy Hartfilia it had been an uneventful day. There had been the occasional mission in Magnolia, though nothing particular interest. Find a stray cat here, escort an old lady there. It was hardly the glamorous life she had been hoping from fairy tale, but she knew that not every day could involve helping the best of the best face down an entire dark guild. Besides, downtime was good. She did get to spend some quality moments hanging out with Myra Jane, quite possibly the nicest fairy tale wizard of the lot. Now however she was about to retire for the night, making her way back to the apartment she shared with Bambietta. It had taken some doing, but in the end the duo had convinced the landlord to allow the Quincy to sign her name to the place as well. Which was good, as Lucy had all but forgotten the little fact that she might need permission when she invited Bambietta to stay with her. It was a good call, Lucy whispered to herself as she walked on the raised portion of the road, glancing down at the stream right beside her. It's not like she's that much of a troublemaker or dash. Hey, Lucy. The celestial wizard began to turn at the sound of her voice, catching sight of Bambietta only moments before it happened. Whoa. Lucy lost her balance and fell to the side, directly into the stream. Whoops. Bambietta sighed and ran forward then, intent on helping her roommate. Hiran Kyaku took her there in an instant and the Quincy made certain to keep herself above the water, standing on the air as she reached down to reach towards Lucy's. Come on, take my hand, bestie. Lucy did just that, allowing herself to be pulled out of the water and stand atop the invisible platform that Bambietta had made. Nice trick, Lucy said, trying to ignore that it was Bambietta's sudden surprise that had led her to being soaked. Kind of impressive. The same to you, Bambietta said, her eyes wandering. Pink suits you. Lucy glanced down then and could see that the water had all but soaked through her white top, leaving her undergarment beneath it to show through. Quickly did she wrap her arms around her chest and glare up at Bambietta. Maybe I ought to push you in the water. I'm sure that outfit won't hold up well. Oh, that's the spirit, Bambietta said, a slight yet playful edge on her voice. But perhaps we should get you home before you catch a cold, huh? Bambietta walked Lucy back up to the street, the Quincy undoing her cloak in the process. The moment she and her roommate sat down on the stone pavement, Bambietta slipped the white garment atop Lucy's shoulders. The celestial mage pulled it around her then, trying to fight off any cold that crept across her soaked body, and she turned to face Bambietta. Only for that brief instant it was not Lucy that looked at Bambietta, but another from a time long since past. Magnolia was gone then, replaced by the harsh icy enclosure that had been Silver Cross Castle. Thanks, Bambi. Bambietta heard it, the voice of Giselle as the memory played out for that one moment. Then it was gone, Lucy looking at Bambietta. Think nothing of it, Bambietta said, unsure of whether Lucy had spoken at all, potentially drowned out by the illusion. It bothered Bambietta then, to even experience a memory of Giselle that was far from dark in its nature. To even dare imagine there was a time they had been friends, that left her very nearly vomiting in disgust. Lucy was different, right? Yes, she had to be. Bambietta could not let herself feel any different, though the Quincy knew she could perhaps never let the walls around her fragile heart drop ever again. Anyway, Bambietta said as she began to walk beside Lucy, you want to get into some real mischief. Lucy could not help but get a little worried then, glancing towards Bambietta and only growing more concerned when she saw the smile she was wearing. What are you planning? Picture it, Bambietta began to answer, the two newest girls in Fairy Tale, and the quickest to rise to the rank of S-class. Yeah, that's a nice dream and all, Lucy replied, but there's no way Master Makarov would let us go out on one. And frankly I'm okay with that. Oh, Bambietta said, a gleam in her eyes, who said the master has to know. With that did Bambietta pull from her coat pocket a paper. Lucy stared at it in horror, realizing what her roommate clearly had done. Oh no you didn't. Oh yes I did. So how about it? You and me got a date with an S-class monster tomorrow. What about Levy? She's probably too much of a goody two-shoes to break a rule, Bambietta replied. What does that say about me? Lucy complained, suddenly growing cross. That you wouldn't mind splitting a nice reward? Bambietta asked. But if you want, I can go solo and take down this. The Quincy glanced back at the paper. This Ogrezilla myself if you want. You're crazy, you know that. It's only one of my finest features. Listen, how about we rest up tonight and then in the morning you can slip that mission briefing back up on the second floor before Master Makarov even notices it missing. Lucy was desperate to avoid any trouble, though she was beginning to wonder if she should have been offended that Bambietta had considered her the type to be willing to go along with such a rule-breaking scheme. Ah, you're no fun, Bambietta said with a sigh, slipping the paper back into her pocket. Fine, fine. I'll just have to find another way to become S-class. Maybe I could beat up Urza or that Laxus guy. Good luck with that, Lucy replied. By the way, what gave you the impression I'd go along with this idea of yours if Levi wouldn't? Oh come on, Bambietta said with a smirk. Don't pretend to be a darling little angel. You kind of strike me the type who would flash a little leg or cleavage if you got you a discounted price on something. Lucy simply gasped in response. I'd never do anything like that. Hey, I'm not one to judge. A little skin goes a long way, Rumi. Lucy sighed as she and Bambietta and Long Last began to enter their apartment. Listen, nobody in Fairy Tale is crazy enough to steal an S-class mission without permission. Hey, Lucy, Bambi. You two want to go on an S-class mission? Both the Celestial Wizard and the Quincy stopped dead in their tracks, shocked to find both Natsu and Happy in their apartment, the latter flying about and carrying a paper in his hands. For one brief moment did Bambietta have to wonder just how they had managed to get into her home, yet her priorities were skewed enough that instead she simply looked at Lucy with a grin. I'm the only crazy one, huh? Are you crazy, Natsu? Lucy shouted, making quite sure as to keep Bambietta's cloak around herself. Master Makarov is going to flip if you actually go through with this. Please, Natsu said with a shrug. What's the worst he's going to do? Send Urza to bring me back? That just means I get another chance to fight her. And lose to her. Huh, I hadn't thought of that. Bambietta began to rub her chin with the fingers of her right hand. Take a shot at a high-ranking mission and get the chance to fight an S-class wizard? 2 birds, 1 stone. Lucy all but screamed. You two are completely insane. Aye, sir. Happy exclaimed, fluttering about. You really don't have much else to add to this conversation, do you, cat? Bambietta asked, glaring at the energetic animal. Happy suddenly grew sad, his arms falling to his side as he glanced down at the floor. Aye, sir. Bambietta watched as Happy began to lower to the ground, the cat clearly distraught by her choice of words. Sighing, Bambietta moved over and gently began to run her fingers through the blue hair between Happy's ears. Look, I'm sorry, okay. Happy seemed to perk up then, a smile on his face as his eyes closed with contentment, a slight purr escaping from him. Bambietta, however, could tell from the glances she was getting from both Natsu and Lucy that she was looking far too nice. Let's just get one thing clear, Kitty, the Quincy began to say. It's not like I like you or anything. Then why are you being so nice? Natsu asked, the Dragon Slayer dumbfounded as always. Lucy could not help herself, a sly expression covering her face as she brought a hand up to her mouth. Because Bambi loves him. Bambietta glared at Lucy then, her eyes narrowing. Happy, meanwhile, simply looked at Lucy with wide eyes and began to speak his mind. That's just creepy when you do it. Anyway, Bambietta said, standing upright and speaking with a huff, that's nice and all that you snuck out an S-class mission, but Lucy and I are already going on one. We are. Lucy began to panic. Wait a minute, I never agreed to dash. You got one too. Natsu moved over to Bambietta quick then. Let me see. Let me see. Damn, you're a hyper one. Bambietta kept Natsu at bay with one hand firmly planted across his face as she rummaged through her coat pocket with her free hand. Here you go, she said, waving the paper before her. I bet mine is so much cooler than yours. Natsu's face suddenly grew disenfranchised. A monster slaying? That's it. That's it. Bambietta grew infuriated then, the Quincy's tone rising to new levels. That's it, you say? Look, it's not bad or anything, Natsu replied, but mine sounds so much more awesome. Happy flew up then, holding the job request paper so that Bambietta could see it in full. Help a cursed island. The Quincy began to think it over. Okay, I'll admit, that does sound interesting, but it screams high maintenance over just killing a big dumb monster, you know. I guess you're right, Natsu said. But maybe we should let Lucy decide since she's a neutral party. Again, Lucy began to exclaim, who says I even want to go on either one? There's a celestial spirit key as a reward for the cursed island, Happy suddenly said, flying towards Lucy. What? Really? Lucy snatched the paper from the flying cat and began to read it over. 7 million jewel and a gate key? I'm in. Bambietta sighed, slipping the stolen job request back into her coat. Natsu, 2. Me, 0. So this the town you two first met, huh? Bambietta glanced around at the bustling port of Harjan town, taking note of the construction going around. Wow, Natsu, you really did a number on this place. A dragon slayer after my own heart. Don't say that. Natsu exclaimed as he waved a finger in front of his mouth. I really don't need the local military knowing I'm back. Oh come on, Bambietta teased. It's okay to be a little proud of some chaos. Live a little. Lucy continued to listen to the nonsense that was Bambietta and Natsu's conversation, the celestial wizard trying to lead the group towards the harbor itself. Yet then did Lucy catch sight of a particular magic shop around the corner, leaving her to sigh a little. Maybe I'm not much of a goody two-shoes, she muttered, but a little skin hardly went far in there. 5% discount. So not fair. You say something? Bambietta asked, moving close to her roommate. No, Lucy stammered. It's nothing. Nothing, huh? I think Gramps is going to say this is a whole lot of something when you scolds you idiots. Bambietta and the others turned quickly only to find themselves looking at Grey Fullbuster, the mage glaring at them all. What are you doing here? Lucy said, clearly not expecting his arrival. The master found out you three took some job requests from the top floor and he is not the least bit happy about it, Grey said. So I was sent to check out this mission while Elfman went to check out the monster hunt. Really? Bambietta could not help but raise an eyebrow at that. So he didn't send S-class wizards to bail us out of these potential messes. Urza and Mistogan aren't around and Laxus didn't give much of a damn, Grey continued, but I'm pretty sure I can take you three back if I need to. Bambietta could not help but let her amusement at such a statement slip through. Is that a fact? Well, I figure you and Lucy should be reasonable, Grey continued. It's this knucklehead Natsu I'm probably going to have to bring back by force. You want to fight? Natsu shouted. I'm all fired you dash. Bambietta's right hand suddenly pushed Natsu to the side, leaving her to face Grey herself. Oh, I'm sorry, but you thought wrong. I'm not all that reasonable. Lucy began to panic. Bambi. The Quincy stepped up and looked Grey in the face directly. I was kind of hoping an S-class wizard was going to come out here, but I guess you'll have to do. Look, lady, Grey retorted, I don't have any interest in fighting you. Oh, you're going to give me the cold shoulder. Bambietta simply smiled. That just won't do. Grey began to grow irritated then, his eyes locking with Bambietta's. All right, Phi dash. He never managed to finish his declaration, the ice mage suddenly pitching forward atop Bambietta. The Quincy could tell fast enough that he had been knocked out, Natsu standing where he had just been, the fire dragon slayer's right hand closed into a fist. Hey! Bambietta shouted. I was looking forward to that fight. So we can both take turns fighting him later, Natsu said, his face suddenly showing clear signs of fear. But I think we better get moving. Natsu, what's the matter? Lucy asked, moving in close. The dragon slayer gulped deeply then, his eyes wide. Well, if Gramps sent Grey to get us back, I know who he'll probably send next. Bambietta, meanwhile, could only smile. Urza. You make it sound like that's a good thing. Natsu protested. And they call me crazy. That celestial key isn't worth this, Lucy said, clearly shaking. Those emblems, are you travelers by chance from the Fairy Tale Guild? The group turned and caught sight of an older, bearded man approaching them. By his garb Bambietta could only assume he was a sailor of one sort or another. Well, duh. Oh, you are as well? The man said, glancing towards Bambietta. My apologies, I did not take notice of your emblem. Bambietta simply shook her head. Yeah, okay, maybe having it hidden under a glove wasn't the best idea for times like this. Praise the gods, the man continued to say. Are you here for the Galuna Island job? Heck yeah. Natsu shouted. We want to see this cursed island for ourselves. Don't mind his excitement, Lucy said under her breath. He's kind of dumb. The older man simply smiled in response. Are you intending to dispel the curse itself? That's kind of the plan, Bambietta said. Though frankly I'd rather be slaying a monster. This is probably going to be so boring. If that is the case, the man said, then I, Bobo, am willing to take you to Galuna Island. Bambietta tried to keep herself from laughing. Bobo, is it? Pleased to meet you. I guess. Bobo simply reached out with his left arm, leaving the Quincy to simply do the same, shaking his hand. Yet then did Bambietta flinch, acting on her spiritual instincts. She was not sure what it was exactly, but there was something clearly wrong with this man on one level or another. Maybe this won't be so boring after all. I take it back. This is so boring. Bambietta found herself at sea, trying to keep herself content as she simply sat within the boat, her arms folded across her chest. Night had come about, the moon the only source of light. How far away is this island? I feel like we've rocking out here forever. Don't say that. Bambietta looked to her side and could see Natsu leaning over the edge of the boat, horrible sounds of projectile vomiting issuing forth. Well, better the fish than me again. The Quincy looked towards Lucy. Okay, so I'm very sorry this whole S-class missions is turning into a bust. You think I'm upset? Lucy replied. Boring is good. Yeah, sure, whatever. Bambietta slouched down a little, glancing towards Gray then. You think that will hold him? Lucy looked over as well, taking note of the unconscious Gray, the young man bound in rope that had been found by Natsu back at the harbor. I'm pretty sure he won't be putting up a fight if he wakes up. Bambietta grew even more depressed. This sucks. Tell me about it. Bambietta glanced to her side and could see that Gray was beginning to stir, the ice mage taking notice of his being bound in ropes. Oh, you're awake. And we can't fight. Damn it. Oh, we'll get a chance at some point, Gray murmured. Once me and Natsu settle the score. Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better. Bambietta could not help but grin slightly then, turning to look at the man currently guiding the boat. Yo, Bobo Bobo Bababo dash. The sailor simply cursed under his breath. It's Bobo. Yeah, okay, Bambietta simply replied. And I'm Bambi to most. Now, call me foolish, call me irresponsible, but it occurs to me that most people wouldn't be willing to bring travelers to a cursed island. So either you've got a pair that's bigger than most or you've got your own motivation that I think me and my buddies should be made privy to. Is that what you think? Bob asked, suddenly glaring back towards Bambietta. You will know in due time, depending on your resolve. Bambietta's senses suddenly came alive then, a strange aura enveloping Bobo. The Quincy's body was on edge in response, as if preparing for an attack. Yet even she was not prepared for what came next. The man's arm began to shift and change, the light of the moon enveloping it. Its coloration changed, the flesh hardening and growing demonic in shape. Okay, you guys seriously better untie me now. Bambietta heard Gray's words, yet it was Lucy's actions that took hold of her attention. The Quincy's roommate was suddenly gripping around her, obviously overcome with sudden fright. Bambietta, while not showing it, was not exactly thrilled with the sight of what she was seeing either. What the hell is that? A test, nothing more, Bobo said simply. Look ahead, travelers, for Galuna Island awaits. Bambietta and the others focused their collective gaze, taking note of the fog across the troubled waters beginning to lift and leaving the cursed island to come into view. Wow, that's so cliché, Bambietta muttered, trying to keep her spirits up. You really must want to scare us, Bobo huh? The Quincy began to look around frantically then, having noticed that the sailor was nowhere in sight. What the hell? Not funny, Bobo. Wait, did I miss something? Natsu asked, the dragon slayer finally able to pull himself away from edge of the boat, his motion sickness subsiding for the moment. Hey, where'd the sailor guy go? Well, wherever he went, Lucy whimpered, he took the oar with him. Happy, meanwhile, was simply freaking out. We got bigger problems. The group turned to look in the direction the blue cat was indicating, catching sight of the troubled waters that lay between them and Galuna Island. I think I'm going to be sick again. Natsu simply covered his mouth with one hand and turned towards the edge of the boat once more. Bambietta's hands began to curl into fists, her teeth coming together as her lips curled back into a snarl. God damn it, Bobo. Morning had come to Galuna Island, yet that was not all. Upon its shores lay the damaged remains of a boat, those who had traveled via it strewn across the coarse sand. So this is an S-class mission, huh? Bambietta groaned as she looked up at the sky. I got to say, it kind of blows chunks. Guess Natsu is cut out for it. Bambietta began to laugh, if only slightly, but she stopped when her ribs began to flare up with a minuscule amount of pain. Okay, it hurts to laugh. Sucks to be me. Yeah, sure, Gray hissed, the ice mage not lying far away. At least you had that skin condition spell to protect yourself. And free arms too. Yeah, sorry, Bambietta replied, turning her head to look his way. And it's not a skin condition. Blood vein, kid. That's great and all, Gray began to say, his temper starting to flare if only a little bit, but would you mind unteeing me? Nuh-uh. Bambietta sat up, wagging an index finger towards the restrained ice mage. We can't have you going and tattling on us to Urza, can we? Then did Bambietta begin to rethink her position, realizing that such an occurrence would be fun if nothing else. Yet before she got the moment to speak her mind, Gray did the same for his own. Oh yeah, I'm just going to swim back to the mainland to get you all in bigger trouble. I'm stuck here thanks to you, so I may as well help out. Damn it. Bambietta stood to her full height, taking note of Lucy, Natsu and Happy regaining consciousness. Then did she look back at Gray. You'll excuse me if I have trust issues. Come on, Bambietta, Gray said, his tone angry yet still showing signs of pleading, we're all part of Fairy Tale. Yeah, sure, the Quincy hissed under her breath, one big happy family. They're for each other. Where have I heard that before? Bambi. Lucy began to approach then, the celestial mage concerned as to what was going on. Come on, he's on our side. Bambietta whirled around on Lucy then, the Quincy's face contorting with irritation. He came here to screw up what we were doing. He's just going to stab us in the back. But we're all from the same guild dash. That's right, Bambietta hissed. Fairy tale this and fairy tale that. Yeah, we're all here for each other. That's not how the world works. It's not how it, ever, works. Lucy bit down on her lower lip then, unsure of how to even respond to her friend's sudden rant. Do we mean that little to you? Do I? Bambietta looked away, unable to even speak in turn. Her thoughts were a jumble for a moment, the Quincy lost in the moment. Look I dash. Bambi. Just, let's untie Gray. Bambietta tried to defuse the situation as best she could. Though knowing him, he's probably going to shed those ropes as fast he does a shirt any time now. Then did Bambietta smile. Besides, if he tries anything, I get a little fun. Hey! Natsu shouted, finally bringing himself around from his motion sickness. If anybody is going to fight Gray, it's going to be me. I'll fight you for it, Bambietta said with a shrug. That ought to make this mission more fun. Guys, really. Lucy sighed. We came here for a mission, not to beat each other senseless. All right, fine, Bambietta sighed. Anyway, maybe we should get a move dash. The Quincy paused then, slowly moving her hands up to the top of her head. She moved her fingers about, finding nothing but her own hair. Oh hell no. Bambietta glared out at the sea, feeling the desire to extend one particular finger in its general direction. That's right, take something precious from me, why don't you? Bambi. The Quincy turned then, taking note of Happy walking through the sand towards her. Yet it was what was in the blue cat's front paws that truly took hold of her attention, her hat. I kind of flew over to catch this for you when it blew off your head. I guessed you might miss it. The Quincy could not help herself and smiled as she leaned over and gently took back her hat. She reached out then and gently rubbed the fur between Happy's ears. Okay, so maybe I was wrong a few weeks ago. I guess you are one of my fairy tale friends, kitty. So I've got a question, Gray asked as Natsu began to undo his ropes. Just what the heck S-class mission did you guys get me into? Well, Bambietta began to answer. I wanted to go fight an awesome monster, but Natsu had to suggest this cursed island idea. Say, Natsu, did the paper say anything else besides help, and about Lucy getting a new key? I don't know, the Dragon Slayer responded. I kind of stopped reading once I saw the reward. A cursed island was more than enough for me. The Quincy simply flinched. Oh damn it all. I'm starting to wonder if you can read, Natsu. The Dragon Slayer appeared to become distraught then, Natsu lowering his head. Can too. It just took me a while to learn is all. But Urza was a good teacher. Bambietta flinched in that moment, wondering if perhaps she owed the young man an apology. Instead she simply acted as she would, with an attitude befitting a stern ritter. Urza taught you? That must have been terrifying. Yeah, kind of, Natsu said. But it wasn't all bad once she found a letter I was good as using a starting point. Don't know why, but he just kind of grabbed my attention I guess. You and me both, Bambietta mumbled. You two having a moment? Gray suddenly asked. Or can we maybe go look for the people who asked for Fairy Tale's help? Geez, Bambietta said under her breath as she watched Gray begin to walk into the woods. Talk about the cold shoulder. The members of Fairy Tale soon found themselves confronted with an minuscule irritation, though to Bambietta it was a complete and utter annoyance. What the hell is this crap? Before the group stood a wooden gate, one that extended several times above their own height. Adorning it was clear as day a sign that simply read "Keep Out," something Bambietta took not as a warning but a challenge. Yeah, sure, she hissed as she glared at the sign. They ask for help and this is the welcoming we get? What the hell do they have back there? King freaking Kong. You know, Lucy began to say, we could just call out to someone to let us in dash. I'm making my own entrance. Bambietta summoned her bow to her hand, taking aim at the sign. Stupid thing isn't going to tell me what I can and can't do. Whoa, ease up there. Gray was quick to grab hold of Bambietta's left arm, Natsu the right. The Ice Mage spoke again, feeling Bambietta struggling even as her bow vanished from sight. We don't need to tick off whoever's in there. Who goes there? The wizards glanced up at the sound of the voice, taking note of a man glaring down at them from the top of the gate. Bambietta, meanwhile, simply grew flustered. Well, we're from the Fairy Tale Guild. Lucy shouted to the veritable heavens. We kind of got a job request from this island, so we wanted to do what we could to help. Fairy Tale? Never heard of you. Bambietta glared at Lucy then. I thought you said this guild was #1. Shining bright for everyone so you could live out your fantasy. We're #1. Natsu said before looking up at the villager. You're just pulling our legs. Right, old man. No one has replied to our mission requests. The villager shouted down once more. Wait a minute. Gray glared at his allies. You guys stole the job request but didn't even bother to reply to it before heading out. I thought we just had to come out to reply. Natsu yelled. Gray simply sighed. You idiot. Do you have any idea how an S-class mission even works? Bambietta, meanwhile, simply folded her arms across her chest. Do you? Fair point. Gray simply conceded, knowing he had dug himself into that corner. Anyway, if they won't let us in, I guess we just have to go back and face the music empty-hand dash. Show us your emblems. The mages did just that, Happy turning his back, Natsu bringing an arm to bear, Gray lifting his shirt and at last Lucy rising a hand up high. Bambietta, meanwhile, did nothing. Come on, Bambi, Lucy whispered, you want to be S-class, right? This is the first step. Fine. Bambietta pulled a glove off and raised her left hand so that the emblem on its back could be seen by the man glaring down at her. However, she also made sure to keep only one particular finger extended outwards as she did so. You happy? Lucy's head dropped for a moment. Thrilled. Well, I guess they are the real thing, the villager said, even if that one in white is way too crass. Oh well. Beggars can't be choosers. He turned his back then. Open the gate. The Fairy Tale members watched as it rose up, Bambietta making certain to be the first one through. Of all the nerve, making a lady such as myself wait. Chivalry is dead here, isn't it? My apologies for the inconvenience, an older man said, suddenly stepping forward. However, it has been far too long since we received guests upon this island. However, I believe you who have come to our aid need to see something. Now. Bambietta furrowed her brow, unsure of what the village elder was getting at while those under his rule drew closer to him. Everyone, he began to say, disrobe. Bambietta blinked then, horror overtaking her. Oh no, it's an island full of greys. The horror only increased, as the villagers cast off their robes and stood in the most basic of clothes. That left Bambietta and the others to simply stare at the demonic arms and legs that those before them possessed, just as Bobo had. All who reside on this island suffer this curse, the elder said, and we hope that you can end our affliction. So what? Bambietta began to ask with a smile, did some monster do this to you? Do we have to kill it to save you guys? The elder began to respond. No, not at all. This curse is the product of Dash. Bambietta began to tune out the man's explanation then, her smile fading now that she knew violence would not be the answer to this mission. Still did the Quincy try to find something to distract her from the suddenly boring conversation. Thankfully her eyes began to wander about and find something worthwhile. The Quincy found her eyes suddenly drawn to Natsu, more particularly the upper body. His vest leaving little for the imagination, Bambietta could not help but sneak the errant peek. I could totally grate cheese on those abs of his. Graze too. You know, I'm starting to like this world. I wonder if Lucy feels the same way about them. Bambietta's eyes began to wander, settling upon her roommate. Yet did the Quincy suddenly catch herself by surprise, her gaze having drifted down and towards Lucy's backside. Bambietta's vision began to inch downwards, catching sight of the end of what she felt was a dangerously short skirt and took note of the bare skin of her friend's legs. She probably should wear tights like I am. I could suggest it, but where would be the fun in that? Still did Bambietta's eyes slip glances towards Lucy, the mage clearly enthralled in the village elder's speech. The Quincy, however, simply found herself inching closer to Lucy to get a better view. Man, I could totally get lost in that valley she calls cleavage. I'm starting to feel underdeveloped around ladies like her and Urza. Oh well. At least I still got a couple of cup sizes over Levy. You must destroy the moon. Bambietta found herself suddenly pulled out of her own trance, her gaze now directed at the village elder whose voice had boomed so very loudly. Huh. No, it's happening again. The village elder's face came alive with terror all its own, the man's gaze projecting upwards. That damned moon. Bambietta turned away around, her own eyes looking upwards in response to the old man's sudden onslaught of terror. Then did she see it, the full moon losing its crystal clarity of pure light. A violet shade was overcoming it then, casting a hellish glow across the land. Okay, that's strange, Bambietta said, her eyes still glaring at the moon. But I seriously don't think a moon of a different color is reason enough to hire someone to destroy it. Hey, Bambi. Besides, the Quincy continued, I doubt there's a wizard alive who could do something that crazy. Heck, I can't even think of a Quincy who could dash. Bambi. The Quincy felt it then, someone tugging on her coat's sleeve. She turned in response and could see an expression of fear etched upon Lucy's face. Come on, Bambietta said, her own face lost in the purple glow, don't be scared of a little moonlight, Lucy. Bambi's here to protect you, you know. Lucy simply shook her head, her eyes remaining wide with fright. What I'm afraid of, that's no moon. The mage tilted her head to the side and Bambietta followed its path. Then did she notice the villagers, all of them appearing very different from before. Their skin held a myriad number of colors, horns protruding from their foreheads, their bodies at last matching the demonic limbs from earlier. So the moonlight shows them for what they really are, Bambietta said simply. Then did a twinkle play across her eyes. We get to fight them now. What? No. Lucy's horror quickly subsided. They need our help to end this curse. Weren't you listening? Well, that is, Bambietta began to go red in the face. No, I got distracted. Lucy began to grow irritated. By what? Nothing, Bambietta replied. By nothing. Can we just drop it? Please. Okay, Lucy began to say, but you're kind of bleeding from the nose. Did you get hurt thanks to the shipwreck? What? Oh damn it. Bambietta began to wipe the blood away from her nose, instantly regretting that she was staining her white gloves with the crimson liquid of life. That's right, stain my purity with a sin. Just great. Think clean thoughts, Bambi. Lucy only grew more confused. Huh. Again, Bambietta said, her face suddenly glowing a faint red, can we just drop it? The Quincy turned to village elder, taking in the twisted and demonic form that he had assumed. So destroy the moon? That's an S-class mission, huh? Okay then. I so need to sleep on this. The Quincy turned to face Natsu and the others. You guys agree? The nodding heads of 3 wizards and a cat was acknowledgement enough for Bambietta. Okay then. The Quincy looked back to the elder. I hope you've got decent lodging. Frankly, this whole mission is just too strange and I need to sleep on it. Though I should be grateful it can't get any weirder. What the freaking hell was that? Daylight was upon Galuna Island once more, and thus had the members of Fairy Tale taken the opportunity to explore the island. Bambietta was, however, completely shell-shocked and lagging behind her teammates. Again, she reiterated, what the freaking hell was that? Natsu and the others stopped to look back at their traumatized friend, the Dragon Slayer, the first to speak up. Come on, it wasn't that strange dash. Gray fought a giant rat. Bambietta suddenly shrieked. And it was wearing a corset. Oh, calm down, Gray said. I've dealt with worse. Once there was a time I had to fend off a giant tarantula wearing what I'm pretty sure was a monocle dash. Bambietta shrieked once more, this time in terror. You fiend. Stop talking about those 8-legged freaks this instant. Lucy could see it clear enough, her roommate's skin all but crawling as her eyes were wide with apparent fright. Bambi. The Quincy shook for a second, her face suddenly going from freaked out to calm to angry. So I'm afraid of spiders. All thanks to my old friend owning one. You people got a problem with it. And no, Lucy stammered. I'm cool with it. You guys. Natsu and Gray simply folded their arms across their chests and snickered slightly. Then the Dragon Slayer looked towards Gray. Should we tell her about the infestation Fairy Tale has on Akagio dash? An arrow of blue light suddenly tore through the air beside Natsu's head, leaving both him and Gray's eyes to go wide. I suggest you don't, Bambietta hissed as her bow disappointed. Now can we please just forget the rat, forget the spiders and get back to what the hell we were actually doing in the first place? Oh right, Gray said, shrugging, exploring. That was precisely what those who called Fairy Tale their guild had set out to do this day. Destroying the moon as those of Galuna had asked for was impossible, but the group had determined that if there was a spell affecting the moonlight cast down on the island, then it had to been cast on Galuna itself. It had gone smoothly enough until the random battle with the oversized rat had occurred, but now at last were they managing to clear the jungle landscape. What they saw in the clearing that followed gave Bambietta some relief. Well, this is probably what we were looking for. Bambietta began to crack her knuckles, moving forward herself. So who wants to bet the evil demonic moonlight spell is being controlled at some creepy-looking ancient ruins? And do you want to bet that the giant rat has something to do with this? Gray asked as he stepped forward. What makes you say that? Lucy asked. This could be its natural habitat. Yeah, sure, Natsu suddenly said. Doubt the big dumb animal goes to the trouble of dressing itself. Somebody had a hand in it and the moon curse. Somebody evil. So they make nice villagers look creepy and try to make an ugly rat look cute. Bambietta shook her head, rubbing the sides of it with both hands. Could this mission possibly get any stupider? And what exactly would make this mission more fun for you? Lucy asked, honestly curious. I don't know, Bambietta said, waving her hands out the side. Maybe some flashbacks, an actual villain with connection to us heroes, maybe even a ritual to summon an ancient evil that wants to plague the world once more. Something like that. You mean something you can solve by punching, Lucy said simply. No, Bambietta corrected, I'm down with some kicking if need be. Maybe some arrows, A little sword play, whatever. I'm equal opportunity with violence, you know. I know, Lucy sighed, but I like you anyways. Bambietta's expression became quizzical in response. I don't know if I should be flattered or offended. I'll go with the first option, Rumi. This is real cute and all, Gray said, walking ahead while casting a glare over his shoulder, but how about we skip this mo crap and do what we came here to do? Bambietta grew cross in return, walking towards the temple in a huff. You know, I was kind of feeling bad for punching him the first time we met. What was I thinking? The guild members stepped fully into the darkness of the ancient ruins, leaving most on edge. Bambietta, to her credit, found herself feeling more at home than she had since coming to this world. That did not sit well with her deep down. This is an old and decrepit ruin, she whispered. It suits me perfectly, hey now. The Quincy felt something upon her leg and she glanced downwards, catching sight of a certain blue cat shivering as he grasped her leg. You could go hug Natsu's leg, Bambietta muttered. But you were closer, Happy replied, looking up at Bambietta with wide eyes. And you probably spook any monsters around. The Quincy simply flinched, her teeth grinding together. Oh, that's just yeah. Fine, make it irritating for me to not you too. Bambietta sighed as Lucy's fingers suddenly dug into her arm. What are you so scared of? Bambietta asked. You've got crabs and bulls and stuff. Man, this place is a dump, Natsu said. I bet this flooring can barely support a couple of people. Bambietta's eyes widened as the dragon slayer suddenly began to stomp a foot down upon the flooring over and over again. You have got to be freaking kidding me? How stupid are dash? The question never finished being answered, the floor completely giving away and leaving Natsu and Gray, the two standing close together to plummet into the abyss. Lucy and Happy both began to scream in unison. Natsu! Don't forget Gray, Bambietta said, rolling her eyes. Well, we can try. There was silence for a moment, until at last Bambietta heard a loud crash in the abyss. For a moment she had to wonder if Natsu and Gray had perished, yet then did she hear the two begin to speak. You idiot! Wow, what a hole! Oh good, Bambietta said with a sigh that slowly led to a smirk, the Stooges live. Let's go see how they're doing. Happy began to fly, his wings have sprouted. He glanced at Lucy then and spoke. You want for me to carry you? No way, Lucy retorted. You're just looking for a chance to say I'm heavy again. Besides, I've got Bambi. Since when did I become a mode of transportation? Bambietta shook her head and quickly scooped up Lucy into her arms. She leapt into the darkness then, following after Happy. An invisible platform came into being, allowing the Quincy to find purchase and remain airborne. Lucy, Bambietta began to say, I think the cat might be right. Lucy's cheeks puffed out, her eyes glaring at Bambietta as the Quincy walked her down the pit. Oh, don't give me that look, Bambietta said. At least everything you eat clearly goes to your boobs. The irritated expression faded, leaving Lucy to go red in the face instead. Bambi! Come on! Gray shouted from below. What's the hold up? They're just talking girly stuff, Happy shouted as he flew ahead, because Bambi loves Lucy's boobs. Natsu was he next to yell from the depths of darkness. Say what? Bambietta's eyes suddenly flared up with evil intent. Happy. Both grumbling and muttering, Bambietta continued to walk to the bottom of the ruins. Still did she hear Lucy begin to speak up. You like them? Bambietta's face simply remained red, the Quincy not responding in any vocal matter. She simply let Lucy step out on the ground once they reached the bottom, Bambietta looking around. So what the hell do we have here? She asked, her face slowly reaching its paler complexion. The place has a basement. I guess so, Gray said, the ice mage glancing about as well. Or maybe an underground cave Natsu. The fire dragon slayer was not merely looking but scampering off, leaving his allies to grow nervous after what had just occurred. Yet then did the Natsu suddenly shout as he wandered around a corner and out of sight. What did that idiot do now? Gray said as he and the others took off. Maybe he stomped the floor and fell into another basement. Bambietta asked. Basementception. What the hell does that even mean? Gray asked, glaring back at her for a moment. I miss the world of the living, Bambietta muttered. The group rounded the corner then and quickly any feeling of levity evaporated from Bambietta's thoughts or feelings. For what stood before her was a towering sculpture of ice. Its contents, however, were what truly left the Quincy speechless. Natsu, being the kind of man he was not so impeded. Whoa! That's totally a giant monster in there. Bambietta very nearly rolled her eyes at the declaration of the obvious, but it was then that she noticed that Gray was visible shaking, the youth's face shifting under the duress of rage. Hey, Gray, what's the matter? Bambietta did not really care for this man, yet she was still thrown off by his sudden change in demeanor. Outside his rivalry with Natsu he was rather level-headed, so what could possibly have led to this sudden alteration in his temperament? What the hell is Deliora doing here? The ice mage's sudden explosion of rage left even Bambietta shaken, the Quincy having not expected such a reaction from this man. Gray. The man's body continued to shake, his hands closing into fists so tight that Bambietta half expected blood to be drawn. That damned demon. Hey guys, Natsu said, his dragon slayer nose sniffing at the air, I think we got company and they don't smell like the villagers. Then let's kick some ass. Bambietta said, slamming her right hand into the adjacent closed fist. No, no, no. Lucy said, dragging Bambietta by the arm behind some rocks. Let's find out what we're dealing with then kick its butt. The fairy tale members made their way behind a stone outcrop, Bambietta taking notice that Gray was still clearly seething with anger. She knew the sensation well enough, having worn her emotions on her sleeve all her life, rage being a chief expression of her innermost feelings, but there was something different about his, something primal and deserved. What the hell is that crap? Bambietta watched as a trio of individuals made their way into the cavern, one of them a woman with bright pink hair, another a man rather short in stature who clearly made up for his height with the size of his eyebrows. Yet then there was the third individual, a man in baggy pants who kind of looked a bit like a dog. These are the bad guys? What a sorry bunch. Still, Bambietta could not help but be slightly interested in beating up the dog man. If nothing else, that could at least make up for loss to a certain soul reaper in her own mind. However, her thoughts focused elsewhere, the Quincy glaring instead at the icy tomb that held the demon that had shocked Gray so badly. There was something there, something drawing the Quincy's spiritual nature outwards. It was faint yet still did Bambietta feel something very wrong. It was as if talons of darkness were reaching into her very soul and scratching at the surface of soul. It was no different than the natural revulsion she had felt around any and all hollows. Bambietta remembered well the incident with the Magic Council, of how they had described the demons of this world. The appearance was enough, yes, but Bambietta's very soul was screaming to her now. She was looking upon a demon, one that was clearly beyond even the lullaby flute she had destroyed. Angelica's not just a rat. She's love. What Bambietta could only consider a stupid statement tore her attention away from the ice-entrapped beast before her, leaving the Quincy to turn her gaze back upon the three individuals not of this island. The woman with the pink hair was speaking. She's responsible for that stupid giant rat. Bambietta hissed. I don't like her already. We must take care of these intruders. The dog-faced shouted, clearly getting worked up as far as Bambietta could tell. Master Rietiai's moon drip ritual must not be disturbed. Moon drip. Bambietta muttered under her breath. What is that, some kind of Fiori drug I don't know about? Bambi, quiet, Lucy whispered, trying to keep the group's position hidden. 1. We could so totally take those losers, Bambietta whispered back. And 2, it's not like I was going to make a public service announcement or anything. Sheesh. Yeah, Natsu began to say, let's go beat them where'd they go. The fairy tale wizards glanced around from their hiding spot, taking note that the trio they had been observing had all but vanished from sight. I guess they're off to go beat us up, Bambietta said with a sigh. And I was so looking forward to heading them off to the pass on that. The Quincy's expression soured then as she glared up at the frozen demon once more before turning back to Gray. He was still withdrawn, a lifeless look in his eyes. All right, seriously, Bambietta said, her eyes locking with his own, I'm usually not one to pry or care, but what the heck is the matter with you? You and that Deliora thing date or something in the past? Because that big block of ice seems like a really over-the-top way to end a relationship. Gray suddenly snapped then, his dull optics becoming consumed with a fire more befit of Natsu. He sat up quickly, both hands suddenly taking hold of the neckline of Bambietta's coat. You think this is some kind of joke? How dare you insult Ur's name? How dare you? That monster, that damned Deliora, it. Get angry, that's it, Bambietta replied with a cold stare. Believe me, better that than being down in the dumps. At least that way you can keep moving forward. No, Gray said, letting go of Bambietta and turning away, his face once more becoming stoic. Thank you, but no. I can't go forward like that either. Well, it works for me, Bambietta said with a huff. Something bad happens, I get pissed and things to get destroyed. It's my way of cutting ties with the past. Oh, that's lovely, Lucy whimpered. I hope you never want to put me in fairy tale behind you. Bambietta tried to ignore that, her attention focused solely on Gray. So who's Ur? Gray said nothing, leaving Bambietta to wonder if she was going to get that answer. She simply watched as the ice mage suddenly sat upon the ground, bringing his hands together and resting his chin upon them. He began to say, his voice trembling for a brief moment. Ur was my teacher. Then there was more silence, if only for a second. Gray was lost in thought again, trying so very hard to put his thoughts and feelings into words. No, she was more than that. She was like a mother to me. Even when I had nothing, even when I was nothing, she gave me a purpose. She gave me strength and knowledge. She gave me a future, and all I could do in return was watch her die. Bambietta said nothing in turn, allowing Gray to try and compose himself. She looked up at the frozen Deliora instead, her eyes narrowing at its presence. A mother? And this thing took her away from you, right? There was a slight movement upon Bambietta's right hand, her fingers begging to curl into the palm. Magic began to draw closer, shifting into her spiritual strength, the Quincy beginning to bring forth her bow. Then maybe we should kill this demon and be done with it. Don't. Gray's hand suddenly moved outwards, his fingers wrapping around Bambietta's wrist. Why the hell shouldn't I? Bambietta screamed. Trash like that shouldn't even be allowed to live. Why do you care so much about what happened to Ur? Bambietta simply shouted in return, her voice suddenly calming. Because I. She became withdrawn then and there, a distant memory of a time long since past rising up within her thoughts, the screams of another tearing into her soul. Forget it. Just forget it. So why can't we just kill this thing? You froze it clearly, so it can't be all that tough. I didn't do anything in revenge, Gray said, his voice calm and icy once more. His imprisonment was Ur's dying wish. Once more did his voice lose its luster. She used iced shell to create his tomb. In the end she sacrificed her life. Gray began to sob by that point, yet still he pushed forward. Her spirit and body became that ice. So, Natsu should keep his distance, right? Lucy asked, approaching. Bambietta glared, taking note of a particular dragon slayer moving closer to look at Deliora. An arrow of light suddenly pierced the ground before him, causing Natsu to stop dead in his tracks. Hey! Were you even listening? Bambietta asked before suddenly catching herself in the moment, recalling her inability to follow earlier conversations, let alone the myriad number of speeches from Wywak she had tuned out in a life long gone. Okay, so I'm not one to talk. Then did it happen, the cavern suddenly becoming eclipsed in a violet light. From the opening high atop the cavern had a column of the radiant glow descended down, encircling the frozen Deliora. Okay, what the hell? Bambietta glared at the strange light, her spiritual senses awakening once more. She could feel it in the air, something very wrong going on. Wait, this that purple moonlight from before, isn't it? Oh yeah, Lucy replied. It just made that creepy face of yours in the village all the scarier, you know. This isn't good. Bambietta's thoughts were elsewhere, her body succumbing to the strange energies within the cavern. There was a power growing in strength, all the while another receding. Could it be Deliora? Damn it! Gray suddenly grew distraught, his eyes focusing on the imprisoned monster. That light, it's... Bambietta's eyes began to widen. It's slowly melting the ice. Gray began to once more become consumed with rage, his body trembling. I don't know who this Rieti is, but he's going to regret the day he dared dishonor my master's sacrifice. Bambietta simply stared at Gray then, the Quincy unable to process or truly understand what he was speaking of. Yeah, she muttered to herself quietly, all but drowned out by Natsu's own excited yelling about an upcoming battle. Let's go and preserve the memory of the long dead. Fat lot of good that does them. Much to Bambietta's surprise, Gray looked directly at her. What did you just say? The Quincy paused in response, having not expected the young man to catch even a whisper of her condemnation. Then did she see the others looking at her again, and in turn did Bambietta grow flustered, her temper flaring. She's dead, okay? Just another person willing to throw their life away at the drop of the hat. Her, Captain Doggy and my mo, damn it. Bambietta tried to compose herself, knowing it was for naught. Did her teach you iced shell? Gray answered simply. Yes. If that monster gets loose, Bambietta said as she walked past him, then you damn well better not be stupid enough to use that spell, you got me? Gray turned to look at Bambietta then, his own temper flaring. Don't you dare lecture me, newbie. Bambietta's shoulders sunk, her voice low and quiet when next she spoke, all the while her back facing Gray. She sacrificed herself so you could live, right? I don't get it, but how would she feel if you died the same way she did? If push came to shove, Gray began to respond, I'd be honored to do for others what her did for me. Bambietta simply repeated herself. How would she feel? Then did she look at Gray, her expression cold despite the strange glow in her eyes. You know what? To hell with it. Let's just go kick this Rieti's ass and be done with it. Well, there's the group we saw earlier, Natsu said as he and the others moved about quietly on the temple's rooftop. And that must be the Rieti jerk they were talking about. Bambietta could see him well enough, the man standing before them, his cloak fluttering in the wind as she barked orders at the trio. A pompous jackass wearing a mask. Yeah, I'd say he's in charge. Still. Bambietta began to think it over. Why the hell is he wearing a mask anyways? Either he is one ugly son of a gun underneath, or he has something to hide. Or he just thinks it looks cool. Happy exclaimed, fluttering by Bambietta. Quiet. The Quincy quickly scooped Happy out of the air and held him tight against her chest, making sure to keep his mouth shut. You have not found the intruders yet? Rieti asked his subordinates. How unfortunate. None may be allowed to interrupt the moon drip ceremony. No doubt our infestation is from that damned village that calls this island home. Perhaps, Sherry said, the woman clearly enamored with her masked lord. But if only a few of them are the problem. I so despite spilling innocent blood, Rieti continued, but if it is needed, then I suggest we exterminate the entire village and be done with it. To heck with this. Natsu suddenly screamed, catching Bambietta and the others off guard as she stood up plainly in view and sacrificing the cover the temple wall had granted them. Leave the village out of it. We're the ones you want. Well now, a time to fight. Bambietta let Happy go then, looking at the cat. Sorry, kitty. I don't know what came over me. I was looking forward to a little carnage. Those marks they wear, Sherry began to say, they're from fairy tale. So the village contracted outside help, Rieti said simply. How unfortunate. They will die then for bringing you into this. What? Natsu shouted. But we're the intruders. He's a bad man, Natsu, Bambietta said, standing to her full height, little as it was, and they never play by the rules of common courtesy. Trust me. Sherry, Toby, Yuka, Rieti said. Go deal with the village. Now. Yes, Lord Rieti. Sherry nervously answered before turning away with the others and walking off. I would gladly stain my soul for you if that is your wish. To hell with you. Gray suddenly dashed forward, lunging towards the masked Rieti. I will let you dishonor Ur's sacrifice with this ritual. Gray brought his hands down to the temple's rooftop, causing magical ice to erupt from it. The trail of shards made a beeline for Rieti then, yet the masked man simply brought one hand down as well. Then did it happen. The same technique came to life, meeting Gray's head on. The twin magics cancelled each other out, leaving Bambietta and the others simply stunned. So it is you, Gray said, panting slightly. What the hell are you doing, Leon? Leon. Lucy whispered. Then they know each other. So the masked man has a connection to our friend. Figures. Bambietta looked to Rieti, now Leon, and began to speak as she pointed at him. So what are you? His daddy? The guy who killed his mommy and daddy the day he was born? A distant relative's former roommate? Out with it, man. Leon glared at Bambietta then. You irritate me, woman. Woman. Bambietta glared at the masked Leon then. Oh, you so deserve a swift kick to the dash. Get out of here. Gray suddenly shouted, cutting Bambietta off. Excuse me. The Quincy asked, glaring at him next. How many idiots do I need to kick in the dash? Natsu and I can deal with this, Gray said, like it or not. You, Lucy and Happy need to go deal with the others. Protect the village. Oh damn it all. I wanted to fight the next big bad. The Quincy turned to Lucy then, only to find her already up in the air thanks to Happy pulling up on the back of her shirt. Lucy. I'll go with Happy this time, the celestial mage said. You both make cracks about my weight, but it doesn't sting as much coming from the kitty. Aye, sir. Bambietta sighed before at last stepping into the air. I didn't mean let's just go. The trio of fairy tale members took off then, leaving Gray and Natsu to contend with Rieti. Yet still did Bambietta look back over her shoulder, taking one last look. Whatever part of his past he's from, the Quincy whispered, put it away for good, Gray. Bambietta simply leaned up against a hut, Happy by her side and content to allow Lucy to explain to the villagers what had gone in during their trek through the island. Long-winded explanations were never the Quincy's forte, the most she could think of to say being, the bad people are coming, the bad people are coming, so she was quite willing to allow Lucy to go into elaborate detail. Yet as the celestial wizard continued to explain to the village elder of Lion's plans, Bambietta could not help but be impressed. Huh, so you do have a knack for storytelling. Nice. And that's what has been going on here, Lucy finally finished. So we need to do what we can to protect the village. And that's where I step in, Bambietta said, cracking her knuckles. Time to bust some heads. And I think I've got a pretty nice plan to help you with that, Lucy said with a smirk. Oh yes, this'll be awesome. The traps are set, princess. Bambietta simply stared at the celestial spirit known as Virgo, once more the maid's actions having left her bereft of any rational thought. This, the Quincy began to shout, is your brilliant plan. It had been all but half an hour since they had returned to the village and all Bambietta could see before her now was a dug hole, one covered by brush. It was a simple trap, which was precisely why she could not believe Lucy had pressed a summoned spirit into such labor. Your roommate seems displeased with my work, princess, Virgo said, looking to Lucy. Did I do poorly? Do I need to be punished? No. Lucy shouted. Yes. Bambietta screamed. I'll do it if need be. Virgo's face suddenly lit up, the maid looking towards Bambietta with glowing eyes. You would? Truly. The Quincy paused where she stood, her eyes widening in shock. On second thought. Thank you, Virgo, Lucy said, trying to interject herself into the matter. I'll see you later. I hope to be of service to you again, Virgo said as she bowed slightly and then vanished from sight. Okay, real talk now, Lucy, Bambietta said. I know they don't look like much, but we're dealing with legit bad guys here, Lucy. Not Saturday morning cartoon villains. Nobody is dumb enough to fall into a blatant trap like this. Well, I was trying, Lucy said softly, looking away from Bambietta. Not everyone can manhandle the opposition like you. The Quincy lowered her head in response. Look, I didn't mean dash. Hey, everybody. What's up? Bambietta and Lucy both turned then, catching sight of Natsu fast approaching, a battered and broken Gray atop his shoulders. Oh, for Natsu and I can deal with this, he says. Bambietta glared at the relatively unharmed dragon slayer, at least compared to Grey. What the hell happened? Well, it's simple, Iwo. Natsu suddenly disappeared from sight, taking Grey with him. All that remained was the now revealed pit Virgo had dug, the covering disturbed. See? Lucy proclaimed. The trap worked. I was wrong, Bambietta replied. Somebody was dumb enough to fall for it. The Quincy began to think it over, a time long since past coming back to her. You know, I do recall actually doing something similar once. My friends and I were left home alone by our, daddy, and we had to defend the place against some nasty errand cars. We had some fun with the traps though. I wonder if we bring back an oldie and a goodie. We'd just need a bucket of gasoline and a flamethrower. A Ron car? What's that? Lucy asked, for once not allowing Bambietta's violent tendencies to intimidate her. Never mind, we should so cover that trap back up again, Bambietta said. Not like Lion's henchmen are any smarter looking than Natsu. A voice called out from the pit. I heard that. Suddenly did Grey's limp form come flying out of the trap, Natsu climbing his way out not soon after. Lucy was quick to cover it back up then, Bambietta staring at her allies. So again, she asked, what happened? No way you two could lose to one guy. Well, we could have taken him together if Grey hadn't been a jerk. Natsu complained. But he just had to be all macho and push me off the temple so he could fight that masked guy by himself. Bambietta snapped then, moving towards the unconscious Grey and grabbing the lapels of his shirt. You idiot! She screamed, speaking completely without control. You had people who were willing to fight by your side and you threw them all away? Do you have any idea how much I would kill for that? Do you? Bambi, let it go, Lucy said, moving in close and placing a gentle hand on her roommate's shoulder. He can't hear you anyway. Damn it. The Quincy let go of Grey and stood up and moved away. Just, damn it. She was quiet then, trying to let her thoughts flow freely and without restraint. Yet that opportunity was soon lost, her friends yelling suddenly. Look. Happy suddenly began to shout. Up in the sky. It's a bird. Lucy asked. An airship. Natsu said next, still confused. Shaking her head, Bambietta turned to look into the night sky instead and was greeted by a sight she could never have been prepared for. No, it's just the stupidest thing I've ever seen. There it was, the giant rat from before. Bambietta, knowing now that its name was Angelica, she could only look at it with nothing but confused amazement. It was still wearing its corset from earlier, ribbons and a bonnet atop its head, yet now it was carrying a bucket perhaps even bigger than itself. Strange of all, however, was that it was flying, its tail whipping around in circles much like the helicopters Bambietta had seen in the world of the living back in her home dimension. Seriously, what is this? The Quincy could not even properly blink at the sight above her. Oh, don't let it worry your pretty little head, Natsu said, shrugging. This is only the sixth weirdest thing I've ever laid eyes on. Bambietta glared at him then. You have got to be screwing with me. What's that even, Maya-oh? Natsu never finished his question, the dragon slayer taking note of the sudden panic around him. He, Lucy, Bambi and Happy all looked up to see Angelica suddenly turning the bucket she was carrying over, its green liquid contents falling out. What the heck is that? Lucy shouted. I'm going to assume not good, Bambietta answered. She began some in her bow then, unsure of what it could hope to accomplish. Let's see if I can dash. Natsu simply leapt up to meet the poison liquid head-on, his hands coming alive with his trademark power. Fire Dragon's brilliant flame. There it was, a burst of power in midair, an explosive force that left Bambietta recalling a strength she longed to regain. Natsu. The poison burned away then, only trace amounts harmlessly striking the ground in the area. Natsu landed beside his team once more, clearly ready for whatever came next. Angelica, meanwhile, simply descended to the ground as well, and from its back climbed down three others. They were Lion's compatriots, clearly intent on fighting now that the need had arisen. Oh, Leon is going to be so mad at me, Sherry whimpered. Mad at us, I mean. We'll have to do this ourselves. I just didn't want to get my hands dirty like this. The towering Angelica let out a loud grunt then, nodding its head towards its master. You'd fight on my behalf once more? Sherry said, looking up at her massive pet with gleaming eyes. Oh, you're so sweet. I think I'm going to be sick, Bambietta said simply, the Quincy sticking a finger into her mouth as if to gag. Seriously, you two go get a room. Maybe Leon will join in. You're rather unpleasant. Sherry glared at Bambietta as she leapt up into Angelica's hands. She pointed towards the Quincy then, a smile adorning her face. Let's go, Angelica. So, Lucy, want to see me stomp a mud hole in this kaiju rat? Bambietta asked, pounding a fist into an open hand. Hey, Natsu, I leave the dog whisperer and the guy with the stupid eyebrows to you. Have fun. Who made you the boss of me? Whoa. The Dragon Slayer never got the opportunity to complete his sentence, Angelica and Sherry suddenly flying by him, the giant rat's tail stirring up wind currents as it passed. Bambietta prepared herself for battle then, no matter how peculiar it seemed to be, yet her opponents simply flew by her as well. What the hell? Help me. The Quincy turned then, catching sight of Angelica flying away, Lucy panicking as she held onto one of its back paws. Why did I get so gung-ho and grab this? Bambi, stop this crazy thing. My rant. The Quincy shouted, one moment later knowing Natsu might be giving her a dirty look. I mean my roommate. The Quincy took off with Hiran Kyaka then, more than ready to close the distance between herself and the most absurd enemy she would ever face. Well, the most absurd as long as I avoid the 5 things that topped it in Natsu's eyes. Sherry allowed the cool night air to whisk itself between her pink locks, the wizard knowing full well the strategy she had in mind. Her loyal and loving pet would pick up much speed and return to the battlefield, crashing down on those who dared oppose her dear Leon with such force that all that red stains upon the ground would be all that was left. Yet now she knew she had a straggler, one fairy tale wizard having rather insanely grabbing Angelica as it had passed by. I wonder if we could shake her off? I wouldn't recommend that. Sherry could hear a voice in the distance and soon could she make out a figure, a woman in white standing atop thin air, her cape billowing in the wind. Another fairy tale wizard. Bambietta stood her proverbial ground, bringing her bow to life and taking careful aim. Give me my friend or this will end badly. Ram her, Angelica. All right then, Bambietta said, pulling back an arrow of light. I guess now I'll show you my point. The arrow fired off then, the blazing spiritual weapon tearing into Angelica's right eye. The massive right roared in agony, its tail suddenly no longer spinning, its thoughts preoccupied with pain. There we go. Bambietta said as Angelica fell before her, descending back to the island. Then did her eyes open, hearing the screaming of both Sherry and one other. Oh, I have erred. Hiran Kyaku took the Quincy down then, makeshift platforms of a spiritual nature giving her a way down. Then did Angelica hit the ground hard, a burst of dirt and dust spilling up into the air before settling again. Bambietta went into a complete panic then. Lucy. Her speed boosted by her sudden desperation, Bambietta threw herself to the ground with no safety net, no invisible platforms to slow the drop. Blood Vene activated then, allowing her to slam into the ground herself none the worse for wear. Still did she shout. Lucy. Lucy. I'm fine. The celestial mage said as she dropped down from Angelica's rather large foot, her legs unsteady as she touched down on the ground. But I so do not want to ever go on that ride again. Bambietta felt the urge to move close, to embrace her roommate and friend out of relief, but she managed to restrain herself as best as possible. Well, I'm glad that over with. Not yet it is. The Quincy whirled around, catching sight of Sherry landing on the ground behind her. Give it up, Pinky, Bambietta offered. Your pet's down and there's no way you can take me on. Hey. And you certainly can't handle me and Lucy together. That's better, Lucy said. I think. Sherry's face, meanwhile, was becoming consumed with tears. You're going to pay for what you did to my sweet little Angelica. Sweet little Angelica? Are you insane? Bambietta's own temper began to flare. I don't care how good you dress it up, that is one but ugly rat. Angelica began to stir then, its one good eye opening and looking at Bambietta. Then, with speed belying its massive size, Angelica reached out with a paw towards the Quincy. Angelica is love, huh? Bambietta continued to argue. Man, I know beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but you so need to get to an optometrist. But first you're probably going to have to see a proctologist about the foot I'm about to lodge up your hay. Bambietta suddenly found herself caught in the grip of the risen Angelica, the rat beast having snatched her up in mid-sentence. You damn dirty rat! Bambietta began to screech. How dare you lay your filthy paws on me? Angelica! Sherry shouted in glee. You're okay. One eye bleeding, the rat monster glanced down at Sherry and nodded with a grunt before suddenly charging forward with Bambietta, taking her into the distance and slamming her into the side of a cliff overlooking the beach of the island. Done in by an ugly ass rat. The Quincy groaned, allowing blood vein to spread across her spine. No way. Nuh-uh. I can lose to a dragon slayer, but no way in hell am I losing to this. The other stern ritter would never let me live it down when I get home. Chia! Angelica simply roared, slamming its paw and Bambietta against the rough terrain again. Then it pulled back, intent on doing the same maneuver once more, yet this time did it scream. Blood splayed out from its paw, several sections falling away. Bambietta smirked then, her sword having materialized in her hand and cleaved off a portion of her opponent in the process. Too bad, rat, Bambietta hissed. But Makarov never said I had to hold back against monsters. Too bad for you. In a flash Bambietta brought her sword to bear, tearing through flesh and bone and leaving the beast to howl in pain. As it lumbered away, Bambietta fell into a crouch, her sword dripping with blood. Just like old times, the Quincy said as she stared at the droplets of red liquid slipping away from her blade and staining the sand. Then without pity or remorse, she leapt towards Angelica's throat, the clash of spiritual steel and sinew resuming once more. Bambietta fell to the ground once more, the remains of Angelica crashing down beside her. Sorry but not sorry, Angelica. You kind of put me in a pickle there, so I had to play rough, you rugrat. Bambietta turned around then, hearing the sound of the beast's labored breathing. She could see it happen then and there, the light slowly fading from Angelica's one good eye, the giant rat's breath finally stopping. Bambietta could say or feel nothing then but a simple joy in a bloody battle that she had won on her own terms. It felt good, yes, but this was a first. Never before had she allowed herself to watch the life fade from an enemy. She had simply moved on to the next victim or the next mission. For that one brief moment she was glad that had always been the case. Lucy. Then did Bambietta take off with Hirenkyaku, trying to find the next opponent to keep herself busy. Yet when she arrived Lucy was standing in triumph, Sherry on the ground and still. You beat her. Well yeah, Lucy said softly. She was kind of a pain, but then we both heard some horrible scream of pain and Sherry completely freaked out and I kind of clotheslined her then. So I won. You did too. Bambietta said nothing for a moment, then smiled to the best of her ability. Yeah. That's what I do. There was an unnatural silence then between the two women, Bambietta once more lost in thought. She looked down at the beaten Sherry then, wondering what the wizard would say or do when she found out what had happened to her monstrous beast of a pet. Actions, Bambietta began to say, as if speaking to herself, have consequences. You speak the truth, a voice called out from the distance, and I think it's high time you both experience those consequences firsthand. Bambietta and Lucy both turned to face the voice, expecting another opponent. Only then did Lucy begin to freak out, recognizing well that the individual approaching was no opponent. Oh no. Bambietta, however, could only disagree. She began to grin then, her voice low echoing with the remnants of bloodlust. Urza. Chapter 9, Charging Forward for Answers. For Lucy Hartfilia the encounter that was about to play out before her eyes was not proceeding with a sign of good faith. She and the others of Fairy Tale had broken the rules by attempting this S-class mission to Galuna Island, no doubt the reason that Urza Scarlet had arrived with no amount of hidden irritation in her words and body language. Yet worse was Bambietta based turbine. Lucy could not ever consider befriending the woman a mistake, yet as of this moment she could see something in her roommate that left her soul drenched in concern. The Quincy was shaking every so slightly, a mad glint in her eyes that was unbecoming of the woman that Lucy had come to know. Yet there was anguished scream of the rat monster of Sherry's that had echoed forth across the beach, leaving the pink-haired woman to completely lose her composure, knowing it was a sign of pain and potential death. Then had Bambietta returned to Lucy's sight, her stark white uniform stained with blotches of red liquid, the edge of her sword soaked in the substance. "You too," Urza said simply, standing her ground, "have made the master quite cross. You too as well as Natsu, grey and happy. However, Master Makarov is not the one you need concern yourself with now." Bambietta's lips began to curl back a little bit. "Urza, do you wish to say something?" the armored mage said, her glare casting down upon the Quincy. Then and there could Lucy see something in Urza's eyes. Not fear for herself, not at all, but certainly concern for one she called a comrade within the ranks of Fairy Tale. "Speak, Bambietta. You're going to take us back for punishment, right?" the Quincy asked, her tone ragged and hoarse with a building anger. "That's not going to happen." Urza's eyes narrowed. "Excuse me. I came here," Bambietta continued to say, "to become an S-class member of your precious guild. To be the best I can be in this world." Bambietta's body continued to tremble still, the woman glancing down at her bloodied sword. Then did her gaze shift slightly, focusing instead on the unconscious Sherry, the face of the owner of the dead Angelica still wrapped in anguish. "I've gone too far to be S-class to let you take me back." "Bambi," Lucy began to say, concern issuing forth with each and every syllable, "it's over. We made a mistake, don't you get it?" "Mistake?" the Quincy took a labored breath, looking at Urza then with a wild look in her eyes. "I am a mistake. Look at me." The Quincy looked down upon herself, her blood-soaked uniform coming into her own view. Then did she look back at Urza. "This whole S-class mission is a joke, but if I defeat you, Urza Scarlet, I will be the best in this guild, won't I?" "You feel you're a mistake, do you?" Urza asked, dodging the question at hand. "Despite what you're thinking, I wish to disagree." Bambietta snapped then. "Don't talk like you know me. You know nothing." An arm extended forward, Bambietta pointing an accusing finger toward the sorceress. "You've just been keeping an eye on me ever since the Eisenwald mission started. You said it was because of Makarov, but I know that was just bullshit. You don't trust me." Urza remained calm nonetheless. Bambietta Basterbine dash. "I want to fight you, Urza," the Quincy hissed, "so maybe you were right." Urza said nothing at first, her eyes staring solely at the red-stained sword in Bambietta's hand. Then at last did she speak, looking the Quincy directly in the eyes. "Despite all appearances, I have not made any mistakes." Bambietta could hear it in Urza's voice, the absolute certainty. Bambietta grit her teeth then, her anger at last beginning to boil over. Then did she begin to yell, her body stiffening under the duress of her rage. "What the hell are you talking about? What could you possibly know about me?" Urza knew she was staring down an individual who had been consumed by the darkness once more, yet the imagery did not faze her. Before the wizard were glimpses of a past not long since faded from her memory, of a woman in need, of a stranger who needed all the help she could get. "I reiterate," Urza said once more, her tone never faltering, "I have made no mistakes." "Enough." Bambietta's voice dropped for a moment, rising when she next spoke. "Enough. Enough. Enough. Draw your sword, equip your best armor and fight me." Urza extended her right arm in response, a magic circle forming in the air and giving life to a forged weapon of pristine beauty. "Bambi, Urza," Lucy began to whimper. "There's no need for this. Please." Bambietta paid her friend no mind, her focus entirely dedicated to Urza. "Your armor. Equip another damned armor already." "My apologies," Urza simply said, holding her sword at the ready, "but I believe that my present attire will suffice while you are in this state." Bambietta's voice began to tremble. "Damn you! Damn you!" The Quincy lunged forward then, Hiran Kyaku propelling her towards Urza with a bloodthirsty intent Bambietta had not felt since the day she had fought the Soul Reapers. It was euphoria, her heart and soul understanding nothing but the freedom that such inclinations possessed. There were no rules, no obligations. There was simply the thrill of battle, the clashing of bone and sinew. It was sick to this world she was in now. It was a repulsive and detestable lifestyle to those she lived among in this day and age. She understood that well the first day. The look of horror on Levy's face when she had returned from her first mission, the decapitated remains of a monster in hand. Bambietta remembered that expression of judgment well, the image something that would never leave her mind now. Fear, distrust, hate. It was all she deserved of fairy tale if she was true to herself, if she stopped living a lie. This was who she was, this was what she had been born to be. A killer, a monster, a butcher of any who dared face her. As she approached Urza, the warrior wizard clearly bracing for combat, Bambietta could see the calculating light with the woman's eyes. More judgment, more mistrust. That was all the Quincy could see. Yet then did she catch in the corner of her eyes a glimpse of Lucy Hartfilia, the celestial mage all but in tears, her hands covering her mouth as she watched Bambietta succumb to your darker impulses. Then did Bambietta hear the sound of Lucy's voice, the scream tearing both at her eardrums and emotions. "Please, just stop." "I'm sorry, Lucy," Bambietta whispered so that none but herself could hear. "This is who I am." The Quincy gripped down upon her weapon with both hands, swinging the blade towards Urza with ruthless intent. Yet what happened next was exactly as Bambietta expected, the mage simply deflecting the attack with a swipe of her own blade. Yet there was one thing that Bambietta had not been expecting as she stared past the locked blades. Upon the grip of Urza's sword rested one hand. Undeterred, Bambietta pushed forward with her own, glaring at the foe before her with eyes that contained her incandescent anger. "First you deny me an armor even Natsu was worthy of," Bambietta shouted, "now you won't even use both hands? How worthless do you think I am?" "It has nothing to do with worth," Urza replied, holding her ground. "However, I do believe you are better than this." "Damn straight," Bambietta screamed in reply. "I'll show you the power of a Quincy." Urza shook her head lightly, her eyes never looking away. "I do not speak of power, but the strength of he dash. There you go again." Bambietta disengaged her sword and slipped back for a moment, once more pointing towards Urza. "Friendship this and friendship that. It's too damn good to be true, you hear me? Do you hear me?" Bambietta lunged forward again, her sword once more clashing with Urza's own. Still did the armored mage parry the attack with a casual swing of one arm, leaving Bambietta to grow more frustrated. "Don't you dare pretend I'm not worth you actually trying. Don't you dare." The Quincy attacked again and again, each and every blow making contact only with Urza's sword. Yet Bambietta's frustration was beginning to lift slightly, the young woman taking note of one thing in particular. Urza was falling back and she was gaining ground in return. Bambietta could not believe it, her thoughts focusing on the positive. She was pushing Urza forward. Somehow, someway, she had managed the impossible. The sound of metal against metal continued to ring within Bambietta's ears, the woman beginning to grin as she continued to press forward, driving Urza further and further into a retreat. Feeling jubilation in response to the newfound rush of confidence she was experiencing, Bambietta let blood arteria flow into her flesh, giving inhuman strength to her attacks. The advantage was hers and hers alone, and she was unwilling to leave it alone. Her instincts as a battle-hardened stern ritter were taking hold, the Quincy knowing that any moment that was not taken advantage of was a mistake no true warrior could make. Blood-lusted jubilation soaking her inner thoughts, Bambietta lunged then, the edge of her blade streaking from the side towards Urza's throat. Then did Bambietta's maddened joy suddenly lose focus. That moment slowed for Bambietta, leaving the Quincy to momentarily envision the sight of her short sword tearing apart flesh and bone, ripping from her shoulders Urza's very head. A low whisper slipped between Bambietta's lips, so low she was unsure any could hear it, not even Urza who was before her. Yet still the Quincy knew what she was saying. "What the fuck am I?" That glimpse of a crimson future never came to pass, Urza deftly bringing her blade to bear and casually swatting away Bambietta's one with one hand yet again. "I'm a. Bambietta's thoughts were shattered then, Urza suddenly flipping her own sword around and slamming it forward. The bottom of the hilt drove into Bambietta's torso then, directly beneath her chest, and the Quincy's cried out in shocked agony as she was flung backwards. "Damn! Bambietta wrapped one arm across her body as she slumped down to her knees, her right hand unwilling to relinquish its grip upon her own blade. Her breathing was labored in its execution, the wind all but knocked out of her by the sudden attack. The Quincy's momentary lapse of confusion shattered by the pain, her anger began to return to her as she stared at Urza. "You miserable!" Bambietta gasped, her voice faltering. "I wasn't winning." You were controlling this entire battle the whole time, weren't you?" Urza lowered her head in response, still making certain to keep her eyes upon Bambietta. "Yes." "Damn it." Bambietta pulled her arm away from her body and allowed the hand to curl into a fist. Consumed in the moment, she slammed it down upon the sand of the beach, her voice echoing out across the night air. "Damn it all." "I'm sorry," Urza said, moving forward, "but your sword play was easy to predict." "No." Bambietta shouted in response. "Don't you dare mock my dash." "Whoever taught you the art of the sword," Urza said, still continuing her walk towards the Quincy, "educating you with nothing more than the tactics of a killer. Every strike you took just now was filled with murderous intent. All you sought were fatal wounds." Bambietta's eyes began to widen. "That's the whole damned point of a weapon. To kill. To kill any bastard who dares to impose their will on you." Urza stopped for a moment, her eyes narrowing. "Perhaps that is true, but you lack finesse or style. Is that right?" Bambietta began to rise then, her body unstable. Then did she snap once more. "To hell with that and to hell with that smug attitude. I'm going to make you fight with both hands. I'm going to make you equip an armor. I'm going to make you take me seriously." "Bambietta Basterbine," Urza said, bringing her sword to bear, "I assure you that I am taking this matter deadly seriously. Don't you fuck with me." Bambietta leapt forward then, Hiran Kyaku taking her out of Urza's sight. Lucy simply watched on in horror, the celestial mage dropping to her knees as her eyes began to water. "Bambi, please just stop this." Urza raised her sword before her armored frame, watching Bambietta's every move. The woman was fast enough to escape the gaze of many, yet Urza was managing to keep track of her moments nonetheless. The Quincy could not be seen, no, yet evidence of her movement was still in effect. Urza's eyes darted back and forth, catching sight of indentations appearing in the sand, a telltale sign of Bambietta's erratic movements. One moment she was on the left, then the right, and back again. Urza knew full well the strategy at play here, knowing the enraged Quincy was trying to catch her off guard after what she had just said. Yet then did Urza hear it, no matter how faint. The contact between the sand and a pair of boots directly behind her. "Got you now, you smug-ass wizard." Bambietta began to swing her blade down with both hands once more, the Quincy confident in her victory. That confidence was destroyed not a moment later, Urza turning to greet her attack as she had many a time already. Yet as her sword was parried, Bambietta could only smile. She could see it then, both of Urza's armored hands atop the grip of her sword. "See?" Bambietta asked as she panted. "I knew I could make you try harder with surprise and leverage on my side. Now, about that armor." Urza remained calm, staring back at Bambietta. "You're still shaking, I see." Bambietta's eyes began to widen in rage. "What the hell are you talking about?" "You fight to kill," Urza began to explain, "and you speak like you believe yourself a monster. But your body betrays you." Bambietta's brow began to furrow. "What?" Urza slowly began to allow her left hand to leave its grip upon her sword. "A beast that knows only how to slay without mercy would not be quivering as you are now." Bambietta's body suddenly stiffened, the Quincy standing to her full height as her head began to lower. Locks of her hair began to fall upon her brow, obscuring her eyes. "You think I'm scared, is that it?" "Not of me," Urza corrected, "but of yourself." Bambietta began to chuckle then, her voice low. "What I am is, who I am, is worthy of fear." Bambietta let her sword vanish from sight, a bow of pure light taking its place. She leapt back then, putting some distance between herself and Urza. "You wish to inspire fear and nothing more?" Urza asked, watching Bambietta's motions closely all the while standing her ground. "From what I saw in Clover, I cannot believe that of you." Bambietta said nothing, simply pulling back on her luminous bow with one hand. Only when she felt her power at its apex did she utter forth anything. "I don't want fear but respect. That's all I need." In that moment did Bambietta allow her strength as a Quincy to flow forth, from her bow launching a volley of her arrows of light. Spread as thin as her spiritual energy was, Bambietta knew the best they could do was wound, a fatality hardly an option with such a tactic. It was a far cry from the Quincy of old, let alone the one that had been losing her mind against Urza not a minute earlier, but Bambietta knew it in her heart that she was lost in her own soul this very moment. "I can't stand this." Her thoughts incapable of internal focus, Bambietta instead allowed herself to concentrate on the external. Her hailstorm of arrows quickly descending upon Urza, yet the mage seemed hardly concerned. What happened next left Bambietta suffering a pain that no amount of physical trauma could cause. Her pride began to slip away as she watched Urza move her blade about, precise swings batting away each and every one of the arrows. "No. You will not disregard the power of a Quincy like this." Bambietta simply increased her attack as her nerves continued to unwind, adding more to volley of arrows. "Let's see you contend with this. 100 arrows from me to you." Yet in the end it made no difference still, Urza only increasing the speed in which she reacted. The mage was running off of pure combat instinct, either dodging or destroying the myriad attacks with her sword. "No." Bambietta's conviction began to falter then, the Quincy simply staring in awe at Urza. 100 versus 1. "You can't have, no one could. You could blot out the moonlight with your arrows," Urza said, her own conviction remaining steadfast, "but I would still stand against it to save a comrade." "Hey, Urza," Lucy suddenly said. "I appreciate the sentiment and I know Bambi's a little cranky right now, but it's not like she's coming after me or anything." "I know." Urza simply never looked away from the Quincy before her. Instead she simply raised a free hand and extended an index fingers outwards. "The one I speak of is Bambietta Basterbine herself." "Say what now?" Bambietta fell into confusion then, only to quickly shift back to anger. "Oh, I kind of get it. Is the high and mighty S-class wizard going to save me from myself?" Bambietta grit her teeth then, the fingers wrapped around her bow tightening as she raised it before her once more. "I am Bambietta Basterbine," the Quincy shouted, her soul tugging on the magic around her and forcing the particles to become one with her bow's spiritual energy. "I am a pure-blooded Quincy." Bambietta raised the bow before her, an arrow creating before her very eyes. This one, however, was becoming larger and larger by the minute. Her anger threatening to boil over, Bambietta was at last willing to exchange quantity for quality. "The depravity of the heavens. Scattered souls of the dead. I call upon thy power and swear my loyalty to your unjust ruling." Bambietta winced as she felt the power build around her, her voice lost in the chanting that she was inducing. It had been long, so very long since Robert Accutrone had drilled such lessons into her. Once she had fully mastered the explode she had sworn off such baser techniques, finding them tiresome and irksome. His Majesty, his power so great, never had to rely on such lengthy processes for a skill of this measure, yet those who were under his command were neither so strong or so lucky. Now, however, Bambietta knew she had to utilize such language if she dared to use this skill. Urza, meanwhile, could feel the air around her changing, the very magic that made up the world around her sparking as if it were on edge. Her eyes began to open a little more then, realizing that the Quincy before her was full of surprises. Impressive, Bambietta Basterbine. Lucy, however, was simply overwhelmed by the sensations around her, the woman's body shaking uncontrollably as the very hair upon the back of her neck began to stand on end. She was at a loss for words, unable to process what was going on as the shift in power began to tear at her very soul. Bambietta paid no mind to any of it, simply continuing to speak and coax the power to her bow. "Annihilate those who stand in defiance of my desires. Scatter their existence into the ether. Become one with my power and obey my command. Sankt Bogan." Urza simply watched on, knowing she would actually have to work to defend against what was about to come now. Still, she continued to speak towards Bambietta. "Most impressive. Save it." Bambietta screamed in return. "I don't need any false praise. I am Sternrittery of His Majesty's Vandenrijk. I am one of those chosen by the God Emperor Wywak. I don't need your salvation. I don't need fairy tale or the lies it promotes. I will stand on my own, never needing comrades, friends, or anything else. Then did Bambietta let loose her massive arrow, her rage having reached its climax. She watched as it moved towards Urza, the sand beneath the arrow shifting to the sides due to the spiritual pressure it was generating. Urza, however, simply stood her ground and said one simple thing. What about Lucy and Levy? Bambietta's hardened expression suddenly lost its composure, the Quincy's eyes widening as her mouth began to move. Out of her control, the arrow continued to close the gap between itself and Urza. The mage simply drew on her magic then, unwilling to take in chances with an unknown quantity. Requip. Her armor began to fade from view, another set more substantial in quality covering her body. Adamantine armor. Urza brought her arms forward, twin shield coming together from behind her back to form one. Bambietta simply watched in awe then as an emerald magic circle formed in the space before Urza. Then did the massive arrow make contact, the sound deafening. For reasons she could not even begin to construe, Bambietta began to shout even as she was pushed back by the shockwave. Urza! Urza grit her teeth as she felt her body beginning to give way, her armored feet sliding through the sands of Galuna Island. She fought to stand against this spiritual power, the mage unwilling to give any more ground than she had already lost. Then it was over as quickly as it began, the arrow of light shattering against Urza's overwhelming power. An explosion rung out across the landscape, the fierce nature of its detonation of both magical and spiritual energies kicking up dirt and sand into the air, the twin elements mixing with the smoke generated by the blast. Lucy was blown back by the sudden blast, the mage rolling across the ground until at last her body came to a stop. She forced herself up onto her elbows then, glancing towards the plume of smoke. Bambi! Urza! Lucy looked on in horror, wondering if on this day two of Fairy Tale's own had perished. No, it can't, it can't. The celestial mage's eyes began to water then, shutting as her hands curled into fists. She began to cry out then, her voice cracking as it threatened to pierce the heavens. No. Lucy's head dropped down to the sand then, the wizard glancing out towards the smoke as it rose into the air. Why did this have to happen? Tell me why. Lucy's tears began to fall upon the sand, dampening it as she watched the smoke begin to clear. Her heart began to ache, the wizard knowing that she had lost friends this day over matters she may never be able to understand. Her heart seized with despair, Lucy continued to sob, the mage lost in her own misery. Yet then did salvation settle upon her. The smoke began to dissipate, Lucy's gaze greeted by the sight of both Bambietta and Urza standing still. The two of them were worn but alive and well. Relief began to wash over Lucy then, a smile spreading across her face. Bambi! Urza! I did it! Bambietta said as she began to slump forward, her body weak due to the expended spiritual energy. As she dropped to one knee she began to draw upon the magic around her to recharge, all the while grinning. I got an armor out of you. Urza simply stared down at Bambietta, allowing her adamantine armor to disappear and her more basic clothing to take its place once more. Have you finally calmed down? One of Bambietta's hands lay upon the beach, the fingers outstretched. Then did they slowly retract, tearing through the scattered sand. No, I. The Quincy turned her head then, taking note of Lucy looking at her in relief. Bambietta weakly smiled back, hoping to add to the celestial wizard's relief. However, as Bambietta stood back to her feet, she knew that she was not going to be able to give Urza the answer she no doubt wanted to hear. No, I'm not calm. Bambietta pointed an accusing finger towards Urza then, her eyes flickering with a hint of still lingering anger. I got you to use both hands, the Quincy began to say, and then I got you to actually requip. So now there's only one last goal for me to achieve. You wish to defeat me, Urza simply said, not even batting an eyelash. Damn straight. Bambietta said, pointing a thumb at herself. Then I'll be one step closer to being top dog in Fairy Tale. For good or for ill, Urza began to say, you possess such spirit. Bambietta leapt forward then, closing her right hand into a fist as blood artery began to envelope it. That's what I'm all about. I know. Urza said softly, the woman not even budging from the ground upon which she stood. I saw it even then, when you were at your lowest point. Bambietta's gloved knuckles stopped no more than an inch away from Urza's face. The arm was shaking, the Quincy's gaze extending down the length of it and into Urza's unflinching eyes. What? Bambietta began to lower her hand then, allowing her fingers to wrap across Urza's right arm. Soon did Bambietta's other hand join the action, gripping upon the left. She drew in close to Urza, her voice beginning to grow ragged in its annotation. Just what the hell are you talking about? The Quincy began to scream. Why do you keep watching me? Why did you lie about Makarov instructing you to do so? Why do you act like you even know me a little? Urza kept silent, looking towards the mixed amount of pleading and rage that adorned Bambietta's face. So help me. Bambietta's tone grew with anger, quickly shifting back into simple questioning. Tell me. Tell me why. If fairy tale is as good as you say, then you should have no issue telling me the damn truth. Urza took a deep breath, at last beginning to do as Bambietta requested. I came across you while out on a mission, not far from Magnolia itself. What? Bambietta glared at Urza then, still confused. I don't remember. Wait. The Quincy pulled away from Urza then, her hands beginning to hold the sides of her head instead. Her eyes began to shake, her vision losing its hold on gazing upon reality, on the here and now. Instead Bambietta could see it, a flash of red hair, of her face suddenly bringing drawn towards a metal armor, then darkness. It was. You were clearly lost in so many ways, Urza continued to say, looking for someone you kept calling for. Somehow you referred to as Gigi if I recall. Bambietta heard the name, an innate part of her soul triggering in rage, held at bay by only her shattered state. She could remember so little of that time in that state, yet she knew of when Urza spoke. You were under the influence of a magic, of a curse, I could only find ghastly and reprehensible, Urza said, reaching out with a hand and touching it upon Bambietta's quivering shoulder. Unknown to death nor known to life, yet you were still begging for the latter. Lucy, meanwhile, kept her distance while listening all the while. That which she had Urza say that very moment left her feelings on edge, her soul aching as she began to understand just what the woman was speaking of. Bambi. You're the savior, that poor Lyusica spoke of, Bambietta began to say, looking back towards Urza, her gaze focused on the present once more. The one who took me to for help. Urza simply nodded, a warm smile beginning to pull at the corners of her mouth. Yes, that's true. Why didn't you just tell me? Bambietta asked, her composure slowly restoring. Why keep watching me in secret? Perhaps you do deserve an apology, Urza said, but I had no desire for your thanks. I did what was right, what any individual should be capable of. Nothing more. Many times in the past, people have viewed me as some kind of savior, and even worshipped the ground I walked on. I don't wish to have anyone in the guild feel as if they're indebted to me. Bambietta paused for a moment, lost in thought. The Quincy was left with one thing to consider then. She was unsure if she would have ever done the same for another. I was unsure if poor Lyusica would tell you everything, Urza continued to say, but when you spoke nothing of it to me I could only assume that was not the case. I felt it was better that way. I did not wish for you to shower me with thanks or anything of the sort. Admiration is the furthest thing from understanding. Oh, aren't you acting all high and mighty, Miss S-Class Wizard? Bambietta turned away from Urza then, crossing her arms across her chest as she let out a grunt of irritation. Like I'm the type to grovel at some savior's feet. I'm relieved to hear that, Urza countered. You saw well the ornate horn I was giving for saving a town, yes. That's kind of hard to forget. Bambietta heard what Urza said then, but she was also beginning to think to herself. She might very well have done just as Urza had feared, the Quincy having worshipped Wywak as if he were a god in the flesh. Even most in fairy tale do not dare approach me due in part to my reputation, Urza said, her tone only wavering slightly. I did not wish to compound the matter with a potential new member. I think Lucy is even a little scared of me. No, ma'am. The celestial mage cried out from several feet away. It's all honest. Bambietta shook her head, trying to clear her conscience as best she could and began to speak softly under her breath. You know what they say. Refusal of praise is just an attempt to be praised twice. Perhaps it is so, Urza simply contended, but I wish not for any of it. All I wanted was for another to be free of their suffering. Bambietta could not begin to accept what she was hearing, yet still she knew what she had to do. I should tha. Bambietta paused her words then, trying to make her say what she felt no matter how hard it was. Her hands began to curl into fist, tightening with each passing second. I know you don't want to hear it, the Quincy struggled to say, but I appreciate what you did for me. Urza sighed, closing her eyes. I accept your thanks then. However, she said, her eyes suddenly opening into a narrow gaze, do you wish to continue this battle? No. Bambietta's answer was quick and to the point. I can't beat you. I'm too damned weak to hope to be S-class now. I'm too damned weak to win this fight. I apologize, Urza suddenly said, but you are speaking nonsense. Bambietta turned to look at Urza once more, unsure of what the armored mage was getting at. The strong are not those who win every battle, Urza said sternly. The strong are those who lose and crawl back up from the brink no matter how hard it may be to do so. Bambietta grinned, if only a little. And I've fallen so far. Then you simply have room to grow, Urza said, suddenly reaching out and pulling Bambietta in close. Ow! The Quincy cried out as her head collided with Urza's breastplate, the memory of some time ago coming back to her in full. Oh yeah, it was definitely you that day. So now everyone is all hunky-dory, right? Lucy asked as she began to approach. Yes, Urza answered in the most casual of tones, I believe that to be so. Bambietta, meanwhile, was beginning to struggle, her arms waving out to the sides. Urza, you're crushing me. The armored mage let go then and there, glancing away perhaps sheepishly. My apologies. Bambietta knew not what to say in light of Urza's sudden shift in emotion, and neither did Lucy. Well, whatever. I guess we should all go back to the village and help out Natsu. Don't forget Gray, Lucy interjected. Oh yeah, the stripper who tossed aside his friend. Bambietta felt a little bit of irritation burn within her soul. Yeah, him too I guess. Don't think this brings the situation to a close, Urza spoke sharply. There is still the matter of the punishment that awaits you all for breaking fairy tale rules. What? Bambietta retorted. Is Big Daddy Makarov going to give us all a spanking? Urza glared at Bambietta then, leaving the Quincy's blood to run cold. Okay, forget I asked. The trio of fairy tale members began to move then, making their way back to the village. As they traveled along the beach, however, Bambietta could not help but look towards the unconscious Sherry. For a brief moment she could remember what exactly she had done once she had cut loose against the woman's oversized pet rat. It had been the instigator of her bloodlust, something Urza had thankfully pulled her away from. She was kind of a pain, but then we both heard some horrible scream of agony and Sherry completely freaked out and I kind of clotheslined her then. Bambietta looked away, the Quincy trying her best to be as she once was, not caring about the consequences of her actions. It had been so much easier. Bambi, Lucy said as she moved close to her friend, can I ask you a question? The Quincy blinked several times before responding. Shoot. What exactly was Urza talking about when she said she found you at your lowest point? I kind of got a little of what she was saying, but I don't mean to pry, but Bambietta stopped in her tracks, taking a deep breath before finishing what Lucy could not. You want to know what happened to me, right? Lucy could see that Bambietta was no longer moving, Urza glaring at them both, and in turn did the celestial mage regret bringing the subject up. You don't have to talk about it. I'm sorry. Those friends I told you about? The ones that betrayed me? They killed me, Lucy. They killed me in cold blood. Lucy's eyes began to widen in horror and shock while Urza's made no change or shift. What? They killed me, turned me into a damned zombie puppet and made me do whatever they wanted. Until I came here, until Urza found me, until she brought me to someone who could bring me back from the brink. I had nothing left. Lucy's eyes began to water then, tears streaming down her face as she approached Bambietta from behind, wrapping her arms around her torso as she leaned her head down upon the Quincy's shoulders. "Bambi, I'm so sorry." Bambietta closed her eyes for a moment, the Quincy trying so very hard to process just what was going on, just what she was feeling. "What are you apologizing for? I don't see you turning people into undead slaves for your own personal amusement." "I know, it's just, how could anyone be so cruel?" Bambietta could feel it then, Lucy's grip around her actually beginning to tighten the faintest bit. "People aren't disposable like that." Bambietta's eyes began to widen then, a thought overtaking her mind while Lucy continued to cry. "Every life is precious," the celestial mage said, leaning further down upon Bambietta's shoulder. "What kind of monster could take it away on a whim?" "A monster." Bambietta's voice was nothing but a whisper in response then, the Quincy recalling well the myriad number of lives she had ended solely to placate her bad temper. Yes. Bambietta did not understand what she had become a part of. For so long she had surrounded herself with like-minded individuals and nothing more. Killing out irritation had been as natural to her as breathing, something none responded to with criticism. That, however, had been before the tables had turned on her. Now she found herself surrounded by those who possessed good natures, leaving Bambietta to once more question if she would ever fit in. "What seems to be the hold-up, ladies?" Bambietta and Lucy both froze up then, the two women staring at Urza's back and feeling a certain sense of anger boiling throughout it. "And nothing," Bambietta all but squeaked. "Just some girl talk, that's all." "Why yeah," Lucy added, hugging Bambietta tighter in response to her fears. "That's all. Girl talk. Girl talk, is it?" Urza kept her back towards them still. Then did she suddenly turn around, a joyous look upon her face. Joining in on that could be rather fun. Bambietta and Lucy's dread quickly shifted to confusion, the look upon Urza's face leaving them both at a loss for words. Then did the armored mage shake her head, a stern expression overtaking her. "No. There is no time for such frivolous needs. I must find Natsu, Grey and Happy, and then we can all return to Master Makarov for your punishment." Then Urza began to retrieve from her armor a set of rope, leaving both Bambietta and Lucy to be concerned once again. "Seriously, where the hell did you get that?" "Perhaps it's best I do make certain that neither of you tries to slip away," Urza began to say as she approached. "My apologies, though perhaps we can proceed to have some girl talk on the way back to the village." "Oh, for His Majesty's sake." Time had moved on and the members of Fairy Tale had relocated to a tent within the village. Urza was simply sitting confidently upon a barrel, while both Bambietta and Lucy found themselves tied up. They had both been led as if on a leash back to the village by Urza, yet that was the least of their problems. No, the biggest source of Bambietta's annoyance was that Urza had not waited for Lucy to let go of Bambietta before she had swiftly tied them up. Now the Quincy was left stuck with Lucy's arms hugging her from behind as they both were forced to stand within the tent. "Come on, Urza. Do you have any idea how silly we both look? So did you two both enjoy your sweet 16ths? Bambietta and Lucy both blinked in response to Urza's sudden interruption, the celestial mage responding to it. "Huh. Your 16th birthdays," Urza replied. Bambietta's expression fell into complete shock then, the Quincy having no idea whatsoever how to process or understand Urza. She's still trying to initiate some girl talk even now." Urza's rather puckish expression changed then, her eyes glaring at the celestial wizard in her company. "Lucy. I. Lucy stumbled upon her words, having not expected to be put on the spot. "Well, it was a lovely birthday party. Yeah. The best of times. My mom and dad spared no expense. And then I went out on my own and came here eventually. Yeah, it was a blast." Bambietta listened to Lucy well, noting that there was something very wrong about what she was saying, as if this matter was something her roommate had absolutely no interest in speaking of. "How nice," Urza said, closing her eyes as she nodded. "Bambi." The Quincy's eyes widened, she too absolutely hating being put on the spot. "Me? Well." Bambietta had a distinct feeling the description of how she had spent her 16th birthday would not go over well with those she was surrounded by in the present. Still she did her best to disguise the truth with lies. Well, you know, she began to say sheepishly, it was a day like any other. My guild gave me and my buddies an assignment to check out a place we liked to call, Hueco Mundo, yeah. Bambietta almost bit her tongue then, wishing she had come up with a fake name on the spot. Then did she regret that action, realizing that such a term would mean little to anyone from Fairy Tale. You know, my guild master was kind of worried about these three interlopers showing up there and conversing with the locals, so he wanted us to check it out. It got a little hairy, I'll admit, so we kind of caused a scene, out of self-defense, that's all. That much was an understatement. Bambietta could remember well the dozens of dead hollows she and the others had left in their wake. Then we got back to the guild and I got sad. It was stupid really, but nobody even considered saying, "Happy birthday," to me. I should have known better. My guild wasn't exactly big on bonds, you know? But I got cranky. So I kind of invited a boy up to my room to make myself feel better. First time for everything. Bambietta took a deep breath, closing her eyes. And that's it. It wasn't really anything special. The Quincy began to open her eyes then, shock suddenly overtaking her as she came face to face with Urza, the armored mage not even a few inches away. Bambietta Basterbine, Urza began to say, her tone quite serious, when is your birthday? Bambietta felt nothing but butterflies in her stomach then, a nervous sensation pervading her very being. Wait, what? Your birthday, Urza repeated, her tone of voice the most seriously Bambietta could recall hearing it since the armored mage had conscripted Natsu and Grey into battle with Eisenwald. When is it? It's July 4th, Bambietta all but squeezed, feeling the pressure of Urza's dominant gaze upon her. Excellent! Urza suddenly exclaimed, looking away from Bambietta with a lust for the future burning in her eyes, her voice booming. Another day that I shall have to mark upon the calendar on the guild hall's main floor. Bambietta and Lucy simply stared wide-eyed at Urza, only the former able to attempt speaking. You really don't have to dash. You shall have your birthday this coming year and the next and the next. Urza shouted, looking back at Bambietta. And you shall enjoy it forevermore. Just roll with it, Bambi, Lucy whispered. She's scary. The Quincy, meanwhile, simply blinked in astonishment. Huh. Urza, meanwhile, continued on her roll. Only a dark guild would be capable of ignoring the date of birth that belongs to one of its own. I will not stand for Fairy Tale even entertaining such reprehensible notions. I will dash. Maybe I should go back outside. Bambietta, Lucy, and Urza all turned then, the moment completely shattered by the sound of another's voice. Thus did they find both Grey and Happy at the tent's entrance. The dark-haired man glanced over to Bambietta and Lucy then, taking notice that the duo was tied together into an embrace. Look, I don't even want to know what I've interrupted, but... Urza's joyous rapture completely faded then, the mage glaring at Grey as if her eyes could spawn daggers. Grey Fullbuster, did you not promise Master Makarov that you would bring Natsu and the others back from this damn fool crusade to become S-class at the risk of their own lives? Hey, that's what I was trying to do, but then Natsu knocked me out and brought me here. Urza glared at Bambietta and Lucy then. Is this true? Yes, ma'am. Lucy cried out, clearly frightened. Yeah, Bambietta grumbled. Natsu got a sneak attack in, which sucked. I know I could have taken Grey in a fair fight. Look, it doesn't matter anymore, Grey suddenly interjected. I didn't come here of my own free will, and you and the Master can both punish me all you want later, but I'm going to see this mission through to the end. Bambietta watched as Urza's right hand tightened, a magic sword forming within it. I cannot let you do that, Grey. Bambietta's eyes opened as she watched Urza place the broadside of the sword down upon Grey's shoulder. The Quincy could only remember the days of which Hash Brown had chosen to discipline an unruly stern ritter in place of Wywak himself. Bambietta understood well that such a thing had been a blessing in disguise, death awaiting those who truly displeased the Emperor of the Vandenreich. Still, Bambietta could only assume Urza was being serious to a fault. Surely those of Fairy Tale would not resort to such measures. I know I can't hope to beat you, Grey said suddenly, the ice mage reaching up with his right hand and clasping it upon Urza's sword, but that doesn't mean I won't do everything in my power to see this mission through. Stand down, Gray, Urza commanded, the mage holding her sword steady despite Gray's grasp of it. You're only hurting yourself. That's fine by me, he retorted, blood seeping between his fingers. Look, I know you're just following the rules, but I can't let Leon do as he pleased. Not when he's disrespecting the last act our teacher did for us both. Urza and Gray looked eyes then, leaving both Bambietta and Lucy to glance back and forth between the two. The Quincy could feel it in the air, she could practically taste it. The tension in the air was so thick she knew she could easily cut it with her short sword. Yoo-hoo, Bambietta began to say, I'd like to offer my opinion on this little old tiff you two got going on. Gray and Urza both turned to look upon the Quincy then. Listen, new girl, Gray began to say, his steely gaze having not shifted in the slightest, I appreciate your concern, but this matter doesn't concern you. To hell it doesn't, nudist, Bambietta grumbled. I'm a member of Fairy Tale too, you know. Urza, however, sighed and spoke next. What do you have to say, Bambietta Basturbine? Bambietta's eyes widened, the Quincy flinching as she stared at the serious expression etched upon Urza's face. Well, that is dash. Speak. The Quincy went into a mild panic then, her mouth running a mile a minute. Okay, now I know, honest to God, that I'm really the last person that should be talking about stuff like this, and I know Fairy Tale doesn't do good deeds all the time without it being a job, but didn't you say that you didn't want me to suffer anymore, Urza? Again, this is totally not like me and stuff, but shouldn't you of all people want to help those who live here on Galuna? Bambietta took a deep breath then, realizing that the dread Urza's glare had suddenly instilled upon her had left her running out of oxygen during her rambling. Isn't relieving the people of Galuna of their pain the right thing to do? Bambietta could feel it then, Lucy all but shivering, their bodies so close. She watched on as Urza stared at her with cold eyes. The Quincy knew then that she may very well have overstepped her bounds, but there was something else truly confusing to her. Since when did she care about matters such as this? It simply made no sense to Bambietta. She had spent the better part of her long life serving the Vandenrijk, yet more importantly had she served herself exclusively. Why then was she so concerned with the plight of those who called Galuna Island home? Why did she, one who reveled in violence for violence's sake, even feel the slightest bit of heartache for ending the life of Angelica and causing sorrow to Sherry? Was it simply Urza's overwhelming presence that had done it to Bambietta for one brief instant? Urza continued to stare at Bambietta, withdrawing her sword from Gray. Did you think that I would leave the poor souls of this island in dire need? Bambietta could only blink. Huh? You mean we're not in trouble? Oh, you will be punished by Master Makarov, make no mistake of that. Urza's face remained stern, yet there was a warmth that dwelt within her eyes. However, those in need here take first priority. Okay, I take it back, Bambietta began to say, her voice lighting up with apparent glee. Fairy Tale is as good as you made it sound. You truly are one of a kind, Urza Scarlet. Urza simply stared at Bambietta. Don't think that buttering me up will rescind the punishment awaiting you once we return to Magnolia. Bambietta mumbled under her breath. Damn it. Urza turned back to Gray then, allowing her sword to fade into the ether. But before we begin completing this job request, I need to know what's got you so worked up, Gray. The ice mage simply raised an eyebrow. I don't think it's any of your busy dash. An armored fist suddenly struck Gray in the face, sending him flying out of the tent. Bambietta, Lucy, and Happy all watched on in shock as Urza held her closed hand before her, the armored wizard's face once more carrying a stern expression. What the hell was that for? Gray asked as he stumbled back into the tent. You are a member of Fairy Tale, Urza said with a forceful tone, and we all share each other's pain, Gray Fullbuster. Yeah. Bambietta said, nodding her head in approval, so share with the rest of the class. Gray glared at Bambietta then, the both of them knowing full well that the Quincy already knew what had the man so on edge. Yet it was clear to him that Bambietta wanted Urza to know all as well. It was true that Bambietta could have told Urza herself, but she was more apt to allow, if not just force, Gray to speak of his issues himself. Fine, be that way. Gray took a deep breath as he turned back to Urza. The whole reason this island is cursed is because of what someone I know did to the moon. He's performing a ritual with it to free a demon from its prison. Bambietta watched on as Gray's hands began to close and shake then, the ice mage trying so hard to restrain himself. The Quincy simply wished he would lose himself in the moment, to unleash his rage with words if not actions. It was the only way she had ever found herself capable of getting over deep-rooted problem, even if only for a little while. Yet Bambietta was quickly realizing that despite the apparent tragedy that tore at his soul, Gray Fullbuster was one to keep his cool, no matter how hard it was. My teacher, she gave her own life to trap that monster for all time, and I won't let anyone make her sacrifice meaningless. There was a calm nature then that descended upon those within the tent, Bambietta keeping a close eye on Gray especially. He was showing tremendous restraint and Bambietta could not do anything but be impressed. Urza, however, was not allowing the conversation to end there. There's more to it than that, isn't there? A snort all but escaped Gray's nose then, his breath ragged as he tried to find the words to continue. Yes, it's. I have to see yours will carried on because, it's my fault she died. Bambietta's eyes widened then, the Quincy listening well as Gray spoke of his past in more thorough detail than before. Of how Deliura had taken from him his parents, of how it had destroyed his village. How he had turned to her for tutelage and strength. Of how he had challenged Deliura with the desire for revenge, only for his loving teacher to sacrifice her life to save him in the end. Bambietta heard it all and so much more, a long-buried memory screaming into reality within her mind. It doesn't matter if I can't win, I'm going to see this task through to completion. So wait for me, my beloved daughter. Bambietta's face began to contort then, the Quincy fighting desperately to remain composed. She knew under no circumstances, the present one especially, could she ever allow such long-buried emotions to swell to the surface. No, just. The Quincy shook her head then, trying to keep herself under control. So let's go get that knucklehead Natsu and put a stop to Lion's plans. Well. Happy suddenly became withdrawn, the cat skittering behind a crate within the tent. Urza looked down upon him then. Well, what? Happy gulped back his fear and spoke. Natsu went to go stop Leon himself and told me not to tell anyone because he didn't want Gray to be hurt anymore by his friend. I'm sorry. That fool. Urza took a deep breath, trying to compose herself. Let's move out. The armored mage began to walk forward then, leaving Bambietta to give voice to one problem in particular. You mind unteeing us first? Time marched on and those of Fairy Tale soon found themselves standing outside the temple that Leon, under the guise of Riitii, had taken for his own. The violet light of the moon was beaming down upon the ancient structure, no doubt empowering the ritual that would grant Deliura freedom. Yet there was one thing very different from earlier, something Urza had to take issue with. Was the temple this lopsided, always this lopsided? Not really, Lucy said in response. What the heck happened in there? I have a feeling Natsu had a hand in this, Urza said simply. It seems like his style, effective if destructive. Bambietta, however, was not paying much attention to the crooked temple. Instead the Quincy was moving towards Gray, her body guided by feelings even she did not fully comprehend. Gray, she began to say, catching him off guard, I got one question. What? What the hell is this friend of yours thinking? She asked, standing by his side and looking up towards the purple light from the heavens. Why the hell would he even want to undo your teacher's sacrifice? Leon wanted to surpass her one day, ever since he was a kid, Gray began to explain, and now he thinks the only way he can do that is by killing Deliura himself. Huh. Bambietta simply nodded her head. You know, I was going to give him a pass if he was just intending to kill it horribly to avenge her death, but he's a complete idiot, isn't he? Revenge, huh? Gray shook his head. That's a fool's game too. If I hadn't gotten so caught up with wanting vengeance on Deliura, none of this would even be happening right now. Bambietta did not know what to say to that, the Quincy remaining quiet. Enough of this, Urza said, stepping forward. We're going to settle this once and for all. Intruders. Halt. Bambietta and the others could see it then, several dozen robed individuals stepping forth from within the temple. From the style of their garments, those of Fairy Tail could tell that their sudden opposition was quite clearly aligned with Leon. For the honor of our master, Lord Rieti, one of the individuals said, you shall not go any further. Is that a challenge? Light burst forth from Urza's hands, giving life to twin swords. I gladly accept. Urza took one forward, glancing back at her ice mage comrade. Gray, you go on ahead and finish things with Leon if Natsu has not already. Bambi, Lucy, and I will settle things out here. Ah, not again, Bambietta said with a sigh. Why is it we keep fighting grunts like this? What, fighting Aragorn wasn't enough for you last time? Lucy asked. Oh, Bambietta turned to look at Lucy, a mischievous glint in her eyes, you jealous? Heck no. Lucy proclaimed. Fighting grunts is fine by me. Well, always, Gray, you can have the main event all you want. Bambietta began to crack her knuckles then, staring at those that stood in her way. We'll enjoy the leftovers. Thank you. Gray kept his back to Bambietta and to others then as he began to move forward. You dare to think we'll let you get by? One of Lion's followers nodded to his compatriots, the group tightening their position. I think you underestimate your Chandash. Then there was a scream, the man dropping to the ground as he clutched at his knee, a golden arrow having pierced through it and now slowly fading. Oh, you can talk the talk, Bambietta cooed, her bow held steady, but I guess you can't walk the walk anymore. Lucy simply sighed. Bambi, that was absolutely horrible. What? The Quincy asked, looking over her shoulder. That I kneecapped the jerk. No, the pun. The Quincy quickly grew flustered. So I kind of suck at making the funny when I'm under pressure, sue me. Gray meanwhile simply took the moment of confusion among Lion's followers to run past them, shoving any aside that he needed. They began to turn then, to give chase, but that was when Urza went on the move, rushing through the group with her swords at the ready. And there she goes again, Bambietta said as she watched in awe. She looked at Lucy and winked. So if Urza's taking the middle, you want the left or the right? Or can I take both? Not like I have a problem swinging both ways. Lucy blinked. Huh. My fists, Bambietta said, trying to correct herself. Swinging my fists. Yeah. I will take the left, Urza shouted, quickly bringing down a robed wizard with a non-fatal strike from her blades. Lucy will take the right and you, Bambietta Basterbine, will go find Natsu immediately. I don't even get to fight the grunts. Bambietta was aghast. What the hell, Urza? Can't a Quincy have a little dash? Urza glared at Bambietta, all the while casually parrying an attack from one armed opponent without sparing him a look. Just do it. Okay, fine. I guess I am the best choice for that, since I can sense his power or whatever. Urza nodded then, backhanding an individual approaching her from behind. I have faith in you. Bambietta took off then, Hiran Kyaku propelling her into the temple. The Quincy moved at a fast clip, her spiritual senses expanding outwards as she looked for any sign of Natsu's presence. Then she felt it, his strength clearly in battle with another. The Quincy could all but sense the heat radiating from his very nature as it clashed with a strength that left Bambietta almost to shiver. So he's fighting that Leon jackass? Come in, if anyone's going to steal Gray's big fight it should be me. Yet then did Bambietta take note of it, another presence fast approaching those two, similar to Lion's own output. No doubt, it was Gray, something that made Bambietta at least smile on some level or another. That's more like it dash. The Quincy stopped dead in her tracks then, suddenly sensing another power near the others. It, however, was very different in its nature. The strength it exuded, its very nature, was hardly elemental in focus, leaving the Quincy to ponder just what kind of magical energy she was sensing now. Then did Bambietta remember one thing about herself in particular, pondering was not in her nature. It's nobody from Fairy Tail I know, and it's clearly not that Leon jerk Gray needs to fight, so I guess this one is fair game. Bambietta grinned, knowing she might very well have a fight on her hand. Yet then did she feel that unknown power suddenly on the move, Natsu's own signature giving chase. The Quincy kept her focus on them both then and began to move once more. I get a fight, I get a fight. Bambietta could not help herself, the Quincy absolutely thrilled at the prospect of a worthy opponent. Angelica had been too weak and Urza far too strong, but despite the peculiar nature of this power Bambietta felt, it seemed just right. And worse comes to worse, Natsu and I can do a little tag team action. Mask would so totally approve. For a brief moment Bambietta could recall well the time Mask de Masculine had attempted to train his fellow Stern Ritter, both his compatriots and his seniors, in the art of wrestling. It had been a wretched weekend, particularly Mask's foolish goal of trying to make Pepe capable of performing the shooting star press. What has been seen, Bambietta began to say, shuddering all the while, cannot be unseen. The Quincy shook off her sudden bout of revulsion, taking note of how the signatures of both Natsu and his mysterious opponent were moving down through the temple. Okay, so they're probably heading towards that demon on ice. That's not good. Bambietta began to move fast again, quickly growing irritated at one very simple problem. Where the hell are some freaking stairs? Bambietta began to fumble about with the coats of her pocket, pulling out several Jinto capsules. Oh well, at least I can head downstairs the fun way. Well, you're a tough customer, Natsu Dragneel said, wiping trace amounts of dust away from his face as he stepped away from his opponent for a moment, but there's no way I'm letting you get anywhere near Delira. Across the cavern that made up the temple's basement stood a masked man, a perpetual grin upon his face. Your reputation precedes you, Salamander. You won't be felled by one simple attack, will you? Not my style, Natsu replied, his fists coming alive with flames. Now that I've got a fire in my belly and Gray's all fired up, you and that Leon guy don't have a chance. Fire Dragon's Dash. Natsu never got the chance to complete the ignition of his attack, explosions suddenly coming alive above both himself and his opponent. The two glanced up then, quickly evading the rumble that began to fall. Yet the stonework was not all that came down. No, amidst it all was a lone woman in white, a cloak trailing behind her shoulders as she touched down open the cavern floor. Hey, Natsu, Bambietta said, mind if I join in? That's it. The Dragon Slayer asked, his voice as deadpan as Bambietta had ever heard it. What's the matter? Well, I was thinking you'd apologize for ending your entrance with a bang or something. Damn. Bambietta shook her head. I did miss that chance, didn't I? Oh well, so who you fighting? Natsu's answer was quick and to the point, the Fire Dragon Slayer pointing over Bambietta's shoulder. That guy. Bambietta looked over her shoulder, taking note of a man in robes matching those who had attempted to fight Fairy Tail outside. All that was different was the mask covering the better portion of the individual's face. So who's this? Bambietta asked. He doesn't look so tough. Think his name is Salty, Natsu answered. That's a dumb name, Bambietta sighed. I mean, Sirio Dash. How many times must I tell you, Dragon Slayer, the masked man shouted. It's Zalti. Okay, that's not much better, Bambietta looked fully upon Zalti then. So what's with the mask? Zalti paused for a moment. What? Well, you must have a reason to wear the mask, Bambietta answered. You somebody I know? Somebody Natsu knows and you don't want us to figure it out yet or something. Bambietta turned back to Natsu then. Hey, maybe this is that Igneel guy you've been looking for. No way. Natsu shouted. Igneel's a dragon. Well, maybe he disguised himself as a human, Bambietta offered up. That's just stupid, Natsu muttered. Dragons can't do that. Did Igneel ever say he couldn't turn into a human form? Well, no, Natsu replied, suddenly pointing towards Zalti. Why are you wearing a mask, Igneel? I never even saw your human form, so why would you try and hide it from me? Zalti said nothing, simply staring at both Natsu and Bambietta in disbelief. Wait, there's no way this guy is possibly Igneel. Natsu suddenly exclaimed as he turned back to Bambietta. He'd never fight me. Besides, I know I'd recognize his scent and this guy smells like a girl. So, what? Bambietta asked. This guy is wearing a mask because he's a girl. Why would anyone even care about that plot twist? Girls who are really guys, guys who are really girls. Bah. Bambietta shook her head then, trying to focus on the important matter at hand. No, he's got to be somebody you or I have met before. And I barely know anyone here, so that leaves you. You think it's Erriger back for revenge? Natsu asked. No, Bambietta replied. He was a big windbag, so he'd want us to know it was him. Fairy tale flies this, fairy tale flies that. Damn, I've got that guy's voice stuck in my head now. Are you happy, Natsu? Whether the Dragon Slayer was or not was not a matter to be broached at that point. Natsu still lost in his own thoughts. You think maybe he just wears the mask because it makes him look cool? Well, that does make some sense, Bambietta said, the Quincy thinking it all over. I mean, there was no way Leon knew he'd run into Grey here on Galuna Island, so there he wasn't trying to hide his identity from anyone in particular. Maybe he just thought the mask and fake name were too cool for school, you know? Probably the same with this Zalti guy. Zalti all but shook his head then, the man unable to even comprehend what madness he was being subjected to. Yeah, masks are cool. Natsu suddenly exclaimed. Damn straight, Bambietta said, closing her eyes as she nodded in approval. It even made Masked a masculine more awesome than he had any right to be. Natsu stared at Bambietta then. Mask who? The Quincy's shoulder sunk then, depression overwhelming her. Just some guy I probably won't be seeing ever again. Say, shouldn't we fight? Hey, where'd Zalti go? Bambietta snapped back to reality then, noticing that Natsu was looking around frantically, the masked man known as Zalti gone. Bambietta's face went red then, the Quincy becoming flustered. She remembered well Lil Tato criticizing her time and time again in the past, to keep her eye on the prize no matter, something that Bambietta understood was not something she was always apt to do. Yo, Natsu. The Dragon Slayer stopped glancing around frantically and looked toward Bambietta. What's the matter? This stays between you and me, K. Natsu stared at Bambietta then, confusion evident within his eyes. What stays between us? Bambietta's head fell forward, her shoulders slumping once more. Slowly she looked up at Natsu then, her eyes twitching. You know what? I'm just going to take that as a yes. Anyway. Salty. Zalti, yeah. Bambietta let her senses flow outwards then, once more the Quincy trying to lock on to the strange source of magical power that the masked man possessed. However, before she could lock onto it, Bambietta was interrupted by the sound of a sudden snort coming from Natsu. What in the hell are doing? I can smell that girlish scent of his, the Dragon Slayer said, his nostrils flaring up as he spoke. I don't know whether I should be impressed or shaking my head. Fine, let's follow your nose. Bambietta simply sighed before she spoke again. Oh right, and what exactly is Zalti trying to do way down here? I thought the ritual for this moon drip nonsense was up top. Well, it is, Natsu said, but I kind of blew up some of the structures down here and shifted the temple. Figured that way the moon's light wouldn't reach down to that Deliara guy if the temple above him was at angle. So you solved the problem by destroying stuff? Bambietta questioned, a slight smirk spreading across her face. I like your style. Well, thanks, Natsu said, his right hand ruffling through his hair. But that buddy of Leon said he was hell-bent on restoring the temple back to normal. Oh right, that guy, Bambietta said. Salty. Zalti, yeah. Bambietta grabbed Natsu by the wrist and took off with the power of Hyrenkyaku. You said he was this way, right, Natsu? Bambietta received no response, at least not in words. All the Quincy heard then was a series of incomprehensible sounds escaping from Natsu's mouth. She looked back then and could see that his eyes had gone white, his cheeks puffing outwards. Oh, hell no. Don't you dare get motion sick on me now, Natsu. Zalti stood beneath the surface of the Galuna temple, his eyes peering out towards the icy tomb that was Deliara. No longer drenched in the light of the moon, the frozen prison remaining as sturdy as ever. Damn that Dragon Slayer. Zalti threw his right arm to the side, a crystallized orb coming into existence and moving towards the shattered infrastructure that held up a portion of the temple. As simple as that did history begin to rewrite itself, the damaged remains coming together and repairing itself as if Natsu had never unleashed his powers up it. Then, as quickly as it had been summoned, the orb disappeared, leaving Zalti alone with his thoughts. He continued to gaze upon Deliara as if lost in a trance. However, it was not the monster itself that captivated the masked man. No, it was the magical ice that encased the beast that truly left his soul yearning for things long since past. Zalti began to reach out then, intent on pressing the palm of his hand against Ur's legacy. However, as if it had been born from the darkness of the cavern itself, an arrow of light shot by Zalti's hand, leaving him to pause and turn to face his attacker. That was a pretty neat trick. Bambietta shouted, her bow at the ready. I guess not every wizard in Fiori is all about destruction, huh? Foolish woman, Zalti said as he backed away from Deliura and watched as Natsu came into view by the Quincy's side. You know nothing of my power. Well, it kind of reminds me of some girl my boss was vaguely interested in at first, Bambietta mused, becoming lost in thought and memory once more. Not to mention that smug prick of a Soul Reaper we were watching too. Pretty sure he said her power might eclipse the gods themselves. You flatter me, Zalti said, his teeth flashing in a grin. Yes, I suppose the Arc of Time does step upon the territories of the gods, but they are cruel beings unworthy of my respect. Yeah, okay, Bambietta continued. And you are less like that buxom lady I was thinking of. If anything, you're starting to sound like what my boss's intel said that prick was like. Zalti continued to grin then, several orbs of white mass appearing around him. And now you wound me, but there is no pain that time cannot heal. No pain except... Zalti paused for a moment, Bambietta noticing his body language shifting to focus on Deliura for one moment. Never mind. Zalti turned his attentions back on Bambietta and Natsu both. It's time you two interlopers die. Okay, that, Bambietta began to say, is totally stock dialogue. Are you even trying? Zalti said nothing, the mage simply bringing one arm forward, the outstretched palm facing upwards. Then did it happen, orbs of concentrated magic appearing within the space around the masked man, leaving Bambietta and Natsu to both tense up in preparation. Bambietta could not tell what exactly she was seeing. Her spiritual senses could detect Zalti's odd power signature within the multitude orbs, but she simply could not comprehend the strange magic at work. So this is that Arc of Time you were talking about, huh? Hey, Natsu, you know anything about this lost magic of his? Nope. The Dragon Slayer exclaimed. But it couldn't be all that special if somebody actually lost track of it, you know. Bambietta stared at Natsu, the Quincy finding herself unable to even blink. Sometimes I wonder how you function, N.A. Bambietta never finished the sentence, one of Zalti's orbs smashing into the side of her face with such force that the Quincy's body began to pitch to the side. What the hell, man? Bambietta shouted, rubbing the right side of her face as she glared at Zalti. You talk like you can control time, but all you're going to do is hit me and Natsu with your balls. Natsu visibly cringed. Ew. A vein threatened to burst atop Bambietta's forehead, the Quincy yelling at Natsu while she pointed a finger at him. Not even remotely what I meant, and you know it. Such a crude young lady you are, Zalti cackled, his orbs floating about to and fro within his domain. And to think I was worried your kind might be a threat. Bambietta's eyes began to narrow. Excuse me. Oh, perhaps I spoke out of turn. Quincy. Zalti continued to smile, summoning several orbs within his line of sight. However, these orbs are an extension of the Arc of Time. You see, I've weaponized the future. Wow, Bambietta said, the Quincy truly in shock. And I thought His Majesty made some trippy-ass powers. Before me lies all possibilities of for those I wish to end, Zalti continued. To put it simply, I can see the future. Your future. Every possible outcome. The orbs began to float by Zalti's eyes, the masked man taking in each sight. So many possibilities stand before you, Quincy, the mage continued. In so many I see love, the prospects before you endless. In others I see true loneliness devouring you. And in another you have companionship you'll wish to be rid of, a specter of your past dash. Shut the hell up. Bambietta spat. Listen, all I want to know about the future where Natsu and me are kicking your stupid ass all over this island. You are so very exhausting, Zalti hissed, but I suppose it does not matter. Love, loneliness, despair. None of that awaits you now. The only future either you or Salamander have to look forward to is an immediate death. The orbs suddenly shot forth toward Bambietta and Natsu then and a sudden onslaught catching both by surprise. Bambietta swung out with her right hand then, blood artery at the ready as she tried to strike back at the orbs. However, her target seemed to sense her intent and altered its course. What? Having dodged the attack, the orb smashed into Bambietta's stomach, causing the Quincy to gasp in pain and stumble back. I told you, Zalti cackled, the man watching with glee, my orbs are the future and can plan accordingly. Well, screw that. Natsu was doing the same as Bambietta had, attacking wildly as the orbs began to approach him next. The future ain't decided. We make it for ourselves. That was when Bambietta began to note one major difference between herself and the Dragon Slayer. While Hiran Kyaku allowed the Quincy to travel about at unimaginable speeds, it did not help with reaction and reflexes. Bambietta could see it then, Natsu's fist striking the nearest orbs, causing it to shatter on the spot. However, the orb began to reform almost immediately and continued its trajectory, smashing into Natsu's face and throwing him aside. What the hell? Bambietta murmured, watching the spectacle. Time is on my side, yes it is, Zalti said, his voice projecting outwards. You cannot destroy the future, it is always in motion. Zalti suddenly swung out an open hand then, lifting it high. Though perhaps I will have to hasten things myself. Bambietta could hear it then, the sound of rock splitting high above. She glanced upwards in response, taking note of the cavern's ceiling beginning to come down towards her. Really, that's the best you can do. Bambietta brought her bow into being then and there, firing an arrow towards the collapsing rock. A burst of blue light issues forth, the falling portion of the cavern all but disintegrating in response to the Quincy's power. What the heck was that just now? Natsu asked, the Dragon Slayer picking himself up from the ground. I thought you said you were some kind of time wizard, not a rock one. All things fall apart eventually, Zalti replied. Someday this cavern will come crashing down. I just speed things up a bit. You know, Bambietta said, looking back down at Zalti, you're kind of reminding me of a hollow I once heard about. Zalti said nothing for a moment, speaking after a brief amount of hesitation. A hollow. Bambietta, however, simply smiled. I was so hoping my buddies and I would get to fight the group he was in, but maybe you'll make a nice substitute for that bonehead. However, despite her outward bravado, Bambietta was the slightest bit nervous. She knew well the intel that the Van den Rijk had gathered on the second Espada, Berrigan Lusenbairn, all of it quite troubling. If this Zalti's power was any bit as potent as the Arankar's death breath was purported to be, then this was going to be a problem. So, Natsu, Bambietta muttered, her eyes darting towards the Dragon Slayer, you up for a little tag team action against this guy? Oh, I'm all fired up. Natsu simply slammed his fists together before suddenly taking a deep breath, his belly spreading outwards for a moment. Okay, lead with that then, Bambietta sighed. So much for us working together. Natsu leaned forward then, flames bursting forth from his mouth. Fire Dragon's roar. As the onslaught of crimson destruction began to close in on him, Zalti simply brought one hand upwards, his smile never fading. How futile. Then, as quick as it had been generated, Natsu's fires completely went out, the relative darkness of the cavern returning. All that was left for light was the moon drip ceremony itself. No way! Natsu exclaimed. That's not. All flames extinguish eventually, Zalti simply said. Even those of a Dragon Slayer. Looks like it's my turn. Bambietta prepped an arrow then, her luminous bow having come into existence once more. Pure blood Quincy's arrow of forget it. The arrow fired then, quickly closing the gap between Bambietta and Zalti. However, the masked wizard simply repeated his earlier motion, raising his hand once more. Then, just like that, the arrow ceased to be, fading from existence just before it came into contact with Zalti's covered face. No light can last forever. Even the stars will die in time. Damn it. Bambietta was not amused, not the least. She had at least hoped her power as a Quincy would prove resistant to this magic, not being of this world, but she could tell now that was not the case. The arc of time was simply too powerful. However, there was one thing Bambietta was beginning to wonder. It was a risk, but she was more than willing to take it. Well, this isn't annoying or anything, Natsu said, staring at Zalti and growing more frustrated. How are we supposed to hit this creep if our magic putters out from old age before it even touches him? Natsu, Bambietta whispered. Doesn't it strike you as odd that this guy doesn't just use his power on us directly? Honestly, the thought hadn't crossed my mind, the dragon said with unabashed enthusiasm. But now that you mention it. I may be wrong, Bambietta continued, but for all its power, I don't think that arc of time can affect living things. Otherwise this guy would be making aging us and not everything else. He could just be playing around with us, Natsu replied. Maybe, Bambietta said, but he seemed awfully determined to free Deliara when we got in his way. I doubt he's interested in having fun at our expense. Zalti grew impatient then, his orbs of the future fluttering about him. What are you two muttering about there? Chanting a little prayer before you both die. Oh! Bambietta shouted, her eyes lighting up as she allowed her voice to extend outwards. You mean you don't know, Mr. I can see the future? For shame. Zalti merely stared at Bambietta and Natsu, the possessor of the arc of time stewing internally. I suppose it doesn't matter if it's something you won't make me privy to. Scheme and plot all you want, nothing will change. I will kill you both and Deliara will be unleashed. Okay, seriously, Bambietta muttered, I get what Leon is after, even if it just means he's a moron, but what the heck do you get out of this whole scheme? Why the hell are you so obsessed with unleashing that butt-ugly monster? Maybe Leon and Zalti are friends like us, Bambi, Natsu offered up, the Dragon Slayer speaking the only way he knew how to, honestly. Friends. Bambietta whispered to herself, having not expected the word from Natsu. She knew better, however, a moment not long ago coming back to her mind. And by the way, my fairy tale friends call me Bambi. The Quincy smiled a bit then before turning her attentions back to Zalti. So that it, Zalti? You and Leon the bestest of buddies. The masked man only laughed. Hardly, though I suppose that fool does consider me an ally. I could not care less what goal Leon has in resurrecting Deliara. In the end I will simply kill that expendable piece of trash and force this demon to serve my will. Natsu was clearly enraged with such a declaration, the Dragon Slayer's voice beginning to raise. You monster! How can you dash? Bambietta brought an arm up in front of her fellow fairy tale member, quieting him for the moment. So that's it, huh? Damn, how many backstabbing asses am I going to have to kick in this world? Does it matter? Zalti asked, his orbs beginning to circle around him. Your future is mine to control, Quincy. Bambietta simply laughed. Is that a fact? She stood up to her full height, Bambietta tilting her head slightly as she glared at Zalti. Funny, because I've sworn to kill the last person who told me that. But I guess you'll just have to be the warm-up. Natsu looked at Bambietta then, the young man completely caught off guard by her declaration. Bambi. The Quincy ignored his sudden worry, looking back at Natsu with a wink. Just remember the plan, okay? What plan? Natsu whispered. You just said to hit him really hard. No, I said don't use any magic, Bambietta replied. Okay, and then hit him really hard. I can do that, Natsu said, nodding his head in approval. Ah, I knew you could. Bambietta turned back to Zalti then, allowing blood veneer to spread underneath her skin. Let's take back our future. Bambietta all but rolled her eyes then, the Quincy quickly regretting her poor attempt at some amalgam of pun and battle cry. Anyway. Bambietta and Natsu began to dash forward then, Zalti quickly launching his own weaponized forms of time at them. Bambietta was covering more distance than her ally, but just as before she could see that Natsu was deftly evading the magical orbs just as he did before, his reflexes on another level altogether. In fact, Bambietta could see that Zalti is taking the Dragon Slayer the more seriously of the two, the majority of the robs whipping past the Quincy and towards him. That's right, Bambietta muttered to herself, be a good little meat shield for me. The Quincy was not in the clear just yet, however, Zalti firing forth a handful of orbs at her as well. Bambietta did not care however, once more her right hand balling into a fist that she sent forward. The orb exploded then underneath the impact, Bambietta not feeling a thing. Do you have any idea what you've done? Zalti asked, waving his hand to send another orb towards the Quincy. That was a future where you found true love. To hell with your ideas of my future. Bambietta screamed, shattering another orb as it approached. I'll make one for myself. So stubborn, Zalti hissed, but perhaps there is merit in what you say. You've clearly figured out the arc of time's one drawback. Yeah, ain't that a shame, Bambietta said, posturing while she listened to Natsu shout as he battled his onslaught of orbs behind her. Your stupid parlor trick can't affect living things, otherwise you would have just aged me and my buddy there right from the start. You will still fall underneath the weight of the infinite possibilities that await you. More orbs appeared around Zalti then, the group launching towards Bambietta. The Quincy did not care, simply walking forward instead. She made no motion to counterattack the orbs, allowing them instead to breach her defenses. Fool! Zalti screamed, watching as the onslaught rained down on Bambietta. The Quincy simply grit her teeth, her lips curling back as the time spheres struck her again and again. There was pain, yes, but she resisted thanks to blood venet. All she did then was continue to advance upon Zalti. What, are you? The masked mage asked, his voice betraying his sudden surprise. Does it matter? Bambietta asked, her body shifting from blood venet to artery. Even if I told you, I doubt you'd remember after this. Bambietta's knuckles smashed into Zalti's mask then, the Quincy pushing forward and slamming the man down to the cavern floor. The mask shattered then and there, the remains scattering around the now unconscious man's face. Bambietta retracted her arm then, the Quincy blowing on her knuckles before shaking her wrist slightly. Then did she look down at the orbs that Zalti had generated. Bambietta began to peer down at one, reaching towards it with a hand. However, it quickly vanished from sight, as did the others, leaving the Quincy to curse under her breath. To hell with it. Whatever happens happens. Bambietta looked over to Natsu then, the Dragon Slayer fast approaching now that the battle was over. See, I told you Operation Hit him really hard in the face would work. So who is he really? Natsu asked. I don't know, Bambietta said, looking down at the now unmasked visage that belonged to Zalti. That's the plainest face ever. It's like someone didn't even try. Definitely not Igneal, Natsu said as he knelt down beside Zalti and poked his face with a finger. I thought you said you never saw him in a human form. Bambietta asked. Heck, you said you weren't even sure if he could or couldn't do that in the first place. Yeah, Natsu replied, but this really doesn't look like an Igneal face, you know. No, I don't know, Bambietta shouted, her temper lost. I've never seen a dragon in my life. Somebody doesn't know what she's missing. Bambietta folded her arms across her torso and glared at Natsu. No shit. I see you two cleaned up nicely down here. Bambietta and Natsu glanced around then, catching sight of Gray approaching, a defeated Leon in tow. The dark-haired young man let go of his old friend's cloak then, leaving his unconscious body on the stone flooring. Same to you, Bambietta said. So I guess you settled things with your past. Gray sighed. No, not until this moon drip ceremony is over. Oh right. Natsu shouted, the Dragon Slayer slamming a fist into an open palm. We still have to destroy the moon for the village. Yeah, sure, Bambietta mumbled, her gloved fingertips touching her forehead as she closed her eyes. That'll be a piece of. The Quincy's eyes opened quite suddenly then, Bambietta staring at the frozen Delira. Oh damn it. The ice was beginning to at last melt, her spiritual senses detecting the same demonic presence from earlier. It was strengthening, it was growing, it was coming back to life right before the Quincy's eyes. Delira, Leon suddenly whispered, the white-haired mage slowly coming to. Yes, you live. Could not defeat you. But I will surpass Dash. Shut up for a minute. Bambietta ran forward, the Quincy having finally hit her breaking point with the ice mage. She began to stomp on Leon then, putting a momentary end to his ranting. Bambietta looked at Natsu and Gray then and shrugged. What? I lost my cool. Gray said nothing, the man simply taking one step towards Delira. He brought his arms forward then, allowing them to cross at the elbows. "Gray, what the heck are you doing?" Natsu screamed. Bambietta could feel it, a rush of magical energy beginning to build within the ice wizard's body. It was oddly familiar to the Quincy, her mind recalling the sensations she had felt when she had forced her own spiritual pressure into another, their body detonating through the power of the explode. "Gray, you're Delira!" Gray screamed, his eyes focusing on the monster as it began to move away from its melting prison. "You won't leave this cavern. No matter what it takes, I swear it." "Is that?" Bambietta could feel it still, the intake of energy that could only lead to a detonation of power. "That's the iced shell, isn't it?" "Gray, you damned fool." Natsu was quick to action, the dragon slayer suddenly striking Gray across the face with all the force he could muster. "What the heck are you thinking, man? You idiot!" Gray shouted as he pulled himself up from the ground and rubbed his jaw. "I have to do this. Look, if you're so scared that of this Deli Oral guy that you think dying is the only way to stop him, then leave it to me to fight him for you." Gray glanced at Natsu then, the fiery youth beaming with confidence. Still, it did not dissuade the ice mage. "You can't. Kintu, and you know it." Bambietta listened to the immature shouting match continuing, knowing that she was childish as well, wanting to partake in it so very much, but her mind was elsewhere. She was focusing entirely on Delira, her spiritual senses noting the increasing power that it possessed. Then she felt something very different. "None of us will have to fight." Gray and Natsu both looked at Bambietta then, noting the calm expression on her face. "What are you saying?" Gray asked. "See for yourself," Bambietta answered, the Quincy tilting her chin towards Delira. "That thing is already dead." Those of Fairy Tale stared at Delira then, the physical proof of what Bambietta was sensing coming into being. Even as the ice became nothing more than water spilling out to the ground, Delira was beginning to crumble then and there. "You mean?" Gray was unable to speak as he watched the monster that had haunted him for the better part of his life begin to become nothing more than dust. "Iced shell worked. I guess that teacher of yours really did defeat this damned monster," Bambietta said softly, her voice lowering so that only she herself could hear what she said next. "Good for her. She didn't die for nothing. If only we could all be that lucky." "No." Leon roused once more, the man clawing at the ground as he looked at Delira's remains. "No, it can't be dead. Couldn't have killed Delira. How am I ever supposed to surpass her? No dash." Bambietta smashed the toe of her boot into Lion's face, knocking him out again. "Didn't I already tell you to shut the hell up?" "So it's over," Natsu said, stretching his arms above his head and cracking his back slightly. "Wonder if Gramps will make us S-class now." "It's not over," Gray said. "We still have to take Leon and that guy in the mask in for what they've done." "And where'd he go?" Bambietta looked to the ground then, noting that Zalti was gone, only his mask remaining. The Quincy began to run her fingers through her hair in frustration. "Damn it. First Aragorn and now this creep? How many jackasses are we going to have coming back for revenge? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0. Time passed and those of Fairy Tale had returned to the village of Galuna Island. Before them stood Leon and those who had followed him, all save the mysterious Zalti. Gray was speaking with Leon, their differences no doubt being hashed out, but Bambietta was not particularly listening. The most the Quincy did was occasionally glance down at her right foot, nodding to Leon that she was not afraid of kicking him again and again if he did not repent his ways this very day. Judging by the fearful glance he gave her every now and then, the Quincy was content with her actions. "There, are you happy?" Sherry suddenly shouted. "Leon will change for the better. We all will, but Angelica." Bambietta looked at the pink-haired woman then, taking note of how she was shaking. Then there were the tears dripping from her eyes. Bambietta understood the source of the sadness quite well. She was, after all, the author of all Sherry's pain this day. Once she would not have cared, not in the slightest, yet now things were different, even if the Quincy could not put a finger on why. "Hit me." Sherry looked at Bambietta then, her eyes still moist. Those around did as well, clearly surprised by the Quincy's sudden words. Bambietta, however, simply repeated them. Hit me, Sherry. But I killed that pet of yours. Bambietta suddenly screamed. So let it out. Hit me. Unleash your hatred and make yourself feel better. Whoa, easy there, Bambi, Natsu said, planting a hand on her shoulder. No need to dash. Bambietta shrugged her shoulder and knocked Natsu's hand away. She moved closer to Sherry then, looking her right in the eyes. I did it and I can't say what I am. So just, hit me. Make yourself feel better. Sherry was hesitant at first, but her face slowly shifted to one of anger and her right hand swung out, smashing across Bambietta's face. The Quincy's head was pushed to the side slightly, blood starting to seep out from the corner of her mouth. Not bad, she said quietly. Do you feel better? A little, Sherry suddenly said meekly, her hand unclenching. But why? Somebody who said they didn't make a mistake helped me once, Bambietta said softly. So take it from someone who only makes mistakes. Bambietta took a deep breath, trying to force the words out from her body. I'm sorry. Bambietta turned to Natsu and the others, noting the shocked expression on their faces. What? Nothing, Gray stammered. Anyway, we still have to deal with the real reason we're here. Yes, outsiders, the village elder said, walking forward in his demon form. You of Fairy Tale promised to destroy the moon and end this curse. You people are whack, you know that? Bambietta asked. And no, I'm not apologizing for that. It's a challenge, but I think I can give it a shot. Bambietta and the others turned then, taking notice of Urza Scarlet walking towards them all. You're going to destroy the moon? Bambietta asked. Look, I know you're tough as hell, Urza, especially after you trounced me dash. Wait, you guys fought? Natsu suddenly shouted. Aw man, I wanted to watch. Yeah, Bambietta muttered. Because Natsu loves girl fights. Urza looked to the sky then, the armored mage continuing to walk forward. Yes, I think IKEA. Bambietta heard it then, quite possibly the most adorable squeak that her ears had ever been gifted the opportunity to listen to. Urza. The armored mage was gone from sight, but Bambietta and the others could see a hole in the ground, an undisturbed trap having been at last put back into effect. Oh my god. Bambietta was otherwise at a loss for words. Then did an armored hand suddenly come up from the pit and Urza pulled herself free and continued walking like nothing had happened. Understand what I must do. Is she just trying to act cool? Bambietta mumbled to herself. Or did she really not even notice? Urza simply turned then, standing her ground as she looked up at the violet moon. I will end this now. Hey! Leon suddenly shouted as he moved towards Urza. First at least let me tell you what we did dash. An armored hand simply appeared before Lion's face, forcing him to stop dead in his tracks as his eyes took in the sight of Urza palm. I know what you did, the armored mage simply said. Please step back so that I may correct your mistake. Leon did just that, but Bambietta was unwilling to keep her mouth shut. Like I said, you're powerful, but not even my, old guild master could destroy the moon. Why are you being so casual about this? Urza did not respond, her body instead becoming consumed with light that formed a golden armor. In her right hand was held a massive spear. Giant armor, requip. Listen. Bambietta continued, starting to believe Urza could do the impossible. I know everyone in Fairy Tale loves destruction of private property and stuff, I'm a fan of it too, but do you have any idea what destroying the moon will do? Screwed up tides. Warped weather patterns. Dogs and cats living together. Mass hysteria. Urza was not listening, the mage instead simply staring at the moon without uttering a single word. Yeah, okay, Bambietta said with a sigh. Just go ahead and pretend the moon is making fun of you or something. Show it who's boss. Urza still did not listen to Bambietta, the mage instead beginning to lift her spear high. Then did she throw the mighty weapon, leaving Bambietta to watch in what could be described as a confused state of awe. Bambietta knew there was nothing to be worried about. Nobody was so strong as to do the feat Urza was hoping for, not in this world or the other. The spear would fail, it would fall. Yet it did nothing of the sort. No, instead magic circles began to form around the ribbons that dangled from the spear's head. Then, quite suddenly, did both flame and smoke burst from those magic circles, leaving Bambietta to simply stare wide-eyed. "What do you know?" Lucy said as she watched as well. "It's a rocket spear." Gray shrugged. "It's not that cool." Bambietta, however, had a difference of opinion. "That's freaking awesome." Then it happened. The spear faded from sight, the moon suddenly cracking in half. "His Majesty!" Bambietta exclaimed, the Quincy stunned. "She did it. The crazy S-class redhead did it." Bambietta strained her eyes then, the Quincy finally taking note of something. Something strange and wrong with the air, a faint violet distortion running across it. Then, quite suddenly, did the sky shatter like it was nothing more than a pane of glass. "What the heck?" Bambietta was simply confused, staring up at the moon. It was like nothing had just happened. "Wait a minute. You mean?" "Oh, I get it!" Lucy shouted. The moon didn't affect the moon itself, it just made a magic filter over the island. "Exactly right," Urza replied as she let her giant armor return to its repository, her default clothing returning in its place. "I merely needed to shatter the invisible dome that stood above the island." Urza turned to Bambietta and the others then. "Did you really think me so irresponsible that I'd destroy the moon itself?" "No, that's not it at all," Bambietta stammered, the Quincy taken by surprise thanks to the sad look upon Urza's face. "You did." The armored mage sighed, closing her eyes for one moment before she suddenly glared at Natsu and the others once more. "If you felt that fairy tale would cause such destruction, then clearly our reputation is in dire need of repair." Urza shook her head, looking towards those that called Galuna Island home. "Anyway, now that the spell upon this island has been broken, you should all return to how you were." Bambietta stood impatient, staring at the demonic villagers, but nothing was happening. The Quincy grew impatient, tapping her foot as she folded her arms across her torso. "You sure? They still look just as ugly as before. Honestly, could you not be so rude?" Urza gently rubbed her forehead with several of her fingers. "These are their true forms after all." Bambietta blinked. "Wait. What?" Lucy was next to speak, looking towards Urza as well. "What exactly do you mean?" "I've heard of the moon drip spell some time ago, forbidden as it may be," Urza began to explain. "There is no recorded evidence of it being able to affect someone's appearance. Their memories, however, would be another matter." Bambietta listened intently then. "You don't mean?" "I do indeed," Urza replied. "The villagers are not humans who became demons but simply demons who believed themselves to once be human. And due to their demon physiology, they unconsciously able to shift their appearance to that of a human at times, thinking that was their true form." The Quincy's brow furrowed in response and she looked at the monstrous villagers that stood nearby. "That seems like an awfully complicated plot twist if you ask me." "Think what you will," the village elder said as he stepped forward, "but such an ability is the only way my people could safely interact with other humans without fear of persecution." "What?" Bambietta asked. "You think I'm the type to be mean to demons?" The Quincy flinched slightly, recalling well the hollows of her world. "Okay, maybe if they were mean first. I made the right choice by reaching out to Fairy Tale." Bambietta and the others turned to see a familiar face approaching. Bambietta was the first to speak, the Quincy suddenly leaping towards the newcomer, all the while ignoring his demonic appearance. "You're that jerk who left us to rot out at sea. And here comes another severe beating," Leon said quietly. "At least it isn't me this time." "What the hell, man?" Bambietta shouted, not even batting an eyelash at Bobo having assumed a fully demonic appearance. "You said you were going to bring us to the island and then you just up and left us." Natsu and the other simply watched on as Bambietta shook Bobo by the cloak around him, saying nothing. All except happy. "Which one is the monster again?" Bambietta shot the blue cat a dirty look. "Watch it, Furball. I was right to entrust this task to you all," Bobo said, looking at Bambietta with honest eyes. "Thank you for saving my home." The Quincy eyed Bobo in return, Bambietta remembering well what she had said to Urza earlier. "Well, you're welcome." I think. The woman still did not know quite what was coming over her, but she did her best to play it off. So you're the one who actually posted the job request? Bobo nodded. Yes. A sly expression overtook Bambietta's face, a smile curling her lips upwards. Then pay up. Damn it all. Those of Fairy Tale were returning back to the mainland thanks to the boat that Urza had used to reach Galuna Island. Bambietta, however, was not happy in the least. You'll laugh, you'll cry, you'll kiss 7 million jewel goodbye. The Quincy looked to Urza then. Hey. Is it even legal to post a job request if you don't have the money it offers? Urza simply stared back at Bambietta with narrowed eyes. Does it matter? None of you officially took this mission and neither did I. Even if there was a reward, you wouldn't deserve it. Okay then, Bambietta mumbled. But you still let Lucy take the celestial key the guy was offering. Are you calling me a hypocrite? Bambietta felt her skin crawl. No, ma'am. Perhaps you would be right to do so, Urza said, nodding as she did so, but I felt it was in the best interest of all parties involved that someone as kind as Lucy receive the key despite the circumstances. Guess it is better off in her hands than someone we don't know, Bambietta replied. She looked to her roommate then. So what is it this time? What could possibly fit in with a pervy bull, a hair-cutting crab and a masochistic maid? Lucy held the key up then, locking over the inscription that was upon it. Looks like I Sagittarius. Bambietta's face lit up. Oh, the Archer constellation. Lucy looked to her friend then, clearly surprised. Oh, so you do know about astrology. Bambietta's head lowered slightly, her joy fading for a moment. I'm not stupid. Besides, can't a girl have a hobby? Bambietta perked up again, her voice as boastful as ever. But yeah, I like the stars. They're worth a look. Anything's better than constant darkness, you know. I guess I should make the pact back home, Lucy said as she pocketed the key. We've got enough problems on this boat as it is. Bambietta glanced away, taking note of Natsu leaning over the side of the boat, her ears detecting the most inhuman of sounds. Good point. Still, I can't wait to see this Archer of yours. 5 gets you 10, he's a badass. Bambietta smiled a bit as she thought over the fun she could have on a mission with Lucy now that she had an archer under her command. For one brief moment Bambietta could not help but visualize this Sagittarius firing an arrow at her only for her to catch it and fire it at an approaching enemy. That'd be so awesome. It was then that Bambietta could see Gray sitting alone, the young man staring back at the island with his hand holding his chin, his elbow propped up on the edge of the boat. Bambietta sighed as she sat up and walked over to Gray. Hey, stripper. Welcome to my personal space, the young man said quietly, not even looking towards Bambietta. Can I help you? No, Bambietta replied, slightly annoyed at but understanding of his attitude. I just figured we could talk. Gray continued to look back at Galuna Island. About what? It's just. Bambietta's hands curled up as they rested atop her knees. I don't want to sound cliché or anything, but You think you understand what I'm getting through, Gray finished. About her. Talk about ruining the moment, Bambietta hissed under her breath. She did her best to remain optimistic despite that. Listen, I got in over my head once, and. Bambietta did not know how to finish the sentence, not at first, but she forced herself to speak even without thought if that was what it took. Someone close to me died while saving me that day. It was my own damned fault and. Bambietta took a deep breath and looked towards the sky. Everything can be so happy, you know? Childhood bliss. Then the dim world comes crashing down on you and everything is cast in doubt and shadow. And it sucks even if you convince yourself otherwise at the time. Bambietta turned to look at Gray, her face quivering despite her best efforts. So yeah, I do get it. I wish I didn't but I do. But, you have Fairy Tale now. Gray simply looked towards Bambietta then, the impassive mage recognizing how much she seemed to wear her emotions on her sleeve. Don't you too? Bambietta looked at Gray, trying to put on the closest thing to an honest smile that she could despite being unsure of the words she was about to speak deserved such a thing. Yeah, you're right. Upon the shores of Fiore stood Zalti. The man was alone, having escaped from Galuna Island by means that were his to keep secret if he so pleased. For secrets were Zalti's specialty. His body began to shift, magical power coalescing then and there. His form began to fall away, the disguise he had held in place since arriving on Galuna Island no longer necessary. At last I can be myself again. Altair stood alone in Zalti's place, the member of the Magic Council finally able to shed her transformation. It was not a form she had ever wished to take, but she had known it was a necessary one. It would not have done for a respected member of the magical community's governing body to attempt to free a demon after all. Altair raised a hand up then, a white orb appearing inches above her palm. Altair, a voice called out. I take it that your task was a success. My apologies, Master Seagrain, she replied to her fellow council member, but Fairy Tale interfered once again. No matter, Seagrain replied, his voice cold and calculating as always. Deliura would have been a useful puppet, but we never truly needed its services. Perhaps not, Altair said, but among those of Fairy Tale was that Quincy we interrogated. That guild is proving rather problematic. That Quincy, however, she is proving to be the most concerning as of late. You have no idea, Altair replied. Especially if we are to consider one of the possible futures I saw when I fought her. Of her end. That's enough, Altair, Seagrain interrupted, his tone somewhat belligerent. These oddities that call themselves Quincy are beginning to overstep their bounds. I don't know why you're so worried. Altair could not help but chuckle, knowing full well what had her co-conspirator on edge. There's only two of these oddities as you call them. Since when were you under the impression it would remain that way? Seagrain asked through the orb's magic. Reports have been reaching the Magic Council of these Quincy creatures appearing around the kingdom. There have even been rumors of one having integrated themselves into Bosco's government. The other council members must be growing quite concerned. They would, yes, Seagrain replied, but that would require my loyalists within the government to have loose tongues. Only you and I know amongst the council itself. But these damned Quincy are beginning to become too frequent an annoyance if you ask me. Perhaps we can use that to our advantage, Master Seagrain, Altair offered. Surely one of them could be persuaded to join our cause. Seagrain was silent for a time, the mage no doubt weighing his options. Altair waited as patient as she could, a response arriving not a minute late. Do as you will, Altair. Find us a worthy ally. Chapter 10, Moving on towards the future. The Van den Rijk was the same as always, prepping for a long-awaited yet still far-away war. Hidden away in the shadows of the afterlife, they were honing their skills and rallying their forces. However, one such Quincy was not currently doing anything of the sort. No, Sternritter E was simply conversing with those she considered her friends. God, you keep making fun of it, Candace said as she rolled her eyes, but I so want to run my fingers through Bez's hair. It's a freaking pink mohawk. Bambietta all but shouted, suddenly noticing Menina's convulsing for a brief moment. The explosive Sternritter sighed and looked at her with honest eyes. Look, it's not the color that's silly. Pink's awesome. It's a freaking mohawk. What, we supposed to turn him upside down and use him like a broom to clean up the place? Oh, Candace replied, a devilish smirk wrapping around her face, I could have some fun with him in that position. Both Bambietta and Menina's face contorted with horror at the prospect, the latter more than even her leader. Don't do it, Candy. Menina's cried out. The last time you bit off the zipper of someone's pants and spat it out you nearly put Gigi's eye out. She did, Giselle corrected. Why do you think I had to start ingesting that emergency pack of blood I had tucked away in my fridge? My healing factor wasn't going to kick in on its own. So nasty. Giselle proceeded to move closer to Bambietta from behind, resting her chin upon her right shoulder. In response did Bambietta's eyes go wide. Besides, Giselle began to say, I'd much rather have been taking a sip of Bambi's yummy blood. A chill ran down Bambietta's spine and she quickly pulled away from Giselle. Gigi. What did we say about creepy actions? Ah. Giselle grew distraught, holding her hands behind her back as her right foot fidgeted on the floor. But Pookie Bear, I bet you taste real good. Well now, Candace said. Bet what I want to do with Bazby is looking pretty good in comparison to Gigi wanting a little McBambi takeout. She want fries with that. Shut up. Bambietta shouted, her face going red. Just shut up, candy ass. So it went then, the four young ladies conversing with each throughout the halls of Silver Cross Castle. Several other Quincy passed them by, going about their daily lives, but it was one that caught Bambietta's attention. She was not moving about, no, she was simply alone in a corner, looking down at the floor while licking some kind of lollipop. Oh right, the newbie. Bambietta recognized the solitary Quincy then, memories of Waiwaka's introducing her to the rest of the Van Den Rijk coming back to her. She had been incredibly quiet at the time, leaving those present to wonder if she was simply shy or aloof. However, there was the simple fact that she was glancing away from Bambietta and the others, not making any effort to obtain eye contact, that led Sternritter to feel it was the latter. That, quite frankly, annoyed Bambietta. Hey, girls. I'll catch up with you later. Bambietta began to withdraw from her circle of friends, stopping only when she felt someone tugging on her sleeve. Bambietta sighed in response and slowly turned to a rather needful Quincy. Come on, Gigi. I'll be back soon. Giselle said nothing at first, though she did relent and let of Bambietta's coat. All right. Bambietta watched as her friends continued to walk away, Giselle deliberately the slowest of the bunch, and she looked back to the rookie. Hey, Sternritter G. It was not the ideal way to strike up a conversation, but Bambietta had never been one for quiet or subtle attempts at any single thing. The rookie, however, simply spared Bambietta a glance and nothing more. Her head had turned slightly before the blonde had looked down to the floor. Hey. Bambietta was momentarily confused then, not sure what to make of this girl now. First she had been glancing away like she was too good for everyone else, now she was looking down like she was meek or something. Either possibility was a source of irritation to Bambietta. She knew the Van Den Rijk could not afford to have someone so weak-kneed in the group. However, more importantly, she could not stand the thought of someone so stuck up and full of themselves that they would pay no mind to her of all people. Hey! Bambietta shouted as she approached. Do you have any idea who you're ignoring? The newcomer did not even glance up at all, simply taking one lick of her lollipop before speaking. Nope. Bambietta stopped dead in her tracks, all but going slack-jawed in response. Come on! She exclaimed. Surely you've heard of me. I'm the strongest female Sternritter ever. Berenice Gabrielli. Bambietta flinched, her teeth gritting as her face went the slightest shade of red. Funny girl. Come on, surely you know who I am. Bambietta cleared her throat before suddenly bringing her fist up towards her chest and extending her thumb inwards. Before me stands no adversaries. Behind me there are mountains of dead bodies. I'm dignified and arrogant. I'm Sternritter and my friends, and I will race forward to adventure forever and ever. The newcomer tilted her head upwards slightly, looking at Bambietta as she took another lick of her lollipop. Oh, so you're Bambietta Basterbine. Oh, Bambietta said with a smile. So you have heard of me. Guess my reputation precedes me after all. Yeah, you're that chick who every guy is willing to die to be with, literally. Guess you must be good in the sack. Bambietta grew flustered then. Hey. I'm not that easy. Only one guy has ever made it to end from my bed in one piece. So you're just a big tease then. Okay. The blonde simply returned to her candy. Bambietta stormed over then, trying to keep her cool. Anyway, now that we've established that you do know me. Yeah. You're the girl gets way too wrapped up in how she feels and blows crap up whenever you get cranky. So what, you the emotional or the explode? Bambietta's face contorted for a brief moment, but she did her best to contain any negative feelings and smiled. Oh, it's the explode, though I guess I am a little high-strung at times. The new Sternritter simply licked her lollipop again. So that a skin guy keeps telling me and everyone else. Bambietta flared up for a moment then, a vein threatening to burst from the side of her face. Damn, you date a guy for a week and he makes your life hell after the breakup. You want some dirt on that guy? You want to know why we broke up? The new girl was honest. Nope. Bambietta did not relent despite that. The Quincy became quite animated then, her hands waving about as she ranted. We were having such a good time and then we got a little overexcited, if you catch my drift. Call it premature Volsterndication if you want. Now I like to think my look is that of a darling little angel, cute as button. But his. Bambietta's voice began to raise then, the Quincy shaking her open hands, her palms facing the ceiling. Excuse me for laughing at a guy who ended up looking like a cross between a disco fever dancer and a comic book supervillain when we're between the sheets. The new Quincy raised an eyebrow at that, glancing at Bambietta. This world is full of many strange and horrifying things. Trust me, you haven't seen anything yet, Bambietta replied. Pray you never see Pepe assume his Volsterndyke form. It'll make you gag, trust me. Yeah, okay. The blonde glanced away for a moment, looking back when she noticed that Bambietta was not moving away. So what is it you want? Me to know exactly who you are and sing your praises? Well no, Bambietta retorted, whispering her breath for a moment as she pawed at her chin with one hand. Not that I'd mind. She looked back to the new girl, raising her voice to its typical level. Listen, I'm a girl, you're a girl. And people die when they are killed, the newcomer interrupted. Tell me something that I don't already know. Wait, is Giselle really a girl? Bambietta sighed. That stupid rumor again. Damn it, someday I'm going to find the guy who started that little bit of misinformation and start making fun of how they smell to see how they like it. Bambietta took a deep breath, trying to calm her nerves. Yes, Gigi's a girl. And a creepy one at that. The new girl nodded her head. And. Anyway. Bambietta suddenly shouted as she leaned up against the wall and slid her arm across the shoulders of the shorter girl. We femritters got to stick together, you feel me? With you as our boss, right? Well, yeah. It was a simple response, one that Bambietta had barely needed to contemplate. Who better than Bambi? So you want some new blood in your little group, is that it? Bambietta's eyes went wide for a moment, her tone hushing. Don't say that word around Gigi. Ever. Then did she become loud again. But yeah, I want you to hang out with us. And if I say no, then Berenice won't be the last to have turned me down. Bambietta grew quiet then. That made me sad, but I guess it was for the best. She hung out with us that one time and everyone got bummed out and started getting depressed. She's a real party pooper, you know? So maybe it's for the best she decided she was too good for us. She was totally wrong, but whatever. So you want to hang out with me? Then it happened, the new girl stopping her incessant licking of her lollipop, a faint smile spreading across her face. Really? Well, why not? Bambietta asked. You seem nice. A little indifferent, but nice. Besides, we kind of need a counterbalance to Menina's. Like desperately. I love her to bits and all, but oh boy, she's the life of the party even when nobody's celebrating. Bambietta pulled the new girl in a little tighter, trying to sound as pleasant as could be. But I see you're the type who likes the deal to be sweetened, Sternritter began to whisper into the blonde's ear. I'm sure we could procure some rare candies from the world of the living for you. Stick with me and you'll never go hungry again. The new girl suddenly began to whimper, leaving Bambietta to grow concerned, the older woman wondering what she had just done. That's. The blonde looked up towards Bambietta, one lone tear slipping down her face as she smiled. Thank you, Bambietta. Hey now, the elder Quincy began to reply, the first rule about the femritters is you stick with our nicknames. It's Bambi. Speaking of names. It's Lil Tato, the blonde replied, wiping away her tears and composing herself. Lil Tato Lampard. Well, Giselle will probably get cranky I stole picking out a nickname from her, Bambietta began to say, but Lil it is then. What do you think? Lil Tato suddenly grew quiet again, licking at her snack. It's a start, Bambi. Bambietta Basterbine awoke in her bed, staring up at the ceiling. It was the same as it always was, but the Quincy was far too groggy and lost in fading memories. What the hell was that all about? It was all so fleeting, the dreams of her past, but Bambietta could feel it still. A longing to be with those she cared about. Yet overlaying that sensation was another, more volatile one. Rage. Rage at being betrayed by those she had befriended, those that she had trusted with all her heart and soul. Damn it! You say something. Bambietta's eyes fluttered open slightly, the Quincy taking notice of someone sitting on the edge of her bed. The individual was glancing down his shoulder towards her. Bambietta's eyes opened wide then, her voice suddenly rising. Natsu. Grey Fullbuster was alone as he walked down the streets of Magnolia, one thing on his mind. He was the cool and quiet type, but even he had to admit that Makarov was right that no one could withstand the solitude their entire life. He liked Lucy and Bambi. Heck, deep down he did enjoy his rivalry with Natsu. And Urza? Well, scary as she was also cute when she was surprised. That much he could not ignore. Those were precisely the reasons he was heading to Lucy and Bambi's place, to look for good company. In his hand was a key given to him by Myra Jane, one the silver-haired woman had copied without either Lucy or Bambietta knowing of. That Myra is still such a little mischief-maker. Gray continued to move towards the apartment, but then the ice mage was caught by surprise. Natsu appeared, screaming as he flew through the apartment window and out on the street. And stay out! A voice cried from within the building. Gray watched as Natsu scrambled to his feet, the ice mage beginning to reconsider ever slipping into the apartment uninvited. Myra gave you a key too? Gray asked nonchalantly. So what did you do to infuriate the new girl? I don't see what the big deal is, Natsu muttered. I just sat on Bambi's bed. Gray reached out and grabbed the dragon slayer by his scarf. You idiot. At least have the common sense to sit on Lucy's bed. She's a little less violent than the newbie. Guess you got a point there, Natsu replied. Say, what a minute. Where's my little buddy? What the hell are you doing with that? Natsu and Gray both froze up, their eyes widening as they heard Bambi screaming from within the apartment. I was just trying on your earmuffs. Happy exclaimed. Though they're kind of big even for my ears. Natsu and Gray visibly cringed again, a dreadfully shriek bursting forth from the window. Get my bra off your head now, furball. I think your little buddy just made a big mistake, Gray offered up. Natsu, meanwhile, was quite shell-shocked. Happy, you know not what you've done. Time passed, tempers subsided, and cats wearing undergarments on their head went flying. It was not necessarily in that order, but despite the terrible incident to start the day, things had calmed down. Well, relatively calmed down. Lucy was entertaining her unexpected guests while Bambietta was simply walking alone through the streets of Magnolia. Then did the Quincy see it again. A location she passed by once before but had avoided since. Time and again she had taken any other path throughout the city to keep her distance, but now she had been too tired and too lost in thought to keep away. Perhaps it was fate, perhaps it was mere instinct that had led Bambietta to stand before Cardia Cathedral. The Quincy did not know, but she could not help but stare up at it then, the structure awash in the morning light. You'd want me to go there, wouldn't you, Mom? Memories began to dance through Bambietta's mind then, all of them from a long time ago. Her lips began to move with some degree of hesitation, a small smile forming despite the Quincy's eyes watering. Then it all fell apart, more recent memories coming to her. Of blood and pain, of death and destruction. Of men falling prey to her charms and finding themselves torn apart to sate her desires. I can't. Bambietta could not find the words, at least not at first. I can't dare sully this place. The Quincy bit down on her lower lip and turned away quickly, her body propelling forward with Hirenkyaku. While she knew that no one in this magical world would be shocked by such a technique, she had still refrained from using her powers whenever she pleased. Typical methods of transportation would do at times. Now was not one of those times. The Quincy simply wanted to put some space between herself and the building she felt she had no right to be near. The Fairy Tale Guild Hall was no different than any other day, the structure home to nothing more but controlled chaos. For once did Bambietta not do her part to add to that madness, the Quincy simply walking in without a word. She was in dire need of someone to talk to, however, and to that end she was looking around for Levy. Soon enough did she see the first person to truly welcome her to this new world standing before the job request board. "Is my favorite little bookworm looking for work?" Bambietta asked as she approached. She then took note of a paper already in Levy's hands. "Oh, looks like you found something already. You trying to work a job without me?" "No," Levy stammered, caught by surprise. "Actually, I was hoping that you hey." Bambietta pulled the paper from Levy's hands and began to eye it. "Oh, what do we have here? Please help. Our own local guild has taken over our town and is running it into the ground. I don't have much, but I'll give you all I can if you'll just save the town of Ruby." "I don't know, Levy, I don't think this is going to pay much." "Does it matter?" Levy asked. "They need our help. Not everything is about a reward, Bambi. Sometimes dash." I know, Bambietta sighed. "Sometimes the true reward is just doing the right thing." "I get it, but it's just the last mission paid jack squat and rent is always on my mind." Bambietta glanced back down to the paper. "So somebody called Gribapero is hiring us. Okay then. I suppose if we're liberating a town from a dark guild, there should be some heads to bust." "See?" Levy asked. "I knew this was right up your alley." "True." Bambietta smiled, if only fleetingly. "But seriously? The chicken fangs? Couldn't we go with something a little more intimidating? Even Rooster Dash. It's obvious you two got a little mission, huh?" Bambietta glanced and could see Kana looking at her and Levy from a counter, a fresh mug of alcohol in hand. "What's it to you?" "Not much," Kana slurred. "I just hated those chicken fangs jerks. I met some of them once and they tried to drink me under the table. Me of all people. Believe me, I left them red and blue in the end." "Don't you mean black and blue?" Levy asked. "Well, I kind of busted one of their faces open," Kana replied groggily. "I think it got kind of messy in that bar fight." Bambietta smiled. "I knew I liked you for a reason." "Well, I've still got a bone to pick with these chicken fang losers," Kana continued to say, leaning forward on the table as she glared at Bambietta, "so I'd be more than willing to join your little, what was it again?" "The Bam Squad." "The Bambi Force," the Quincy replied. "Though now I'm wishing I had gone with something like the Bam Squad. Damn it, it doesn't take the Almighty to realize that hindsight really is what they say." "All right, I'm in," Kana replied. "But there's one condition. You need to finish what you started, you lightweight." Bambietta furrowed her brow. "What are you talking about?" Kana simply sat up straight and began to pour a mug of beer. "I think you know." Bambietta gulped deeply and shook her head. "All right, fine. But don't blame me for whatever happens afterwards." The Quincy seated herself at the table across from Kana, the member of Fairy Tale sliding the mug of sheer alcohol towards her. Bambietta stared at it, her eyes narrowing as she took in the challenge that lay before her. She had never backed away from an obstacle before. "Come on, let's see you do it," Kana whispered. "Or are you just a big chicken waiting to be plucked?" Bambietta glared at Kana. "I'm not even going to ask where you're going with that. For both our sakes." The Quincy looked back down at the beer before her, trying to keep any concerns at bay. She could not blow everything up at a whim, so what was the harm if she even became a little tipsy, let alone wasted? With that in mind, she slowly took hold of the mug's handle and began to lift it. What's the worst that could happen? Lucy Hartfilia was not having the best of morning already. Waking up to the carnage caused by Natsu and Happy sneaking into her apartment, the chaos that led to with Bambietta, and then having to entertain the guests that would not go home, it had been a rather unfortunate series of events. "I'm going to have to talk to Myra about giving out those duplicate keys." Now Lucy was sitting at her desk, trying to write a letter out. She knew she needed to take a job request soon, but she also knew that Bambietta was no doubt already doing something of the sort. Her roommate was a real go-getter, allowing the young lady a little more time to devote to another dream of hers. To write, to create a novel, that was one of her major goals in life. It had all started when her mother had introduced her to the novels of. She had visually devoured them book after book and slowly developed her own desire to follow in his footsteps, even if only as a hobby. Lucy stopped her writing for a moment, leaning back in her chair and stretching her arms out above her head. She remembered well her first attempt at writing for the sheer fun of it. The girl, younger then than now, had grown rather upset with the events of one comic strip that ran in the weekly newspaper and had gone about writing her own series of events that had changed things for the better in her eyes if no one else's. It had taken some doing, but Lucy had quickly begun to enjoy writing the disenfranchised characters of the comic called Laundry Soap into that of another, much happier series, Folktales and Fables. That had been the beginning but never the end. For while Lucy was now trying to write a true novel of her own, if nothing else, her adventures within fairy tale was giving her much to work with if she were to attempt to create an autobiography of sorts. Yawning slightly, the celestial mage leaned over her desk again and began to bring pen to paper. That, however, was when she heard a knock at the door. "Please don't be Natsu unhappy again." The young lady loved her friends, but it had only been 5 minutes since they had last departed. Lucy began to open her door then and was greeted with a surprise. "Lucy, I'm home." Bambietta barely managed to get those words out before she fell face first to the floor like a board of wood. Lucy cringed in response at the sound of the resulting impact and watched as Bambietta began to roll over onto her back. "That you, Lou?" the Quincy asked, rubbing her eyes as she stared upwards. "Well, yeah," Lucy replied. "This is our apartment." "Huh?" Bambietta blinked a few times and continued to stare. "I thought that ceiling looked familiar." Lucy knelt down and began to help her roommate back up, ready to ask a most pertinent question. "What the heck happened to you? I guess the girl can't hold her alcohol very well." Lucy looked over her shoulder and took notice of both Kana and Levy standing in the open doorway. The former was smiling, the latter looking clearly annoyed. "What are you talking about?" Lucy asked as she helped roll Bambietta into her own bed. "It's all Kana's fault," Levy suddenly shouted. "She said she wouldn't join Bambi's little group dash. We're the Bam Squad," Bambietta mumbled as she rolled over in her bed and curled, a little hiccup escaping from her lips. "So cool," Levy continued despite the interruption. "Kana said she wouldn't join unless Bambi took her challenge to drink a beer. One beer did this." Lucy looked down at Bambietta, her face contorting in a mixture of horror and shock. "Oh heck no," Kana shouted in response. "If anything, that girl's got a sweet tooth for alcohol. Even I wasn't expecting her to down a whole barrel. She just kept shouting, and later slurring. Why did everyone keep this away from me? I've finally found the one and their name is beer. It was awesome. I might finally have a drinking buddy who can keep up with me." "Shhhhhh, Bambietta whimpered as she began to pull her pillow out from under her head and hug it. "Don't be so loud, Uskin. We'll wake everyone." Lucy, Levy, and Kana simply stared at Bambietta with eyes wide open. Bambietta was slow to awaken, her dulled senses sharpening, her eyes fluttered open. She recalled well what had gone on the day before, the Quincy having taken Kana up on her challenge. She remembered how one thing had led to another, more glasses coming her way, a sense of unfettered joy possessing her. That was the moment where her memories began to blur, to grow foggy. That too was something Bambietta knew she could not allow to happen a second. Never drinking that much alcohol again. Never ever. I'd appreciate that. Bambietta's vision began to focus and very quickly did the Quincy realize that she was not in her own bed. Worse still, her arms were wrapped around who appeared to be a very startled and surprised Lucy Hartfilia. "What the?" Bambietta sat up suddenly and looked about, finding herself and Lucy very neatly residing in scattered amounts of hay. The Quincy could feel the world in motion, quickly taking note that she was in a cart working its way down a dirt path in the woods. "Oh, is the drunken beauty down having a little roll around in the hay? About time." Bambietta turned to look towards the front of the carriage and could see Kana and Levy both sitting there, guiding the horse that was walking before them. "What the hell is going on?" Bambietta asked, her tone becoming much more focused and serious. "Well, we wanted to go out on the mission," Levy offered up, "but you were a little too tipsy at the time, so we had to get creative." "Yeah, you wouldn't let go of that darn pillow, so we had to substitute something in its place so we could get you in the carriage without a fight." "And I drew the short straw," Lucy offered up, her face flush as she added her part to the conversation. You feeling better at least, Bambi? I'm not hungover, Bambietta began to start, so that's a start. We Quincy are made of stern stuff, you know. Bambietta was mostly telling the truth, but there was still a slight buzz echoing throughout her skull. Still, she would have to simply make do. So we're on our way to Ruby, right? The Quincy asked. On our way. Kana almost laughed. You have any idea how long you were out of it? We're just about there. Bambietta looked forward then and was quickly greeted by the sight of what was quite possibly the most desolate and depressing village she had ever seen in her entire life. Night had fallen clearly, yes, but it was as if Ruby was bathed in a darkness beyond even that. Worse still was the disheveled buildings, the dull and lifeless grass that made up the fields around it. That place looks totally awful, Bambietta commented. Good grief. You sure we were heading the right way, Kana? Levy asked, looking over the map in her hands. I'd always heard that Ruby was supposed to be one of nicest villages in Fiore. But this place looks like dash. Hell on earth, Kana finished. But this is definitely the place. Yeah, the map still checks out, Levy said, looking up from the paper. But how? Lucy asked, looking at the village they were fast approaching. How could this happen? Bambietta simply shrugged. I guess these Chicken Fangs people ran it into the ground faster than you can count to 3. It was then that Bambietta and the others took notice of a young girl dressed all in red suddenly running from the withered long grass. She was coming ever close to their carriage, forcing Kana to make the horse cease its movement. Help! The young girl shouted as she came up to the carriage holding those of Fairy Tale. Please. You've got to help my uncle. Bambietta strained her eyes to look at the girl, catching sight of short dark locks of hair peeking out from beneath her red hood, a pair of glasses adorning the bridge of the girl's nose. And who might you be? Are you, the people from Fairy Tale? The young girl's panicked eyes looked around frantically, quickly noting the emblem that adorned Lucy's hand. Her expression lit up then, as if hope had been renewed. You are. You are. Are you the one who sent the job request? Levy asked sweetly as she stepped down from the carriage. Yes, the young girl said softly. My name is Gribba Perot. Then did she go into a panic again? But that's not important. You have to help my uncle. Listen, Levy said as she gently placed her hands on Gribba's shoulders. We will, I promise. But we need to know what's going on. It's Chicken Fangs, Gribba said, her voice still unsteady. They were our town's own guild but they kicked out the local government, took over the mayor's office and set themselves up in charge. And look what they've done to the place. What about your uncle? Lucy said as she slipped out of the carriage while Kana stepped down as well. What's going on? He was a part of the guild but he disagreed with what they were doing. Gribba shouted. Now he's trying to bring them down himself. And who's your uncle? Kana asked. Somebody from Chicken Fangs I know. It's Corvus. Corvus Bolger. Kana nodded in response. I had a feeling it would be him. You know him? Lucy asked. He and I go way back, Kana answered. You have no idea how many shots we've taken together. Good times, though I'm afraid he likes the taste of alcohol even more than me. Bambietta blinked. That's absolutely horrifying. How the hell is he still alive? The Quincy took notice of Gribba suddenly beginning to tear up, Bambietta regretting her choice in words. Look, kid, I'm sorry. I didn't mean dash. You know, I was worried about this mission at first, Kana said. If we had to fight Corvus, then this was going to be a complete pain in the ass. He's S-class after all. He always bragged about being able to take out a legion of B-class monsters within seconds. But if he's on our side, then we've got nothing to worry about. With him on our side, we should be able to handle Chicken Fangs best. Wait, Bambietta interrupted. You're saying he's not top dog in this poorly named guild? Kana grew serious still. No, that would be Emberella Rodo P. Levy almost went into shock. I've heard of her. People are always talking about how she's never failed a single job request, no matter what it takes. Everything always works out for her no matter the odds. So what? Bambietta asked. Between us and the guy whose parents didn't know how to spell Corvus, we should be just fine. She's not the problem. Gribba shouted. Emberella left on a mission, but it's the new member of the guild I don't think my uncle can fight. Please. He's already going to the guild hall as we speak. You've got to help him. All right, Bambietta said. That's what we came here for. So we'll help you and your dear old uncle save the day. Oh no, Gribba all but whimpered. I can't help you fight. Oh. Bambietta raised an eyebrow at that. Really now? Listen, I'm a terrible judge of character, just ask my old friends, but I know power when I see it. And you've got something tucked away inside you if you ask me. And no, you're wrong, Gribba said as she adjusted her glasses. I can barely fight as it is. I mean, without these glasses, I'd be lucky to tell the difference between a wolf and my own grandmother. Bambietta sighed, knowing what she had to do. The Quincy began to climb over the edge of the carriage in response, ready to fight the chicken fangs. Bam squad, let's mo. Her mind still, Bambietta lost her balance and fell to the ground. Quickly did she bounce back up to her feet, trying to downplay what had just occurred. Bam squad, let's move out. Damn, I picked a hell of a time to stop drinking. Corvus felt his strength leaving him, the gray-haired man falling to the ground. He had come to the guild hall he had called home with the sole intent of defeating those he had once considered his friends, knowing that he had to protect his town and his remaining family from the darkness that had taken hold of them all. He knew it would have been the fight of his life, but now had been the perfect time to strike. His guild master was strong, he knew that much, but both he and Emberella had surpassed her long ago. All that had remained then was loyalty, and for Corvus that had fallen away so very recently. Emberella was gone, away on a mission, and that was exactly why Corvus had taken this opportunity for all it was worth. Yet now, as he lay defeated, he could not believe what had happened. He had been brought down low by the newest member of Chicken Fangs, something he had never expected. Hey, rookie, he gasped, his face lying half in the dirt. Do you have any idea who you're supporting? Does it matter? I lost anything I cared about a long time ago. There was a pause then, leaving Corvus in silence until his conqueror spoke up again. No, I allowed it to be lost. So again, nothing matters. Then, why? The elder wizard asked, trying to stare up at the one who had beaten him so easily. Why do this? Why help them? They're wrong and you and I both know it. I've served people you would find repugnant. And despite what I've lost, I may as well do something with myself. First come, first serve. Is that a fact? Corvus strained to look up at the member of Chicken's Fangs, trying to get a read on her. So you've lost someone precious to as well. A tired voice, full of indifference, was all he received in reply. What's it to you? I can see it in your eyes, Corvus answered. It's a dead giveaway, that's all. The newest member began to walk away then, leaving Corvus behind. Aren't you going to kill me? He asked, the older man knowing he was playing with fire. There's no way Danvers would order you to walk away. The victor stopped then, looking back to Corvus. Master Danvers wants you dead, yes. And that's what she is going to think has occurred. I want you to leave Ruby with that niece of yours. Her and all her little friends. Now. I can't. Corvus began to force himself to stand, using the pole of his scythe to steady himself. I can't do that and you know it. I need to save this town. The member of Chicken Fangs sighed and began to walk back to the Corvus. You just keep running your mouth. How annoying. It's you. The newest member of the corrupted guild looked away from the struggling Corvus and could see several people fast approaching. She recognized one as the man's niece, Gribba. The others she could see wore the mark of the renowned guild fairy tale. Then there was one whose very appearance left the Chicken Fangs member shaken to the core. Bambi. Bambietta stopped dead in her tracks, looking at the lithe young woman who stood before the battered and broken Corvus. Her eyes began to widen, her heart began to race, and she began to speak then in a quiet whisper. Lil Toto. Wait, You two know each other. Lucy stepped closer to Bambietta, quickly noting that she was shivering. With anger or fear, that was the hard part to determine. Bambi. Levy was next to step closer to her friend, equally concerned. She did not ask the obvious, quickly noting the similarities between the clothes both Bambietta and this Lil Tato were wearing. Instead she asked what was most pertinent to her. Hey, you okay? You. Bambietta's thoughts were somewhere else entirely, the Quincy glaring at Lil Tato as her teeth began to grind together. It's you. I'm going to dash. Get away from him. A single card suddenly flew past Bambietta, the Quincy detecting trace amounts of magical energy flowing through it. Then did the object strike Lil Tato in the face, a burst of explosive energy issuing forth. Bambietta turned for a moment, staring at Kana and the series of cards she held between her fingers. Explosive cards? Damn, I want that power now. Bambietta's sudden rush of rage had subsided for a moment, but that was all. As the Quincy turned her attention forwards again, she knew such a simple trick would not have a chance of putting Lil Tato down. No, that was going to have to be Bambietta's task, even if her chances were limited. She simply did not care, however, her sword materializing in her hands. She watched then as the smoke from Kana's attack subsided, Lil Tato coming into sight once again. What Bambietta had expected to see was Lil Tato remaining as impassive and detached as she always was. It was there of course, but the Quincy could almost swear that she could see something else within the face of one who had betrayed her. It did not matter, however. She wanted revenge, something she had felt had been denied to her in this world, but now fate had granted her a fourth of her request. Bambi. Calm down. The Quincy heard it, the sound of Lucy and Levy's voices. Clearly the two could see that she was shaking with rage, even if only slightly. The past was before Bambietta, her future behind her, and she was beginning to slip away 1 second at a time. Lil Tato, you. Bambietta's eyes widened, her face contorting with unabashed rage. I'm going to make you pay. First you and then those other bitches. Bambietta began to take a step towards the quiet and Lil Tato, fully intent on exacting her revenge. It was all she had left, was it not? Bambietta was gripping her sword tightly, images flashing before her eyes of what she full intended to do. To cut, to slash, to maim, and kill. Forget Fairy Tale, forget Makarov. Forget Urza, Natsu, and the others. This was who she truly was, right? The woman who had killed her entire long life. There was no point in denying it, not when the need and desire was right before her. Then Bambietta paused, feeling arms wrap around her from behind, hands upon her own arms. The Quincy stopped in her tracks, her rage slipping ever so slightly, and she turned to find that Levy had embraced her from behind. Bambi, what's gotten into you? The blue-haired mage was asking, her voice low in volume but each word wavering in its annotation. Just calm down, please. Bambietta could see it then, over Levy's shoulder. Lucy was keeping her distance, unable to even look at her. Despite her newfound rage, the Quincy understood exactly why. She had seen her lose control once already, back on Galuna Island. It was a black mark on Bambietta's memories, but this was different. She was facing one of the individuals responsible for her betrayal. For her death. This was justified. This was deserved. This W.A. Bambi, just tell us what's wrong. Levy's voice again, louder than before. It tore at Bambietta's vengeful nature, leaving her to focus away from it despite herself. The Quincy turned her gaze back towards the nonchalant Lil Tato. She's one of the people who. It did not take either Lucy or Levy to understand what Bambietta was getting at, Lil Tato's choice of clothing almost a match for their friends. Levy was quiet then, understanding for a moment what negative compulsion was driving Bambietta. She's one of the friends that betrayed you. Lil Tato said nothing in response, simply staring back in silence. Oh no, Lucy whispered, bringing her hands up to cover her mouth as she fell into shock. Bambi. I'm going to kill you, Lil Tato. Bambietta suddenly screamed, her rage threatening her once again. Do you hear me? I'm going to kill you. Bambietta's rage gave way to something that truly concerned both Levy and Lucy then, as well as Kana and Griba. She began to laugh. It was born of joy, however twisted it may have been. "Didn't I promise you that you'd never go hungry again, Lil Tato?" Bambietta's shoulders began to rise and fall, her body quaking with each low-toned laugh. Her head pitched forward, the disturbing mirth reaching its apex. Then did Bambietta look up at Lil Tato quite suddenly, her eyes blazing through the locks of hair draping down her forehead. "I'm going to keep my promise. All I have to do is gut you like a fish. A little disemboweling should do wonders for your appetite." There was a flicker then, along the bottom edges of Lil Tato's eyes, but Bambietta was so lost in her rage that it escaped her noticed. Lil Tato began to open her mouth then and there, fully intent on speaking. However, she did not get the opportunity, another's voice suddenly exuding itself across the battlefield. Well. You get sent out to take care of one piece of trash and a whole truckload shows up instead. For shame, Blondie. All eyes shifted then, catching sight of a group of individuals exiting the Chicken Fangs Guild Hall. The one in the front was clearly the one speaking, or as Bambietta preferred to describe it, running his mouth. He was dressed impeccably, a hat that Bambietta was a little bit jealous of adorning his head. Several strands of his hair peeked out from underneath it, covering at least one eye. "And to think that Master Danvers had such high hopes for you," he said as he walked about Lil Tato, the index and middle fingers of his right hand walking across her shoulders and neck. "Ah well, I guess it just goes to show you can't leave the important jobs to the new BLOO." The man, dressed impeccably in white, glanced down to the ground before Lil Tato and caught sight of Corvus lying defeated. "Oh hi, Corvus!" he suddenly exclaimed, flipping the strands of auburn hair out of his right eye as he crouched down to look at the beaten individual eye to eye. "Old buddy, old pal, you just couldn't leave well enough alone, could you?" Corvus spoke then, his voice pained. "Greco." "That's me," the identified man replied as he gripped down on Corvus' hair and pulled his face up to look at him with disdain. "Let me guess, you heard that Emberella was out on a job and you thought you could handle the whole guild yourself then? Even our esteemed master." Greco was quick to throw Corvus' face back into the dirt. "Feeling our oats, are we? Oh well. You might have gotten away with stopping us if it weren't for our cutie of a newbie. Bet you never expected she'd be able to hand your ass to you so easily, huh? Get away from him." Griba began to shout then, her whole body tensing up with the impulse to move, to take action, to attack. "Stop it, Griba," Kana suddenly said, moving in front of her. "You can't go charging in, not against so many people." "So what are we dealing with, Kana?" Levy asked. "Beats me," the brunette offered in return. "What?" Bambietta began to grow irritated. "I thought you said you beat these people up in a bar fight once." "Yeah, I beat up some people from Chicken Fangs," Kana explained, "but these people sure ain't the ones I tussled with." "Oh great," Lucy stammered, the mage clearly getting nervous. "Say, Griba, you have any ideas? You're from around here." "I know them," Griba began to say. "They've been my inspirations since I was just a toddler really. Well, some of them. The loudmouth is Greco Candlestick. He's not much on his own, but he can summon monsters. And that lady with the hair colored like a banana split. She's called Sunday. Wait, the day or the ice cream treat?" Bambietta looked at the woman's hair. "Okay. Stupid question. Well, she doesn't look so tough. I mean really, she's so short." There was a huff of irritation then, Bambietta knowing full well that it had come from Levy. The Quincy also had to kick herself for her choice of words, knowing size was not everything. Lil Tato was evidence enough of that. "I wouldn't underestimate her," Griba continued. "She totally beat up my big sis once when they were sparring. And I heard she took out a whole train of convicts once on a mission. She's kind of earned the title of silent but violent over the years and she always sticks by Greco's side." "Wait, you've got a big sister?" Bambietta asked. "And where's she? It couldn't hurt to have more help on our side." "She comes and she goes all the time," Griba said with a sigh. "Knowing her, she's probably vandalizing another house full of bears." Bambietta blinked. "Wait, what? And the others?" Lucy asked, interrupting the moment. Not that I want to know because this is getting scary enough as it is. I'm sorry, Gribba said, growing distraught. I shouldn't have dragged you all into this mess. But, that guy with the mask and the sword? He's the one we really have to worry about here. Even before the guild went crazy with power, he always seemed, I don't know, crazy. I can do crazy, Bambietta retorted. So what's the jerk's name? Andrew Connery. That had not been what Bambietta had been expecting. If not for the seriousness of the situation, she would have burst out laughing. Okay, that's a thing now. Really wishing I hadn't learned how to curse in French for the heck of it. Then the other two are Hermes White and Victor Tuscan, Gribba continued. They're all some of Chicken Fang's very best. If my uncle and Emberella are S-class, then they're all A-class. That's it. Bambietta could not help but laugh, slipping an arm over Gribba's shoulders. Kid, let me tell you something. We fairies got higher standards than most. So while we all might just be A-class ourselves, it doesn't mean jack. Huh. Gribba was simply confused. Bambietta did her best to offer a smile born of equal parts bluster and arrogance. These posers are probably B-class at best by our standards. One guild's S-class is another's A-class, so we don't have anything to worry about. Bambietta was not sure what had gotten into herself now. She was all for arrogance, but she could not understand why it was overriding her sense of anger at Lil Tato. Was she simply trying to make a young girl who had seen both her hometown and her uncle beaten down feel better? Or perhaps was she just trying to make herself feel better instead? So I see you've all gotten quite the history lesson, Greco suddenly said, slamming the end of his cane into the ground as he looked towards those of Fairy Tale. But I think you beauties are overrating yourselves. Greco suddenly raised one hand, motioning towards Bambietta and the others. Oh well, twice the pride, double the fall. Greco looked back at his allies. I think it's high time we Chicken Fangs clipped the fairies' wings, huh? Then did those of the Chicken Fangs Guild surge forward, leaving Fairy Tale's own to prepare countermeasures. However, that was when one member of Fiore's most famous guild decided to step forward. Now wait just a minute. Bambietta shouted, using Hiran Kyaku to put herself in between the groups and causing the Chicken Fangs to halt for the moment. Then did Bambietta breath out in relief. Oh good. For a second there I was thinking I end up in the middle of a Guild War sandwich. Anyway, before we get this little shindig started and Fairy Tale so totally kicks your butts so bad you'll wish you never were hatched, I just have one question. Really? Kana asked, looking at the Quincy. Seriously, Bleachia, Greco said, shaking his head. I was just ready and set to get this over with. Bleachia. Bambietta raised an eyebrow to that comment. Then did she glance down, taking account her purely white clothing. Really? That's the best you could come up with for a nickname? I'm a Quincy and it's tradition to be proud of our whites. It's true, Lil Tato said quietly as she stood behind Greco. We really are proud of how pristine we keep our clothes. Bunch of neat freaks, aren't you? The man asked in return. No, Lil Tato casually retorted. It just makes it easier to scare the hell out of the next enemy since the blood of the previous one tends to show up better on whites. Greco simply stared at Lil Tato then, trying to put his feelings into words. You freak me the heck out. You know that, right? Whatever. Stop interrupting. Bambietta stomped her foot then in protest, the Quincy getting flustered. Anyway, like I was saying, I don't know how you boys and girls do things here, but back where I come from we do things our own way. Seriously, even the wars are fought one-on-one more often than not. That sounds like a poorly operated war. Bambietta resisted the urge to extend a particular finger towards Greco and Sunday both, the latter clearly nodding her head in approval. Hey, my boss tried to do one up better over the last war and I was all for it. But some people, and I'm not going to say who, left me alone when we were supposed to move as a unit. Bambietta made certain to watch Lil Tato at that point, taking note of how her old friend was glancing away. A sign of indifference, she was sure. But I ain't mad. I just wanted to see if we were going to do this the old-fashioned way and split up into little one-on-one battles. Or are you Chicken Fangs just going to turn this into a cluster-cluck of a brawl? I'm pretty sure we usually split things up here in Fiore, Kana offered up. Probably not the best way to fight. Or the smartest, Levy added. But that's generally how we roll, Kana finished. Oh good. Bambietta looked towards Greco and the others in the chicken fangs. If that's the case. Bambietta could see the foes before her beginning to tense up for battle, and she simply did the same in return. However, her goal was much more singular than those that stood before. The Quincy was focused entirely on Lil Tato, the others simply did not register to her. Then I know which of you I want to fight. Bambietta began to move forward then, Hiran Kyaku propelling her towards Lil Tato. I'm dead set on it. That battle was not to be, however, the Quincy suddenly being rocked by a strike to her face. Her movement redirected and then halted. Bambietta landed in crouch and wiped an arm across her mouth, blood staining the sleeve. That annoyed her greatly. What Lil Tato had said was the truth, but it was not supposed to be Bambietta's own blood that stained her uniform. You get the hell out of my way, the Quincy hissed as she watched Sunday skip into her line of sight, Greco not far behind. Oh, I'm afraid we can't do that, Greco replied, giving Bambietta a wink. You see, Bleachia, when neither Master Danvers or Emberella are around, I'm in charge. So it's my sworn duty to protect our own. Bambietta simply glared at the duo as they continued to pace in front of her. I said get the hell out of my way. Oh come on. Greco shouted. Just be glad you're dealing with me and not Emberella. Not to be an egotistical dickwad or anything, but I'm a big bundle of fun compared to her. Besides, every Greco candlestick figure comes complete with. Bambietta suddenly felt pain in across her face, the Quincy stumbling to the ground once more. Then, right by her side, she could see the woman with the ice cream-colored hair. It was as if she had used a flash step all her own to attack so suddenly. Greco, meanwhile, made sure to put the exclamation point on his declaration. My girl Sunday. Lucy found herself with the man that Gribba had identified as Victor Tuscan. He was a rather tall fellow and in that regard rather intimidating. However, the part that worried Lucy the most were the claws that seemed to be adorning his fingers. Do we really have to fight? The celestial mage asked, clearly not interested in following through with such an ordeal. Lucy had a thought, hoping it would work better than it had back in Harjan Town. She slowly began to undo the zipper of her top, hoping that a little cleavage might be more persuasive. Come on, you'd rather fight than be a nice guy. Victor was steadfast. Oh come on. Lucy shouted, her hands balling up into fists by her side, her face contorting with rage. Why doesn't that ever work? What? Am I not good enough for you, is that it? Victor said the absolute worst thing he could at that point. Oh you little dash, Lucy began to pull out one of her keys. Fine. Let me show you someone who appreciates my beauty, for better or worse. Open the gate of the golden bowl. Taurus. The celestial spirit appeared then, glancing towards his master. Oh, Miss Lucy. It really moves me when you show off a little more of that utterly fantastic chest. Note to self, Lucy whispered to herself, zip up my top before I summon the perverted spirit. Anyway, you see that guy over there? He kind of looks like a human puma, Taurus noted as he glanced at Victor. So what's the deal, Miss Lucy? He said I was ugly. The celestial mage answered. Taurus' eyes narrowed then, a snort escaping from his nostrils as he turned back to Victor. Anyone under the sun who insults my fair maiden deserves a beating, you got me? Victor nodded. Dash. He never got to finish his phrase, Taurus suddenly grabbing Victor by the ankle and swing him up and over his shoulder, smashing the chicken fang's member into the ground hard. Over and over it went, Lucy watching as Taurus continued to treat the clawed man like a rag doll. I think he's knocked out, Taurus. Oh, my bad, the celestial spirit said as he let Victor go. Now what? Lucy knew what that answer would be. Bambietta was clearly upset, enraged even, by this Lil Tato woman, and there was no telling what she would do if she got close to her and fought. Lucy had already seen her dark side when enraged. Once was more than enough. Worse, however, there was no telling what could happen to Bambietta in the process. That was something Lucy was not inclined to find out the hard way. No, the quickest way to keep any of the worst possibilities occurring was for Lucy to take the matter into her own hands for Bambietta's sake. "You see that girl in white staying out of the fights?" Lucy asked. "Taurus, I think it's time you show her that this isn't a spectator's sport. I guess it figures you'd come after me." Kana was quick to dodge about, bursts of magic shooting past her body as she did so. All the while Hermes continued to lash out with kicks, magic circles around his feet giving life to the attacks. "You think I'd forget how you trounced me in that bar?" the young man shouted as she tried to press his advantage, driving Kana back further and further. "No way. Not after you started it." "Me." Kana was growing irritated then, infusing the cards held between the fingers of her right hand with magic. "Listen, I know I was a bit tipsy, but I'm pretty sure the one who started our conversation with, 'I don't like you,' was you. It was small talk." Hermes continued, his own patience having completely fallen apart. "Then you told me that I better watch myself because you were wanted man in 12 countries. So excuse me for defending myself." "Well, excuse me for exaggerating while I was plastered." Hermes spun about then, lashing out with his right leg, another burst of his magic firing forth. "Oh, I'd be a hypocrite if I didn't forgive people for acting stupid when they're drunk," Kana said as she simply sidestepped the attack. "But tell me, have you been drunk ever since your guild ruined this town?" "Hell no." Hermes shouted back as he tried to close the distance between Kana and himself. "We're doing this town and its people a fa-dash." Hermes suddenly stopped, a series of cards being thrown that landed around him. "Well then," Kana began to say, the mage recalling well the look of desperation she had seen in Griba's eyes earlier. "I guess you don't deserve a damned bit of forgiveness." The cards around Hermes suddenly flared up with magic. Then, before he knew it, the young man found himself airborne, a volatile current of wind throwing him high above. Kana was not down, not in the least. The wind edge spell was a start, and more than likely an end as well, but she was not feeling merciful. She threw another series of cards at Hermes, watching as the lightning of the thunderbolt's fate spell struck him. Finally did the winds die down, allowing Hermes to fall to the ground. He was unmoving but watched faintly as Kana began to approach him. "What a shame," Hermes muttered. "I guess I can't beat you wasted or sober." Kana simply nodded before she looked down at the defeated Hermes. "Damn straight, you hipster douchebag." Levy did not much care for what was clearly coming her way, Andrew taking it one step at a time. However, it was not her own safety that worried the fairy tale mage. "Griba, stay behind me." "Oh okay," the young girl said, doing exactly as Levy instructed. "Just be careful." "That's right, go ahead, and hide," Andrew hissed as he began to draw his sword, a red glow of magic dancing across its edge. "Your fear is proof of the guilt you and your sister possess, Griba Pero." "What's he talking about?" Levy asked as she took a step back, not able to spare the young girl a passing glance. "I don't know," Griba replied. "He's just a big meanie." "Don't you lie now," Andrew said as he drew ever closer. "You and your sister both took something very precious to me." "I know it." "Okay, seriously," Levy began to say, "I'd like to know what his problem is before I fight him, Griba." Griba began to nervously twiddle her thumbs as she answered. "Well, that is, my sis and I kind of have Andrew's kitty cat." "I was right all along," Andrew said, his tone wavering with bouts of madness. "It was you and your sister after all." Levy simply felt herself get exasperated. "Seriously, that's it." "That's it." Andrew suddenly roared. "That's it? Griba and Bang Pero took what rightfully belongs to me. That cannot go unpunished. You mistreated Labette all the time." Griba suddenly shouted, peeking out from behind Levy's shoulders. "Every time Uncle Corvus brought Sis and me over the guild you were so mean to your own cat. And she always seemed drawn to you too, your sister especially," Andrew growled. "Like a bumblebee to a flower's nectar. So when she ran away she went to you too." Andrew at last pointed his sword towards Griba, aiming it at a trajectory over Levy's shoulder. "I wonder then, if I were to kill you and your sister both, would Bet come crawling back to me like the worthless garbage she truly is?" Levy tensed up, all the while formulating a plan of attack. "You're a monster." "We're all monsters in the end," Andrew replied simply. "A fact that Master Danvers has made quite clear to me. It's rather liberating when you understand how worthless this world is." Levy wasted no words on Andrew. At least not in the verbal sense. She quickly traced out a series of letters before her and a burst of flame came forth and flew towards the man. "That's it, huh?" Andrew quickly swung his blade out, the red energy shredding the flaming word and causing it to dissipate. "I suppose I should expect no less of someone who would support trash like Gribba Pero." "Okay, Gribba, honey, what's that sort of his actually capable of?" Levy was a bit concerned then, but she knew that knowledge would help her as always. "I don't know," the young girl replied. "He never had it before." "Terrific." Levy knew it was not the blade itself she had to be concerned with. No, it was the red enchantment that was wrapped around it. If it could cut through and cancel a magically drawn element, there was no telling what else it could cut through. "This is bad." "Is that what you refer to your own funeral?" Andrew drew ever closer. "I give you one opportunity, fairy tale wizard. Stand aside and you will not have to die alongside this miserable excuse for a human being." "Whatever it takes," Levy replied, the sweat beginning to bead down her forehead. "I won't let you near her." "Brave words," Andrew said, taking another step as Levy moved back. "Brave but completely meaningless if you cannot hope to see them through. I've got plenty of words for you." Levy allowed her solid script magic to go into play again, her right hand bringing to life the word bullet over and over again. The small orbs of energy moved towards Andrew with blinding speed, yet he simply destroyed each and every one with deftly performed swings of his sword. "Try as you like," the Chicken Fangs member said, "another step forward taken, you will not slow me down." The confident tone of Andrew suddenly shifted, becoming a shrill cry of surprise as he fell into the ground itself, a hole in the shape of the letters that comprised the word itself having lay in his direct path. "So busy concentrating on my right hand and what I was making, I bet he never expected I could write with my left too." Levy was quick to press her advantage, writing two words out with both hands. Quickly did nothingness give way to creation, twin bursts of lightning coming to life and plunging down into the hole. Andrew cried out them, leaving Levy to sigh in relief. "You can't parry what you don't see coming." There was silence then, Levy preparing herself to go aid any of her other teammates. Gribba was quick to break up the moment of celebration, her own joy overflowing. "You did it." "Not quite." Both Levy and Gribba's blood ran cold at the sound of the voice, the two quickly catching sight of Andrew's gloved right coming out of the hole and digging into the dirt, smoke curling up into the air from each and every finger. Slowly did the man pull himself up into complete view, his clothing charred and in disarray from the twin bolts of electricity he had been subjected to. "You are beginning to irritate me, fairy tale mage," Andrew hissed, his breath worn and ragged. "No one has ever taken me by surprise like that. You have cut down my pride inch by bloody inch." The man simply pointed his blade at Levy then, his focus no longer targeting Gribba. "I suppose it's only fitting that I return the favor. I will start with your right arm, then the left. Or perhaps simply working my way across each hand, finger by finger, will be a more pleasurable way to take away your strength." "Okay, you little ice cream scoop," Bambietta said, slightly out of breath. "You're fast, I'll give you that." The Quincy was growing irritated, having never before come across someone alive who could naturally compete with the raw speed of Hiran Kyaku quite like this. Natsu had begun to compensate for it with reflexes and timing, while Urza had proven herself with natural speed, but this Sunday individual was seemingly vanishing from sight just like a practitioner of a flash step variation would. That still did not stop Bambietta from trying, using Hiran Kyaku to appear behind Sunday and launch a punch. Yet the woman of multiple colorings of hair simply shimmered, her image suddenly shattering like so much glass, and Bambietta found herself hitting nothing but air. The Quincy prepared herself for the inevitable counter-attack, ready for anything. Then she felt a hand patting her backside and Bambietta's face went completely red. She turned quickly and caught sight of Sunday giving her a little grin in response. "Oh, you're going to pay for that, you little dash." Sunday suddenly shifted expressions, her face showing nothing but anger. She lashed out with a punch all her own, her knuckles smashing into Bambietta's face with incredible force. "What?" the Quincy asked, glaring down the length of Sunday's arm, Bambietta's cheek glowing with blood vein. "That's the best you can do. So we've got one fighter who can't hit anything and another that can't cause any damage when she does." Greco simply shook his head. "This is going to take bloody forever." Bambietta sighed as she launched another attack that Sunday easily dodged. "Tell me about it. So what do you propose? You two both standing still so I can knock your blocks off and be down with it." "What I propose is a deal," Greco replied, watching as the inconclusive battle continued. "Our master is not one to be trifled with, not at all. To be honest, she scares the hell out of me. So how about you fairy tale mages join the chicken fangs here and now?" "What?" Bambietta took a hit from Sunday and shrugged it off, looking instead at Greco. "It's quite simple," the man said. "If you come over to our side, all of you, then that will wipe away the sin of standing against Master Danvers' wishes. You see, I'm a nice guy deep down, and I'm all for getting you all off scot-free." Bambietta smiled, ignoring Sunday for the moment. "Oh, you have no idea how many men have promised to get me off. It never goes smoothly. So thanks, but no." Greco simply shook his head, his shoulder lowering as if with disappointment. "Such a shame." Bambietta launched an attack, not even paying attention to it, and Sunday deftly evaded it again. "Hey, how about this? I'll get you off. Stand down and maybe I'll put a good word in fairy tale for you and your little buddy here." Bambietta could feel Sunday launching strike after strike upon her back, none of them making any headway at piercing through blood vein. "Man, you're persistent." Bambietta was unsure what had just come over her now. Extending peace offerings was not like her, but fighting a battle that had no short-term chance for victory was no exactly her style either. "So how about it?" "I appreciate the offer, Bleachia," Greco replied. "In fact, I'm starting to like you. But I can't take any chances. Not with her and not with what I have to risk. Not with who I have on the line." "What the hell are you babbling about?" "It doesn't matter, Bleachia." Greco raised an arm high, snapping his fingers and giving life to a magic circle. "Nothing matters now except keeping her safe." Sunday suddenly stepped away from Bambietta, then, the Quincy taking note of a large magic circle appearing on the ground behind Greco in response to his action. Then she simply watched in surprise as a large beast suddenly began to rise up from the emblem, leaving Bambietta to nod in understanding. "Oh right, a monster hunter. Almost forgot." Bambietta brought her bow into existence then. "I guess nobody will complain if I get a little trigger happy in response. It's such a shame things have to end this way, Bleachia," Greco began to say, looking at her with a slightly distant expression. "I kind of get the feeling we're cut from the same cloth, you and I." "What gives you that impression?" Bambietta asked, slowly raising her bow and taking aim at the creature coming into existence. "You can play the part of the hero all you want," Greco answered, "but I can tell on one level or another that this isn't the real you. Take it from one smooth criminal to another, we both do whatever it takes to survive, don't we? There's no point in fighting if you don't live to see another day, right?" Bambietta paused for a moment, watching as Sunday approached Greco, the man gently patting her on the head. "And there's no point in fighting if you're not keeping the ones you care about alive as well," Greco continued, his voice suddenly reaching a crescendo. "So you keep pretending to be the good little angel if that's what it takes to keep on living." "Me? I'm going to do what I do best." "I'm sorry, Bleachia, but it looks like the good really do die you dash." The man never got the chance to finish his proclamation, the summoned monster behind him suddenly lunging forward, its open mouth quickly closing upon Greco. All that was left was his muffled shouts of surprise and anger, his legs sticking out from the beast's jaws. "Damn it, not again!" Bambietta could barely make out from within the monster's mouth. The winged beast began to turn away then, Sunday leaping upon its head and striking it repeatedly with whatever she could. The monster simply marched off then, taking both members of the chicken fangs away. Bambietta simply stood in astonishment, her wide eyes not even able to blink. "Wow, that was stupid and anticlimactic. And just when I was starting to like the guy." Shrugging, Bambietta turned to see Lil Tato. The young girl was presently evading the attacks from the bull celestial spirit that Lucy possessed, and Bambietta considered heading into that fight, hell-bent on finishing off her old friend herself. Yet then she saw something that made her blood run cold for a moment. The one that Gribba had identified as Andrew Connery had Levy pinned down to the ground, a foot pressing down on the mage's right arm. Worse, his sword was raised high above his head. Bambietta did not know exactly what came over her then. Her desire for vengeance was strong, so strong that she had considered it greater than anything else. Now, however, it was collapsing under the weight of a very different desire. Bambietta's hands curled into fists, her eyes blazing as she looked at Andrew with eyes consumed with rage. Get the hell away from her! Hiran Kyaku took Bambietta towards Andrew with blinding speed, her right fist descending towards the man's face with reckless abandon. Yet, in that brief moment, Andrew swung his blade out upon her approach, forcefully parrying Bambietta's attack. Her body flew past him then, twisting in midair from the power behind his sword swing. The Quincy grit her teeth as she landed on her feet, taking note of the torn cloth that made up her right sleeve. The light of blood veine peeked out from behind the cloth, catching a glimpse from her eyes. Then there was a momentary flash of memory, muddled as it was. All Bambietta could picture in that brief instant was the blade of a Zanpakuto, her arm becoming severed above the elbow. It was nothing more than fuel being poured upon an already raging inferno. She turned quickly, taking Andrew by surprise. Fingers wrapped around his skull as Bambietta pressed forward, dragging him away from Levy with Hiran Kyaku. You bastard! Bambietta screamed. That will never happen again. Do you hear me? Do you? Bambietta drove Andrew down then, never letting go as she continued to move about with blinding speed. She pushed the back of the man's head into the ground, tearing through it inch by inch. It was satisfying, so very satisfying, to drag the man through the dirt, but it was still not enough for a Quincy whose rage was on the breaking point. Not even breaking her stride, she pulled Andrew up and let go for a moment. As his body began to drop under the duress of gravity, Bambietta sent her now closed fist forward. It struck Andrew in the dead center of his chest, the impact sending him careening away. The man cried out as his body slammed into the side of a house, wood splintering outwards as he did so. However, Bambietta was still not down. The Quincy lunged for Andrew, once more grasping the side of his face, and she began to run forward again with Hiran Kyaku, tearing the man's face through the side of the building. There was screaming from Andrew, music to Bambietta's ears. Yet she had long since forgotten his existence. He was nothing to her, nothing at all. All she could hear was the sounds of agony of those who had hurt her. Of Giselle, of Lil Tato, of Meninas, and Candice. Of the Soul Reaper who had taken her arm in that muddled memory. Finally, as they cleared the corner of the building, Bambietta brought Andrew down once more, smashing his face directly into what first came into sight. There was a gasp of pain then as Andrew's head bounced off the stones that composed the well, the man falling upon his back. Bambietta began to at last take control of herself, glaring down as the masked man continued to breath in ragged breaths. Still, there was that anger, something Bambietta had to wonder if she would ever be able to fully suppress. Acting on it one last time for the moment, the Quincy spit on Andrew and at last turned away. Levy! She shouted. Are you okay? I'm fine, Bambi, the solid script mage responded as she and Gribba began to walk towards the Quincy. I'm more worried about you. I'm fine. It was a question, not an answer, and Bambietta had to wonder if it would ever be anything different. Then did Bambietta note a look of fear upon Levy and Gribba's faces. The Quincy began to turn, taking sight of a beaten and battered Andrew standing behind her, his legs shaking. His left hand was covering his masked face, his right holding his sword up high. You mewling Quim, a broken and shattered voice proclaimed, Andrew struggling to utter anything. I will take back what has been stolen from me. Bambietta was not worried in the slightest, knowing that the Quincy variation of a flash step would allow her to easily evade this man's blatant attack. However, she never got the chance. There was the sound of an impact, of metal meeting flesh and bone, and Andrew quickly dropped to the ground once again. It was what fell atop him, however, that took hold of Bambietta's attention. A series of letters, all of them made clearly of metal. Steel. Bambietta looked away from the unconscious Andrew and towards her friend. She could see the errant magic of solid script arcing out from one of her index fingers. Levy, you little devil you. No, I can't lose like this, Andrew groaned, the man barely able to form any words. Not when those two brats still have my cat. That was your motivation? Are you kidding me? Bambietta turned around and kicked Andrew in the head, at last knocking him out. I don't even know what it means, but I'm pretty sure you're the only mewling quim around here. Satisfied, Bambietta knew what she wanted to do next. That was to take Lil Tato down. Turning, the Quincy quickly found that the celestial spirit's battle with Lil Tato was not going well, not at all. You're a tough opponent, aren't you? Taurus shouted as he swung his axe out, Lil Tato simply evading it with a minor use of Hyrenkyaku. Lucy watched on then, realizing what she had sent her celestial spirit up against. Darn it, she's no slouch. Pull him back, Bambietta said as she appeared beside Lucy. Lil Tato's mine. Bambi. Lucy looked towards her friend, noting the cold, unnatural way in which she was speaking. I can handle this for you, so dash. I get it, the Quincy replied. You wanted to do this for me? Bambietta took a deep breath, turning to look at Lucy with an unconvincing smile. It's appreciated, but this is my fight to win or to lose. Mine and no one else's. So call him back. Lucy could only look into the Quincy's eyes then, wondering just what she was feeling. Bambi. Taurus, meanwhile, was making no headway against Lil Tato, the short young lady continuing to evade every attack of his. Come on, hold still. That would be incredible stupid, Lil Tato replied. Just because you can't lay a finger on me doesn't mean I want to find out how much that axe of yours might hurt. Then how about you fight back? The celestial spirit asked, taking another swing at Lil Tato. If you're not taking this battle seriously, it's going to move me to tears. Lil Tato said nothing, simply dashing backwards and quickly firing an arrow from the petite bow she created in an instant. The ray of light pierced Taurus' right knee, forcing the celestial spirit to fall. So tell me, Lil Tato asked softly and without a care in the word, did my fighting move you to tears yet? Nice try, kid, Taurus shouted, forcing himself to leap forward despite the pain threatening his right knee, but it isn't over yet. Lil Tato sighed in response, her body taking on a state that left all of Fairy Tale shocked. All save Bambietta. No, the Quincy whispered. She still has her shrift. Lil Tato's face seemed to stretch, her mouth extending outwards and widening as it moved closer to the approaching Taurus. Then it quickly enveloped his axe, pulling it away from his hand. The celestial spirit watched in horror as Lil Tato's mouth snapped back into place, the axe disappearing as she began to chew. What the heck was that? Lucy shouted, looking on in shock. Pull him back. Bambietta screamed. Now. Taurus, return. Lucy did as her friend begged, using her key to send Taurus back to the celestial world immediately. What was that? Levy asked as she moved herself and Gribba closer to Kana, all the while staring at Lil Tato. Damn it. Bambietta was not happy in the least. So it wasn't crossing over to this world and being separated from His Majesty that screwed up my powers. You've still got them, so what makes us so different? Lil Tato said nothing, staring blankly at Bambietta. It's all Giselle's fault, isn't it? Bambietta began to grow angry then. Her stupid powers ruined my own, is that it? God damn it, Gigi. Bambi, Lil Tato finally said. Please go. Then the short and stout Quincy turned away, using Hyrenkyaku to move towards the downed victor, looking to pick him up. Her desires were simple, to retrieve the members of her new family and bring them inside the guild hall to recover. She would help Sunday rescue Greco as well. Any further fighting, however, did not appeal to her. That would simply not do for Bambietta. Don't you dare turn your back on me. Do you hear M-? The Quincy was cut off then, the doors to the Chicken Fangs Guild Hall suddenly opening with a start. Standing in that entranceway was a rather pale woman, her hair stark white, a stark contrast to the dark robes that adorned her body. However, it was the completely black orbs that made up her eyes that took hold of Bambietta and the others' attention. Lil Otto stopped for a moment, glancing at the newcomer. Master Danvers. So my best have fallen, have they? The guild master asked, her voice low and ominous. How unfortunate. Lil Otto lampered, why have you not fought to the bitter end? Is that not the pledge you made to me when I allowed you to join our esteemed ranks? Lil Otto looked away. I am sorry, but dash. Silence. Danvers' voice was quick and cruel, leaving Lil Otto to follow the command immediately. We will speak of your punishment later, you worthless wretch. Then did Danvers look down at Corvus, the older man being helped up by his niece, Gribba. Corvus, you fool, Danvers hissed. Did you really think that you could doom this town even with outside help? Even with Emberella away, you had no chance of victory. Doom? Kana asked, the wizard glaring at Danvers. We're here to save this town from you. What a feeble mind you possess, Danvers replied, turning her attentions to Kana. You sound exactly as the mayor of this town did. Oswald Morgan was such a fool, thinking he could raise the next generation of chicken fangs by coddling those who would succeed us. Danvers pointed a crooked finger towards Gribba then, a sharp and pointed nail extending directly towards her. Do you see what that foolishness has wrought? The guild master asked. This girl houses such potential, but it can only be obtained if she is nurtured by the real world. By pain, suffering and despair. That is the gift I give to her generation. For too long they have allowed themselves to think the future is bright, that there is hope. I could not allow that to continue. So I will butcher Ruby's future so that people like Gribba can grow and mature. You're insane, Lucy whispered. You killed the mayor and took his place for this. Levy asked, trying to hold back any fear she felt. I did not, no, Danvers answered. That task was left up to my esteemed Emberella. She's always been very good at getting close to those she was meant to kill. However, she was always rather incompetent at leaving behind a body, so I have to take her word for it. You're such a fool. All attention shifted then, even Danvers' own. She found herself looking at Gribba and Corvus, the older man struggling to remain standing even with her help. What the devil happened to you, Danvers? Corvus asked, staring directly at her. You used to be such a peach, you know? Now look at you. I can barely tell you're human. Such a frail term, Danvers replied. Yes, I used to be as weak as you once. Until she showed me the truth of this world. Danvers began to raise her right arm up, allowing the robes around it to fall and reveal the pale flesh underneath. Yet it was what was also there that left those around her in fear. Her chicken fangs emblem was clear as day but was surrounded by markings and etchings that clearly did not belong. What is that? Lucy asked. Okay, granted I know just enough French to get into trouble, but I can't make heads or tails of that, Bambietta whispered. I may be by a lot of things, but lingual isn't exactly one of them. Levy, however, did recognize it. Her knowledge only made her more fearful. That's the text that can be found only in a book of Zeref. Those of fairy tale quickly looked to Levy then, Kana giving voice to their concerns. What? You've got to be kidding me. Oh, the short one speaks the truth, Danvers hissed. I had the reality of this world etched upon my flesh and my mind was opened up to honest darkness. I wish only to extend that understanding to those around me. Is that so wrong? Damn, you talk a lot, Bambietta said as she stepped forward, running a gloved finger into her right ear for a second. Think I've got some of that crap you've been spewing stuck in there. Give me a sec, will you? Danvers' eyes narrowed, the guild master all but growling as she looked at Bambietta. How dare you? Anyway, Bambietta said, I really shouldn't be caring about what you're doing. This whole good girl thing isn't exactly my style. But you see, there's two problems here. Danvers tilted her head slightly, looking at Bambietta. And what, pray tell, would that be? Well, I'd like to get some payback on the last member of your guild standing, but I think you're kind of going to be a big pain in my ass and get in my way. Bambietta angled her head towards Gribba then, the young girl behind her with the others. And two, Somebody has promised me and the other girls a nice big reward for kicking your ass and taking back this town. But I don't actually have a big reward for you all, Gribba whispered. Don't worry about it, Levy said. I think Bambi's just trying to make up an excuse for being nice. Bambietta began to crack her knuckles. So we going to fight or what? Or are you just the type who's going to try and talk the Bam squad to death? That's not a talent I possess, no, Danvers answered. I prefer more painful methods. Danvers quickly moved her right hand outwards, a sudden blast of invisible force slamming into Bambietta and propelling her backwards. She flew past those she called her allies and collided solidly with a barn. The force of the impact was so great the entire structure quickly lost its integrity and collapsed upon her. Lucy was the first to speak then, turning as she shouted. Bambi! There was no movement for a second, but then a white-gloved hand burst forth from the wreckage, one finger extending outwards while the rest remained tucked in. Soon Bambietta was climbing her way out, dusty and dirty but no worse for wear. Is that all you got? The Quincy asked. I know a big fluffy dog that hits harder than you. But I guess it makes sense somebody who loves the sound of their own voice would have a bark worse than their bite. The Quincy stood up to her feet then and spit out a wad of blood before using Hiran Kyaku to rejoin those of Fairy Tale. You okay? Levy asked. Just a cracked rib, Bambietta said. It probably only hurts when I laugh. But I'm going to be doing just that when we bring down this grim dark poser. Danvers' lips curled back then, a slight growl escaping from her. Bambietta paid it little mind, seeing it as nothing more than an opening for an attack in a verbal put-down. Bam squad, let's show this prehistoric piece of trash how we do things in Magnolia. Bambietta turned to look to Lucy. You do have a celestial spirit with a ranged attack, right? Yeah, that'd be Sagittarius. I made the pact with him after we got back from Galuna Island. Just don't laugh at him. Lucy pulled out her key then, putting it to good use. Open the gate of the archer. Sagittarius. Bambietta watched in awe as the light came and went. Man, I hope he's a badass arch. What the hell is this? The Quincy began to laugh then, finding herself confronted by a rather lanky man wearing a horse costume and wielding a bow, a set of arrows tucked away in a quiver strapped to his back. This is just how in the what am I looking I can't dash. Complete sentences were no longer Bambietta's strong suit. All she could do then was laugh long and hard with youthful abandon. Oh damn, it really does hurt to laugh. But so worth it. Sagittarius paid his reception no mind, suddenly saluting both Lucy and Bambietta by bringing one hoof costume covered hand up to knot his own forehead. Howdy dowdy, my fairy Lucy. How may I help you? Lucy was quick to give a command. Fire at will. Sagittarius looked around then, his eyes looking first at Corvus, then the downed members of Chicken Fangs. I wish to comply, but which one bears the name William? Bambietta could not help but scream, the Quincy all but ready to pull out her hair. Shot the mean lady. The mean lady. Well, alrighty. Sagittarius suddenly cocked an arrow in Bambietta's direction. That just made the Quincy more angry, but Lucy was quick to step between her and Sagittarius. Shoot the creepy lady with the white hair. It pays to be more specific, Sagittarius said as he turned to face Danvers. Then at last did it begin, arrows fired from Lucy's summon, Kana with her cards, Levy with whatever words she could write as fast as possible, and at last Bambietta with her own Quincy arrows. The barrage of attacks descended upon Danvers, the guild master barely registering them as a concern. How futile! The attacks all veered away from Danvers then, striking the pavement or the nearby buildings but not the guild master herself. It was as if an invisible force had protected her from any harm. Well, that sucks, Bambietta mused as she kept her bow ready. I guess at first you don't succeed. This isn't good, Corvus interrupted. I'll be honest, I never intended to fight Danvers. Emberella and the others, yes, even if the former would have been a problem. Even drunk I figured I'd have a shot against her. But Danvers? I knew I would have to be sober to stand a chance at talking her out of her madness. But I see it now, we can't stop her. Uncle Corvus. Gribba cried out. You can't mean that. You know as well as I do what Danvers' title is, Gribba, the older man replied. Danvers the Untouchable. It had been before my time in the guild since she had last fought, so I thought it was only myth. But I see it now, I was right to fear fighting her. The Untouchable, huh? Bambietta only snickered in response. Yeah, I can see that. That pasty face, those dumb marking on it, those beady little black eyes, that stupid haircut. Yeah, nobody would want to tap that. Again with the insults, Danvers said, once more paying mind to Bambietta alone. I suppose that is the only attack you can hope to strike me with. How pitiful. The guild master looked towards Lilt Otto then. Will you not join this fight? No, Lilt Otto looked at Bambietta, the sense of rage palpable from one Quincy to another. I can't. How disappointing. No matter. Danvers turned her attention forward then. I will finish this for the both of us. Danvers brought one hand up, then slowly began to lower it, the palm facing towards the ground. As if on cue, Bambietta could suddenly feel an immense weight pressing down upon her body, forcing the Quincy's body to stagger under the pressure. The feeling, the sensation, it was nothing new to the Quincy. She had experienced similar effects in her life, the power behind Danvers' attack be so very much like the flexing of a being's spiritual pressure. His Majesty had used it many times to exert his will on a disobedient Quincy if he felt they were worth keeping alive. This was nowhere near his level of strength, no, but Bambietta was nowhere near her full power either. Her legs were shaking, her breathing painful in its execution. Slowly but surely did Bambietta begin to drop to one knee then, the Quincy continuing to fight. However, she knew that if it was this bad for her, then the others would clearly be in rough shape. Bambietta forced herself to look around and could see that all those she considered her allies were pressed to the ground, their bodies all but sinking into the dirt. Lucy and Sagittarius, Levi and Cana, Gribba and Corvus. That is where you all belong, Danvers hissed. Foolish little upstarts. You can all believe in a better tomorrow all you want, but the stark reality of life and its failings will crush you in the end. I merely wish you shorten your suffering and end it now. So why fight it? Danvers brought her other hand to bear, flicking out a finger. As if in response, Sagittarius was blown away by the force, the celestial spirit smashing into a house. Sagittarius. No. Lucy began to shout in response to her summon's fate, but Sheeta was quick to follow, the power of Danvers throwing her away as well. Then did Levi and Cana follow as well, neither able to withstand attacks from both directions. Damn you! Bambietta did what she could, forcing her own spiritual energies to come alive. She pushed against the overwhelming force of Danvers, trying to force away the invisible oppression that the guild master was generating. You're so full of shit, Bambietta grunted. You want to talk about darkness and despair, that's old news to me. My whole life has been cloaked in shadow. Bambietta's very body began to tremble as it flexed and tightened alongside her spiritual pressure to withstand the force that Danvers was exuding. Her bones were creaking, her muscles crying out in agony as they were overtaxed by the strain, but still she struggled against the forces conspiring against her. I thought that was just how it was, Bambietta hissed, her teeth gritting together as she slowly rose from one knee into a standing position. She glanced back then, taking note of Gribble laying on the ground, out of reach of Danvers' power. Maybe it was all I was good for, living in the dark, but you know what? That kid's got her whole life ahead of her, and I'll be damned if I'm going to let you do to her what my world did to me. Bambietta raised an arm them, the limb trembling terribly so as it was completely caught underneath Danvers' power. Still did Bambietta resist, extending its index finger towards Danvers and Lilt Otto both. You helped ruin my life, Bambietta said, her gaze falling on Lilt Otto and then shifting to Danvers. And you want to do the same to others? To hell with that. You can take your edgy nonsense and shove it so far up your ass that dash. Enough. Danvers swung down her free hand, doubling the force that Bambietta was being subjected to. Her spiritual pressure relented in response, Bambietta crashing to the ground with such undeniable force that she cried out in pain, blood spraying from her mouth and soaking the ground. Then did the Quincy feel her body begin to drag across the ground, only for it to lose contact with it completely. Soon she found herself not even a foot away from Danvers, the woman's right hand outstretched towards Bambietta. The Quincy wanted to move, to strike back, but she found her body locked in place, as if frozen by the guild master's power. "So you have been touched by darkness, have you?" the pale woman asked. "I can work with that then. I could mold you in my own image, make you a puppet worthy to have its strings pulled by my greatness." Lil Tato heard those words spoken by her new master, the Quincy feeling her heart seize up within her chest. Bambi. Then, quite suddenly, did Gribba come into view, the young girl leaping towards Danvers, the scythe of the fallen Corvus in her hands. "Give back my home." "No." It was a simple response from Danvers, the guild master reaching out with her left hand and subduing Gribba in midair, locking her ability to move down. "Ruby is my garden to nurture and watch grow as I see fit. You will not stop me, young one. No matter what resolve you bring against me, I will smash it to dust." "You think you've won?" Bambietta gasped. "What an idiot. You do realize where I'm from, right? I'm a fairy tale mage, me and the others, and my guild is going to kick your ass for this. Natsu, Cray, Urza, oh, Urza would give you the beating of a century." "Ah yes, Fiore's greatest guild." Danvers simply laughed. "Just another light that will die in my wake. Hope is something that exists only so that I can snuff it out. So cling to such fleeting desires. Fairy tale can send their best, their brightest. Makarov will have sent them to the same pitiful demise you will soon experience. This is the beginning of the end. Danvers' black eyes suddenly widened, a gasp of pain interrupting her speech. Bambietta and Gribba fell to the ground them, free from her power for the moment. "Man, you really do talk a lot," Bambietta muttered. "And I thought I had a big ego." Danvers merely turned around then, allowing Bambietta to see a blue arrow piercing her shoulder blade, the light fading and leaving behind nothing but a wound. Bambietta glanced around Danvers then and could see Lil Tato holding a bow in her hands. "Lil, you dare betray your guild?" Danvers asked, her tone one of anger and hate. "You dare turn your back on your family?" "I've done it once before," Lil Tato replied. "Not again. Never again." Bambietta was lost in the moment then, unsure of what was occurring, why the one who had aided in her past betrayal would stand for her now. Then there was the fact that she had landed an attack on the one Corvus had referred to as untouchable. Bambietta saw it then, a slight movement of Lil Tato's eyes, the Quincy not looking at Danvers but Bambietta instead. Bambietta knew it then. She was not the sharpest knife in the drawer, that much she knew full well, but she could see the same weakness in Danvers' power as Lil Tato had. She was untouchable, yes, but only if she could see the attack coming. There was no all-encompassing shield protecting her. Which meant precisely that Lil Tato could not hurt her from the angle she was at now. Bambietta was quick, bringing her bow to life, and letting loose an arrow that struck Danvers between her shoulder blades. The guild master cried out again, moving on instinct. She had not been able to defend the attack but she was able to return fire, a flick of her wrist sending a blast of force that sent Bambietta tumbling away. "Bambi!" Lil Tato cried out. "So that foul-mouthed witch is a friend of yours, is that it?" Danvers rasped. "You betray me for such something as worthless as friendship." "There is no friendship between us anymore," Lil Tato said, vanishing with Hirenkyaku, "and that's my sin to bear." "Then allow me to free you of your pain." Danvers knew well what Lil Tato was trying to do, to slip behind her defenses. To that end she spun around quickly, firing off her power from both hands. The concussive force caught Lil Tato as she came into view, sending the Quincy flying away. "You are all so very weak. Weak in body, weak in mind, weak in heart. I was wise indeed to cast away my human frailties for such power." Lil Tato forced herself to stand then, only to be thrown back by yet another wave of Danvers' power. She stood once more, only for the cycle to repeat itself. Now she found herself by the downed Bambietta. She did not spare her fellow Quincy a look, instead standing up again and leaving Bambietta along on the ground. The latter looked up Lil Tato then, her spiritual senses getting a read of her power. There was a part of Bambietta that cursed her weakness, of how she was no longer top dog among even those she had once commanded in her old life. Lil Tato was clearly her superior now and it was infuriating to the Bambietta. Still, She knew the limits of Lil Tato's own power and had to wonder one thing. What are you doing, Lil? Are you going to throw your life away? Lil Tato was rocked by another blast of the approaching Danvers magic, sailing away from Bambietta and rolling across the ground until she came to a complete stop. You fool! Bambietta screamed. She forced herself towards Lil Tato then with Hiran Kyaku and grabbed hold of the Quincy by her collar. Do you think I'll forgive you if you die here and now after helping me? Bambietta pulled one arm back, her fingers curling into a fist. Curious, Danvers held back, curious to see if one enemy would free her of another. Do it, Bambi, Lil Tato said, her face impassive. I deserve that much. You think a sacrifice is going to make a damned bit of difference what you helped do to me? Bambietta screamed, her fist wavering. To hell with that. That won't change anything. You want to make amends, then live. There's no damn point if you fight a battle for any other reason. How absurd, Danvers said, calling forth Bambietta's attention. What miserable excuse for a human taught you that lesson? You may justify continued existence as a reason to fight, but in the end all you do is rob others of their lives. A blast of power sent both Bambietta and Lil Tato tumbling away, the duo of Quincy smashing into a building. Damn, she has no idea who she's talking to, does she? Bambietta said, running a hand through her hair to knock away any fragments of wood from the house's frame. It's not like I didn't already know that. Bambi, you're not what you used to be, huh? Bambietta stopped and looked at Lil Tato. What? Just because I joined a nice guild, it doesn't mean I'm not the same mean-spirited queen bee. That's not what I meant, Lil Tato said. You can't use the explode anymore. What gave you that idea? You seemed upset that I still had the glutton as a power, Lil Tato said quietly. And I'm pretty sure you would have killed me on the spot with that power if you could have. Bambietta looked at Lil Tato with a flash of anger. I would have been justified. Yes, you would have, Lil Tato said as she stood up. Tell me, if you're not up to par, did you do anything to compensate for it? What? Do you think dense? Do you think I'm stupid or something? I'm stern-rittery. Of course I found a way to blow stuff up. The Quincy began to mess around with her coat, checking the pockets. Let's see, I've got some Jinto capsules, and just the other day I had enough resources to make my very own 6-pack of Seal Schneiders. You've been busy, Lil Tato replied with a nod. Good. I'm going to keep Danvers busy. You set the trap with those toys of yours. Or you could just end this with an instant using your Volstern dike, Bambietta said. That'd be a whole lot simpler. Lil Tato looked back at Bambietta. Who said I still had it? Then she was gone with a burst of Hiran Kyaku, leaving Bambietta to sit there and slowly begin to grin slightly. I'm not that far down on the Quincy pecking order. Thank you. I suppose I killed the loudmouth and the traitor at all once. Good. Danvers turned away from the carnage she had caused, her gaze settling on the downed Gribba. I suppose it's your town. Such a shame. I've done all this for you and your generation. I knew someday you would all thank me for making you understand the bitter taste of the real world. Perhaps not at first, not when I had eventually weeded out some of your friends to make you understand how fragile everything is. No, you would not have been happy if I one day commanded Emberella to end the lives of those 2 redheads you adore as friends so much. But eventually you would have understood. Danvers stood beside Gribba then, lifting her still body up with her power. Such a shame that your little story shall end on a grim note as this. Danvers cried out in pain then, an agonizing sensation engulfing her head. She let go of Gribba once more and turned, only to find Lil Tato once more armed with her bow. I was hoping that would be a kill shot. Darn it. Danvers reached around her head and with a tug and gasp of pain pulled an arrow of light from the base of her skull. It had caused some degree of agony, yes, but it had not been able to pierce her resilient flesh. I see you are fond of stabbing people in the back, Danvers said as she tightened her grip and caused the Quincy arrow to shatter into so much shards of light. That's all my kind is good for. That's how I'm going to remember you best, Danvers replied with a smile. I suppose it's fitting this then is how you act before you die. Not interested, Lil Tato said, priming a bow. I'm too lazy to go through the effort of dying and stuff. Lil Tato launched herself forward then, using bursts of Hiran Kyaku to try and get behind Danvers and land a shot, any shot, that would keep her focused entirely on her. That was the goal, not to win, but to keep the woman's undivided attention on her and her along. There. Lil Tato let fly with an arrow, but it was casually deflected by Danvers' magic, careening off into the heavens. The Quincy was undeterred however, knowing there was so much more she could offer. Her spiritual powers went into the bow full force then, a multitude and never-ending stream of arrows raining down upon Danvers. The guild master was not deterred, however, casually dismissing the attacks with her invisible barrier. It is useless to resist, traitor. Lil Tato kept the attack going, using Hiran Kyaku to move to Danvers' side, forcing her to turn to keep up her defense. Then, at last, did Lil Tato pause for a moment. You win. Danvers allowed a grin to cross her face. I see you do understand the futility of resistance after all. But what do you think will happen now? My inevitable death, Lil Tato replied. So be it. And here I thought you said you lacked the drive for that sort of thing. Danvers diverted her gaze towards the downed body of Gribba. I suppose the grim reality of life can break even a lazy streak. Danvers began to raise her arm then, intent on taking hold of Lil Tato's body and rend her apart piece by piece. Yet the scream that soon came alive was not the Quincy's, it was Danvers' own. A hellish blue light burst forth from the ground, engulfing her body as the light shone upwards as a column that pierced the clouds above. What trickery is this? Her body engulfed in nothing but total and complete pain, Danvers began to turn her gaze about, her every spoken word stained with agony and nothing more. She could see it then, 5 shining blades piercing the ground around her, having etched a glowing emblem beneath her feet. Then there was the woman from Fairy Tale standing beside one, clad in white and carrying a cruel smile. You. We got you good, Bambietta said. I'm not usually one for elaborate strategies like this, but Springer is pretty effective. This won't stop me. Despite the spiritual energy threatening to tear her sanity apart with pain, Danvers began to draw on her power, desperate to block the all-consuming attack. She could feel the Quincy's own energies slipping away from her body, leaving Bambietta to grow a little irritated. Oh no, the Quincy said, pulling a handful of Jinto capsules from her coat pocket. I already used one, but I guess in my current state it's going to take more than that. Bambietta flipped off the capsule's lids and casually tossed them one by one into the pentagram created by the 5 seal Schneiders. As the liquid from the first touched down, an explosion rang out, causing Danvers to scream in excruciating pain. Then it happened again and again, 4 more Jinto capsules and their spiritual contents spilling into the Springer trap and activating its special properties. No. Danvers wailed. I am the bringer of darkness. I am the herald of the future's true path. I will not fall prey to the light. She grew silent then, the explosive powers of Springer at last coming to an end. All that was left in the end were the 5 seal Schneiders, their blades of concentrated power fading. In the middle of them then was Danvers, the guild master lying on the ground, quiet and unconscious. Finally, Bambietta said with a smile. Shut her down and shut her up. Did you kill her? Gribba asked as she started to walk over, using Corvus' scythe to keep herself standing. Bambietta looked at Gribba with the most calm expression she could muster, which was not a difficult task due to her how tired she was from the fight. She knew what she would have done to an enemy in her old life, but that was not something that could be allowed in this world. No way, kid. We just kind of roughed her up bad. See? She's still breathing. Is it over? Lucy asked as she and the other Fairy Tale members began to approach. Yeah, Bambietta said. But where'd the stupid horse archer go? I sent him back to the celestial world so he could heal up, Lucy explained. Wait. She's still up and ready to fight, isn't she? Kana said as held Corvus up and stared at Lil Tato. Bambi, I thought you said it was over. Levy asked. The Quincy sighed and looked at Lil Tato, her hands slowly starting to tighten. She knew she had no chance, not without her powers, but there was still a part of her buried deep that wanted blood. Maybe I was wrong. Would that make you feel better? Lil Tato asked, looking down and leaving her eyes covered by the visor of her hat. Bambietta's hand went slack. Maybe in the short term. But, you helped me just now. You didn't need to, but you did. Your lazy self did. Lil Tato still continued to look down and away. Bambi, What? Bambietta asked, folding her arms across her chest. You helped me out and now you're going to say you're sorry. That's going to make it all right between us, is that it? You let Giselle kill me. I couldn't defend myself and you didn't do a damn thing to help me. And believe me, my memories are foggy of when I was a zombie, but some things. I wish I could forget. Lil Tato at last looked up at Bambietta. The latter expected the same face as always, one of indifference, but instead she was greeted by Lil Tato's eyes wavering, tears streaming down her face slowly but surely. Bambi, I couldn't do anything for you. The stern Ritter began to fall to her knees then, her head lowering as her tears began to stain the ground. You had been defeated and Giselle had her own ideas. And I was too afraid to try and step her. Bambietta looked down at Lil Tato, watching as she lowered to the ground, groveling as she was. It did not seem like what she was seeing was reality, not in the least. Lil Tato had always been a reserved member of her little group, right from the first day she had met her. They were polar opposites of each other, one who wore her emotions on her sleeve and made sure that all knew how she felt, the other keeping to herself even under the most trying times. Yet now the tables had turned, Bambietta keeping herself in check while Lil Tato let herself go emotionally. It was strange, it was wrong, but most of all it was honest. Then, for one brief moment of time, Bambietta had a vision of her past, one of the last she had experienced while alive in her world. Of those she had trusted looking down at her before the inevitable end, the inevitable betrayal. All save Lil Tato, the youngest of the group in both body and spirit, looking away. Had it been indifference or simply the inability to watch what she had found herself incapable of preventing? I'm sorry, Bambi. Lil Tato cried out. I'm sorry, all right? I couldn't watch, but I couldn't do anything either. I just... Kill me. Bambietta's eyes narrowed in response to that and she crouched down before Lil Tato. What did I say about dying before? And who are you to give orders to the boss of the Femritters, huh? Lil Tato looked up at Bambietta then, the skin around her eyes red from all her tears. Bambi. Even if it's just the two of us, the Femritters is still a thing, Bambietta continued. So as your resident bossy and bitcha queen bee, I order you to make amends the hard way. There's no lazy solution to this, Lil. Lucy and the others simply watched on, remaining in silence as the moment before them played out. Lucy and Levy knew enough of what Bambietta had told them, the former more than the latter, but even she did not know the full extent of Bambietta's life before Fairy Tale. Yet there was a part of them both that was feeling some level of contentment in bridges being mended despite not knowing the whole story. Bambietta had nothing else to offer, so she slipped off a glove and began to use it to dot Lil Tato's face, wiping away her tears. That was when the spiritually younger of the two noticed the emblem on Bambietta's hand, one that matched those of Lucy, Levy, and Kana. So you really are a member of Fairy Tale? Lil Tato whispered. How lucky of you. Bambietta chuckled slightly, trying to get herself past the moment. So you know of Fairy Tale and you joined a guild like this Chicken Fangs one full of jerks. Hey now, Corvus began to interject. We weren't always jerks. He's right, but... I did it again, Lil Tato said. I wasn't sure how strong the guild master was so I wouldn't dare risk getting in her way when she started throwing her weight around. Then she closed her eyes for a moment. But maybe. I just felt I deserved the grim reality she was promising. Enough of that, Bambietta replied. Stop being so overly emotional. That's my role, you got it. Then did Bambietta suddenly hear something that truly caught her attention, something that made Lil Tato's face go red with embarrassment. It was the growl of an empty stomach. Lil, what the heck? Bambietta asked. Long as I've known you, you've never sounded like that? Come on, you just ate that pervy bull's axe. No, I didn't. The petite Quincy pointed away then, allowing Bambietta and the others to note the chewed-up remains of the weapon lying on the ground. I spit it out while you were fighting Danvers. Bambietta grew seriously to a fault then. That's not like you. You'd eat just about anything. Not since I got here, Lil Tato said. Not since I had time to think over what I helped do. Death takes too much effort, but starvation? Even someone as lazy as me can pull that off since it doesn't require any effort. There it was again, the sound of Lil Tato's stomach. Bambietta had to correct herself then. It was not a growl of a once strong stomach but a whimper born from one pleading for mercy. Bambietta sighed. Man, I thought I could get moody. But I guess you really are good at holding it in, Lil. Bambietta looked to Corvus and Gribba. You know what? I know what I want for a reward on this mission and I hope you two are good cooks. Corvus and Gribba both stared at Bambietta in complete confusion. What are you asking for? The young girl asked. Corvus, meanwhile, was quick on the uptake. Oh, I got you. Well, Gribba usually does the cooking for me and her big sis, but I reckon I remain sober a little longer and help. Okay then. Bambietta exclaimed. Steak, pork, chicken, potatoes, peas, carrots, stuffing, cranberry sauce, you name it, my little buddy needs it. Triple portions if you can swing it. Corvus' eyes went wide, his jaw going slack as his mouth fell open. That little toothpick is going to eat that much? Maybe I do need a shot of whiskey for this undertaking. Bambietta looked at Lil Tato again and began to help her up to her feet. She wrapped an arm around her then, pulling her in tight. I told you once, stick with me and you'll never go hungry again. The two Quincy found themselves lost in the moment, a smile slowly beginning to creep over Lil Tato's face, but it was not to remain uninterrupted. For that was when a particular monster came stomping through the area, Sunday still wailing on its face with both hands while Greco's feet were kicking as they stuck out of its mouth. Finally did the beast relent, spitting out the auburn-haired man with such force that he slammed into the ground beside those he had been in direct opposition of. Sunday grinned and was quick to leap off the beast and land by Greco's side, helping him to his feet. Disgusting! Greco shouted as he began to try and wipe the monster's saliva from his once pristine clothes. Hey, wait a minute. The man reached atop his head then, taking note of something missing. Son of a where's my damn hat? Bambietta suddenly found herself feeling bad for the man she had been in conflict with earlier. I feel you, man. Greco glared at his summoned monster, the creature suddenly growing diminutive in nature, like a pet that was prepared for a verbal scolding. You ate it, you miserable mutt. Greco sighed and snapped his fingers, banishing the beast back to its home. We'll see if I buy you any treats for the foreseeable future. Sunday tapped Greco on the shoulder then, forcing him to take notice that they were surrounded by those of Fairy Tale as well as Corvus and Gribba. Yet the man did take notice of Lil Tato then. So it's just us three against all of them now, huh? Greco asked. He shrugged then. Well, I'm sure between you and Sunday, we should be just fine dash. Actually, Lil Tato interrupted, I switched sides. Okay then. Greco looked around nervously before he started to back up towards Sunday. I guess you and me better go get Master Danvers to back us up. Sunday tapped Greco on the shoulder again, forcing him to turn and catch sight of Danvers lying beaten on the ground. Oh for dash Greco stopped in mid-sentence, slowly turning his attentions back to Bambietta and the others. Who did this? Who did this to my guild master? Lil Tato replied in an unassuming tone, deadpan as ever. Me and Bambi did it. Well, mostly Bambi. Honest. She blew her up. A lot. Thanks, Lil, Bambietta muttered under her breath as Greco began to walk over to her. The Quincy prepared herself for another fight. Then she was quite surprised by Greco suddenly embracing her. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This Bambietta had not been expecting, not in the least. Okay, why is everyone being more emotional than me all of a sudden? Greco quickly composed himself and pulled away. He coughed into a closed hand, trying to regain his composure. My bad, but you have no idea how rough it is working under a guild master who's constantly threatening the one you cherish most to keep you in line. Sunday suddenly crept up beside Greco, leaning against him so that her head rested against the upper portion of his right arm as she looked up at him with an innocent expression. "Now don't get me wrong," Greco continued to say, "I'm all for a little mischief every now and then, but Master Danvers got a little too grim for my tastes, you dig." "I think we can blame whomever etched the text of a book of Zeref on her skin," Corvus interjected. "She wasn't anything like this before." "I think I might be able to fix it," Levy suddenly said, the fairy tale mage kneeling down beside the beaten Danvers and looking over her inscribed arm. "I don't know who did this to her, but it looks like they used a basic variation of solid script magic to pull it off. And judging by the residual magic, it wasn't somebody who made that style their strong suit. I should be able to remove it with a little effort." Corvus and Gribba both smiled, the older fellow replying, "Then she'll go back to the darling little peach she was before." "I don't know about that," Levy said. "She's going to have to face facts that she caused all this harm to the town. And was responsible for the mayor's death." "About that," Greco said, the man once more stepping in. "He's just fine. Honest." Emberella was pretty darn determined to see that mission through to the end. "She was always a bad apple, believe me, but I was a little worried that we'd have the Magic Council come crashing down on us for all this crap we were pulling. So I had Sunday here slip in and spirit him away for all our sakes. Emberella thought she blew him up or something, but my ice cream scoop of awesomeness here was able to slip him out, and that overbearing, obnoxious Emberella didn't even suspect a thing." "From the goodness of your heart, right?" Bambietta asked, a slight bit of sarcasm pervading her voice. "Nuh-uh," Greco answered as he looked at Bambietta and winked. "For leverage, Bleachia. I'm no hero, but I can play the part when it serves me best. But I think you can relate." Bambietta's expression soured. She glared at Greco, quickly noting the saliva of the monster that had almost eaten him. Then did it dawn upon her. The Quincy glanced down at her own uniform, realizing that the man's hug had gotten some of the disgusting saliva on her own clothes. That was when a scream that could pierce the very heavens echoed across the town of Ruby. Lil Tato, meanwhile, remained rather calm. "I told you, we Quincy are very proud of our whites. She's so crass and possesses a mean streak wider than the entire kingdom of Fiori," a deep voice said within a dark realm, its gaze focused entirely on an orb that showed nothing but Bambietta freaking out beside Lil Tato as they stood amongst good company in the town of Ruby. "She's entirely unbecoming of you, if I may be so bold." "You really think so?" a sweet voice asked, its presence moving closer to the viewing globe and reaching out with a hand. "I think dear Bambietta is entirely well suited to me. She may be rough around the edges dash. That's an understatement. But she values friendship more than even she realizes. After all she's experienced in that other world, this Quincy is the ideal avatar for my role in the game. She's perfect for me. Just as your choice." "What choice?" the other voice asked. "I was not going to expend much energy on finding a suitable Quincy for my piece on the field. I just picked the first one that became available." The sweet manifestation giggled. "I think you were drawn to her, just as I was to dear Bambietta. It's how our spirits work, isn't it? To find those best suiting our essence. What a bother." There was a pause then, the individuals watching as Bambietta began to desperately wipe the saliva on Lil Tato, still freaking out from the hug she had received from the man that had hugged her. "I suppose we should be relieved that our representatives complement each other despite their past." "I know." There was a pause then, a long wait until a response was given. Despite her upbeat nature, what was voiced next was composed of nothing but sorrow as the manifestation looked at the orb and her selected Quincy. "But the others. Dear Bambietta, I know what you long for, but guard your heart when it comes to your past." Andrew Connery was beaten battered, his skull ringing from a headache he knew he would not soon be free of. The young man was limping down the side of a roadway, as far away from Ruby as his body would take him. He had gladly supported Danvers upon her corruption, her goals aligning with his own sense of twisted principles, but thanks to those people from Fairy Tale, the darkness had been lifted from both the guild and the town. He could not return there. At least not until he found the one remaining member of the Chicken Fangs who believed in the grim nature of reality as much as he truly did. He had to find Emberella, and soon. She possessed the will, desire, and strength necessary to make Fairy Tail pay for what they had done this day. You will all suffer for this, he whispered, his hand gripping tightly to his sheathed sword. You, and then the Perrault sisters for taking my beloved cat from me. Andrew saw it then, an individual coming into view across the near horizon of the path. He was an older, scarred man, his dark hair tied into a ponytail, a stubble adorning his face. His clothing consisted of darkened armor, a silver robe adorned with red markings covering the majority of it. You, Andrew said, a momentary trace of fear echoing through his voice. What are you doing here? Ah, I've been looking for you, the older man said. The paltry thief who stole the sword passed down to me by my beloved father. Andrew began to tense up. He knew he was in trouble, his body incapable of fighting in his present state. No, he began to say, trying to give himself the fortitude to stand, the sword is mine now. You can't defeat me. Andrew pulled the sword free, allowing the red glow of magic to envelope it once more. Then he ran towards the robed man before him, intent on cutting down the man he had stolen from only a few weeks earlier. He brought the blade down, fully intent on splitting the true owner's head open. Yet the older man simply caught the seething blade between the palms of his hands several inches from his face. Not half bad, he said, smirking as he looked at the wounded and frustrated Andrew. But I'm sorry to say that you deny my blade its purpose. I'm going to give it a greater purpose than you ever could, old man. Andrew shouted, trying desperately to pull the sword away from its true owner. I'm going to use it to bathe this entire world in harsh reality. Tisk tisk. The older man shook his head at Andrew. You young people, trying so hard to be mature for your age. Then, without warning, the man brought a leg out and swept Andrews out from under him with such force that the member of the chicken fangs lost all contact, both the sword and the ground, his body falling to the side, his head hitting a rock on the way down. Andrew let out a cry of pain before falling unconscious. Make the world dark, make it grim, make it tough, the man said as he looked down at Andrew's unconscious body, but then, for the love of Zeref, tell a joke. You're always in such a hurry, Scott. The older man turned to those he had been traveling with, waving a condescending index finger towards them both. Now, don't be rude. When it's all business, the name is Slipstream. An older woman, clad in a red dress, continued her approach. Right, where are my man Andrew? Slipstream looked back from Andrew, then to his traveling companion. You knew this man, Emberella. Perhaps he was coming to join you on your mission, Altair of the Magic Council said as he joined those she had been walking beside. Such a pity that he happened to steal the blade belonged to one of my own. Yes, a pity, Slipstream added. Perhaps he was hoping to join you on your little errand my fair lady requested of you, Emberella. The Quincy who joined the chicken fangs, the woman said. Yes, I can hand you over to you. She's rather melancholy in her attitude. I don't imagine she'd have much issue with serving you or Seagrain. Excellent, Altair said with a smile. I knew granting power to your guild master would benefit he and I both. That's precisely why Master Seagrain and I have kept the Magic Council looking the other way. Then did Altair suddenly take notice of the damage that was upon Andrew's body, separate from the blow to the head that Slipstream Scott had caused. What the devil is this? She asked. Why was he injured already? Was he looking for help? Altair raised a hand then, allowing an orb of time to appear before her. A light shone from it, enveloping Andrew's corpse. What are you doing? Emberella asked. Viewing the past of this man, Altair replied. She saw it then, those of Fairy Tail interfering once more. Damn it! What? Emberella asked, her own patience at its end. What the hell is going on? Tell me. It appears that the Fairy Tail Guild has not only taken away this Liltata Lampard you spoke of, they even freed your master of the curse I inflicted upon her, Altair said, looking at Emberella with a smug expression. I'm sorry, but I don't believe you have a home to return to, not with how you willingly supported the atrocities your guild caused. Emberella looked away for a moment, her right hand clawing at her left arm. She was lost now, with nothing left to return to. Altair knew this was a setback for Seagrain and herself, but she also knew from experience how to play the long game. She knew how to turn a defeat into a chance for victory, even it meant manipulating those around her and twisting their desires to suit her needs. Emberella, she began to say, whispering in the quivering woman's left ear, I can give you the opportunity to obtain vengeance against Fairy Tale for taking your guild away from you. However, you need do something for me in return. Emberella looked at Altair then, her golden eyes shining with a desire for exactly what Altair knew she wanted. Whatever you want. Slipstream simply watched from the side of the road, keeping his distance and whispering to himself. It's times like this I understand why the big man puts so much faith in you. Altair pulled away from Emberella then, nodding in approval as she began to wear a cruel smile. I'll give you all that you need, if you bring to me the 2 Quincy that Fairy Tale now calls their own. Check the description for the links to the author.